We're about to enter the island world. 18 years of relentless training, and now everything hinges on this moment. In a cramped rental room, Subai crouched down, stuffing the last high-calorie compressed biscuit into the side pocket of his tactical backpack. His movements were slow and steady. After zipping up, he gripped the shoulder straps with both hands, lifted the bag with a sudden burst of strength, and felt the heavy pressure against his back. According to Blue Star Alliance regulations, newcomers entering the island world for the first time were limited to carrying 20 kilograms of supplies. Not a single gram more. Within this 20-kilogram quota, Subai packed a standard set of leather armor, a single-handed longsword forged from high-carbon alloy, 3 days' worth of water, 5 days of minimalist rations, and several basic crop seeds in moisture-proof bags. No firearms. That was the law of the island world. Any gunpowder-based or precision mechanical firearm would instantly fail when crossing the dimensional barrier. Subai stood up, took a deep breath, and felt his heart begin to race uncontrollably. He had been transported to this world for exactly 18 years. Over 100 years ago, the Blue Star population exploded, leading to catastrophic resource depletion. Just as human civilization teetered on the brink of collapse, the floating island world descended from beyond the heavens. The pioneers exchanged blood and life for extraordinary resources, miraculous medicines that could cure terminal diseases, and things that could break the limits of the human body. From that moment on, the consensus among all nations was set in stone: the island world was the only hope for the survival of human civilization. The Great Exploration era began. Everyone upon reaching the age of 18 would find a summoning mark automatically appear on the back of their hand. Responding to the summon would grant them an initial island. But this was not a gift, it was a brutal elimination game. To become a true apprentice island lord, one had to kill the monster that spawned on the initial island, dig out the island's heart, and bind it. Even this first step alone had an annual death and elimination rate of a staggering 1/3. Those who could not defeat the monsters either became the monster's food, their bodies never found, or had their island heart destroyed, forcibly sent back to Blue Star, losing the qualification to enter the island world, forever reduced to the lowest laborers of society. Because of this, the compulsory education of this era was completely restructured. From a young age, Subai no longer studied pure math and physics, but instead learned basic cold weapon combat, specialization, monster weakness anatomy, extreme environment survival guide, and island soil improvement and farming. In this year's high school simulation exams, Subai's combat and theoretical scores consistently ranked first. Because of this outstanding performance, countless corporate headhunters had been knocking on his door for the past month. Beep, beep. An old communicator on his wrist vibrated violently, the screen flashing the name Li Jian, his homeroom teacher. Subai answered, and Li Jian's slightly anxious voice came through. Subai, you're still at home, right? The mark is about to activate. Are you really sure you want reconsider the Wang Corporation's investment agreement? Representative Wang is right next to me. As soon as you nod, the agreement takes effect immediately. Subai lowered his eyes, looking at the pale gray hexagonal mark on the back of his hand that had started to grow warm, and replied calmly. Teacher Li, I've thought it through very clearly. I refuse. A moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, then a slightly sharp and clearly displeased middle-aged male voice came through. It was the corporate representative Wang. Student Su, by it's fine for young people to have pride, but in the island world, pride won't stop a monster's claws. No matter how good your simulation scores are, you're still just an ordinary student who hasn't seen real blood. This year's initial monster strength data has already been released. It's a full 10% higher than last year. Representative Wang's voice carried overwhelming condescension. An ordinary high-carbon alloy blade won't even leave a white mark on the shell of a thick-armored crab. You have no background. You can't bring in the corporate-supplied, armor-piercing daggers. You don't have berserk potions that can instantly boost strength. With just the basic government supplies, what are you going to fight with? Are you going to bet your life? Sign the agreement, and he'll have these supplies sent to you immediately. The only condition is that after becoming an island lord, your island's output will be sold exclusively through our corporation. Subai, Li Jian pleaded earnestly from the side. Surviving is the most important thing. The island world is full of dangers. Oh, one wrong step, and you're doomed. Thank you for your concern, teacher, and thank you for your kindness, Representative Wang. Subai's voice was completely unruffled. He hung the high-carbon longsword on his tactical belt, fastening the buckle, but I've already made up my mind. He certainly knew how terrifying the initial monsters were. An ordinary high school student, no matter how proficient in military boxing and basic swordsmanship, would have their movements distorted by instinctive fear when facing a bloodthirsty mutated beast weighing over 200 pounds. Without any special items, the success rate for an ordinary person killing a monster alone was appallingly low. But he had reasons he couldn't sign. Once he signed that contract, his island would be controlled by the corporation, and every move he made would be monitored. More importantly, Subai had his own trump card. Just yesterday, the system that had lain dormant in his mind for 18 years finally emitted a prompt that it was about to activate. This was his biggest bargaining chip for daring to reject the corporation and face the life or death trial alone. Stubborn and ungrateful. You just don't know what's good for you. On the other end of the communicator, Representative Wang finally tore off his hypocritical mask, snorted coldly, and said, "Then I wish you good luck. Hope I don't see you in the Blue Star elimination slums in a few days. Simulation first. Without special products to support you, facing a monster is death." Subai cut off the communication directly. He didn't care about the corporate representative's tantrum. The pale gray mark on the back of his hand had completely transformed into a blazing crimson color, and a low humming sound began to echo around his ears. Time was up. Subai fastened his tactical backpack tightly onto his back, gripped the sword hilt with his left hand, took a deep breath, and said, "Respond to the summoned teleport." Boom. A dazzling blood-red pillar of light tore down from the void, instantly swallowing Subai. An intense sensation of weightlessness hit him. Subai felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized his internal organs, pulling them upward with relentless force. His vision was completely filled with distorted and grotesque light, a strong dizziness, nearly making him vomit. This tearing pain lasted for a full 10 seconds. When his feet finally landed on solid ground again, Subai couldn't even stay standing. He fell to one knee gap. He clenched his teeth, forcing down the bitter bile rising in his throat. This was the island world. He didn't get up immediately, but maintained a tactical one-knee stance, swiftly drawing his longsword with his right hand, alertly scanning his surroundings. The air was thick with a strong briny smell mixed with the musty scent of decomposing earth, very humid. This was a long, narrow miniature island. The terrain was slightly undulating with no tall mountains, only patches of knee-high gray-green grass swaying in the sea breeze. A few isolated coconut trees with yellowing leaves stood in the distance, besides that nothing. An average starting point, Subai assessed quickly in his mind. Not being born in a poison swamp or on bare rocks was already decent. But these knee-high grass greatly obstructed his vision. That was the most dangerous part. A monster could be lurking in the... Subai crouched low, using the terrain's undulations to his advantage, quickly moving to the left until his back was against a half-human-tall weathered rock. He breathed a slight sigh of relief only when he felt the hard contact of the rock against his back. Safety was earned by oneself. He was completely alone now. He took off the heavy backpack, set it by his feet, and quickly pulled out the thick leather armor. The temperature on the island was high, just the brief movement had already soaked his back with sweat. But without hesitation, he quickly put on the leather armor, fastened every buckle, and finally held the long sword across his chest. 20 kilograms of load plus the humid heat. The rate of physical depletion was at least twice as fast as on Blue Star. With his equipment on, his defense had reached the maximum possible at the moment. But Subai's mood did not relax but grew even heavier. The long sword in his hand had a sharp blade, but the spine was too thin. If the corporate representative wasn't lying and the monsters had indeed gotten stronger this year, this sword would most likely roll its edge or even snap under heavy chopping. System. Subai clutched the sword hilt with both hands, staring intently at the grass ahead, calling out in his mind. 18 years of waiting, the gamble of rejecting the corporation, all resting on this moment. All around, only the rustling of wind through grass. 1 second. 2 seconds. Cold sweat broke out on Subai's forehead. If the system failed him now, he would truly have to fight the monster with this cheap sword. A situation with no chance. Ding. Detected that host has successfully entered the island world's laws. Super God attribute system officially activated. Hearing that cold electronic voice, Subai's nerves, which had been stretched to the breaking point, finally eased a little. In this unknown wilderness where monsters could burst out at any moment, any extra sound or movement was suicide. System, report your specific functions. The more detailed the better. Subai continued to scan his surroundings with his peripheral vision while urgently questioning in his mind. The system's voice, devoid of any emotion, mechanically poured a stream of information into Subai's mind, the core function of this system to bestow traits upon all things. Rule 1. Based on the host's current mental strength and power level, currently only one trait can be added to his. Rule 2. Before a trait is finalized, the host can perform 1 refresh operation per day on the target. Each refresh will randomly generate 3 candidate traits. Rule 3. Generated candidate traits will not disappear until overwritten or manually refreshed. The host can extract them from the candidate pool at any time. Rule 4. At the current stage, the host has 3 opportunities per day to finalize a trait. Once finalized, the trait's attributes become permanent and unchangeable until the host unlocks higher-level additional trait slots. Rule 5. Refresh and finalization counts cannot be accumulated and reset precisely at midnight. Rule 6. Trait grades from low to high are categorized as common, white, excellent, green, rare, blue, superb, purple, epic, orange, legendary, gold, mythic, rainbow. The higher the grade, the lower the probability of extraction. The vast amount of information was quickly decomposed and analyzed in Subai's mind. As a top student, he immediately grasped several core loopholes in the system rules. It's a bit like equipment enchantment or enhancement in online games, but with astonishing power. Subai's brain raced. First, targets are not limited to weapons and equipment. The system said, all things. This meant that not only swords but perhaps even a stone, a seed, or a mouthful of water could be granted a trait. Second, the refresh mechanism was highly strategic. Each day, 3 candidates were generated. If unsatisfied, he could leave them hanging and refresh again the next day. Although only 1 refresh per day, as long as he didn't finalize, he could keep rolling for better properties. But there is a Su Bei's eyes sharpened. In my current situation, I have no time to slowly accumulate good traits. Initial monsters could appear at any time. I must immediately enhance my combat power. Even if the traits rolled are not ideal, I have to pick one and use it today. What use is keeping finalization counts if he loses his life? Without further hesitation, Su Bei lowered his head and fixed his gaze on the standard longsword in his hand. This was his only reliable attack method. System lock onto this longsword view status. Immediately, a light blue translucent panel appeared before Su Bei's eyes, visible only to him. Name: high carbon alloy longsword, quality mortal iron grade, standard, government issued, supplies no supernatural power traits, not activated. Today's refresh count 11. Description: an industrial product from an assembly line. Adequate for ordinary beasts on Blue Star, but in the island world its hardness is like a brittle cookie. Brittle cookie? Su Bei's mouth twitched. The system was certainly straightforward, directly confirming what the consortium representative had said. If he used this sword to fight monsters, the first strike might chip the blade, and the second would see both sword and himself torn apart. Refresh traits. Su Bei gave the order decisively in his mind. The moment his thought ended, a faint light suddenly blossomed on the blade. Immediately 3 orbs emerged from the blade and floated quietly in midair. The orbs were of different colors. One emitted a dim white light, one a faint blue-green, and the last shimmered with a deep and mysterious purple radiance. White, green, purple. Su Bei's pupils contracted sharply, his heart thumped heavily. According to the grade system, white was common, green excellent, and purple superb grade. A superb grade trade on the first draw. Su Bei suppressed his excitement. Instead of hastily finalizing the purple orb, he first probed his consciousness into the white orb. Information immediately returned. Toughness, white, common, the most basic physical enhancement. Slightly alters the internal molecular structure, increasing density and toughness. Effect: forcibly upgrade the weapon's material grade to low-grade black iron. Su Bei's breath hitched. Even the lowest white trait could turn mortal iron into black iron. On Blue Star, the supernatural materials produced in the island world were strictly controlled strategic resources. Black iron grade, though the lowest among supernatural materials, far surpassed any human-made alloy on Blue Star in hardness and conductivity. A low-grade black iron cold weapon started at 50,000 alliance coins on the black market and was rarely available. Without connections, a newcomer could never obtain one. With this toughness trait, at least the sword won't break in battle. Survival rate increases by 10%. Su Bei evaluated internally, then turned to the green orb. Bleeding green excellent grants the weapon a special supernatural property. Effect: after injuring a target, the flesh around the wound will necrotize, preventing clotting and causing continuous heavy bleeding. At the same time, the weapon's material grade is forcibly upgraded to high-grade black iron. Nice! Su Bei's eyes lit up. The hardness and sharpness of high-grade black iron could easily cut through most early monster hides. Even more terrifying was the bleeding effect. In real combat, beasts had extremely tenacious vitality. Even if their organs were pierced, their death throes could take the hunter down. But with the bleeding effect, if he could make a few cuts on the monster and then keep distance to kite, he could bleed the monster to death. This tactic was called kiting in textbooks. But after only half a second of excitement, Su Bei immediately rejected this tactic. Too idealistic. Su Bei gripped the sword tightly, feeling his not-so-strong body under the leather armor. I'm just an ordinary person. My speed and stamina are definitely no match for the native monsters on this island. In knee-high grass, I can't even run properly. If I try to kite a monster, just needs 1 pounce to pin me down. The bleeding tactic suits agile veterans. For me, it's not suitable. The longer he delayed, the greater the risk of exhausting his own stamina. He must end it quickly. Finally, Su Bei turned his gaze to the purple glowing orb. How strong is a superb grade trait? He probed his consciousness. Boom. A sharp aura seemed to pierce his brow, and information unfolded instantly in his mind. Armor break, purple superb extreme sharpness, a rule-based power born for killing. Effect 1, all attacks with this weapon ignore 60 of the target's defense. Effect 2, cross-grade, upgrade the weapon's material to low-grade silver. Su Bei was stunned. For a full 5 seconds he slowly exhaled, his eyes shimmering with uncontrollable shock. Ignoring 60% of defense. What did this mean? It meant no matter how thick the monster's hide or hard its armor before this strike, it would be like paper. The monster's proud defense mechanism was directly crippled. Even more terrifying was the second effect, low-grade. Above black iron is bronze, above bronze is silver. On Blue Star, a silver-grade weapon could serve as the treasured heirloom of some medium-sized mercenary corps. Using it against early-stage monsters was a complete dimensionality reduction strike. Even a light swipe would instantly sever the monster's bones. Jackpot! Su Bei licked his dry lips and issued the command without hesitation: system extract the purple trait armor break and finalize it on the longsword. Ding! Command confirmed. 1 finalization used, remaining 23 today. The purple orb instantly burst into countless fine purple streams, surging into the high-carbon alloy longsword in his hand. Subai clearly felt the long sword in his hand change. The previously light alloy blade suddenly gained nearly double its weight, making his wrist dip. The originally silver-white blade was quickly tinged with a deep dark silver, with a faint purple gleam flowing along the edge. A mere glance made one's skin prickle. Good blade, I'll call you Dragon Roar Sword. Subai casually swung it. Swish. Without effort, the long sword easily cut through a weathered rock nearby, smooth as slicing tofu, the cut surface flat as a mirror with no resistance. The powerful weapon gave Subai immense confidence, but the fervor in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by colder. No matter how strong the weapon, the one holding it is still just mortal flesh. Subai kept warning himself inwardly, trying to suppress the blind confidence brought by the divine weapon. Armor break lets me kill in one strike. But that doesn't mean I can tank the monster's attacks. A silver grade sword can't protect my flesh. If a monster catches me once, it'll still be disemboweled, still die. Attack power is overflowing, but defense is still zero. The tactic cannot change. One strike to kill, never get into prolonged combat. Subai took a deep breath and pointed the long sword diagonally toward the ground. He crouched down, grabbed a handful of dirt, and smeared it on his new leather armor to mask his human scent, then carefully parted the grass ahead. Like a highly patient hunter, he began to take the first step of exploration on this island that belonged to him. Name: Longing Blade. Quality: lower silver. Attribute: 20 strength. Trait: Armor break epic. Description: a longsword hammered and tempered 1,000 times, able to cleave an enemy's body with ease. The cold data panel on Subai's retina gradually faded, but the tactile sensation in his hand remained utterly real. Subai lowered his head and stared at the weapon he held. Although the blade's silhouette had not been revolutionized, the originally dull surface now flowed with a delicate and somber dark silver sheen. The spine had grown thicker and the edge had been reprofiled to an angle supremely suited for chopping, a faint purple keen shimmering along the blade. More astonishing was the warm current that streamed from the hilt into his palm. 20 strength. Subai, muscles in his arm that had been sore from carrying 20 kilograms of supplies now felt as if injected with a concentrated surge of adrenaline. He tried gripping the hilt with one hand, and suddenly snapped his wrist forward. The air was torn in a harsh scream, a sharp sonic crack accompanying the motion. This silver-grade blade, twice its original weight, felt featherlight in his hands. He could clearly sense his grip, forearm power, and even shoulder explosiveness, all amplified instantly. Joy rose in him, but Subai quickly clenched his teeth and forced the feeling down. Must not get carried away. He withdrew the blade and inspected his body with a cold gaze. His strength had indeed increased, and the weapon could pierce any monster's defense on this island, but he remained flesh and blood. If a monster closed in, it would be fatal. The armor break trait gives me extreme offense, but my defense still sits at an ordinary person's level. If a monster closed in, it would be fatal. The armor break trait gives me extreme offense, but my defense still sits at an ordinary person's level. Their armor he wore. It was the basic protective gear issued uniformly by the launching alliance, woven from an artificial resilient fiber with thin steel plates lining the interior. It might hold against ordinary swords, but before the tearing jaws of the island's monsters, it would likely provide little more than psychological comfort. There are 2 fixed trade opportunities left today. According to the system's rules, refresh counts reset daily. If he did not use them before midnight, the chances would be lost. He had considered staying at the spawn point and waiting for tomorrow's reset to try for better traits. But on an island world, those who first killed the initial monsters and bound the island heart to become apprentice island lords would receive a first kill reward bestowed by the world rules. It was a bounty capable of opening the gulf between classes. The old Subai had no status to covet such rewards. His original aim had been merely to survive. But now, holding the supernatural trait system, he had to compete. Only by rolling the snowball larger could he secure a foothold in this cannibal world. Cannot wait. Must immediately strengthen defense, then take the initiative to hunt monsters. Resolving this, Subai pressed his hand to the leather at his chest and issued the command to the system within. Refresh traits. The familiar hum sounded in his mind. 3 orb-like lights the size of dragons' eyes rose from the armor's surface and drifted slowly around his body. Subai scanned them quickly. 1 white, 1 cyan, and 1. A deep blue. No purple or orange denoting exceptional or epic traits appeared, yet he felt no disappointment. Luck cannot remain forever overflowing. Getting a blue trait already exceeded his expectations. He probed each orb with his spirit force to inspect their properties. Defense reinforcement, common white. Slightly increases fiber density, upgrading the item's tier to lower black. Nimbleness, excellent cyan. Greatly reduces armor weight, slightly increases the wearer's movement speed, upgrading the item to upper black iron. Seeing those 2 traits, Subai skipped them. The white trait's numerical improvement was too insignificant to matter at such a perilous opening stage. The cyan nimbleness would boost mobility, but his tactical core was a single decisive strike, not racing the monsters. What he needed was margin for error. His gaze finally fixed on the blue orb. Fortification, rare blue. Alters the item's structure to greatly increase physical resistance and toughness, greatly reducing the chance that the wearer will be launched or knocked back by heavy blows. Upgrades the item to bronze upper tier. This is it. Su Bei's eyes tightened. Bronze upper tier leapt 2. More crucial was the hidden effect of reduced chance of being launched. Against massive monsters, humanity's deadliest disadvantage is not merely lack of strength, but the momentum crushing caused by weight disparity. Once hurled into the air by a monster's charge, a person loses any point from which to exert force. The stiff recovery upon landing is long enough for the beast to finish the kill. With fortification, he could plant himself like a stake in the ground and create the perfect instant to swing the longing blade. System fixed the blue trait. Ding. Command confirmed. Consuming 1 fixation chance today, remaining 13. The blue orb shattered with a boom and dissolved into innumerable fine blue filaments that crept into the leather of Su Bei's armor like living threads. Accompanied by a slight tearing of leather, the armor's form changed visibly. The once gray fibers darkened to a deep black brown, the surface now bearing coarse patterns like a beast's pelt. Its weight did not increase. Instead, it hugged the lines of his muscles more closely, as if becoming an extension. Name: Jiefeng leather armor. Quality: bronze upper tier. Attribute: 15 constitution. Trait: fortification rare. Description: armor tanned from the entire back hide of a Jiefeng wolf, not only exceptionally tough, but also effective at buffering shocks to internal organs. A warm current flowed from the fitted sections of the armor through his limbs and bones. Su Bei took a deep breath, his heartbeat steadied, and grew more powerful, and the breath that had been slightly quick from tension completely calmed. If the earlier 20 points of strength made his muscles bristle with destructive intent, these 15 points of constitution gave him an unprecedented sense of vitality. His endurance, resistance to impact, and bodily toughness all rose by qualitative leaps. He tried several tactical rolls and abrupt direction stops in place. His movements were fluid without any sluggishness. The bronze upper tier Jiefeng leather armor imposed no burden of encumbrance, both offense and defense. Su Bei planted his feet again and gripped the hilt of the longing blade at his waist with a silver-grade weapon and bronze-grade armor. Even those island scions on launching whom the consortiums had armed to the teeth would not begin much higher. If he could not handle even a single initial monster with this gear, he might as well slit his own throat and spare the system the waste of its capability. Calming himself, Su Bei checked his remaining resources. 1 fixation chance remained for today. In his backpack were only 3 days clean water compressed biscuits and a few moisture-treated basic crop seeds. The system said anything can have traits added. Logistics items should be no exception. Adhering to the principle of not wasting refreshes, Su Bei took out the compressed biscuits and the canteen and tested refreshes one by one. The results left him a little helpless. Perhaps drawing purple and blue traits earlier had drained today's luck. All the logistics items produced nothing but white orbs. The best trait added to the compressed biscuits was merely delicious. Delicious. In the face of survival, flavor is the least valuable commodity. He certainly would not waste his precious final fixation chance on a biscuit. He stuffed the supplies back into his pack. Just as he prepared to lift the blade and head inland to seek traces of monsters, an extremely bold thought stormed into his mind. The system declared its power to add traits to all things. Su Bei slowly raised his hand. Am I considered all things? Then can I add traits to myself? Once the idea took hold, it spread frantically through his mind. Reason warned that it was dangerous. But on this island world, those who clung to convention died fastest. System, answer me. Am I within the category of target objects to which traits can be added? Silence filled his... For the first time, the system did not reply instantly. 1 second, 5 full seconds passed, and then yes. After receiving a positive confirmation from the system, Su Bei hesitated not at all. The risk is always proportional to the reward. If he could enhance his physical body with a skill upgrade right from the beginning, his chances of survival would increase exponentially. Refresh for myself. A flash of light sparkled. 3 glowing orbs detached from Su Bei's chest. The 2 on the left and right emitted a dim white light, as usual possessing worthless attributes. The orb hovering in the center did not display any color he had seen before. It spun slowly in midair, interweaving 7 brilliant colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, and purple. Mythical. A rainbow halo. This is the ultimate skill upgrade with the highest grade and the lowest probability according to the system's rules. The first time I refresh myself, and I directly get a mythical level. Su Bei bit his tongue hard, forcing himself to calm down through the pain. He knew that this was not the time to be excited. He reached out and gently touched the rainbow orb. A surge of information flooded into his mind. Killer God, mythical level rebirth, through killing proving the Tao. This is the prototype of rules that transcend the mundane. Effect 1, all-around basic attributes forcibly increased tenfold. Effect 2, gain the passive ability of battle absorption. In battle mode, he could absorb life, energy, and stamina proportionately through the damage dealt to enemies, repairing his injuries and replenishing his consumption. Effect 3, gain the passive ability of absolute mental immunity. Immune to all mental control, illusion, interference, fear, pressure, and soul shock below mythical level. Effect 4, break through the gene lock level, opening the path to the extraordinary. Damn. The usually rational and calm Su Bei was cursing wildly in his heart. Aside from those 2 words, he could find no language to describe the shock before him. Each of these 4 effects taken individually would be enough to bankrupt the top corporations on Blue Star in pursuit of them. What does a tenfold increase in basic attributes mean? A rigorously trained adult male has an upper limit of punch strength of about 150 kilograms. A tenfold increase means 1,500 kilograms, 1.5 tons of destructive power. This is just the pure physical strength, combined with the comprehensive tenfold enhancement of agility and neural reaction speed. He could even tear apart an ordinary armored vehicle with his bare hands. Battle absorption is truly a godly skill among godly skills. The energy consumption during intense combat is extremely terrifying. With this skill, as long as he keeps wielding his weapon, as long as he keeps inflicting damage, he is a perpetual motion machine, a true killer. As for absolute mental immunity and opening the path to the extraordinary, the former directly sealed off the attacks of bizarre creatures, while the latter opened the door for him to step into the extraordinary. No need to think any further. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Bei's eyes. This power is immense, and he doesn't know what price he will pay for a mortal body to endure the infusion of mythical level rules. But even if it kills him, he would never give up. System lock and killer god, fix it on myself. Ding. Command confirmed. Warning: fixing a mythical level skill will result in deep restructuring of carbon-based life forms accompanied by extreme pain. Please prepare host. As the system's prompt faded, the rainbow orb transformed into a streak of light and crashed directly into Su Bei's forehead with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom. There was no sound of an explosion, but Su Bei felt as if every single cell in his body had exploded instantaneously. A scream of utmost despair burst from Su Bei's throat. He fell backward onto the beach, engulfed in pain and ultimate agony that could not be described in human language. He could distinctly feel every fiber of muscle in his body being forcefully torn and ripped apart by an invisible. Then in an extremely brutal manner they were re-entangled and woven back together. His bones shattered inch by inch, and his marrow boiled as if molten lava were being poured into him. His internal organs spasmed as if pierced by thousands of steel needles simultaneously. HSS. Most terrifying of all, under the effect of absolute mental immunity, his consciousness remained absolutely clear. He could not escape this torturous torment. Through unconsciousness, he could only helplessly witness the destruction and rebirth of every cell. As the transformation proceeded, a thick, foul-smelling black sludge mixed with a few strands of crimson blood began to surge out of his pores. This was the impurity hidden deep within his genes, the waste of human metabolism, now being rapidly expelled from his body. Perhaps a minute had passed, or perhaps a century. When Su Bei felt as if he could no longer breathe, the searing pain that burned everything finally receded like a tide. In its place was a vast new vitality emerging from his marrow, as boundless as the ocean. Ding. The mythical level skill killer god has been successfully fixed. Su Bei inhaled a mouthful of salty sea breeze. He had survived. Instinctively he wanted to stand up, but as soon as his left hand touched the sand, he intended to use it for support. Bang. The sand was pressed down into a half-meter deep pit, and the enormous reaction force sent. He spun 180 degrees in midair like a top, then landed heavily on the beach 2 meters away in a particularly awkward position. Cough cough. Su Bei swallowed a mouthful of sand. He felt no pain. Upon landing, his enhanced muscles instinctively reacted perfectly, dissipating the impact through minor adjustments. However, Su Bei's complexion turned extremely grim. Lost control. He lay flat on the ground, afraid to move carelessly. The tenfold attribute increase had turned his body into an old Santana equipped with a spacecraft engine. He could not even walk normally, let alone fight. Su Bei took a deep breath and began to carefully contract his muscles, slowly climbing out of the sand pit, like a baby just learning to walk. He was about to attempt a jump to assess his current jumping ability. Whoosh! Accompanied by the explosion of sand beneath his feet, Su Bei shot up into the air like a cannonball, soaring directly to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Damn! As the sensation of weightlessness hit, Su Bei flailed in midair to adjust his posture, finally landing with a thud, creating 2 deep craters in the sand, the powerful recoil leaving his scalp tingling. For a whole half hour, Su Bei continued to do squats, punch, and shuttle runs on the beach, forcing himself to adapt to this entirely new body. Only when he could accurately pick up a grain of sand, without crushing it, did he finally stop moving. It was only then that he smelled the nauseating stench on his body. Looking down, he saw that his skin under the gale leather armor was covered with a thick layer of dark brown sludge, as if he had just been pulled out of a sewage pit. As someone with a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, this feeling was more unbearable than death. Without a second thought, Su Bei removed the leather armor and dashed into the nearby seawater. The cold, bitter seawater stimulated his freshly restructured skin as Su Bei vigorously scrubbed the grime off his body. Although bathing in seawater would leave salt and be uncomfortable, it was the only means of cleansing at the moment. After about 10 minutes, Su Bei emerged from the sea, cleansed of dirt. His skin now presented an extremely healthy brown hue. The muscle lines were not exaggerated, but each muscle seemed to contain explosive strength, displaying a perfect streamlined form. Just as he finished putting on the leather armor and picked up the longy knife, suddenly Grigulu. A rumbling sound of gastrointestinal activity echoed from his abdomen. Following that was an overwhelming wave of hunger. Su Bei's vision suddenly darkened, his legs weakened, nearly collapsed. Although the transformation of the mythical level skill was system-driven, the restructuring of the physical cells and the increase in energy density had completely depleted all his internal energy reserves. Without replenishment, his mutated cells would even begin to consume his own tissues. With red eyes, Su Bei crawled to his backpack, violently tearing open all the packaging of the compressed biscuits, mixing them with clean water and wolfing them down. It was useless. The 5 days' worth of rations went down like pouring a cup of water into the desert, not enough. Carbohydrates and plant proteins are no good, I need high-density meat energy. Boom boom. Just then a dull vibration came from the hilly inland. At first it was very weak, but soon the vibrations became dense and violent. A cloud of yellow dust rolled through the grass, carrying a fierce bloody wind charging straight toward the beach where Su Bei was. A monster had come to his doorstep. Su Bei slowly raised his right hand, unsheathing the longy knife with a clang. Perfect timing, just right, I'm hungry. The tremors coming from the inland of the island grew increasingly distinct. The gravel on the ground began to rhythmically jump, and the originally knee-high gray-green wild grass was forcefully parted to the sides by an overwhelming force. Su Bei stood his ground, tightly gripping the handle of the longing blade at his waist. He chose not to seek cover. On the limited area of the initial island, the moment newcomers arrive, the spawning monsters will detect the fluctuations of life energy and actively initiate a hunt. Avoiding battle is unrealistic, only a direct confrontation is possible. Rustle. The grass ahead was completely flattened, and a massive creature with a strong stench burst into Su Bei's line of sight. This monster's skeletal structure resembled that of a Komodo dragon from Blue Star, but its body length exceeded 5 meters. Its limbs were as thick as pillars, firmly gripping the ground. The most striking feature was its entire body covered in thick scales the size of a palm, exhibiting a pure black sheen. As sunlight hit the scales, it reflected a chilling metallic luster. In those inverted triangular vertical pupils, there was no emotion, only pure slaughter and hunger. At the same time, a faint blue data panel from the system automatically unfolded over Su Bei's retina. Name: Iron-shelled lizard. Level: lower black iron. Skills: infrared perception, able to accurately lock onto heat sources, ignoring conventional visual obstructions. Defense enhancement, tightening muscles to temporarily boost scale defense. Venom arrow, spitting corrosive acid. Description: a crawling monster specialized in physical defense. Ordinary metal weapons are as useless as scrap iron against it. Su Bei's gaze tightened as he scanned that layer of black scales. No wonder the survival rate in the initial stages every year is only 2/3. An ordinary high school student holding a government-issued iron long knife finds himself utterly helpless against such a heavily armored, highly mobile creature with ranged venom attacks. Even the top students must leverage terrain advantages, dig traps, and spend several days slowly grinding it down with zero margin for error in the process. This is the cruel selection mechanism of the island world. But this only applies to ordinary people. If it were half an hour ago, my only choice would have been to turn and jump into the sea, using the water to interfere with its infrared perception and then finding a way to maneuver around it. Su Bei felt a series of cramps in his stomach, hunger steadily eroding his rationality. But now I have no time to dig traps. Su Bei took a deep breath and forcefully kicked back with his left leg. Bang! The sand was instantly pressed into a deep pit by the terrifying force, and the surrounding gravel splattered backward like bullets. Su Bei's body transformed into a residual shadow, charging directly towards the trajectory of the iron-shelled lizard's charge, colliding straight into it. A flicker of human-like astonishment flashed across the iron-shelled lizard's vertical pupils. In its hunting instincts, a small, weak human encountering it should be screaming in terror and fleeing, only to have its spine bitten off from behind. It was the first time it encountered prey that initiated a reverse charge. The moment of astonishment transformed into rage. The iron-shelled lizard opened its massive jaws, revealing interlocking bone-white fangs, as corrosive venom began to rapidly secrete from deep within its throat. However, Su Bei's speed was too fast. With the tenfold attribute enhancement of the mythical tag, Killer God, Su Bei's absolute speed had completely surpassed the physiological limits of a human. Yet in the midst of high-speed movement, Su Bei immediately discovered his fatal flaw. Although his nerve reaction speed kept up, his brain's ability to process information and control limb strength still remained at the level of an ordinary person. His steps were somewhat unsteady, the trajectory of his sprint was not smooth enough, and due to exerting too much force, his upper body exhibited unnecessary swaying. Great strength, but lacking technique. Su Bei coldly evaluated himself in his mind. However, the absolute difference in power was enough to compensate for the roughness of his technique. Before the iron-shelled lizard's venom arrow could form, Su Bei had already charged to its side front. Facing that massive mouth with astonishing bite force, Su Bei's brain calmly calculated an evasion route, forcing strength into his waist, and tilted his body to the right in a somewhat stiff posture, avoiding the direct lunge. Immediately he drew his blade. Whoosh! The dark silver longing blade was unsheathed, the purple edge of the blade drawing a sharp arc in the air. Subai originally aimed for the neck gap, where the iron-shelled lizard's scales were thinner, but due to control errors during high-speed movement, the blade ultimately deviated from its intended path, striking directly at the center of the iron-shelled lizard's toughest skull. Phew. There was no crisp sound of metal clashing, only the dull thud of the blade cutting through leather and bone. The material of lower-grade silver combined with the overpowering effect of the epic armor-piercing tag that ignored 60 of physical defense rendered the iron-shelled lizard's proud metal scales as fragile as rotting wood before the longing blade. The blade cut through the skull without obstruction, damaging the brain, and then penetrated out from the jaw. The tremendous kinetic energy carried the iron-shelled lizard's corpse, sliding across the sand for several meters, carving a deep trench, until it finally came to a stop against a weathered rock. Thick, dark red blood quickly stained the sand. A single strike had taken the life. Subai stood in place, gasping for breath. He shook his right hand, holding the blade, feeling a slight tingling sensation in his tiger's mouth. That last strike was too solid, and the recoil was immense. If it weren't for the stability tag of the leather armor cushioning part of the force, this blow could have potentially sprained his wrist. Tactical execution was extremely crude. Subai did not feel proud for killing the monster in a second. If I had encountered an agile monster just now, that poorly aimed strike would have exposed me to a fatal flaw. He wiped the long knife clean on the monster's fur and stepped towards the corpse. The battle was over. Now was the time to reap the rewards. Subai did not strike at the softest part of the abdomen, but carefully peeled away those palm-sized black iron scales along the texture of the scales. These were extremely high-quality armor materials capable of fetching a large amount of basic resources in the initial trading market of the island world. As the dissection deepened, Subai's blade tip touched a hard object deep within the chest cavity. He used the blade tip to pry it out. It was a fist-sized, semi-transparent, gray, multifaceted crystal. Inside the crystal, it seemed as if liquid was slowly flowing, emitting weak energy fluctuations. Item: Heart of the Island. Usage: dropped the user's blood onto the surface of the crystal to complete the binding, gaining the highest authority of the current island and becoming a trainee island lord. Subai picked up the blood-stained crystal, and a hint of uncontrollable excitement finally surfaced in his eyes. This was the entry ticket to becoming a trainee island lord. He placed the heart of the island on a clean rock beside him, took the longing blade, and aimed it at the tip of his left index finger. Binding requires blood. Subai controlled the strength while gently slicing his fingertip with the blade, attempting to make a small cut. As the blade slid across, it left not even a white mark on the surface of his skin. Subai was stunned. He increased the force and cut again. Still there was no response. He looked at the silver long knife that had just effortlessly cleaved through the iron-shelled lizard's skull, then at his unscathed fingertip, falling into silence. The tenfold increase in physique had made his skin's toughness and muscle density reach an inhuman level. Moreover, with the hidden defensive enhancement from the killer god tag, it had become quite difficult for him to draw blood. If I get injured in battle in the future and need surgery, ordinary medical tools wouldn't be able to cut through my skin at all. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and focused all his strength on his right hand, using the longing blade to saw back and forth on his fingertip like sawing wood. After a full half-minute, accompanied by a sharp pain, the resilient outer layer of skin was finally cut open with a tiny slit. Subai reacted quickly, immediately squeezing his finger. As a drop of bright red blood dripped onto the heart of the island, the wound on his fingertip healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving not even a trace of a scar. The moment the blood merged with the crystal, the gray crystal suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. The light shot into the sky, forming a massive pillar of light above the island. Immediately after, a grand, cold, mechanical voice resonated in the minds of millions of newcomers worldwide, echoing synchronously in the public area of the island world. Global announcement: congratulations to the newcomer from the Dragon Country region, Subai, for successfully slaying the initial monster and obtaining the heart of the island. Global announcement: Subai has become the first newcomer to be promoted to Apprentice Island Master this session. The announcement echoed 3 times, reverberating across the entire island. The vast island world was divided into millions of tiny isolated islands by dense fog. At the moment the global announcement rang out, countless newcomers struggling for survival froze in their tracks on an island situated in a swampy terrain. A newcomer covered in mud struggling to set up a tripwire with branches and vines blankly looked up at the fading glow in the sky. Less than 50 meters away, a venomous frog emitted a chilling low croak from the swamp. What a joke. It's not even been an hour since our arrival, and someone has already killed a monster. He looked despairingly at the rusted knife in his hand, its edge dulled, and his mental state instantly crumbled. Meanwhile, on another densely vegetated island, a well-equipped consortium, air-dressed in high-end tactical protective gear, was hiding in the treetops, analyzing the movements of the monsters below through a tactical tablet. Upon hearing the announcement, he slammed his fist against the tree trunk, his face turning pale. How is this possible? I brought the latest neurotoxin and didn't dare to confront them. He didn't. Oh, what kind of monster is this Subai? Is he a super weapon secretly cultivated by the Dragon Country military? Almost simultaneously, the global communication channel for newcomers exploded with activity. On the originally sparse virtual panel of rescue messages, words in various languages flooded the screen like a waterfall. The island world's built-in instant translation function conveyed these emotions accurately to everyone. Sunset District William absurd. This is definitely a loophole in the rules. The physical data of Dragon Country individuals has always been average in the Alliance database. He cannot possibly have soloed an initial monster within an hour. I demand the island world's mainframe to thoroughly investigate his data stream. He must have cheated. Asen District Nehru, I fully agree with Lord William's viewpoint. The great Ganges spirit has bestowed upon me extraordinary endurance. I just tested the monster's strength, and it is simply beyond human capacity. This Dragon Country individual must have used some despicable means. Goryeo District Park Inmyeong, everyone, according to the latest research by our Korean historians, the surname Su Bai originates from our Seoul region. He is actually an excellent descendant of our Goryeo bloodline, which also explains why he can achieve such feats. Fusang District Nichikawa Gosaka, the comments above are simply an insult to intelligence. The spirit of Bushido displayed by Su Bai clearly originates from our Yamato people. Free District Francis, stop the meaningless debate. Su Bai, immediately disclose your methods of slaying monsters and any loopholes in the channel. This is for the survival of all humanity. If you refuse to share, the Free District will impose comprehensive sanctions on you after you enter the neutral trading zone. Faced with the arrogance and pressure from newcomers in other regions, the newcomers from the Dragon Country region quickly reacted and launched a fierce counterattack. Dragon Country District Song Zishuan, yo, I can smell a sour stench even through the screen. If you're weak, just practice more. If you can't defeat a monster, don't come barking in the channel. Cheating. Go ahead and try to cheat in the island world. Dragon Country District Xiao Shanha, some troublesome individual from the Goryeo District, shut up. The universe is yours, right? Dragon Country District Zhang Yong Su Shun is amazing, who said that ordinary newcomers from the Dragon Country have no chance to stand out. Let's slap the faces of these consortium lackeys. Dragon Country District Wang Yongjing Su Shin, come out and say something. Show these barbarians what a dimensional strike. At this moment, the topic of conversation, Su Bai, who was mentioned and tagged by tens of millions of people globally, was sitting beside the corpse of the iron-armored lizard, without even the slightest interest in glancing at the chat channel. It wasn't that he had a cold personality, he was truly on the verge of collapsing. Hungry. Su Bai painfully clutched his cramping stomach, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The brief, yet violent charge, and a single strike, had completely drained the meager energy he had painstakingly accumulated through compressed biscuits. The passive combat absorption from the Killing God entry had indeed taken effect, but that minute energy feedback was utterly insufficient to fill the massive gap needed for cellular recomposition after a tenfold attribute surge. Now, looking at the pile of bloody and mangled lizard guts, he even found them to be appealing. I must open the treasure chest first to see if there are any supplies, then immediately deal with this lizard meat. He resisted the urge to shove raw meat into his mouth and focused his attention on the golden level blind box treasure chest that had appeared before him. The chest was about half a meter long, made entirely of an unknown dark golden metal with intricate and ancient magical patterns carved on its surface, exuding a heavy texture. In the hierarchy of black, iron, bronze, silver, and gold, golden level items at this stage represented an absolute dimensional strike. Su Bai took a deep breath, placing his hands on the cold metallic lock of the treasure chest, and issued a command in his heart: open. Click. The lock sprang open and the chest lid automatically lifted. An extremely dazzling, almost tangible golden light instantly filled Su Bai's entire field of vision. As the golden light dissipated, 3 system prompt sounds rang out in his mind: acquired random golden level seed X1, acquired earth spirit recruitment scroll X1, acquired portable mini magical field blueprint X10. The number of items was small, with no direct finished weapons or the highly desired high-calorie food. However, the long-term value contained in these 3 items instantly sharpened Su Bai's mind. Su Bai reached out and took out the 3 items hovering above the treasure chest one by one. First was a seed the size of a thumb, entirely blood red with a surface covered in vein-like patterns. It felt warm and pulsating in his hand, resembling a miniature heart. Name: blood spirit fruit, tree seed, quality golden, superior description, an extremely rare extraordinary plant. When planted in soil rich in magical energy, it can bear blood spirit fruits when mature. Effect: long-term consumption can significantly enhance the physical body of carbon-based life forms and delay aging at the cellular level, increasing lifespan. Increased lifespan. Su Bai stared at the blood spirit fruit seed in his hand, his expression shifting unpredictably. On Blue Star, potions that can delay aging are always top-tier strategic resources tightly monopolized by those consortium leaders and power elites. If someone knew that a newcomer possessed a golden-level fruit tree capable of continuously producing lifespan resources, Su Bai would face not just monster attacks, but the endless pursuit of the top powers of humanity. Having a precious item is a crime. A glimmer of cold clarity flashed in Su Bai's eyes. Even good things require a life to use. With his current strength, although he reigned among newcomers, he was still just a slightly larger ant in front of those seasoned island masters who had been operating for decades. Moreover, the system description was very clear that this item needed to be planted in soil rich in magical energy. The sandy ground and ordinary soil of this initial island could not possibly allow a golden-level seed to sprout. Even if it did sprout, without sufficient water for irrigation, it would be a dead end. Subai carefully tucked the blood spirit fruit seed away close to him, and turned his gaze to the remaining recruitment scroll and blueprints. The real survival challenge has only just begun. At this moment, Subai was crouched beside the massive corpse of the armored lizard, adopting a vigilant stance. He did not rush to deal with the blood and flesh scattered around, but instead fixed his gaze firmly on the center of his palm. There quietly lying a thumb-sized seed exuding a dark red hue. Blood spirit fruit tree seed, high-grade gold. Once matured, it can produce blood spirit fruits, which significantly enhance the physical condition of the consumer, delay aging, and prolong lifespan with long-term consumption. Prolonging lifespan. In this world, regardless of how times change or how advanced civilization becomes, the yearning for longevity remains a deeply ingrained instinct within all humanity. Especially after the arrival of the island world over 100 years ago, which marked the beginning of a great era of exploration, this desire has been magnified infinitely. In this era, lifespan is no longer an abstract theological concept, but a tangible commodity that can be purchased through resources. Those seasoned island lords who have struggled for decades in the island world, and the leaders of conglomerates controlling the economic lifeline of Blue Planet. They possess wealth, power, and military strength unimaginable to ordinary people. Yet regardless of how advantageous their external conditions are, the aging of the body still looms over them. To live even half a year longer to rejuvenate their exhausted bodies. These prominent figures at the pinnacle of the pyramid would not hesitate to overturn a nation or launch bloody resource plundering wars. In the black market trading network of Blue Planet, any item linked to lifespan is not measured in monetary terms. Yet now Subai, an 18-year-old newcomer who had just arrived on the island less than 2 hours ago, held a veritable treasure trove capable of continuously producing lifespan resources. The value of this item has far exceeded my current limit to bear. The euphoric feeling lingered in his mind for less than 3 seconds before being replaced by rationality. He was well aware of the principle that an innocent man suffers for possessing something precious. If he held a top-tier golden-grade battle knife, the outside world might marvel at his luck, and even major conglomerates would be willing to pay heavily to recruit him. However, if the outside world were to learn that he possessed a blood spirit fruit tree capable of mass-producing lifespan, what awaited him would be nothing but endless assassinations, kidnappings, and even army-level physical eradications. In the eyes of those old monsters yearning for immortality, Subai was merely a lucky little bug. Crushing him to seize the fruit tree would be the most natural thing. I absolutely cannot let any word leak out. Until my strength reaches a level where I can disregard conventional firearms and high-level transcendent beings on Blue Planet, the existence of this seed must remain buried within me. Subai's eyes flashed with a trace of resolute ferocity. He slowly tightened his fingers, feeling the faint warmth emanating from the surface of the dark red seed and the overwhelming vitality within. I will consume it myself. Subai immediately clarified his next strategic direction. He possessed the Killing God attribute, which had forcibly increased his base attributes tenfold. But this was merely a starting point. His physical body was still a long way from being a true powerhouse. If he could harness the effects of the blood spirit fruit, his cellular and muscular capabilities would undoubtedly experience a second qualitative leap. At that time, he would truly possess the capital to establish himself in this cannibalistic island world. However, a superlative plant like the blood spirit fruit tree has a growth cycle that often spans decades, or even centuries. Given my current situation, I simply cannot afford to wait. Subai glanced at the glaring star in the sky. The gravity and light of the island world differed subtly from that of Blue Planet. He took a deep breath and issued a command. System lock onto the target in my palm. Blood spirit fruit tree seed, execute daily refresh operation. Although I have exhausted my 3 fixed attribute opportunities for today, the free refresh opportunity available once a day, if not utilized, will automatically reset and clear at midnight. That would be a tremendous waste of resources. Since I cannot immediately fix it, I will refresh it to see what I get. If I encounter a top-tier attribute, I will place it in the reserve library and wait until midnight to perform the fixing operation. If what I refresh is all garbage, I can simply refresh again tomorrow. Ding. Command confirmed. Calculating rule restructuring for the target object. Accompanied by the system's prompt sound, the space above Subai's palm began to subtly distort. 3 tiny light spheres visible only to him slowly emerged around the dark red seed like satellite. 2 dim white light spheres and 1 deep blue light sphere. Subai's heartbeat quickened slightly. Although there were no purple or orange spheres representing epic or extraordinary attributes, the appearance of a blue sphere rare extraordinary level was already enough to prove the terrifying baseline drop rate of the super divine attribute system. He followed the usual practice and first probed with his mental energy into the 2 white light spheres. Hard skin common level white slightly alters the cellular structure of the plant's epidermis. Increases the toughness of the fruit's skin after maturity, making it less prone to damage during transport and falls. Increased sweetness common level white optimizes the sugar synthesis pathways within the plant. Significantly enhances the taste and sweetness of the fruit after maturity. Pure garbage attributes. Subai unhesitatingly sentenced these two white attributes to death. In a world of survival and slaughter, taste and appearance are the cheapest things. Even if the blood spirit fruit tasted like a lump of fermented rotten meat, as long as it could increase lifespan and physique, those conglomerate leaders would swallow it without hesitation. These two attributes were utterly useless for improvement. Rapid growth blue significantly reduces the target plant's maturation time by 50, elevating the item's rank to low-grade platinum. Low-grade platinum. Su Bei's breath momentarily halted. The transition from high-grade gold to low-grade platinum is not merely a change in nomenclature, but a leap across an entire major tier. In Blue Planet's database, any platinum-level item is only found in the vaults of the most elite conglomerates or in the hands of top lords who control large islands. The effect of reducing maturation time by 50 directly cuts the time cost in half. This is practically a cheat during the early stages of exploration. It's decided you're the one. Subai forcibly suppressed the impulse to fix it, immediately glancing at the old mechanical watch on his wrist, noting that there were still over 7 hours until midnight. He must wait. However, the joy did not last long. Gurgle. His stomach let out a thunderous roar. The tenfold increase in base attributes had pushed his metabolic rate to an exceedingly terrifying level. The energy consumed from killing the armored lizard could not be replenished merely by compressed biscuits. He cast a glance at the mangled lizard corpse beside him, forcibly stifling the urge to eat it raw. The flesh of island monsters likely harbored unknown parasites and toxins. Consuming it raw without high-temperature treatment would be akin to drinking poison. I need to start a fire immediately, but by myself I must remain wary of monsters that may appear at any moment. Gather firewood to cook meat and plan the island's construction. Am somewhat stretched thin. Subai gritted his teeth and stood up with determination. He carefully placed the invaluable blood spirit fruit tree seed into his tactical pocket. Then his gaze shifted to the recently opened golden treasure chest. The second item was a parchment scroll that emitted a soil-colored glow. Earth Spirit Recruitment Scroll, low-grade gold. After tearing it apart, it can forcibly bind the surrounding earth elemental energy to summon and bind a gold-grade earth spirit. A pillow is passed to the sleepy. In this initial stage where nothing exists, there is nothing more precious than a super labor force that does not require food or sleep, working tirelessly 24 hours a day. Subai is quite familiar with the various creations of the island world. A century of exploration history has long inscribed this basic information into textbooks. In this world filled with stray energy, elemental life forms are exceptionally unique existences. They lack flesh and blood, entirely composed of pure elements. Among them, earth spirits, due to their natural affinity with the earth, have a gentle and sluggish disposition, performing poorly in combat. A black iron-level armored lizard, if enraged, could easily crush a silver-level earth spirit. However, in the fields of agricultural construction and terrain modification, earth spirits are undeniably the uncrowned kings. They do not require hoes or plows. Their fingers serve as the best tools for breaking ground, capable of accurately detecting soil moisture, and as long as they are assigned specific areas, they can transform a barren Gobi desert into fertile fields in the shortest time possible. But on Blue Star, the ruins that can produce earth spirit scrolls are extremely rare. These scrolls have always been in high demand and low supply. Even the second-generation heirs of those consortiums find it difficult to obtain an earth spirit to assist in land reclamation in the early stages. The vast majority of newcomers can only rely on their hands, using shovels to dig the earth bit by bit. System refresh the Earth Spirit Recruitment Scroll. Adhering to the principle of never wasting any free refresh opportunity, Subai issued the command once more. A gleam of light flickered. 3 white orbs of light slowly rose from the surface of the scroll. Subai did not even check their specific attributes, directly dismissing them based on color. The consecutive appearance of outstanding level inscriptions seemed to have exhausted his fortune for the day. Rather than wasting energy to enhance a piece of paper, it is better to summon the earth spirit directly and refresh its body. Without any hesitation, Subai grasped both ends of the scroll and tore it apart. With a rip, the sheepskin scroll was instantly torn in half. As the scroll ruptured, a solid-like pillar of earthy yellow light shot upwards. Immediately after, this light pillar violently rushed back into the ground beneath Subai's feet. Boom. The ground began to tremble violently. Subai quickly retreated several meters, while holding the longing blade, vigilantly watching the center where the energy was gathering. The originally loose sand and soil seemed to come to life, frantically converging and compressing towards the center. The moisture in the soil was rapidly drawn out, and the soft texture became harder than granite under the immense magical pressure. In just 10 seconds, a humanoid creature about 80 centimeters tall, composed entirely of high-density gray-brown rock and soil, slowly rose from the ground. Its limbs were disproportionately stout, lacking a distinct neck with its head directly connected to broad shoulders. The face had no features, only a crack that emitted a faint yellow glow. Name Earth Spirit. Quality mid-grade gold. Skills 1. Mastery of farming, proficient in plowing, stone crushing, irrigation, and other agricultural transformation abilities 2. Earth element affinity. As long as its feet stand on the ground, it can slowly absorb the energy of the earth veins to repair its own damage and maintain daily consumption. Loyalty 100. Soulbound, absolutely obeys commands, never betrays. Crack. The earth spirit slowly rotated its stiff rocky body and faced Subai. Then it very slowly knelt on one knee, paying homage to the creator who bestowed it with life. Subai took it. This reset the refresh opportunity, which means that the previous refresh of the scroll does not affect the refresh of the earth spirit's body. System lock onto the earth spirit's body. Refresh. The moment the command was given, 3 orbs of light appeared out of thin air. 2 white, 1 blue. Force smile. It can force a hideous smile on the earth spirit's face. Throw stones. It can create nice splashes with 10 water droplets. Subai's mouth twitched. Indeed, the white inscriptions were of no use. As he reached to touch the blue orb, his breath completely faltered in the next moment. Fission blue. The target body can consume a certain amount of energy each day to create a secondary fission body with 40 of the main Bodis attributes. The fission body absolutely obeys the main Bodis commands with no limit on quantity. Divine skill. Although this inscription does not directly elevate the item's tier like rapid growth, the earth spirit remains mid-grade gold, but it perfectly resolves Subai's most critical issue of human resource scarcity. A secondary fission body with 40 attributes may not even be able to defeat the lowest level gopher in combat, but it is more than sufficient for plowing, sowing, and weeding. In the early stages of island development, what is most needed is this tireless, foot-free cheap labor force. Moreover, the phrase "no limit on quantity" means that as long as Subai can survive long enough, he will be able to assemble a massive army of earth spirits for agriculture. By that time, the resource output of this island will reach an extremely terrifying number. By midnight, solidify secondary fission. Subai made up his mind. He lowered his head, looking at the earth spirit standing quietly before him, and tentatively asked, "Can you understand complex spatial planning and time allocation? For example, dividing this land into 3 areas and irrigating them at different time periods." The faint light in the fissure of the earth spirit's eyes flickered a few times, then it slowly shook its head. It raised its stout earthen arm, pointed to the ground, and made a simple, digging motion. Subai understood it well. Although the gold-level earth spirit possesses some intelligence, it is limited to executing basic instructions like plowing and planting. It is unrealistic to expect it to become an overall agricultural manager. The intelligence inherited by the secondary fission body will only be lower, meaning that Subai will still have to personally plan and micromanage in the early stages. Take these. Subai pulled out the basic crop seeds issued by the government from his tactical backpack and tossed them to the earth spirit. The earth spirit caught them steadily and stuffed the seeds into the crack in its chest. Follow me to the center of the island. Subai did not delay any longer. He held the package of armored lizard scales that he had just cut off in his left hand, while his right hand never left the hilt of the longing blade. With 10 times agility, he moved through the rugged hilly terrain as if it were flat ground, while the earth spirit followed closely behind with heavy steps at an astonishing speed. About 20 minutes later, Subai arrived at the center of this miniature island. It was a slightly elevated, gentle slope with an open view all around. The sea breeze caused the grass here to lie low, leaving no visual dead angles for large monsters to hide. Subai stopped, pulling out the heart of the island from the lining of his chest. This is the symbol of authority for the apprentice island lord and the control hub of the island. If it is not buried into the soil at the center of the island to establish an energy connection, not only can the island not expand, but Subai cannot use any buildings or defense functions of the island. More importantly, if the heart of the island is shattered by a monster, he will be deemed unqualified by the laws and sent back to Blue Star. Before preparing to dig a placement pit, Subai called up the system's refresh panel. Although the heart of the island is very special, it should also count as an item, and items can refresh inscriptions. No matter if it can be fixed or not, the free refresh opportunity must not be wasted. System refresh the inscriptions of the heart of the island. The halo swirled. As Subai clearly saw the 3 orbs of light before him, his steps came to a sudden halt. One was white, one was blue, and the last one emitted a purple glow. Epic. Subai took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his racing heartbeat, immediately dismissing the white entry defense boost, increases crystal hardness, and the blue entry jump allows instant displacement of 5 meters when receiving a lethal attack. These 2 entries seemed useful, but in the real life and death struggle, if the monster discovered the location of the heart of the island, adding hardness or displacing 5 meters would not change the outcome of destruction. His mental strength firmly locked onto that purple epic entry. 3-dimensional detection. Purple releases unobstructed waves centered on the heart of the island. It can encompass the entire island and the nearby sea area. Any entity carrying hostility or unauthorized organisms that intrude will have its precise coordinates immediately locked and projected into the island owner's mind. Who? Subai exhaled a long breath. This was undoubtedly the most valuable entry of the day, even surpassing God of Death. Why was he afraid to rest? Why even with 10 times the attributes, did he still tightly grip the hilt of his knife? Because he was human. He could feel fatigue, could doze off, and might even lose focus while eating. In this perilous world, the most lethal threat was never the armored lizard charging Hedon. It was those monsters skilled in disguised stealth, and even capable of becoming invisible at night. If he were bitten in the throat by a venomous snake, while sound asleep, no amount of attributes would matter. But now with three-dimensional detection, it was as if he had installed a flawless God's Eye warning system across the entire island. As long as a monster set foot on this island, he could eliminate it at the first opportunity. Rapid growth, secondary split, three-dimensional detection. These three entries form the iron triangle of my resources, logistics, and defense. Su Bei's mind raced. At midnight tonight, after resetting the fixed times, I must immediately secure all of them. After sorting out his objectives, Su Bei inserted the longy knife beside him and personally dug a half-meter deep pit at the highest point of the gentle slope. He didn't let the Earth Spirit do the work. This core hub concerning his life and death he felt was best handled personally. He carefully placed the heart of the island at the bottom of the pit and buried it with soil. Buzz! The moment it was buried, Su Bei felt the ground beneath his feet shake violently. An invisible wave spread from the slope, swiftly sweeping across every corner of the island. An indescribable sense of control surged in his heart, as if the island had become part of his body. Go ahead, till the land within 30 meters around, and plant the ordinary seeds of Blue Star. Su Bei turned to give the Earth Spirit the command. The Earth Spirit received the order, immediately walking aside, its sturdy arms plunging directly into the hard soil. With the operation of magic power, the compacted soil was turned over and crushed, transforming into soft soil suitable for cultivation. Watching the Earth Spirit start to operate efficiently, Su Bei finally relaxed a bit of his tense nerves. The feeling of hunger surged again like a tide. He walked to the place where supplies were stored and took out the last item from the treasure chest. Rewards, 10 parchment blueprints radiating a faint magical glow. Portable miniature magical field. Su Bei's gaze fell upon the stack of blueprints, a glint flashing in his eyes. The blood spirit fruit tree was saved. Portable miniature magical field, contract blueprint, quality low-grade gold, effect description: affix the blueprint to the ground to activate, forcibly extracting and transforming free energy, converting 1 standard acre of land into a magical field. Core amplification: any plant grown in the magical field will have its natural growth cycle reduced by 30 and yield increased by 30. Su Bei's gaze swept repeatedly over these few lines of brief descriptions. In the agricultural knowledge of Blue Star, yield and cycle often constrained each other. But under the extraordinary rules of the island world, this magical field directly broke common sense. 1 reduction and 1 increase with the same area of 1 acre. The actual resource output efficiency of the magical field is almost twice that of ordinary land. Su Bei gently rubbed the rough edges of the parchment with his fingers, murmuring, if it's only used to plant basic staple foods like potatoes and wheat, it would be a tremendous waste. Its true value lies in the combination with high-level extraordinary plants. Immediately the seed of the blood spirit fruit tree he kept close at hand surfaced in his mind. The original growth cycle of the blood spirit fruit tree is extremely long. In a natural state, it often takes several years or even decades to complete the process from germination to the first fruiting. But the situation was different now. The seed of the blood spirit fruit tree was about to be fixed with the entry rapid growth, forcibly reducing its maturation time by 50. If it were then planted in the magical field, which reduces the growth cycle by 30, these 2 reductions combined would be enough to compress the originally long time span to a mere 1 or 2 years. If in the later stages of expanding the island, he could also obtain other auxiliary means through trading or opening treasure chests, this cycle might even be compressed to just a few months. Just a few months to yield platinum-level extraordinary fruits that could extend absolute lifespan. Su Bei's breathing grew heavy. He understood all too well what this meant. By that time, he wouldn't need to fight desperately on the front lines with those terrifying deep-sea behemoths. Those veteran island lords on Blue Star who were half a foot in the grave along with the heads of corporations would swarm like sharks smelling blood. They would kneel on the ground, offering their decades of accumulated high-grade armor and strategic weapons just to exchange for a blood spirit fruit in his hands. With these 10 acres of magical fields as a foundation, he would truly possess the leverage to pry open the top resources of the island world. I must activate them immediately. Su Bei's fervor gradually receded, and he habitually gave the command in his heart. System, prepare to refresh the entries of the magical field contract blueprints. Just as the command was issued, Su Bei's fingers suddenly froze. He realized a loophole. System rule limitation: in the current phase, I only have 3 chances to fix entries each day. Su Bei's brow furrowed deeply. There are a total of 10 magical field blueprints here. If I regard them as independent individual items, even if I'm extremely lucky and can refresh top-tier entries every day, I would still need to spend 4 whole days to fix all 10 acres of magical fields. In this rapidly changing island world where monsters could land at any moment, time was the most expensive cost. In those 4 days he also needed to fix rapid growth secondary split and 3-dimensional detection while reserving reinforcement times for unexpected situations. If he exhausted all his time refreshing fields, his development pace would be completely derailed. Just as Subai felt it was troublesome, Ding detected that the island owner currently holds a large number of standardized items with the same name and attributes, triggering the mechanism. Do you want to activate batch refresh mode? Su Bei's eyes suddenly sharpened. Explain the specific mechanisms and limitations of batch refreshing. Rule explanation for items of the same type and batch. The island owner may choose to treat them as a whole for refreshing. Advantages: 1. Refresh shares the alternative entry pool. 1. Fix allows all items in the same batch to simultaneously receive the enhancement effect of that entry, consuming only 1 fixing opportunity. Limitations: once batch refresh and entry fixing are executed, the items of that batch will be permanently bound. Any new entry positions unlocked afterward can only be operated as a whole and cannot be individually separated for enhancement. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Bai fell into a brief silence. This was a decision highly characterized by gambling. If he did not use bulk refresh and instead refreshed the 10 contract blueprints separately, he could see 30 alternative entries each day. The larger the base number, the higher the chance of encountering low probability events, thus increasing the likelihood of obtaining epic, legendary, or even mythical entries. Refreshing separately had a very high ceiling. If he used bulk refresh, the 10 blueprints would be treated as a whole, and he would still only see 3 alternative entries each day. If all he rolled were worthless white entries, he would waste an entire day. Time efficiency, or ultra-high drop rates. I don't have time to gamble on that elusive mythical probability. Su Bai quickly made his decision. He currently had a significant initial advantage, but this was merely the beginning. The island world had an extremely cruel competition mechanism for newcomers. The first year after their arrival was collectively referred to as the newcomer period. During this period, the island world would rank every newcomer island lord globally based on their comprehensive development data, such as island area resource output and the number of monsters killed, conducting a monthly ranking settlement. Newcomers ranked at the top would receive survival supplies and high-tier items directly issued by the mainframe. The newcomer king who ranked first for the month would receive a fixed reward, the golden treasure chest, which he had just experienced the sweetness of. Moreover, if someone could dominate the newcomer rankings for 12 consecutive months with absolute supremacy, they would earn the highest newcomer honor recognized by the island world, the Supreme Newcomer King. The corresponding ultimate reward was the diamond treasure chest, capable of altering the strategic landscape of the entire region. In the 100-year history of the island world's arrival in Blue Star, those who achieved this feat were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Washington from the Lighthouse region, Ekaterina from the White Bear region, Elizabeth from the Sun Never Sets region, Poseidon from the Kangaroo region. These names were now giants who controlled the absolute discourse power of the Blue Star Alliance. Since Su Bai held the super divine entry system, his goal could not merely be to survive. He intended to crush all his competitors of the same generation with brutal efficiency, claiming those 12 golden treasure chests along with the ultimate diamond treasure chest. To achieve this goal, the developmental pace in the early stages must not falter. The magic fields had to be put into. As long as I can refresh a blue or green entry that fits the current developmental needs, I will fix it immediately without being greedy. Su Bai hesitated no more, placing his hands on the neatly stacked 10 magic field contracts and firmly issuing the command in his heart system: lock in the 10 magic field contracts and execute bulk refresh. Light surged. 3 orbs of light slowly rose from the surface of the parchment. 2 were white, 1 was green. Although the purple and orange colors representing excellence and epics did not appear, Su Bei's expression showed little disappointment. Though the system's drop rate was high, it could not guarantee that he would overturn fate every time. The appearance of a green excellent level entry was already quite satisfactory. He immediately reached into the orb of light to read the information. The first white orb, insect repellent white, creates a weak magical barrier around the magic field, driving away ordinary pests. Su Bai shook his head and skipped it. If monsters from the island attacked, this level of insect repellent barrier was no different from being made of paper. The second white orb, growth promotion white, reduces the growth cycle of plants by an additional 1. Su Bai spat in disdain. Against the original 30 reduction of the magic field, this additional 1 was merely a drop in the bucket, holding no strategic value. He placed his last hope on the green orb. Double area green does not change the soil quality or enhancement properties of the magic field, but doubles the area. Double area. As soon as he saw the property of the entry, a light burst forth in Su Bei's eyes. No need to wait for midnight to gamble on tomorrow's refresh. Once it hits midnight, he'll lock in this entry immediately. This green entry's property was incredibly straightforward. It did not add any flashy effects to the magic field, nor did it elevate the item level from low-grade gold. It simply did one thing: it doubled the area. But for Su Bai at this moment, the strategic value behind this was even more terrifying than being given a purple entry that reduced the growth cycle. 1 contract converts to 1 acre of land. 10 contracts would originally convert to only 10 acres of magic field. However, with the blessing of double area, those 10 contracts would directly convert to a full 20 acres of golden level magic field. What does this concept mean? It means he has essentially obtained 10 golden level magic field contracts for free. If he were to purchase 10 low-grade golden magic field blueprints on the trading market of Blue Star, it would require an extremely painful resource cost. Yet now the system had helped him complete the initial accumulation of capital with just one green entry. What fits the present is the ultimate top tier. With these 20 acres of magic field, he could carve out a core area specifically for cultivating blood spirit fruit trees and other high-value extraordinary plants obtained later. As for the remaining 10 acres, he could fully utilize them to plant high-yield crops brought from Blue Star on a large scale. In the early stages of the island world, food was absolute hard currency. Countless untalented newcomers would struggle on the brink of starvation, and at that time the ordinary grains produced by these 20 acres of magic field would become the scythe with which he reaped resources from other newcomers. Carefully rolling up the 10 magic field contracts, he returned them to his tactical backpack. Subai stood up and stretched his muscles vigorously. His tenfold physicality emitted a series of crisp sounds like frying beans, a powerful sense of strength coursing through his muscle fibers. There were still a few hours until the midnight reset. Subai turned his head to look at the earth spirit working not far away. This elemental life composed of rocks and soil demonstrated terrifying engineering efficiency. It did not use any physical tools such as hoes or shovels. It merely walked steadily within the area demarcated. As the yellowish light on its chest flickered, the hardened, compacted soil that it passed through was as if it encountered an invisible mixer rolling and breaking apart automatically. The stones and roots that were hidden beneath the soil were precisely stripped away and piled aside. The originally barren sandy loam, under the magical grooming of the earth spirit's earth element affinity, not only became soft and breathable, but even the moisture distribution of the soil became extremely even. This is not merely farming, this is casting earth magic. Subai watched this scene secretly amazed. If he were to operate an excavator on Blue Star, he might not be as fast as this earth spirit walking just a few steps. Utilizing the gaps while the earth spirit was tilling, Subai did not remain idle. He pulled out several high-strength carbon fiber retractable rods prepared in Blue Star from his backpack, and also took out a tactical camouflage cloth resistant to wind and water. Centering on the earth mound that concealed the heart of the island, he quickly erected an extremely simple, yet exceptionally sturdy single-person low tent. In this perilous environment, he would not go anywhere tonight. His core task was to guard the heart of the island until midnight, solidifying the entry for three-dimensional detection. Only with this Godseya radar network set up could he truly close his eyes and rest. The sky gradually darkened. A pale purple moon rose from the horizon, casting a layer of cool twilight over the entire island. The temperature of the sea breeze began to drop, brushing against Subai's bare arms, yet he felt not a hint of chill. His tenfold physique had already made him immune to such conventional temperature changes. Subai sat in front of the tent, his gaze sweeping around. On the beach at the edge of the island, a few lonely coconut trees swayed in the sea breeze. Earth Spirit stopped for a moment. Subai immediately stood up and pointed at the few coconut trees on the distant beach, ordering go uproot those trees and transplant them to an area 10 meters away from here. Although it is merely an ordinary coconut tree, in the case of extremely scarce water resources, in the early stages coconut water is the best source of hydration. If they are left on the beach, they are likely to be damaged once faced with rising tides or the landing impact of deep sea. Only by concentrating resources within the defenses of the heart of the island is the most prudent approach. The earth spirit stopped tilling the ground, turned its head towards the beach, and its eye emitted a flicker of light, seemingly calculating. Then it nodded and strode towards the beach. Subai observed the earth spirit's actions. He saw the earth spirit walk under the coconut tree and plunge both hands deep into the sand. It did not use brute force to uproot it, but instead activated its magical power to condense the soil and gravel within a 2-meter radius of the coconut tree's root system into a hard ball. After that, like lifting a giant potted plant, it steadily raised the coconut tree, which was wrapped with its complete root system, and transported it smoothly to the area designated by Su by replanting it. The entire process was seamless without harming the coconut tree in the slightest. A perfect logistical unit, Subai nodded in satisfaction. After arranging everything, Subai sat cross-legged in front of the tent. At this moment, he finally had a moment of leisure and recalled the privileges granted to each island master in this world. He lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the hexagram mark on the back of his hand, which had already changed from light gray to dark gold. His mental energy probed into the mark, and countless pieces of information unfolded in his mind. The interface was extremely simple, with only 3 options: personal information, newcomer exclusive chat channel, and inter-island trading hall not activated. Subai willed it, and clicked on personal information. Island master name Subai. Current identity apprentice island master. Personal level not promoted. Skills mastered none, no extraordinary system or combat skills learned. Equipped gear dragon's roar blade silver low quality, swift wind leather armor bronze high quality. Island area 1 square kilometer micro island. Population 1 elemental life, forms not counted as regular population. Island comprehensive rating 0 stars. Looking at this exceedingly simple data panel, Su Bei's gaze lingered for a moment on the terms not promoted and 0 stars. I merged with the mythic level title god of killing with tenfold basic attributes activated and killed the black iron level armored lizard with one strike. My actual combat power is undoubtedly at the peak of black iron, possibly even approaching bronze level. However, the system's judgment remains as not promoted. In this island world, the criteria for assessing strength should be a rigorous set of rules. Its combat power evaluation standard is not based on the island master's actual strength, but is highly bound to the level of island development. Only when the island's area expands, buildings are perfected, magical energy concentration increases, and the comprehensive rating reaches a certain star level. Will the heart of the island nurture the island master, bestowing the extraordinary laws of this world, thereby elevating the official level of the island master? A 0-star island naturally corresponds to an island master who has not been promoted. Su Bai did not feel anxious about the island's lack of recognition. The true combat power is in his own hands, far more reliable than a string of characters on a panel. As long as the island gets on the right track with the rapidly growing blood spirit fruit and the tenfold proliferating earth spirit army, the star rating of his island will soar like a rocket. Just as Su Bai was about to close the panel and check the newcomer chat channel for information, ding, 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 Su Bai was startled for a moment, then his gaze sharpened. In this island world, the only one who could contact him through the communicator was Blue Star. Sender class, 3 head teacher Li Jian. Su Bai opened the message and a lengthy block of text immediately occupied the entire screen. Li Jian, Su Bai, I heard from the principal that you are this year's first newcomer globally to successfully bind the heart of the island and be promoted to apprentice island master. Congratulations. I knew you would succeed. Back when you first entered the class, I felt that you were a calm and resilient child, definitely not an ordinary person. This time you have greatly raised our profile in 5th High and the entire West City. Su Bai directly skipped over the pleasantries, knowing that the focus was at the end. Li Jian, is the situation on your island stable now? Are you injured? The school board just held an emergency meeting and decided to establish an unprecedented special newcomer scholarship for you with an extremely large amount. Moreover, the Lord's Office of West City also called, saying they want to officially commend you. When do you plan to return to Blues? These resources and procedures require your personal presence to sign for them. Scholarship official commendation, a huge amount. Su Bai turned off the screen and played with the communicator in one hand. Although he held the super god title system capable of transforming ordinary items into the extraordinary, it did not mean he did not need basic resources. On the contrary, his system is an amplifier requiring sufficient foundational materials to unleash its most terrifying effectiveness. He currently has a full 20 acres of magical land. Of these 20 acres, aside from the most crucial small area used to plant blood spirit fruit trees, the remaining 10 acres cannot be left empty. He needs a large number of high-grade crop seeds, construction materials to reinforce the defenses of the heart of the island. He needs reserves of pure water and even some basic defensive equipment. The Earth Spirit's tilling speed is extremely fast. It won't take long for these 20 acres to be completely. If he does not have enough seeds to sow, it would be a severe waste of the magical land's ability to reduce the growth cycle. And if he were to slowly explore and collect these materials in the island world, it would take an immeasurable amount of time and effort. The resource tilt from Blue Star comes at just the right time. Su Bai understood very well why 5th High and the West City Lord's Office were willing to invest money in him. This is not about teacher-student affection or selfless dedication, but an investment. In the era of great exploration in the island world, the status of a city or a school entirely depends on how many powerful island masters they can cultivate. In recent years, the global spotlight of becoming the first apprentice island master has been monopolized by the offspring of financial groups from North America, Europe, and even the sun never sets. The Long Kingdom region has been under immense international public opinion pressure. Now, as an ordinary student without any background, Su Bai has snatched the first kill from the armored Tathateef Island's second generation, and the weight of this honor is immense. The Lord of West City needs this achievement to gain merit with higher authorities, while the principal of 5th High needs this reputation to recruit quality students for the next class. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. Since the other party is willing to offer resources, Su Bai naturally cannot refuse. Without the original accumulation of capital, even the strongest talent would be dragged down. The reason why the offspring of financial groups are so formidable is that they have the entire financial group's material support behind them. Now Su Bai must also use his achievements to legitimately extract resources from the official side of Blue Star. According to the rules of the island world, only the apprentice island masters who have successfully bound the heart of the island possess the right to teleport back to Blue Star at any time through the mark on their hand. Those newcomers who have not bound the heart of the island, if they forcibly teleport back to avoid battles, will be deemed as cowardly lizards by the system and will be permanently deprived of the qualification to enter the island world. After clicking send, Su Bai stuffed the communicator back into his pocket. On the other side of Blue Star in the west city of Long Country at the cafeteria for teachers and staff of the 5th middle school, the homeroom teacher Li Jian was holding a lunchbox sitting at a corner table devouring his rice. He was in an exceptionally good mood today, having treated himself to an extra serving of braised lion's head. As an ordinary high school teacher, Li Jian felt that his career had already reached its endpoint. But just half an hour ago, the principal burst into the office beaming with excitement, grabbing his hand and speaking incoherently. From the principal, Li Jian learned the shocking news that would be recorded in the history of the 5th middle school. His student Su Bai had achieved the first kill worldwide. Li Jian was completely stunned at that moment. He even remembered that just an hour before the teleportation, the arrogant representative of the consortium was mocking Su Bai as a clueless pawn. At that time, although he felt that Su Bai had spirit, he truly did not have high hopes for him. Spirit alone could not fill the stomach. Lacking resources meant lacking resources. Little Li, the head of the teaching department, Old Wang, is retiring next year. You've produced the world's #1 apprentice island master this time. Your teaching capability is unquestionable, and I think you are very suitable for the position of successor. Recalling the principal's earnest promise as he patted his shoulder, Li Jian couldn't help but chuckle foolishly, not even realizing that the rice in his mouth had fallen onto the table. The head of the teaching department. That was a powerful mid-level position in the 5th middle school where not only the salary would double, but he would also have access to more high-level resources. All of this was brought to him by Su Bai, that usually quiet student. Ding! The communicator on the table suddenly vibrated. Li Jian snapped back to reality, not even having time to wipe the grease from his hands, and hurriedly grabbed the communicator. The screen displayed Su Bai's reply. Teacher Li, I will return to Blue Star tomorrow. Good, good, good. Li Jian slammed his hand on the table, the huge motion startling the other teachers who were eating in the cafeteria. He couldn't even bother to explain, not even packing up his lunchbox. He turned and sprinted out of the cafeteria. Principal, Su Bai is coming back tomorrow. Quickly notify the finance office to prepare the supply list. Contact the special envoy from the Lord's mansion. Li Jian shouted into the communicator as he ran, and the entire 5th middle school was immediately thrown into an unprecedented frenzy due to this brief message. In the island world, Su Bai naturally did not care about the storm he had stirred on Blue Star with just one sentence. After finishing the communications, he conveniently opened the newcomer exclusive chat channel on the mark on his hand. It had been over an hour since he achieved the first kill, and according to normal logic, those prepared offspring of the consortium should also be dealing with the monsters one after another by now. However, what surprised Su Bai was that even now the global announcements were still eerily silent. No other newcomers had received the notification of becoming apprentice island masters. Su Bai frowned slightly. Is the quality of this batch of newcomers so poor? Or has the intensity of the initial monsters really been subtly adjusted by the system? He immersed his consciousness into the chat channel, and immediately a torrent of information rushed across his retina. However, the atmosphere in the channel was no longer the fervor and argument from half an hour ago. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of despair and panic. North America region, John, help. Can anyone tell me how to kill this mutated hyena with 3 heads? My high-carbon steel battle axe got stuck in its neck, and a large chunk of flesh has already been torn from my left leg. The hemostatic agent is completely useless. Western Europe region, Anna, I give up. I really give up. That monster is squatting near my landing point, and I don't even dare to come down from the tree. The compound bough I brought can't penetrate its hide. Can anyone come to save me? I want to return to Blue Star. South America region, Diego stopped shouting. The total number of people in the channel just dropped by over 30,000. In less than an hour, 300,000 people were devoured by monsters. Without firearms, ordinary people face agile monsters, and it's a dead end. India region, Raji, this is absolutely unfair. Why can that person named Su Bai from Long Country kill monsters within an hour? He must have exploited some map bug or loophole in the island world. I demand the Blue Star Alliance immediately conduct a forced review on him and confiscate his supplies to redistribute to us. Sun never sets region, William agreed. Everyone don't be fooled by his achievements. The human body has limits, he must be a cheater. Once we get through this crisis, we must unite in the regional trading area to sanction him. Looking at the desperate pleas for help in the channel along with the vicious curses and unfounded accusations mixed in Su Bai's gaze showed no fluctuations, merely observing, as if he were looking at the dead. He understood too well the terror of the island monsters. If it weren't for the killing god attribute, granting him tenfold basic attributes, and if it weren't for the armor-piercing attribute ignoring the defenses of the iron-armored lizard, he would likely be hiding in a hole like a rat shivering in fear. If you can't beat the monsters, then vent your impotent anger on the strong. This is the self-comfort of the weak. Su Bai did not engage in any defense or ridicule in the channel. He merely silently utilized the system's recording function, noting down the names of those who jumped the most enthusiastically and clamored for sanctions against him in a memo. In the island world, there is also brutal competition among island masters. Once the mid to late stage regional clashes begin, he would systematically eliminate everyone on this list, crushing them along with their hearts of the island. Exiting the chat channel, Su-bai turned to look at the fire behind him. The fierce battle, the rapid brain activity combined with the terrifying metabolic rate of the tenfold attributes brought back the hunger that had just been suppressed. The enhancement of physical quality comes at the cost of an extreme craving for high-density energy. Su-bai walked over to the dismembered corpse of the iron-armored lizard, a lower-level black iron monster, whose flesh contained faint, extraordinary energy. He skillfully cut off several large pieces of meat with the longing blade, skewered them on a branch, and continued to roast them over the campfire. There was no salt, no seasoning, and the meat was coarse with an unpleasant earthy taste. But Su-bai didn't even furrow his brow like a merciless eating machine swallowing the chunks of meat whole. Once full, Su-bai picked up the longing blade and began to conduct a thorough inspection around the edge of the island. Time passed second by second. The purple moon gradually ascended to the highest point in the night sky. When the hands of Su-bai's watch accurately crossed the 1200 mark, a crisp electronic voice sounded. The Super God attribute system, today's fixed usage count, has been reset 33. The fixed number of resets by the system signified the complete downfall of the first cornerstone of his island development. Yet a dilemma lay before him. I currently have 4 highly valuable entries that need to be solidified. Su-bai's mind quickly listed the options: the secondary division off the Golden Earth Spirit Excellence level, the 3-dimensional detection off the Heart of the Island Epic level, the double area off the Magical Field Contract Excellent level, the rapid growth off the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree Seed Excellence level. However, with the current system permissions, there are only 3 fixed opportunities provided each day. I must prioritize my choices among 4. Su-bai's gaze first settled on the Earth Spirit tirelessly tilling the soil not far away. The value of the secondary division lies in its limitless potential for exponential growth, producing an additional labor force each day. But this is merely the first day. The tilling efficiency of the Earth Spirit has far exceeded the number of seeds I currently possess. Even if I delay solidification by a day, a property with only 40 of the divided body will not pose any substantial hindrance to my initial agricultural development. It ranks last. With the Earth Spirit excluded, the remaining 3 options became exceedingly clear. The 3-dimensional detection off the Heart of the Island is absolutely the top priority. There is no room for negotiation. Su-bai was well aware of his plans for tomorrow. He needed to return to Blue Star to acquire official resources. During his absence, the island would be left defenseless and without a combat force. If during this time monsters were to land from the deep sea, or if stealthy, unknown creatures approached the heart of the island, the consequences would be unimaginable. He must install an alarm system on the island. With 3-dimensional detection, any movement would trigger an alarm that would transcend space and project directly into his mind. At that time, he would only need a thought to teleport back, using his silver-level dragon's roar blade to teach those invaders the meaning of cruelty. As for the remaining 2 opportunities, they naturally go to the Magical Field and Blood Spirit Fruit Tree Seed, the golden combination for maximizing benefits. Having completed his deductions, Su-bai had no hesitation as he stepped forward to the earthen mound where the heart of the island was buried. He used one hand to sweep aside the surface soil, revealing the multifaceted crystal emitting a faint gray glow. His mental power reached out like a tangible entity, precisely locking onto the deep purple light sphere floating above the crystal. System lock in the entry: 3-dimensional detection and execute solidification. Ding. Command confirmed. 1 fixed opportunity consumed, 23 remaining today. In an instant, the purple light sphere shattered, transforming into countless tangible purple beams that drilled into the interior of the gray heart of the island. The color of the crystal changed at a visible speed, shifting from dull gray to a deep translucent purple, as if a miniature celestial body was slowly revolving within. At the moment of solidification, Su-bai felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. It was not pain, but rather a tearing sensation of consciousness being forcibly stretched. His vision underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. The planar view that could only be observed with the naked eye was instantaneously elevated and reconstructed. A 3-dimensional projection of the island glowing with a faint blue light appeared directly in his mind. The entire _1 kilometer miniature island became completely transparent in one direction. He did not need to turn around to see the edge of the eastern beach, where several palm-sized armored crabs were being swept up by the waves struggling in the crevices of the rocks. He saw beneath the northern waters 50 meters deep a fearsome fish with sharp teeth lurking among the seaweed, fixating on the small fish swimming above. He observed several robust carionating earthworms several meters underground devouring the blood seeping from the armored lizard into the soil. A full 360 degrees, with no visual blind spots. Initially, this massive influx of information into his brain caused Su-bai to feel a slight dizziness. However, the tenfold enhanced mental power from the Killer God entry quickly took effect, forcefully organizing the chaotic signals, allowing him to rapidly adapt to this godlike perspective, overseeing everything. This is so powerful. Su-bai took a deep breath, his heart finally calmed down. On this island, he was the omniscient and omnipotent dictator. Just as Subai was immersed in the shock brought by three-dimensional detection, a voice distinct from the entry system suddenly resonated in his mind. It was an official announcement from the island world. Island Master's personal announcement detecting a drastic leap in the core underlying rules of your island. Your island's overall rating has been recalculated, currently significantly elevated to 5 stars. Subai was momentarily stunned, then a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. The star rating of the island is not solely based on the size of the area and the number of buildings. An ordinary novice island master, even if they spent half a month cultivating dozens of acres of ordinary farmland, would at most barely achieve 1 or 2 stars. But what did he just solidify? It was a purple epic entry. However, it's a bit of a pity that my own combat power seems not to factor into the island's star rating calculations. Subai stroked his chin with a hint of regret. If the strength of the killer god entry were also counted, he estimated that the rating of his island could be raised several tiers. Regrets aside, his actions could not pause. Subai took out the blood spirit fruit tree seed and a stack of portable mini magical fields from his tactical pocket. System lock in the target and execute solidification. Ding. The rapid growth excellence level entry has been solidified, 13 remaining today. Ding. The double area excellent level entry has been solidified, 03 remaining today. 2 clear and crisp notification sounds. The 2 items in Subai's hands immediately underwent visible transformations. 10 somewhat worn sheets of parchment displayed intricate blue magic patterns on their surface, the texture resembling that of some high-level magical beast's skin. The change in the blood spirit fruit tree seed was even more astonishing. Its size grew larger, displaying a crystalline blood jade color throughout. Even more exaggerated, a faint layer of red mist began to seep out around the seed. As Subai inhaled a wisp of the red mist, he instantly felt an extremely pure and cooling energy rush through his nasal passages to the crown of his head. The mental fatigue accumulated over the past few days was swept away, and even the soreness in his muscles was alleviated by a third. Just the aura it emitted had such longevity-enhancing effects. If he truly bore fruit and consumed it, what would happen? Subai forcibly suppressed the urge to swallow the seed whole. This is a spark. He must not kill the goose that lays the golden egg. He strode to the central area that the earth spirit had thoroughly tilled. Activate the contract. Subai slammed the 10 stacked magical field blueprints onto the soil. Boom. The blueprints instantly transformed into a dazzling blue light, seeping into the soil beneath his feet, like mercury. With the enhancement of double area, the magical aura that could originally cover 10 acres rapidly expanded outward, encompassing a full 20 acres. The color of this 20 acres of land deepened rapidly, emitting an extremely rich life force. The soil was completely transformed into the highest grade extraordinary black soil. Island Master's announcement detecting activation of a large area of high-level extraordinary facilities. Your island's overall rating has been elevated, currently at 8 stars. Earth Spirit, come here. Subai ignored the announcement and solemnly handed the flickering blood-colored seed to the approaching Earth Spirit. This golden mid-grade elemental life, upon contacting the platinum low-grade seed, displayed a sense of reverence and awe on its featureless face. For beings that depend on the land for survival, the seeds of high-level extraordinary plants are akin to divine gifts. The Earth Spirit carefully cradled the seed and walked to the most central and magic-rich position of the magical field. Instead of using its hands to dig, it pressed both palms to the ground, causing the soil to part automatically, forming a perfect pit. The seed was placed in the bottom of the pit, and then it gently buried it with the surrounding magic-rich black soil. At the moment the soil completely covered the seed. Boom. A deep rumble suddenly erupted in the sky above the entire island. Island Master's announcement detecting that the platinum-level extraordinary plant has successfully taken root. Your island's foundation has undergone a qualitative change. Overall rating has been significantly elevated, currently at 12 stars. The moment the announcement concluded, a brilliant pillar of light descended from the void, enveloping Subai entirely. The island rating broke through the 10-star threshold, and the island world's mainframe officially rewarded the Island Master with power. Subai felt every bone in his body shaking violently. The formidable physique granted by the killer god entry began a forced leap towards the extraordinary rank under the wash of this world's source power. His personal level, which had been stuck in a non-ranked state, finally welcomed a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the global newcomer island rating leaderboard suddenly shone with golden light. Among all who were still pitifully ranked at 0 stars, and 1 star, one name surged forth, leaping from the top 0 stars, and jumping 3 major tiers, solidly landing on a fearsome number. No. 1 Subai Dragon Country District, 12 stars. At that moment, the global newcomer chat channel experienced a true nuclear explosion. The night was deep, and the sea breeze whipped the waves against the rocks. Subai stood at the edge of the magical field, shrouded in the purple moonlight, yet his gaze did not fall upon the black soil being cultivated by the Earth Spirit, but rather lingered vacantly in the air. On his retina, the information flow of the exclusive newcomer chat channel of the island world was rapidly flashing. Compared to the despair and wailing from a few hours ago, there was now an odd atmosphere in the channel. Asan region Naru, that newcomer from the dragon country named Su, by still hasn't received a death notification. What kind of method did he use? Could it be that he really drank the legendary advanced enhancement potion before descending? Goryeo region Park Inmyeong, what advanced potion? According to our analysis from the Seoul Research Lab, this is definitely cheating. Fusang region Nichikawa Kosaka, everyone, have you overlooked an extremely important piece of information? Look at the data on the island leaderboard. Su Bay's island information shows number of residents as 1. Freedom region Tom residents. Damn, I know how he got the first kill now. Sun never sets region Richard, I guessed it too. That cunning dragon country person must have a native tribe from the island world on his initial island. He must have hidden in the shadows, inciting a battle between the island monsters and the natives, and then took advantage of both sides being severely weakened to snatch the island heart. Kangaroo region Ulu Dam. Such a despicable method devoid of chivalry is simply a desecration of the island laws. Our noble pioneers of the Kangaroo region would never stoop to such thievery. Watching these self-righteous comments, a hint of mockery flashed in Su Bay's eyes. Native tribe. Su Bai was well aware of what these people meant by natives. During the century-long age of exploration, humanity had long since discovered that the island world was not merely inhabited by brutal monsters. In the deep sea, in the clouds, or in certain special folded spaces, there indeed existed indigenous races that possessed intelligence and were even willing to trade with humans. However, these races were extremely proud and exclusivist. A newcomer who had just descended armed only with a common alloy knife would likely not find it easy to take advantage of a fully structured native tribe. Instead, he would probably be captured as a slave or sacrificed on the spot. They are just finding excuses for their own incompetence. Su Bai instantly saw through the psychology of these young heirs and elites. Acknowledging that others are stronger than oneself is more painful than killing them. Thus they would rather believe that Su Bai was just lucky that he had picked up the spoils through despicable means. Once this notion of luck reached consensus in the channel, they would no longer regard Su Bai as an invincible myth, but merely as an unworthy opportunist. Dragon Country region Chao Shana, stop being so sour. Even if it was luck, that's still Sushin's skill. If you can do it, go and try to pick one up yourself. You can't even break the skin of a monster, and you're still there typing away. Dragon Country region Song Zishuan Su Shun is mighty. No matter what means he used, being able to crush you self-proclaimed noble foreign devils is impressive. The newcomers from the Dragon Country immediately launched a fierce counterattack in the channel. Although they also felt doubtful inside, after all, it seemed somewhat far-fetched for an ordinary newcomer to single-handedly kill the initial monsters, but it was a matter of stance now. No matter how Su Bai won, as long as he could suppress the arrogance of the other regions, he was a hero of the Dragon Country. Watching the screen rapidly devolve into a chaotic argument, Su Bai rolled his eyes and directly closed the interface. Let them think whatever they want. When the day of convergence arrives, they will know what true despair is, when they think they can easily crush me, this opportunist. Su Bai no longer paid attention to these meaningless discussions. His focus was completely drawn to the two prompt sounds that rang in his mind. One was from the fundamental laws of the island world. Island owner notification: your island's comprehensive rating has surpassed the 10-star threshold, currently at 12 stars. Feedback initiated. Your personal combat power level has increased. Current level lower black iron. Boom. Accompanied by this notification, Su Bai felt an extremely pure and untainted vast energy. It surged in from the ground beneath his feet. This energy was different from the brutal physical reconstruction associated with the killing god attribute. It was incredibly gentle, seeping into his limbs and bones like a gentle stream, further solidifying the foundation that had become slightly unstable due to the tier advancement. Su Bai closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body. He could feel that both his flesh and soul had undergone a qualitative leap under the baptism of this energy. Finally received official recognition. Su Bai opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and felt the terrifying power that could crush the air in his palm. With the tenfold base attributes of the killing god attribute, he could already slay the iron-armored lizard with a single strike, without entering a tier. Now, having officially stepped into the lower black iron tier under the law feedback, his base panel had doubled once again. If that iron-armored lizard charged at me again, now I wouldn't even need to draw my sword. Just standing still and letting it crash into me would cause its skull to shatter upon contact with my body. This absolute power was his greatest confidence in surviving in this cruel world. However, what truly made him ecstatic was not the law feedback from the island world, but rather the cold mechanical system electronic sound that followed. Ding. Detected a positional leap in the host's personal level, unranked black iron level. System permissions synchronized and unlocked. Daily attribute, fixed count 1. Current daily available, fixed count 44. For times, Su Bai's breathing instantly became rapid as he stared intently at the system panel in his mind, confirming it again and again. Just now, to solidify 3D detection, rapid growth, and double area, he had to painfully set aside the Earth Spirit's sublevel division. The limitation of being able to fix only 3 attributes daily felt like a tightening spell, severely restricting his explosive growth in the early stages. When he returned to Blue Star tomorrow, he would inevitably bring back a large number of high-level seeds and defensive supplies, and the good things that needed solidification would only increase. If he remained stuck at 3 times a day, his resource conversion rate would plummet. However, now the level increase in the island world had directly triggered an upgrade in system permissions. This extra opportunity for solidification came just in time and was crucial. System, can this extra 4th solidification opportunity be used immediately? Subai suppressed his excitement and quickly asked in his mind. Yes. The system's answer still contained no unnecessary words. Without any hesitation, Subai immediately turned to look at the magical field, which had been completely transformed into dark purple extraordinary soil not far away. Earth Spirit, stop your work and come here. Upon receiving the order, the Earth Spirit, who was laboring in the field, immediately ceased its movements. Its massive and heavy body slid across the soil as it quickly approached Subai, respectfully lowering its head. Nothing can be more suitable for this extraordinary land than unrestricted mass production. System, lock the attribute sublevel division excellence level and execute solidification. Ding. Command confirmed. Attribute has been successfully solidified. As the system prompt sounded, the blue orb instantly exploded, transforming into countless specks of blue light that directly drilled into the Earth Spirit's heavy chest. The Earth Spirit's body suddenly stiffened. The gaps in its eyes, which originally emitted a dim yellow glow, now flickered with an eerie blue light. Crack, crack, crack. A series of extremely piercing rock grinding sounds emanated from within the Earth Spirit. Under Subai's gaze, the Earth Spirit's massive body began to tremble violently. Large chunks of rock and soil peeled off from its body, falling to the ground. However, the Earth Spirit's main body did not shrink due to the materials peeling. Instead, a large amount of soil elemental energy surged from the surrounding land, quickly filling the gaps in its body, restoring it to its original state. The stones and soil that fell to the ground rapidly gathered and reformed under some strange rule. In just 10 seconds, a mini Earth Spirit only about 30 centimeters tall, resembling a small child, wobbled up from the soil. It did not carry the heavy mountain-like pressure of its main body, and even appeared somewhat fragile. However, Subai, with his black iron-level perception, could clearly sense that this little creature contained extremely pure elemental energy, and its movements were much more agile than its main body. Name sublevel division body attributes inherits 40 of the main bonus overall attributes. Obedience level, absolute obedience. Looking at this little fellow, Subai finally revealed a satisfied smile. Today it was 1, and tomorrow it would be 2. As long as resources kept up, in less than half a year, he would have an elemental army capable of sweeping any micro-island. Just as this small Earth Spirit found its footing, the official announcement from the island world rang out once again. Personal notification from the island owner: detected an increase in your island's resident count, and the residents' qualifications have reached excellent standards. Your island's comprehensive rating has increased, currently at 13 stars. The division body actually counts as an independent resident and can even increase the island rating. Subai was slightly taken aback, then his eyes burst with even more fervent light. The hidden benefits of this sublevel division far exceeded his expectations. At dawn the next day, as the first golden ray of sunlight pierced through the dense sea fog along the horizon and fell upon the enchanted field, Subai opened his eyes, having slept for precisely 2 hours. No monster assaults. No assassins infiltrating. Thanks to the epic tier attribute stereoscopic detection, whose omnipresent divine sense radar enveloped the island in an all-encompassing godlike perspective, Subai had slept with profound serenity. Any hostile entity entering within a 1-kilometer radius of the island would instantly trigger the radar's lock-on and forcibly awaken him. The night's silence confirmed that the surrounding waters remained temporarily secure. Subai rose to his feet and stretched his body. His frame, refined by the black iron tier law, bore no trace of fatigue. Only boundless vitality surged through his veins. A low rumble echoed from his stomach, hunger's timely protest. Though he had rested well, the tenfold metabolic rate exacted a staggering toll on his energy reserves. He approached the campfire, and with practiced precision, sliced the remaining haunches from the iron scale lizard using his longing blade, then skewered them over the flames to sear rapidly. Unadorned by any seasoning, the meat was parched and pungent. But Subai clenched his nose shut and swallowed every morsel, converting it into vital energy to sustain his body's relentless demands. The ecosystem of a nascent island is profoundly fragile. Relying solely on hunting to fuel such extreme metabolic expenditure is unsustainable. On this return to Blue Planet, I must procure vast quantities of high-density military-grade synthetic rations, or even low-tier transcendent meat tins. Having eaten his fill, Subai walked to the Hartoft Island installation site and performed a final diagnostic check on the stereoscopic detection system. The radar display rotated steadily across his retinas. No anomalies registered save for the Earth Spirit itself and its diligent miniature offshoot diligently tilling the soil behind it. All preparations complete. Subai raised his left wrist and activated the aging communicator. On-screen homeroom teacher Li Jian had sent an urgent message 10 minutes earlier. Li Jian, Subai, are you awake? All formalities and security protocols are finalized. You may initiate teleportation at your convenience. The coordinates are A073 Shiching No. 5 Middle School. Landing Zone Gymnasium No. 1. Subai replied without preamble, arriving in 30 minutes. He powered down the communicator, closed his eyes, and focused his spiritual energy onto the dark gold hexagram etched upon his right wrist. Activate Recall Privilege. Destination A073. Instantly the sigil blazed with searing white light, and an immense, irresistible spatial force enveloped Subai entirely. In the next breath his figure vanished from the island. Blue Planet Longwa Region, Shiching No. 5 Middle School Gymnasium No. 1. This venue, normally reserved for school-wide assemblies, had been placed under total lockdown. 3 concentric yellow barricade lines cordoned off the perimeter. Dozens of fully armored riot police from the Shiching Prefectural Office stood guard, heavy kinetic rifles leveled, scanning every shadow with razor-sharp vigilance. Inside the gymnasium tension hung thick and suffocating. The principal academic director, grade-level coordinators, and Li Jian, recently promoted to deputy academic director, all stood stiffly in formal attire beside the central teleportation reception array. Opposite them stood a lean, middle-aged man clad in a black Zhongshan suit. Upon his chest gleamed a metallic insignia denoting his rank as Senior Administrative Officer of the Shiching Prefectural Office. Teacher Li, can you confirm Subai's estimated arrival is truly in 30 minutes? The officer glanced at his rugged military chronometer, voice edged with unmistakable impatience. Absolutely certain, Your Excellency. Subai is unfailingly punctual. He says 30 minutes, and he will arrive not a second late. Li Jian wiped cold sweat from his brow and offered a nervous smile. In this era, a probationary island lord who claimed the world's first kill possessed strategic value exceeding that of a fully equipped heavy armored division. Upon receiving word, the Shiching prefect had personally authorized massive resource allocations and ordered the senior administrative officer himself to lead the delegation to the school, an honor unprecedented in protocol. Just as the officer prepared to speak again, VVVVRRRM. A deep, resonant hum erupted from the colossal metallic teleportation array at the gymnasium's center. Then, a blinding column of white light cleaved downward from the vaulted ceiling, striking the array's core with flawless precision. He's here. The principal clenched his fists in exhilaration. As the radiance ebbed, a tall, lithe figure emerged from the shimmering aura, clad in matte black tactical leathers, a long blade suspended at his waist. When the onlookers beheld Subai's present state, the entire gymnasium plunged into absolute breathless silence. There was none of the expected panic or dishevelment following mortal combat, nor the frailty of a novice confronting bloodshed for the first time. Subai's stride was unwavering. His once dull standard issue leathers now shimmered with an eerie, ancient bronze, and at his hip the long blade, still bearing faint traces of crimson, pulsed with a faint violet luminescence along its edge, sending prickling chills across every observer's skin. More terrifying still was the aura clinging to him. The silent, crushing weight born of slaying transcendent beings, surviving tenfold, attribute reconfiguration, and enduring the Black Iron Tier Law's baptism. The administrative officer standing foremost recoiled inwardly, his pupils contracting sharply. A veteran explorer, though never elevated to island lordship, he had clawed his way to mid-tier Black Iron mastery. Yet now facing this 18-year-old youth, who had set foot on his island barely one day ago, his instincts screamed violent, unrelenting alarm. This is no lucky novice who stumbled upon fortune. The officer's mind reeled. This pressure, has he already transcended the Black Iron tier? After a heartbeat of stunned stillness, the principal snapped back to awareness and strode forward with radiant, Comrade Subai. No, Lord Su. Welcome home in triumph. You are our greatest pride, not only of Shiching No. 5, but of all Shiching. He extended both hands eagerly for an embrace, yet halted abruptly half a meter from Subai, repelled by the invisible oppressive force field, and could only laugh awkwardly while rubbing his palms together. He offered a courteous bow toward Li Jian, who waved his hands frantically. No trouble at all. Your safe return is all that matters. He offered a courteous bow toward Li Jian, who waved his hands frantically. No trouble at all. Your safe return is all that matters. Noting the palpable stiffness in the air, Li Jian swiftly assumed the role of mediator, stepping close to Subai and lowering his voice. Subai, the media and recruitment offices from top universities have already besieged the school gates. The board proposes a brief press conference to leverage your renown. What do you think? Subai's gaze flickered. Knowing full well this was a transaction, the school sought prestige, he sought resources. Agreed. But before that, we must review the detailed resource requisition list. Subai cut straight to the heart of the matter. At that moment, the prefectural office's administrative officer stepped forward, discarding his earlier condescension, wearing instead a polished professional smile. Lord Su, greetings. I am first administrative officer of the Shiching Prefectural Office, and have been dispatched personally by His Excellency the Prefect to extend our sincerest congratulations. He bowed slightly, voice earnest. His Excellency declared you the world's first, our Shiching's golden. Within Shiching's jurisdiction, anything you require, Basic construction materials, high-tier seeds, even military-grade defensive apparatus will be fully funded by the prefectural office. Hearing these terms, Su-bai did not flinch with elation, but met the officer's gaze coolly and asked, "And what precisely must I surrender in return?" The officer's smile faltered ever so slightly. Staring into Su-bai's calm, unblinking eyes, an absurd notion struck him. That this youth was no impressionable high schooler, but a seasoned master of negotiation forged in decades of mercantile warfare. His Excellency's request is simple. The officer drew a slow breath and revealed his final offer. For 2 years the prefectural office shall hold priority acquisition rights over all transcendent-grade materials harvested from your island. A brief silence settled over the conference room of Wuzhong High School. Sitting at the broad conference table, Su-bai gently tapped his fingers against its surface, remaining silent for the moment. His gaze swept across Xiao Yangping, captain of the Special Affairs Task Force. Co-development was no unfamiliar term to explorers of the island world. Long before his transmigration, when he had consistently ranked first in the school's simulation pods for years, several native conglomerates from Xiqing had repeatedly sent envoys to approach him. Their offers were uniformly generous, full upfront investment, followed by co-development. Superficially resembling a win-win venture capital arrangement, Su-bai, after reviewing countless real-world cases spanning a century, arrived at a single unequivocal conclusion: a trap. The island world's brutality lay in this truth: becoming an apprentice island lord granted merely an entry ticket. During the first year, the so-called novice period, island lords faced not only increasingly frequent and ferocious monster incursions, but also bore the burden of reclaiming wastelands and constructing defensive fortifications. A civilian novice utterly without backing held only a mundane iron longsword and a few days' rations issued by the government. Even if fortune favored him beyond reason, granting him the island heart, he would still stand alone against successive waves of monstrous assaults. Should the island heart be shattered by monsters, the island lord's title would be irrevocably revoked, not only exiling him forcibly back to Earth, but permanently barring him from ever re-entering the island world. To survive, to endure that most perilous novice period, countless civilian island lords were compelled to sign co-development agreements with conglomerates. The conglomerates provided funds, supplies, and even armed mercenaries to defend their islands. In return, apprentice island lords surrendered partial, or even majority, ownership rights to their islands. Once an island matured and yielded high-tier transcendent resources, the conglomerates exploited contractual loopholes to fully marginalize the island lord, reducing him to little more than a glorified salaried employee. Precisely because of this, Su-bai had rejected every conglomerate's investment offer before his system activated. He would rather wield his longsword against monsters than sign such a soul-binding contract. Now not only had he survived, he had claimed the world's first kill and legitimately secured 15 million yuan worth of foundational supplies from both Wuzhong High School and the City Lord's office. He had already passed the most dangerous phase of primitive accumulation. Now the Special Affairs Task Force, representing the official authority of Longhua, reopened the same proposal. Yet for now it was unwise to sever ties outright. He still required official channels. An overly hostile standoff would benefit neither party. At this thought, Su-bai ceased tapping, leaned forward slightly, and fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yangping, awaiting his next words. He withheld immediate refusal because he understood that the official stance differed fundamentally from those bloodthirsty capital conglomerates. Xiao Yangping studied Su-bai, and inexplicably felt a subtle pressure rise within him. He had assumed that confronting an 18-year-old youth would grant him effortless dominance in negotiations simply by invoking his official status. But Su-bai's composure dispelled that assumption. Fully aware of society's widespread skepticism toward co-development, Xiao Yangping chose candor, laying bare the task force's true proposition. Lord Su, I understand your reservations. Rest assured, the Special Affairs Task Force's proposal involves absolutely no division of island ownership. Xiao Yangping sat upright, his tone grave and resolute. Our plan is to allocate national-level funding and strategic resources to support your island's development comprehensively. This includes not only the seeds and construction materials you require, but direct military support as well. At these words, Su-bai's eyes flickered faintly. A fundamental law governed the island world: any firearm or precision-engineered electronic weapon powered by explosives would completely fail upon crossing the dimensional barrier. This rendered Earth incapable of overwhelming islands with missiles or artillery. Yet Earth possessed formidable martial power of its own. Over a century of exploration, veteran island lords who returned with high-tier transcendent fruits and genetic elixirs had cultivated legions of awakened transcendent beings on Earth. These transcendent beings remained unaffected by the dimensional restriction on firearms and could enter the island world directly to engage in combat. Beyond them existed recruitment scrolls for native inhabitants obtained exclusively from high-tier treasure chests. The military support referenced by the task force meant either deploying official transcendent task forces or providing battle-capable native recruitment scrolls directly. Since you claim no ownership stake nor demand profit-sharing, Su-bai interlaced his fingers atop the table and met Xiao Yangping's gaze squarely. What then are your terms? There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially when it comes to national-level strategic investment. Xie Liangping took a deep breath and uttered 4 words: special trading rights. Priority purchase rights. Su Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. Precisely, Xie Liangping nodded, elaborating. From a national strategic perspective, the output of 1 or 2 microislands holds negligible influence on global dynamics. What truly shifts the balance are top-tier island lords who have cultivated their domains for decades. Yet they remain tightly controlled by elite conglomerates, making resource flow into official hands exceedingly difficult. What the Special Affairs Task Force seeks is the high-tier transcendent resources your island will yield once it matures, particularly rare artifacts capable of unlocking human genetic constraints and awakening latent abilities. So long as your island produces such resources, you must offer them to Longwa's official authorities first, at market-equivalent pricing. That is all. Su Bai's mind rapidly assessed the condition. The proposal was reasonable. By the time an island reached maturity, its material surplus would inevitably exceed personal consumption capacity. Transcendent crops, high-tier monster drops. He could never consume them all alone. Ultimately, they would need to be sold on the open market. Who then was the better buyer? Selling abroad risked betrayal and theft. Selling to the Longwa Special Affairs Task Force offered not only an exceptionally stable, deep-pocketed client, but also strengthened the comprehensive strength of the domestic region. Most crucially, the authorities would not interfere in island governance. He would remain sole sovereign of his domain. Let me confirm one point. For prudence's sake, Su Bai sought reassurance once more. You seek only priority purchasing rights over produced goods. No surveillance clauses, no garrison requirements. Absolutely not. Xie Liangping waved his hands emphatically, his expression solemn. Lord Su, rest assured, this is the highest level confidential strategic agreement. Longwa people do not deceive Longwa people. A faint smile finally curved Su Bai's lips. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand. Xie Liangping froze momentarily, then instantly realized Su Bai had accepted. Overjoyed, he eagerly clasped both hands around Su Bai's, proving once again that candor remained the most effective tool when dealing with intelligent high-potential youths. Any ornate commercial contract traps would only backfire. After steadying his excitement, Xie Liangping swiftly shifted into professional mode and asked, Lord Su, you're currently in the initial reclamation phase. What kind of material support do you need most? List everything. You need only name it, and I'll mobilize the task force's authority immediately to prepare it. All supplies will arrive via the official transmission channel within 3 days at the latest. Su Bai had already calculated his needs precisely. With his system at hand, ordinary equipment held no appeal. He required construction materials, standard foundational building materials, and basic rations. What the city lord's office just provided suffices for my early-stage needs. Su Bai articulated his requirements with crystalline clarity. I require only 2 things. First, extraordinarily rare seeds of transcendent flora. Second, recruitment scrolls for native inhabitants, preferably those suited for logistical and infrastructural support. Xie Liangping hesitated slightly and asked, no armed forces required. He paused for a moment, his tone laced with concern. Master Su, I absolutely do not doubt your strength. But you should be aware that the frequency of monster invasions in the island world increases over time. Especially during the end-of-the-month tidal period, there will be countless deep-sea amphibious monsters landing in droves. With you alone, defending no matter how strong you are, your stamina has its limits. If you need, the Special Operations Team can immediately dispatch an elite team of bronze-level extraordinary individuals to your island to assist with the defense. This is an extremely sincere proposal and part of the official protective mechanism for key training subjects. But Su Bai understood, and he unhesitatingly declined. Thank you, Captain Xie, for your kind offer, but I do not need armed forces. What a joke. His super god attribute system is his greatest trump card, the capital that allows him to dominate everything in this world. If several living individuals were stationed on the island, the rule anomalies caused by him refreshing attributes and solidifying them daily would be impossible to conceal from these professionally trained agents. Once the system is exposed, what he would face would no longer be an invasion of monsters, but the endless pursuit initiated by human society to seize the system. This risk Su Bai was not willing to bear, even 1 in 10,000. Rest assured, Captain Xie, I have absolute confidence in defending against the monsters. Su Bai added, thus concluding this topic. Xie Liangping opened his mouth, still wanting to persuade a bit more. After all, a newly appointed apprentice island master who had not been in position for even a day, without even having built a wall, claiming to have absolute confidence in defending against monster tides, sounded rather arrogant. However, the moment Xie Liangping's gaze met Su Bai's, the words he was about to say were swallowed back down. As a bronze-level extraordinary individual who had fought for 10 years on the line of life and death, Xie Liangping's perception was extremely keen. In the instant of their handshake, he sensed something was off. Now, as Su Bai displayed such a determined attitude, Xie Liangping finally caught the terrifying aura hidden beneath Su Bai's calm exterior. It was an oppressive feeling, heavy as if one had traversed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Xie Liangping had only felt this oppressive sensation from seasoned explorers who had long hunted high-level monsters. If it really comes to a fight, I might not be a match for this young man. This absurd thought flashed through Xie Liangping's mind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He was a bona fide bronze-level extraordinary individual. Yet the Subai before him had been in school just yesterday taking mock exams. Even if he was lucky enough to become the first apprentice island master and receive the world's rules in return, at most he would only be at the level of a newly initiated black iron lower tier. How could he possibly possess such terrifying muscle density and oppressive aura? A storm surged in Xie Liangping's heart as he suddenly gained an insight. Perhaps the speculations in the external chat channels that Subai had obtained the first kill by picking up scraps were all nonsense. This young man definitely harbors some incredibly terrifying trump card. Since Master Su is confident, then I will not insist any longer. Xie Liangping collected his thoughts, his tone becoming more respectful. In this world, strength is the only passport. The confidence Subai displayed earned him genuine respect. Successfully reaching a strategic cooperation intention with Subai, Xie Liangping's core purpose for this trip had been fully achieved. This was not only a significant achievement for the Special Operations Team, but also secured a highly promising rising star for the Dragon Kingdom region in the upcoming island competition. With the matter settled, Subai glanced at the time on the communicator, preparing to end this brief return. Although he had only returned to Blue Star for a little over an hour using the mark on the back of his hand, and had already set up the heart of the island and solidified the epic attribute three-dimensional detection before leaving. In theory, once there was any anomaly on the island, a warning prompt would immediately pop up on his retina. However, being an extremely cautious person by nature, leaving his base unguarded for an extended period still made Subai feel uneasy. Xie Liangping keenly sensed the longing in Subai's eyes, stood up, voluntarily extended his right hand, and said, "Master Su, this is the most critical phase for the island's development, so I won't waste your precious time." He pulled out a specially encrypted black metal business card from his pocket and handed it to Subai. "Additionally, I will give you a contact code for the internal special operations team. Once you return to the island world, please accept her friend request." Seeing Subai hesitate, Xie Liangping explained, "She is a specialist responsible for logistics and material dispatch for our special operations team. The building materials promised by the City Lord's office, as well as the recruitment scrolls and high-level seeds prepared for you by the special operations team, will be directly mailed to you by her through the island world's directed trading channel. This also saves you the trouble of frequently traveling back to Blue Star, thus not delaying the progress of island construction." Subai took the metal card, glancing at the name on it. Shin Qingling. Seeing this name, which clearly had a feminine touch, Subai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in his heart. Is the special operations team planning to use a beauty trap on me? Thoughts flashed through Subai's mind of the various methods wealthy families in Blue Star's century-old history used to attract high-potential newcomers, where marriage alliances and seduction were the most common and effective cost control methods. However, this thought lingered in his mind for only a second before vanishing without a trace. In this world where strength is paramount, the best response to any sweet-coated cannonball is to peel off the sugar coating and then accurately fire the cannonball back at the enemy's position. Regardless of the purpose behind the special operations team arranging a beautiful liaison officer, as long as the other party cannot physically land on his island and cannot pry into the secrets of the system, he has no need to worry. Having someone specifically responsible for running errands and delivering supplies, he naturally welcomed the leisure. I have noted it down. I will directly coordinate with her for future material needs. Subai carefully stored the business card in his inner pocket, nodded slightly to everyone. "Thank you all for your hard work today. I will take my leave now." Saying this, Subai ignored the principal and the City Lord's official, who wanted to chat a bit more, directly channeling his spiritual power to communicate with the hexagram mark on his hand that emitted a dark golden glow. Transmission coordinates initial island. A blinding white light erupted from the mark, completely engulfing Subai's body. After a slight spatial tremor, Subai's figure utterly vanished from the conference room. Xie Liangping watched the spot where Subai had disappeared, exhaling deeply, and turned to leave the school in quick steps. He left the principal and the official looking at each other, each calculating how to maximize today's achievements in their hearts. Island world. As the feeling of weightlessness faded, Subai landed steadily on the solid ground in front of the tent. The moment he landed, an extremely rich, abundant, and earthy, fragrant, extraordinary energy surged towards him, rushing into his body through every pore. This was a tangible manifestation of the environment's magical energy density, significantly increasing after the island rating reached 12 stars. It's still comfortable to be on one's own turf. Subai took a deep breath, feeling his tense nerves relax slightly. He heavily placed several military tactical boxes filled with basic living supplies and emergency medical supplies, which he had brought back from Blue Star, onto the ground. Just as he set down the boxes, Subai suddenly froze, his gaze falling upon a dark red stain of blood near the edge of the beach. "I almost forgot." Subai slapped his forehead. After killing the armored lizard yesterday, he had only cut off a few chunks of the most succulent thigh meat to satisfy his hunger, while the creature's corpse weighing over 200 pounds was still left on the beach exposed to the wind and sun. In the early trading market of the island world, a complete corpse of a black iron lower-level monster, whose scales could be used to forge basic armor, and whose flesh could extract trace amounts of extraordinary energy, would undoubtedly count as a substantial startup capital. If it were a day ago, Subai would have immediately disassembled it, packaged it up, and put it in the trading area to exchange for food and seeds. However, his current island lacked professional low-temperature storage equipment. The high temperature and heavy humidity on the island had caused the corpse to emit an extremely pungent stench after a night of fermentation, attracting a swarm of thumb-sized blood-sucking flies. Forget it, if it rots, let it serve as a meal for the decomposer worms in the soil. Earth spirit, when you have time, bury it. Subai felt a slight regret for just a second before casting it aside. Now he had just reached a full reimbursement agreement with the City Lord's office and received unlimited financial support from the Special Affairs Group. He had clearly ascended to the status of a wealthy newcomer. The armored lizard, worth tens of thousands of alliance coins, was nothing compared to his current worth. Subai shifted his attention back and surveyed the core area of the island. Not far away, the body of the earth spirit, summoned by a golden-level recruitment scroll, was diligently working at the edge of a black-purple magical field accompanied by a 30-centimeter-tall secondary split body. The two elemental beings, made of earth, one large and one small, were synchronously tilling the surrounding slightly barren sandy soil. The speed of land cultivation has far surpassed the rate of seed consumption. Subai looked at the vast expanse of tilled but empty land and opened a large tactical box on the ground. Inside the box, a large number of basic crop seeds were neatly stored and categorized in moisture-proof vacuum: rice, corn, cold-resistant potatoes, fast-growing sweet potatoes. These were all high-quality, improved varieties from Blue Star, equipped according to the highest standards by the City Lord's office. In his current 20 acres of magical fields, he had planted the low-grade platinum blood spirit fruit tree in the core area, and the remaining area must not be wasted. The rules of the island world are very clear. Crops are not only food for survival, but also a manifestation of the island's foundation. Planting high-yield crops on a large scale can steadily enhance the island's overall star rating, even if not sold, but stored in the warehouse. Subai pulled out several heavy bags of ordinary seeds weighing dozens of kilograms. He had no intention of refreshing their attributes. These low-level mundane crops have too large a base and extremely low individual value. Using batch refresh on them would purely waste my incredibly precious 4 solidification opportunities each day. Good steel must be used on the blade. The essence of the super god attribute system is enhancement. Only by bestowing high-quality attributes on a high-value materials can high returns be generated. He walked up to the earth spirit with the bags of seeds. Plant all these seeds. The rice should be sown in the low-lying areas close to the water source, and the potatoes and corn should be planted on the gentle slopes. Subai tossed the bag to the earth spirit, assigning the task simply and bluntly. The glowing seams of the earth spirit's eyes flickered. It did not take the bag, but directly manipulated the soil beneath its feet to steadily support the bags. Then it, along with the mini split body, plunged into the newly tilled fields like 2 tireless automated seeders. After arranging the basic agricultural tasks, Subai returned to the front of the tent. He carefully retrieved a specially designed metal box wrapped in high-density shock-absorbing gel from the very bottom of the tactical box. This was a special seed given to him by the principal of the 5th school before his departure to show sincerity, taken from the school's strategic reserve. Although the grade was not high, it was extremely rare. Subai pressed the password lock on the metal box, and the lid popped open. Inside lay 2 distinctly different seeds. One emitted a faint silver-white cold light and was shaped like a crescent moon. The other resembled burning charcoal, its surface even giving off faint waves of heat. Subai activated the system's identification function and scanned his gaze. Moonlight vine, black iron lower growth. Once mature, it can cling to the surfaces of buildings or rocks. Its vines can be juiced for drinking, providing a permanent slight enhancement to the optic nerves, granting the drinker night vision capabilities. Sunfire flower, black iron upper grade. It requires a lot of sunlight to grow. Its petals can be consumed directly, and doing so can enhance carbon-based life forms' affinity for fire elements, slightly boosting the release power of fire-type abilities. After reading these 2 lines of descriptions, a hint of surprise flashed in Subai's eyes. The old principal from the 5th school has really invested heavily this time. Subai couldn't help but smack his lips. Although these 2 seeds were only of black iron grade, their actual strategic value far exceeded that of ordinary bronze-grade weapons. The Moonlight Vine's night vision ability was practically a divine skill in the island world. Monster invasions were ruthless, as they often preferred to launch surprise attacks in the dead of night. Human vision is greatly limited without a light source. Encountering night battles would sharply reduce combat effectiveness. Having night vision capability would strip monsters of their hidden advantage in the dark. Moreover, the Sunfire Flower's fire affinity was a coveted material for those awakened with fire-type abilities on Blue Star. Any item that could directly enhance the power of abilities was a hot commodity in the black market, with prices soaring. If cultivated, it would absolutely create a continuous source of income. These 2 seeds are worth refreshing their attributes. Subai took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the silver-glowing moonlight vine seed. Today, due to his level up, he had received an extra opportunity to fix attributes, which was just perfect for this situation. System lock onto the target moonlight vine seed and execute refresh operation. 3 luminous spheres representing alternative attributes slowly appeared above the moonlight vine seed. Just as Subai reached out to explore the spheres and check their specific properties. Buzz! A sharp alarm rang in Subai's mind. The 3-dimensional detection alert was triggered. There were enemies. Subai's pupils constricted sharply as he immediately immersed his consciousness into the 3-dimensional holographic radar map on his retina. In the true north direction of the radar map, representing the position near the water at the island's edge. In what was once a safe green grid, 2 glaring red dots suddenly tore through the screen. These 2 dots were charging straight towards the center of the island at a terrifying speed. Monsters have landed. Subai's expression darkened instantly as he gripped the hilt of the dragon-chanting blade at his waist. Clang! The dark silver long blade was drawn, and the purple gleam refracted a chilling arc in the sunlight. Just right, I just broke through to black iron level. Ooh, I need a whetstone. But it's a bit strange he mused. Why is the frequency of monster invasions so high? It had been less than 24 hours since he first killed the iron-armored lizard and formally bound the heart of the island. According to the established norms of the island world over the past century, ordinary newcomers typically only experience 1 or 2 sporadic monster attacks during their first week. Such a high density of landings is absolutely abnormal. Could it be that my rapid increase in the island star level has triggered some kind of disturbance in the island world, thus attracting monsters from the surrounding seas ahead of time? Fortunately, he had solidified the epic level 3-dimensional detection last night despite the pressure. If he had chosen to leave the solidification opportunity for the Earth Spirit's secondary division in pursuit of resource output, he would have missed the radar. At this moment, these 2 monsters could very likely sneak up on him when he was focused on distributing resources, and they might even bypass him entirely and destroy the heart of the island on the hill. The consequences of that were something Subai didn't even dare to imagine. Earth Spirit, stop sowing and retreat immediately to within 10 meters of the heart of the island for alert. No combat without my orders. As Subai sprinted northward, he issued commands to the 2 elemental beings working in the fields. The Earth Spirits quickly dropped their seed bags and retreated to higher ground. During the withdrawal, Subai felt the urgency and battle intent from the 2 dirt clods through the sole link of their contract. Although they lacked strong offensive power, their emotion of a vow to defend their territory was incredibly pure. Stay put, such a level of battle would be suicide for you. Subai glanced toward the monsters, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Boom. With tenfold explosive force activated, Subai launched himself like a cannonball, directly crossing over the gentle slope of the central area. His vision instantly widened. On the beach about 30 meters away, 2 massive creatures, each over 5 meters long and covered in black metallic scales, were rushing inland with a strong fishy odor. Another iron-armored lizard. Subai frowned slightly. The physical characteristics of these 2 monsters were identical to the one he had killed yesterday. The only difference was that the scales of these 2 were darker and still bore some deep-sea algae. The system panel automatically unfolded on his retina, confirming the data black iron level. Monsters of this degree are merely courting death. Subai's fighting spirit surged. After benefiting from the laws of the island, he officially entered the black iron level, and his basic physical attributes doubled once again. Roar! Just as the distance between the 2 parties closed to 20 meters, the iron-armored lizard on the left suddenly turned its head and stopped. Its body slightly arched, emitting a hissing threat, clearly detecting Subai's presence. The lizard on the right let out a shrill roar, its muscular forelimbs forcefully slammed down on the ground, abruptly halting its sprint. Then its huge mouth, filled with interlocking fangs, abruptly opened, a bulge forming deep in its throat. Puff! A jet of dark green venom accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air shot directly towards Subai's face. Too slow. In Subai's dynamic vision, the trajectory of the venom arrow was clearly visible. He didn't even slow down, casually twisting his waist while running at high speed. The venom arrow flew past just half a meter from his left cheek, crashing into the ground behind him. Hiss! A sound of corrosive destruction echoed. The originally fertile soil immediately surged with a pungent yellow-green smoke upon contact with the venom. The surrounding weeds wilted and blackened at a visible rate, ultimately turning into a stinking puddle of mud. Seeing this scene, Subai was utterly enraged. You seek death. On this island, soil was the most precious resource, especially since this area was very close to his magical field. This single shot of venom not only polluted the soil, but was also a direct provocation to him. Bang! Subai stamped his right foot heavily on the ground, using the recoil to complete a leap in midair. Clang! The dragon roar blade was drawn, its purple brilliance slicing through the air, leaving a lingering shadow over several meters. Before the iron-armored lizard, which had just spat venom, could even close its mouth, Subai had already appeared at its side, as if teleporting. There were no flashy moves, only pure violent slashing. Puff! The silver-level blade cut through the black iron scales as if it were slicing through butter. The dragon roar blade effortlessly sliced into the iron-armored lizard's neck, directly severing its hard cervical vertebrae, and with unrelenting force forcibly tore apart a large portion of its chest cavity. A torrential downpour of black blood sprayed out. Only at that moment did the iron-armored lizard on the left just open its mouth, preparing to emit its first roar. However, its roar was choked in its throat. The horrific scene of its companion being cut in two was reflected in its vertical pupils, and its previously hunger-driven shallow mind finally felt fear, instinctively wanting to turn and flee. "Since you're here, don't leave." Su Bei's cold voice echoed in its ear. He kicked the recently slain lizard, using the force to twist and leap in midair. With both hands gripping the hilt and taking advantage of the downward gravity, the blade tip pointed directly at the head of the second iron-armored lizard. Crack! The dragon roar blade accurately pierced between the two skulls of the iron-armored lizard, driving the blade deep into the hilt and smashing its brain. The massive corpse slid forward for several meters due to inertia before crashing heavily onto the beach, kicking up a cloud of sand. The battle lasted less than 5 seconds from start to finish. Su Bai withdrew the dragon roar blade, casually flicking off the blood from the blade. He glanced at the two corpses, feeling no joy in victory, and immediately turned to look at the area of soil contaminated by the venom. The soil within a meter in diameter had turned completely black, and the corrosive smoke was still spreading outward. "This is troublesome," Su Bai frowned. This toxin, with extraordinary properties if left untreated, would seep through the underground water veins, ultimately contaminating the surrounding magical fields. By then, not to mention planting special crops, even weeds would not be able to grow. Just as he was contemplating whether to dig up all this toxic soil and dump it into the sea, the earth spirit quickly slid over with a division body. Upon reaching the edge of the toxic pit, the glowing slit of its eyes flickered violently for a few moments, and a feeling of heartache appeared on its face. It seemed that for it the pollution of the land was even more painful than being cut with a knife. Soon after, Su Bai received a mental feedback from the earth spirit. "Can you purify this land?" Su Bai asked, somewhat surprised. The earth spirit nodded heavily. "Will the purification process of such a high-intensity corrosive toxin cause you irreversible damage to your origins?" Su Bai inquired with great caution. He didn't want to lose an exceptional labor force capable of infinite mass production just to preserve a bit of soil. The earth spirit conveyed a soothing emotion as long as it did not leave the land of the island, although purging this level of toxin would consume a large amount of energy. It could fully recover after resting for a few hours without harming its core. "Alright, go ahead and do it." The earth spirit approached the toxic pit, its strong arms abruptly sinking into the blackened soil. Accompanied by a dazzling flow of earthy yellow light, the black venom was forcibly extracted from the soil, as if drawn by a force, ultimately coalescing into a black toxin crystal in the earth spirit's palm. After losing the toxin, the soil in the pit remained charred, but the pungent corrosive smoke had completely dissipated. Su Bai looked at the toxin crystal in the earth spirit's hand and nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze shifted to the two massive corpses on the ground, somewhat troubled. "Without a spatial storage device, I can't possibly eat all the meat from these 3 iron-armored lizards. They will eventually rot. Do I really have to dig a pit to bury them as fertilizer?" Just as he was pondering how to deal with these spoils, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Global announcement: congratulations to the newcomer in the Lighthouse District, Richard, for successfully defeating the initial monster and obtaining the island heart. Global announcement: Richard has become the second newcomer to be promoted to Apprentice Island Master this session. The continuous announcement echoed over the empty island, instantly drawing Su Bei's attention back from the two foul-smelling lizard corpses. It's the second day, and someone has finally completed the first kill. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and opened the newcomer exclusive chat channel in the upper right corner of his retina. Sure enough, the entire channel erupted, as if a heavy bomb had been dropped into it. The newcomers from the Lighthouse District, who had been suppressing their excitement for an entire day, finally found an outlet to express themselves, flooding the channel with praises for their compatriot named Richard. While praising, they naturally seized every opportunity to belittle Su Bai. "Lighthouse District Jack, God bless. Lord Richard is the true first. That Dragon Country person named Su Bai merely picked up the scraps by relying on the natives. In the face of true hard power, such opportunistic cheaters are completely unworthy of mention. Lighthouse District Bryant, that's right. Lord Richard is a combat master trained by top military instructors, and he defeated the monsters purely through strength and skill. We demand that the island world immediately revoke Su Bei's first kill reward and transfer it to Richard, Western Europe District, and a wonderful. The hope of humanity lies in the Lighthouse Nation. Lord Richard, may I ask if you have plans to form a regional alliance?" Faced with such arrogant remarks, the newcomers from the Dragon Country certainly could not sit idly by. Even though they usually have competition within Blue Star, at such a time of resisting foreign invaders, everyone was surprised. "Dragon Country District Xiao Shanha, oh look how happy you are with the second place. I thought you Lighthouse Nation had already conquered the island world. A silver medal is still a silver medal, forever lower than a gold medal. Dragon Country District Song Zishuan laughing to death. Su Shun finished killing the monsters and slept soundly yesterday while your Richard just finished today. Is that what you call hard power? Is this the speed of the Lighthouse Nation? Are you killing monsters using dial-up internet? Both sides immediately engaged in an extremely intense cross-language artistic exchange in the channel. Although there was a real-time translation feature provided by the island's mainframe, the sarcastic tones embedded in the dragon language rich, with deep historical connotations, still managed to infuriate many newcomers from the Lighthouse Nation. In the midst of this chaos, a line of prominently marked text with special authentication was forcibly pinned to the top of the channel. The speaker was none other than Richard, who had just claimed second place. Lighthouse District Richard Subai, coward of the Dragon Country, I do not know what underhanded means you used to achieve the first kill. However, this is utterly meaningless. I just defeated a black iron intermediate monster with a mutated venom sac. In the upcoming monthly Newcomer King competition, I will demonstrate my overwhelming absolute strength to make you understand that opportunists will always be trampled underfoot. Seeing this direct provocation, Subai felt somewhat displeased. He was never one to engage in verbal battles online, especially in such a perilous survival environment. But since others were openly insulting him, if he reacted without response, it would only be seen as cowardice. In the island world, reputation and prestige can be directly translated into trading appeal and alliance voice power in the later stages. Subai would never allow anyone to rise to power on his name. With a light tap on the virtual keyboard, Subai did not employ any complex rhetorical devices, but instead used extremely stiff, even heavily machine-translated construction-level lighthouse language to send a direct reply. Dragon Country District Subai, you can you up and O can NOBB. If you can do it, go ahead. If not, don't whine. Once this reply was sent, the entire noisy chat channel fell into an eerie silence lasting 10 seconds. Then the Dragon Country District completely exploded. Dragon Country District Jiang Li Wao. Su Shun. This broken English is so flavorful. It's not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Dragon Country District Lu Dayong, I'm laughing so hard it hurts. This sentence is simply heart-wrenching. Richard must be green with rage right now. Dragon Country District Zhao Tian, I have a level 8 English proficiency, and I hereby declare that Su Shun's broken English has surpassed all academic norms and has reached the essence of simplicity. Meanwhile, on the other end of the channel, standing beside the corpse of a mutated hyena with half of its body blown apart, Richard, who was basking in the praises of his compatriots, stared at the mocking words on his retina, trembling with anger, nearly spitting out old blood. That bastard! How dare he! Richard roared as he punched a nearby tree trunk. In order to kill this mutated hyena, he had exhausted all the high-level neurotoxins prepared by the consortium for him, and even lost a chunk of flesh from his left arm, which was now bandaged with a clotting agent, while he endured excruciating pain. He originally thought that his remarks would force Subai to feel guilty and reverse the public opinion, thereby establishing his absolute leadership position among this batch of newcomers. But he never expected that Subai not only was not intimidated by his imposing presence, but instead used a contemptuous posture to stomp hard on his sore spot. Indeed, no matter how strong you are, no matter how high the level of the monsters you kill, you are still just a second place that arrived a full day late. The golden treasure chest for first place has already been taken by someone else. Oh, what are you shouting about here? Facing the frenzied ridicule from the Dragon Country, the newcomers from the lighthouse struggled to counterattack, but being 24 hours late felt like an insurmountable moat, rendering any rebuttal pale and powerless. Subai chose not to pay attention to the subsequent revelry and insults in the channel, directly closing the interface. Just a clown, not worth the time. The urgent task now is to deal with those two special seeds. Subai turned to walk toward the tent, but suddenly noticed the island master mark in the lower right corner of his retina, flashing red wildly. It was not a warning radar for monster invasion, but rather a communication module. Upon opening it, the number of unprocessed friend requests had exceeded 30,000. Subai was taken aback. The massive influx of information almost caused his system UI to crash. It must have been his earlier comments in the channel that led countless newcomers wanting to cling to him to find him. He immediately activated the filtering feature. Remembering the instructions given by Xiao Yangping from the Special Affairs Group before his departure, he entered the 3 characters Shen Qingling in the search bar. Due to the abundance of people with the same name, he added an internal prefix code Special Affairs Group. The list instantly cleared, leaving only a single friend request. Subai clicked accept. The moment the friend relationship was established, a message came through. Shen Qingling, Logistics Dispatcher of the Special Affairs Group. Hello, Island Master Su. The supplies are ready. However, that phrase you can you up you used, which teacher did you learn it from? It's very Subai sat in front of a simple tent, glancing at the message from Shen Qingling on the communication interface regarding the inquiry about foreign languages, feeling a slight warmth on his cheeks. Although there were no one around except for 2 earth spirit beings, he still cleared his throat, twice tactically. As a pragmatic survivor, he decided to unilaterally ignore this somewhat awkward focal point. Showing off a bit of the fragmented lighthouse language was merely to suppress Richard's momentum. How others thought was of no importance. Subai focused his mind and quickly tapped on the virtual keyboard, cutting straight to the point. Commissioner Shin, let's not discuss. Are the materials from the iron-armored lizard being collected by the Special Affairs Group? I happen to have 2 complete corpses. On the other end of Blue Star in the Special Affairs Group base, Shin Qingling looked at the reply that popped up on the screen, still somewhat immersed in the impact, brought by the phrase, you can you up no, can no BB. This sentence that forcibly stitched Chinese with foreign language was nothing short of a blasphemy against language, yet it was also laden with mocking sarcasm. However, when she saw the latest content sent by Sue, by her professional demeanor, immediately cast aside those distracting thoughts. Collect. Shin Qingling's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard. However, how did you come by 2? Has a new monster invaded? Were the coastal defense works damaged? Are the personnel safe? After sending this message, Shin Qingling's brow slightly furrowed. According to the usual monster spawning rules in the island world, the frequency of monster refresh on the first day of a newcomer period is extremely low, typically only 1 companion monster. Encountering 3 black iron-level monsters in succession, such a level of assault is akin to a disaster for a newly initiated island master. A few seconds later, Subei's reply came through, his tone as flat as if he were discussing a trivial matter. No damage occurred. I happened to be patrolling nearby when they landed, and I took them out effortlessly. Actually, I have 3, but the first one was rotten, so I buried it and didn't take it out. Just happened to pass by. Shin Qingling's lips twitched slightly, as she did not believe Subai was boasting. The cruelty of the island world leaves no room for deceit. Surviving and actively selling spoils is the best proof of strength. She nodded silently, raising her evaluation of Subai by another level. This newcomer not only possessed exceptionally high combat talent, but also maintained absolute calmness, while upholding routine patrols after achieving the monumental honor of a global first kill. Such humility and composure are the qualities the Special Affairs Group values the most. Team leader Xiao Yanping said he would classify Subai as a top-tier potential seed, which indeed shows his keen insight. Shin Qingling did not inquire how Subai had taken down the monsters. That was the Island Master's secret. She quickly redirected the conversation back to collaboration. Island Master, the scales of the iron-armored lizard are high-quality materials for crafting early-stage extraordinary armor, and the Special Affairs Group is open to purchase. The current official stable guiding price is complete scales longer than 10 centimeters, 100 alliance coins each, those shorter than 10 centimeters, or with slight damage, 50 alliance coins each. Seeing the offer on the communicator, a glimmer of joy flashed in Subei's eyes. Although he had just received a resource sponsorship of 15 million from the 5th Middle School and the City Lord's Mansion, that was all in physical goods and special funds not freely disposable. This batch of scales, however, was his first pot of gold earned through his own blade. Subai stood up and walked over to the 2 recently slain iron-armored lizard corpses. He roughly scanned the area. The scales on this black iron-level monster were extremely dense and hard. An adult iron-armored lizard has about 300 formed scales on its body, with high-quality scales on its back and sides exceeding 10 centimeters in length, making up at least half. He quickly calculated in his mind 150 high-quality scales multiplied by 100 plus 150 ordinary scales multiplied by 50. The total value of 1 iron-armored lizard scales is roughly 22,500 alliance coins. Now he has 2 on hand. Even if he subtracts the parts that were shattered during battle, the total value is certainly between 40,000 and 50,000 alliance coins. In just 2 days, by effortlessly taking down a few low-level monsters, I can earn 50,000. Subai took a deep breath, finally experiencing the economic potential embedded in the identity of an island master. In this world filled with extraordinary resources, as long as you have the power to survive, every stone on the ground might be worth a fortune. Subai did not hesitate and immediately replied, deal. However, cash is unnecessary. The current Blue Star currency is of limited assistance for the early construction of the island. Commissioner Shin, can the Special Affairs Group use equivalent extraordinary plant seedlings or special materials for payment? No problem. Shin Qingling's response remained efficient. I happen to have a batch of star chrysanthemum seedlings within my authority that can be used to offset this transaction. What do you think? Sure, let's prepare for the transaction. Cutting off the communication, Subai immediately began to work. He drew out the dragon's whisper blade from his waist. The silver low-grade weapon had absolute rank suppression over black iron-level materials. Subai did not use brute force, but instead relied on his tenfold enhanced precision control, inserting the purple breaking blade along the seams of the iron-armored lizard scales. With a gentle flick of the blade accompanied by a slight sound of flesh tearing, chunks of palm-sized black scales, stained with viscous blood, were completely stripped away. The dissection work was purely a physical task, and an extremely bloody process. Cutting, peeling. Half an hour later, the 2 iron-armored lizard corpses were completely stripped of their scales, revealing the pale muscle tissue and internal organs beneath. Subai piled the nearly 900 stripped scales together. As for the remaining several thousand pounds of blood and flesh, he directed the 2 earth spirits to wrap it in dirt, rolling it like a snowball to the edge of the island's cliff, and then kicked it all into the raging sea. Splash! Splash! Huge splashes erupted, and the strong stench of blood rapidly spread through the seawater. Subai watched as those corpses sank to the seafloor. Right now he did not have a large cold storage, but leaving these rotten meats on the island would only pollute the environment and breed plagues. Let them return to the ocean, perhaps it would even attract some low-level marine life, laying an ecological foundation for future nearshore fishing. After handling the scene, Subai opened the directional trading channel in the mark on his hand, placing the piled scales of iron-armored lizard into the trading box. Seconds later, on the other end of the trading interface, Shen Qingling placed 3 green plant seedlings wrapped in special nutrient soil. Confirm the transaction. With a faint glow of spatial transmission, passing by the scales on the ground instantly vanished. In their place were 3 star chrysanthemum seedlings emitting a faint fragrance. Once the seedlings appeared, Subai immediately smelled an extremely unique aroma. Just inhaling once alleviated a slight fatigue from his tense nerves, and a faint starry phantom even appeared before his eyes. Name: star chrysanthemum, seedling quality black iron, medium quality description, an extraordinary plant that demands a strict growth environment. Brewing tea from its dried petals can effectively alleviate the mental stress of carbon-based life forms and repair damaged neural pathways. Looking at this introduction, Subai immediately understood the value of this item. In Blue Star, high-intensity work pressure, environmental pollution, and various underlying diseases have led to frequent occurrences of dementia and various mental deterioration diseases. The star chrysanthemum, capable of protecting the brain and delaying the aging of neural pathways, is undoubtedly a top luxury item, used by tycoon leaders and high-ranking officials for daily maintenance. On the black market, a mature star chrysanthemum starts at 30,000 alliance coins. Shen Qingling used 3 star chrysanthemum seedlings worth at least 90,000 alliance coins to purchase his batch of scales valued at 50,000, which clearly demonstrates a subtle concession. He focused his attention on the 3 young seedlings before him, silently murmuring, "System refreshed the star chrysanthemum seedlings." Although they were merely plants of black iron quality, having them in his possession without refreshing their attributes would be a desecration of the system. With a flash of light, 3 glowing orbs representing the attribute options appeared above the seedlings. 2 white. Subai's mind swept over them. The 2 white ordinary level attributes being fragrance slightly increases the concentration of the plant's emitted aroma, and sweetness improves the taste of the petals when soaked in water. Utterly worthless trash attributes. Subai bypassed them directly, locking his gaze on the blue orb of the excellent level attribute. Bitter medicine, excellent level, alters the internal medicinal effect synthesis pathway of the plant. It slightly enhances the core effect of relieving mental stress at the cost of the petals becoming extremely bitter and hard to swallow. The item's grade is forcibly raised to black iron superior. Seeing this attribute, Subai raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a side effect, but it enhanced the core medicinal effect and raised the item's grade by a small tier. For a commodity, taste is always secondary to efficacy. Those wealthy individuals who fear death or insanity would gulp down bitter tea, or even pure Huanglian juice, pinching their noses to preserve their minds. This is a highly potential attribute, Subai assessed in his heart. However, the fixed uses I have today have more important purposes. The growth cycle of the star chrysanthemum is over 2 months long. I am not in a rush, and will place this attribute in the reserve library and solidify it later when the opportunity arises. The special operations team not only sent the star chrysanthemum, but also secured a batch of crucial elemental recruitment scrolls through the Lord's office. The ecology and defense of the island need. The Earth Spirit nodded, taking its little split companion, and glided away with the seedlings towards the distant black soil. Subai then turned towards the largest supply box beside the tent. The special operations team not only sent the star chrysanthemum, but also secured a batch of crucial elemental recruitment scrolls through the Lord's office. The ecology and defense of the island need further expansion. Subai approached the tactical supply box and lifted the heavy metal cover. Inside, wrapped in shock-absorbing foam, lay 9 parchment scrolls emitting faint magical fluctuations. These were strategic-level pioneering supplies he had procured with special funds from the Lord's office, of which 4 were water spirit recruitment scrolls, and the other 5 were light spirit recruitment scrolls. In the early construction of the island world, earth, water, and light, the 3 fundamental elemental lives constituted the foundation of all agricultural production. The earth spirit is responsible for tilling and soil improvement, the water spirit for gathering fresh water and precise irrigation, while the light spirit provides uninterrupted photosynthesis. Let's start with the water spirit. Subai drew out 4 water spirit scrolls. On this small island surrounded by sea, but severely lacking fresh water, self-sufficiency in fresh water is the primary element for survival. He did not wish to rely on a seawater desalination device daily. Its energy consumption is too great, and building a power plant is likely a project for the distant future. Following his previous experience, he directly activated the scrolls, summoning the 4 water spirits. Accompanied by 4 azure beams of light shooting up into the sky, 4 humanoid beings made entirely of clear water appeared before Subai. They had no fixed shape, their bodies rippled constantly, and the surrounding air instantly became extremely humid. Name: water spirit quality bronze, inferior skills 1. Condensed fresh water can separate pure fresh water from the air or seawater. 2. Water element affinity controls the direction of water flow. Subai hesitated not, system lock onto the 4 water spirits, and execute refresh one by one. With continuous flashes of light, numerous orbs appeared above the heads of the 4 water spirits. The first water spirit refreshed in excellent level blue attribute water flow pressure increase enhances the impact force of sprayed water. The effect was decent, but Subai did not expect the water spirit to fight, so it was useless. The second water spirit also rolled out a blue attribute purity enhancement. The condensed fresh water contains no trace impurities. It is suitable for providing drinking water, but Subai was the only one on the island needing water. He was not a water barrel, and could simply buy drinking water from Blue Star. The third water spirit brushed out a white garbage attribute water temperature adjustment. As Subai's spiritual sense probed into the reserve orb above the 4th water spirit's head, his movements suddenly froze. Among a pile of white and blue orbs, one glowing with blue light stood out. Condensed water into ice grants this water spirit the ability to absorb temperature. Not only can it condense water flow, but it can also instantly drain the heat from a designated area, forcibly freezing liquid water, and even moisture from the air into solid ice. Grade change. This water spirit's quality is forcibly raised to silver inferior, condensing water into ice. Having a water spirit responsible for watering create ice seems somewhat counterproductive. However, Subai's thinking was never limited to convention. He immediately associated it with the ecology of the island world. The initial climate of the island world is usually extremely mild and stable, which benefits the growth of most ordinary crops. However, in this island world, there are many strategically valuable, special, extraordinary plants that have extremely harsh requirements for their growing environment. For instance, the extremely rare frost blood lotus or snow jade ginseng can only survive and sprout in environments below 0 degrees. For ordinary apprentice island masters, attempting to cultivate such plants on a temperate island is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Mechanical refrigeration equipment cannot be brought in, and hiring ice-type ability users to maintain the ice chamber's operation is another astronomical cost. Only a few islands with high mountain snowfields can cultivate them, but such islands have too little land area. The island master assigned to such islands will soon face food shortages, and maintaining it is already a problem. This directly leads to the long-term monopoly and exorbitant prices of cold region extraordinary plants. But now, as long as I solidify this condensed water into ice attribute, I will possess a super refrigeration core that requires no energy consumption and can operate continuously for 24 hours. Subai's eyes became exceptionally bright. He could exploit this special silver-level water spirit to excavate a completely sealed area underground, allowing it to continuously produce solid ice, thus artificially creating a perfect extreme cold ice chamber. This zero-cost, highly efficient extreme environment simulator will allow him to completely break the monopoly barrier that the Blue Star conglomerates have on cold region crops. Information disparity and environmental monopoly are the fastest ways to reap exorbitant profits. This attribute must be retained. Even though I have no fixed uses left today, it absolutely cannot be refreshed. Subai isolated this mutated water spirit near the campsite to be responsible for cooling the daily drinking water. The other 3 ordinary water spirits were dispatched to the magical field to assist the earth spirit with daily irrigation. After handling the water spirits, Subai turned his attention to the remaining 5 light spirit recruitment scrolls. Name light spirit recruitment scroll. Quality bronze. Superior effect summons a light spirit composed of pure light elements. The value of a light spirit goes far beyond just being a large light bulb. Subai picked up the scroll and weighed it in his hand. For plants, especially extraordinary plants, providing 24-hour illumination would greatly enhance their growth speed. The sunflower seed sent by the Special Operations Team explicitly required abundant light. If in a natural environment, the island only provides sunlight during the day, the growth rate of the sunflower would be severely restricted. However, with a light spirit, Subai could set up an artificial sun above the magical field, providing continuous light around the clock. With all-weather light catalysis, plus the magical field reducing the growth cycle by 30. The sunflower, which originally needed several months to mature, would have its growth cycle compressed to within a month. A monthly output capable of enhancing the abilities of fire-type extraordinary users with black iron superior materials. Let's get to work. Following the principle of saving time, Subai directly issued commands to the 5 unactivated scrolls, system lock onto the 5 light spirit scrolls, and execute batch refresh. The light surged. 15 orbs of light representing alternative entries slowly ascended above the scrolls. Subai looked on with anticipation, but then his expression completely froze. A pale sight. All 15 light orbs turned out to be ordinary grade white entries. Color adjustment light turns pale yellow. Warmth light carries a hint of warmth. Focusing light beam narrows slightly. Subai looked at these rows of utterly useless entries, his lips involuntarily twitching. Did I use up all my luck on the water spirits? From a probabilistic standpoint, hitting the lowest grade prize pool 15 times in a row was just too unlucky. What bad luck. Subai directly gave up on solidifying the scrolls. He exerted force with both hands, and with a tearing sound shredded the 5 scrolls. 5 dazzling pure white halos exploded in midair. After the light subsided, 5 tiny creatures only about 20 centimeters tall, with 2 pairs of translucent feather-like wings on their backs flitted around Subai's head. They had no distinct facial features, their entire bodies resembled glowing little lanterns emitting a soft and warm light. System lock onto these 5 light spirits, and execute batch refresh again. Subai was determined not to be unlucky again. As the old saying goes, luck is conserved, he refused to believe he could be unlucky all the way. The light flickered once more. This time among the 12 white waste orbs a striking purple glow emerged like the dawn's thunder appearing before purple. Epic level. Subai's heart raced, and he immediately reached out to probe into the purple orb. Flash epic level completely lifts the energy output restrictions of the light spirit. Upon receiving the host's command, the light spirit can detonate all the light elemental energy within its body in 0.1 seconds, releasing an incredibly terrifying high-frequency bright light. Tactical evaluation capable of instantly destroying the retinal cells of all living beings in the designated area, causing blindness lasting from several seconds to several dozen seconds, depending on the target's rank. Rank change. The overall quality of the light spirit is forcibly raised to low-grade gold. Flashbang. The moment Subai read the description, his breath completely stalled. On Blue Star, flashbangs were merely basic tactical equipment used by special forces for indoor assaults. But here in the island world, all firearms and modern industrial creations had completely failed. Monsters on the islands, whether relying on infrared perception or sight, had never experienced the baptism of flashbangs and lacked corresponding countermeasures. Imagine the scene when a terrifying black iron or even bronze-level monster roars and charges at Su by the hidden light spirit, suddenly self-destructs, releasing a blinding light comparable to a nuclear explosion. The monster's optic nerve would be instantly burned, and its brain would fall into a brief state of white screen crash. For Subai, in the life-and-death struggle of close combat, even a few seconds of blindness was enough. Just a 0.5 second loss of vision was enough for him to swing the dragon song blade and chop off the monster's head 10 times. This is 5 tactical flashbangs. Although the light spirits themselves have no physical lethality, this flash entry has directly elevated their tactical status to be on par with the battle blade in his hand. This entry is irreplaceable. Subai looked up at the gradually darkening purple moon in the sky. There were still a few hours until midnight. The first thing he would do when the system refresh count reset was to solidify this epic level flash entry into the next time if a horde of monsters dared to invade, he would let those deep-sea creatures experience what it truly meant to be blinded. Even if no monsters came to disturb him in the short term, the gains from this batch refresh were definitely not a loss. With the enhancement of the flash entry, the light spirit, originally only of bronze grade, had its rank raised to low-grade gold. The most direct manifestation of the level leap was the explosive increase in its energy output. At this moment, the faint light it emitted had a magical purity and photosynthetic efficiency several times higher than that of the other 4 companions around it. This gold-grade light spirit would be an impeccable top-notch assistant even if used solely for daily agricultural. As for the remaining 4 light spirits, Subai's strategy was clear. Like those ordinary water spirits, he would exploit the system's free refresh privileges daily. As long as he did not perform the final solidifying operation, they would keep the entries in the alternative library. Since the early exploration phase was stable, he was not in a hurry and could gradually wait for the perfect entry combination to appear. Subai looked down at the gold-grade light spirit, which radiated a fierce, yet gentle light, gently rubbing his chin, pondering whether he should give it a new name for easier distinction in future complex micro-operation battles. These elemental life forms, born from pure extraordinary energy, inherently possessed a certain degree of rudimentary intelligence. In the island world's common knowledge, summoned creatures with exclusive names often responded to their master's commands more swiftly. Over time, the release time for their skills would also shorten. Flashbang. Instinctively, this name popped into Subai, but when his gaze fell upon the light spirit's small, charming 20-centimeter-tall body flapping its translucent wings, he suppressed this unreliable thought. Naming such a cute little creature a flashbang would indeed be too strange. From now on, you'll be called Xiaoshan, Subai said. Upon hearing this name, the light spirit circling around Subai's fingertips seemed to understand its master's intent and joyfully waved its 2 pairs of translucent wings in midair. Its tiny body disturbed the air, producing a series of crisp sounds like wind chimes singing. It was clear that it was very satisfied with this new name. Subai ordered Xiaoshan to stay put, maintaining a gentle illumination over the central grassland. He then looked back at what remained in the supply box. With a glance, Subai noticed a small, exquisitely crafted box the size of a palm, made entirely of dark silver high-density, energy-defensive metal stuffed in the corner. More additions? Subai reached out to take the box, pressing down on the mechanical air valve on the side. With a faint hiss sound, the lid popped open. In the center of the specially designed energy-conserving gel, a seed lay quietly. Its size was similar to that of a quail egg with a surface that exhibited a nearly transparent milky white, and within it wisps of light akin to auroras could be seen moving. Name light fruit tree seed quality bronze grade extraordinary attribute plant description an extremely rare energy variation product of the light element requiring an extremely demanding high concentration light elemental environment for growth. Core effect: the light fruit produced by the mature tree has a certain probability of forcibly breaking the genetic lock of the organism, consuming it, awakening a grade extraordinary light type abilities. Looking at this brief attribute description, Subai unconsciously tightened his grip on the box, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It can actually allow people to awaken extraordinary abilities directly. The value of such a special crop is truly beyond what can be measured by alliance currency during the era of great exploration on Blue Star. In that moment, Subai fully understood why the West City Lord's Mansion had such confidence when presenting this gift. A seemingly small alloy box containing only a few items, yet in terms of value, there was no skimping or cutting corners. Everything was substantial resources capable of establishing a force during the island expansion phase. 10 elemental recruitment scrolls amplified by the Super Divine Entry system had significantly alleviated the island's most critical shortage of freshwater and uneven light during the early phase. Even if he later needed to massively expand the island and develop thousands of acres of fertile land, this elemental logistics team could fully support it. Now this light fruit tree seed had strategic value and future economic benefits that were absolutely comparable to those 10 scrolls, and in certain specific circumstances, even higher. Because this represents a complete extraordinary industrial chain, unlike the scarce island masters who relied solely on luck. In the current social structure of Blue Star, ordinary people capable of awakening attribute abilities are the absolute backbone of the armed forces in the entire Alliance district. Whether in city defense teams or various exploration groups, extraordinary ability users enjoy a very high social status and generous treatment. The awakening of abilities, aside from a few relying on innate genetic mutations, the vast majority of ordinary people need to rely on the stimulating effects of such extraordinary fruits. As long as I can grow this tree and welcome the first batch of fruits, the special affairs team behind Xinqingling will definitely bring countless resources to my door. Subai was acutely aware of those military organizations' desire for a stable output of extraordinary resources. This seed is his super bargaining chip to maintain a long-term equal partnership with the special affairs team. The strategic value of this item is second only to the blood spirit fruit tree, and it is necessary to adjust the condition before it refreshes. Subai is a person who values such details. He placed the box on the rock and waved to the water spirit, which had just been solidified with cooling properties not far away. The water spirit swiftly glided over, its liquid arms crossed in front of its chest. He placed the box on the rock and waved to the water spirit, which had just been solidified with cooling properties not far away. The water spirits, Subai cupped the cool water in his hands and rubbed his face vigorously, completely washing away the previous sensation of heat. The cold pure water made his thoughts clearer. After washing up, Subai walked to the rock, pinching the jade-like Hongguang fruit tree seed between his fingers. Taking a deep breath, he issued a command to the system, and his heart refreshed the entries. The halo flowed. 3 familiar light spheres instantly rose from the surface of the tiny seed skin, 1 white, 1 green, and 1 cyan. Subai quickly scanned them, then frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. It seems my luck has indeed been depleted. The entries this time were very mediocre. The white ordinary entry was wind resistance, the green excellent entry was root reinforcement, and the cyan rare entry was a basic enhancement called photosynthesis optimization, which could only slightly increase the speed of its daily light energy absorption. Since there are no suitable breeding entries, they'll just keep them in the backup library for now and not rush to solidify. Subai did not blindly waste his opportunity for solidification. He took the longing blade and brought the seed to the easternmost edge of the magical field. At this point, the golden soil spirit had already cleared out a patch of black soil with extremely high magical purity, accompanied by its many split forms. Under the elementally life-filled, pious, and cautious actions of the soil spirit, the Hongguang fruit tree seed was carefully placed into the warm black soil underground. Subsequently, Subai waved his finger and directly allocated 2 of the 4 ordinary light spirits to hover above this area. He instructed them to emit gentle daylight, continuously providing directed extraordinary light radiation to this patch of soil for 24 hours without rest. The growth of the Hongguang fruit tree relies on the continuous nourishment of light elements. This fact was evidently calculated in advance by the affairs officer of the Lord's Mansion, which is why he sent the light spirit scroll and this seed in the same box. Subai stood by the field ridge, watching the black soil shimmer with an extraordinary faint light under the illumination, inwardly admiring the political acumen of the city Lord's Mansion officer. Xiqing is not a large first-tier city in the Long Kingdom region, and the strategic resources that can be mobilized are extremely limited. The number of extraordinary beings stationed within the city is even more stretched. The city lord's mansion, under immense financial pressure, directly allocated him 15 million yuan worth of top-tier reclamation materials, with the core aim being to expedite Su Bai's island to get back on track. Once the Hongguang fruit tree matures, when Su Bai exercises his priority purchase agreement, the local guard forces of Xiqing will be able to cultivate a few of their own light system extraordinary beings. This is crucial in the current seemingly prosperous yet turbulent situation on Blue Star. Blue Star is no longer the cold weapon or hot weapon society purely controlled by mortals a century ago. The arrival of the island world has pulled human civilization out of the abyss of resource depletion, while also bringing countless unpredictable disasters and hidden crises. The most lethal is the bidirectional transport loophole of the island imprint. Since island masters can use the hexagram imprint on their palms to bring back special plants from the island world and black iron, or even bronze-grade extraordinary ores to Blue Star for profit exchange through legal means, then those terrifying monsters that drift in the endless sea with malice toward humanity can similarly be smuggled into Blue Star through these methods. Although the Alliance region has legally prohibited bringing any surviving extraordinary monsters from the island world back to Blue Star, in the interest game among billions of people there will always be some madmen financial magnates, and even notorious extreme gene sects who take risks for huge profits. They transport those small-sized monsters which contain deadly toxins or high-pollution properties to the densely populated underground cities of Blue Star through black market preservation boxes. Nowadays on Blue Star, within the urban defense circles, there are often sudden attacks by mutated beasts on civilians or large-scale outbreaks of extraordinary parasites causing harm. Moreover, according to the internal records of the Special Task Force that are not publicly disclosed, a deeper crisis arises from the dirty tricks between different regions. For instance, those old lords and top factions in the Lighthouse Kingdom region are most fond of secretly using clandestine channels to unleash large quantities of eggs from deep-sea amphibious monsters carrying terrifying diseases into the Long Kingdom region or other neutral ports, thus artificially creating chaos and hindering their opponent's development. There was once a righteous and famous battlefield journalist from Blue Star who captured ironclad evidence of a military transport ship from the Lighthouse region dropping monsters on an uninhabited, deserted island in the South Pacific. However, the related news only existed on the black market network for less than 10 minutes before being blocked by the top consortium controlling most of the global satellites behind the Lighthouse region. After that, the journalist completely vanished from the face of the earth. The bloodiness and cruelty of this world far exceed the imagination of high school students in their ivory towers. Su Bai slowly pulled back his scattered thoughts, the indifference in his gaze deepening. The grand schemes of the immortals fighting among themselves are not something a newcomer of the black iron level like me should concern myself with. The only thing I can do is to utilize the entry system to strengthen the area of this island and its defenses to a level that can easily overpower everything in the shortest time possible. In the island world, to remove the title of apprentice aside from surviving the first year's rookie period, the strength of the island itself is the most crucial criterion. An initial apprentice island has an area of about 1 square kilometer. To continue expanding outward, the most legitimate means is to continuously cultivate farmland, construct defensive arrow towers, and establish energy hubs to steadily enhance the island's comprehensive star rating. As the island's comprehensive star rating increases, the allure of the heart of the island buried beneath the land will, at that time, the unclaimed soil layers drifting in the depths of the endless sea rich in mineral veins will automatically merge into the edges of the island under the attraction, achieving automatic territorial expansion. This method is stable with no costs involved, but the downside is that the cycle is too long, often requiring months or even years to see significant changes in area. If one wishes for explosive area expansion in a short time, the textbook only records 2 methods. First, kill monsters to probabilistically obtain island area expansion scrolls, commonly known as exploding gold coins. Second, in the exploration of newly open sea areas, actively seek and merge those unclaimed deserted islands drifting in the depths of the ocean. Or more cruelly, wait until other lords attack and shatter the heart of the island, then sail over and annex their unclaimed islands turned into ruins. As for whether it was broken due to monster attacks or killed by other island masters, it is hard to say. Undoubtedly, Su Bai's upcoming core strategic focus will be on the second method. His Earth Spirit split body unconditionally produces 1 more each day, and with the current land area of 1 square kilometer, this army that works for free will soon completely cultivate it. If the territory cannot be expanded in a short period, this labor force will fall into an awkward situation of having nothing to do, which would be a waste. Su Bai despised waste the most. As for selling the split bodies as slaves in the trading hall, Su Bai had never even considered it. Once this anomalous elemental life capable of infinite splitting appears in the sight of the Blue Star Consortium, even a fool could deduce that he has hidden cards. As Su Bai stood on the gentle slope, devising the next step of his plan, a pale blue holographic hall panel in the upper right corner of his retina began to flicker wildly. With large areas of crops being sown in the land irrigated by the directed high-energy nutrient solution from the water spirit, and catalyzed by the light spirit Xiaoshan's 24 hours of daylight. The official elevation announcement from the island hall rang in Su Bei's ears nearly 10 times at a nerve-wracking frequency. Personal report from the island master detected that your island's vegetation coverage has surpassed 50, enhancing its foundation. The comprehensive rating has been upgraded to 15 stars. Personal report from the island master detected a large amount of high-quality, extraordinary materials taking root in the magical fields, resetting the star rating. The current rating has been raised to 17 stars. Personal report from the island master: the current comprehensive rating of the island has been upgraded to 19 stars. In just a short moment, the originally fixed data at 13 stars skyrocketed. Ultimately, it firmly settled at an 1 Su by Longwa region, 31 stars. This number has completely shattered the record of all rookie island masters in the past century for the highest limit achievable on the second day of their arrival. However, Subai looked at this number with little pride on his face, instead furrowing his brows and focusing on the second place on the leaderboard. There, behind the name of Richard from the Lighthouse region, a line of glaring numbers was flashing rapidly. No. 2 Richard Lighthouse region, 28 stars. 28 stars. Su Bei's eye twitched slightly in surprise. He knew very well that he could achieve 31 stars because of the enhancement from his attribute system. How could this Richard, who had just obtained his first kill a few hours ago, possibly push his island rating to 28 stars without any stare-up mechanism? Only 3 stars away, he was right on his heels. The confusion did not last long. Suddenly, the mark on the back of his hand vibrated. Subai looked. It was a message from Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling Island Master Su, you should have noticed that Richard has been competing with you. The Lighthouse region has completely torn its face to help him seize the monthly Rookie King. Just 5 minutes ago, the military lord from the Lighthouse side, despite facing severe penalties, directly airdropped 20 extraordinary magical mushroom beings with high-quality black iron fabric into Richard's initial island using directed coordinate anchoring technology. Shen Qingling, not only that our intelligence network embedded within the Lighthouse indicates that they have also employed a set of still immature complete plant migration technology. They are preparing to forcibly transfer several mature, golden-level special fruit trees cultivated for decades in Blue Star's territory to his initial magical field. He is using the entire region's century-old foundation to throw money at you. Upon reading these 2 messages, the surprise in Su Bei's eyes instantly turned into understanding. So it turns out the entire region is acting as a caretaker behind the scenes. No wonder the rating has risen so strong. The systematic settling of extraordinary natives combined with the transfer of mature high-level plants, this kind of cheating play can indeed yield explosive score boosts in the early ratings of the island world. But Subai could guess with his knee that those greedy capital factions in the Lighthouse region would never make selfless donations. Shen Qingling's third message soon confirmed his guess. To obtain this military special approval assistance, Richard had officially signed an asset transfer agreement 5 minutes ago. He permanently ceded the control rights of the output from his island for the next 10 years, as well as 40% of the island's sovereignty to the Morgan Consortium of the Lighthouse region. Seeing the words 40% ownership, Subai let out a slight snort. On the surface, Richard seemed imposing, but in reality, the moment he signed that agreement, he lost the qualification to become an independent lord and became a puppet. However, Shen Qingling did not send any more messages after this. Is she testing me? Subai stroked his chin, knowing very well that the Special Affairs team was indirectly probing him to find out where his bottom line lies. Is the Longwa Special Affairs team making a big detour, intending to leverage the pressure of the situation to seize the island ownership from Subai? A glint of cold light flashed in Su Bei's eyes. If the other party dared to expose such greedy fangs at this moment, he would immediately cut off all contact with the Special Affairs team unilaterally. At worst, he could return to Blue Star and engage in a pretentious exchange with other small Western City consortiums. After all, with the super divine attribute system in hand, he had the ultimate capital to overturn any negotiation table. At this moment, another message from Shen Qingling came in. Shen Qingling Island Master Su, due to the shameless interference of the Lighthouse region, the fairness of the rookie period has been severely compromised. The highest command of the Longwa Special Affairs team has just issued an emergency directive. Starting now, the Special Affairs team will initiate the second phase of unlimited resource injection for you. Shen Qingling, in the upcoming week, we will provide you with 3 times the amount of special seeds and defensive ancient scrolls through neutral directed trading channels. All inclined materials will be classified as free support from the region. You do not need to give up any shares, nor do you need to cede any island ownership. Subai looked at the clear words free support on the screen. His finger paused in midair, and his face was full of peculiarity and surprise. What exactly do the Special Affairs team want? Subai did not indulge in any hypocritical pleasantries and directly asked, the Special Affairs team does not want island ownership nor future dividend control rights. How can this unlimited free blood transfusion recover its costs? Shen Qingling, for the glory of the nation. For the glory of the nation. On the holographic projection of the retina, these 4 words sent by Shen Qingling were extremely eye-catching. Subai quietly stared at this sentence, remaining motionless for a long time. He was not someone easily stirred by a few blind slogans. His experiences in 2 lifetimes along with the struggles at the bottom of Blue Star made him more accustomed to measuring everything around him with a scale of interests. These 4 words carry significant weight, but precisely because they are too heavy they reveal a sense of incongruity. The true situation of Longwa now, or rather the entire upper echelons of Blue Star, is likely far more perilous than what is described in textbooks. Subai supported his chin, with one hand his eyes flickering. Logically speaking, the competition among rookie island masters during the rookie period is indeed important, but it should not reach the level of requiring national strategic forces. Indeed, the higher the survival rate of rookie island masters, the larger the base, the more people will endure the brutal elimination and be promoted to senior island masters. But the problem is that the island world has been descending on Blue Star for a full century. In this century, there have been tens of thousands of eligible young people transported to this endless ocean every year in the Longwa region. Even if the annual elimination rate and death rate are astonishing accumulated over a century, the existing senior island masters under Longwa, and even the top lords who have carved out their own territories, must be an astronomical figure. Those old powers have long taken root in the deep-sea area of the island world, controlling systematic extraordinary armies and massive interdimensional trading fleets. The extraordinary ores, gene medicines, and magical crops they deliver to Blue Star every day are enough to maintain the stable operation of the entire massive social machine of Longwa. In comparison, what is the title of a mere monthly rookie king worth? The fixed reward for the first place is a golden level blind box treasure chest. The value of the golden chest is indeed extremely high, equivalent to hundreds of millions, or even over $1 billion in Blue Star's currency. But so what? In the macro strategy at the national level, tens of billions of resources aren't even enough to cover the logistical military expenses of a localized border conflict. Even those who have dominated for 12 consecutive months and finally received the diamond-level treasure chest, there have only been 4 supreme rookie kings in the century-long history of the island world. Washington of the Lighthouse Nation, Catherine of the White Bear Nation. These names are indeed well known, but the 4 major regions have not soared or unified Blue Star simply because they have gained one more supreme rookie king. The strength or weakness of an individual apprentice island master is far from sufficient to determine the direction of the world situation in the grand pattern of a century. Since this is the case, why did the Special Task Group react so intensely upon learning that Richard received military assistance from the Lighthouse Nation? They even went so far as to provide unlimited free blood transfusions without even mentioning any share of the island ownership, just to push him to the throne of number 1. Abnormal situations often indicate hidden dangers. Subai was known for speaking his mind. When it comes to core cooperation, a basic consensus between both parties is essential. His fingers swiftly tapped on the virtual keyboard unabashedly, sending his doubts directly to Shen Qingling. After the message was sent, a long silence fell on the other end of the chat. The indicator icon representing the other party is typing, flickered a few times, then disappeared, only to flicker again. 5 full minutes passed, yet not a single word came through. Just as Subai thought the other party would use official jargon to brush him off, and was preparing to close the chat window to get back to work, Shen Qingling's message finally popped up. This time it was only 2 short sentences, yet they conveyed a chilling aura of bloodshed. Shen Qingling, according to the clues obtained by the highest intelligence agency of the Dragon Nation, we deduce that a devastating rule change is about to occur in the island world in the near future. To face this unknown challenge, we must spare no effort in hoarding stronger and more uncontrollable powers. Shen Qingling, those veteran island masters who have been entrenched for decades, have their island laws completely set, and their potential for advancement has been locked by the mainframe. However, you are different. As newcomers who have just arrived, you possess infinite possibilities. Looking at these 2 sentences, Subai's pupils slightly constricted. Rule change. This explanation perfectly accounted for why the Special Task Group would invest so heavily. If we compare the island world to a massive online game that has been operating for 100 years, then now the game's server is about to undergo a complete version update. The old version's max-level experts have too many limitations and cannot adapt to the new version's rules. Their upper limits have been capped. Meanwhile, the newcomers like Subai who have just created their accounts can fit the new version's rules. This is indeed a deadly piece of news. Subai took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the shock. He had traversed to this world for 18 years, engaging in frenzied competition day and night, and had finally bound the godlike attribute system. He was on the verge of soaring to dominance in the island world. Now he was being told that the island world might explode, or perhaps reset. Please don't let it happen halfway through his development. Subai wanted to continue to inquire about the specific timing and manifestations of this transformation. However, it was evident that Shen Qingling had signed an extremely strict confidentiality agreement. What she had just revealed was already the limit of her authority. She directly shifted the topic and was no longer willing to disclose any further details. Shen Qingling, regarding the logistics of supplies over the next few days, the Special Task Group will try to collect various extraordinary special plants for you through black markets and military supply depots across the regions. However, Island Master Su, I must give you a warning, the final results may not be very ideal. Subai looked at this message and did not feel too surprised. There is a fundamental rule in the island world: cross-dimensional long-distance directional teleportation must adhere to the principle of equivalent energy exchange. The higher the life level of the item, the larger its size, and the more complete its rules, the teleportation cost required to cross spatial barriers will increase exponentially. The Lighthouse Nation forcibly moved decades-matured golden fruit trees to help Richard upgrade his island. That kind of teleportation cost absolutely overdraws the net profit of the Morgan Consortium for years. Although the Special Task Group promised unlimited support, the official actions cannot be as bottomless as those of capital consortiums. Considering this, Subai sent a directive back to Xin Qingling. Subai, there's no need to prepare mature plants. The teleportation cost is too high and the cost-effectiveness is extremely low. Use all the budget to purchase seedlings or seeds, and the quantity must be large. Xin Qingling, upon seeing this reply, was clearly a bit surprised, but soon she came up with an explanation herself. As a senior officer of the Special Task Group, she naturally understood the existence of the portable miniature magic field. She speculated that Subai must have opened a similar acceleration building from the first Kill's blind box treasure chest, which is why he dared to only request seedlings. Seedlings have extremely weak life fields, and their teleportation costs can almost be ignored. If transporting seedlings, the Special Task Group's budget could indeed achieve massive distribution. Xin Qingling, I understand before sunset the day after tomorrow the Special Task Group can gather at least 300 extraordinary seedlings with practical or auxiliary value for you. Looking at the number of 300, a glint of sharp light flashed in Subai's eyes. Subai, the types of these 300 seedlings must not be too diverse. It's best if they are from the same batch and possess the same attributes. Please do not send one of this type today and another of that type tomorrow, turning it into a botanical garden. Once this request was sent, Xin Qingling clearly found it difficult to understand. In the star rating mechanism of the island world, the diversity of species holds significant weight. 10 different black iron level plants will have a much greater effect on enhancing the island's star rating than 10 identical black iron level plants. Subai's approach completely contradicted common sense. However, Xin Qingling was an extremely intelligent liaison and wisely chose not to ask further. In this world filled with extraordinary secrets, every genius who can achieve a first kill has their own cards they cannot reveal. Asking too many questions would only touch the other party's sore spot, affecting the hard-earned trust established in their cooperation. No problem, I will procure according to the same category and in bulk standards, Xin Qingling promised. After cutting off the communication, a satisfied cold smile crept onto Subai's lips. Of course, Xin Qingling could not know about the existence of the godlike attribute system. The reason Subai avoided diversity was to maximize the use of the system's abnormal bulk refresh feature. If the Special Task Group sent 300 different types of seedlings with only 4 solidification opportunities per day, how long would it take him to get through them all? But if the Special Task Group sent 300 of the same species of plants, he would only need to treat them as a whole, execute 1 bulk refresh and 1 solidification to instantly obtain 300 extraordinary plants enhanced by attributes. This is the true maximization of benefits. Subai reached out to close the chat window and prepared to stand up to stretch his somewhat stiff muscles from sitting too long. A notification broke the silence of the night sky in the island world. Global announcement: congratulations to the newcomer of the Sun Never Sets District Fitz for successfully defeating the initial monster and obtaining and binding the heart of the island. Global announcement: Fitz has become the 3rd newcomer to be promoted to an apprentice island master in this session. Global announcement: as the 3rd achiever, a bronze level blind box treasure chest will be awarded as encouragement. The consecutive announcements declared the complete conclusion of the top 3 newcomers in this session. Subai casually opened the new chat channel. As expected, the newcomers in the Everlasting Sun region, who had been silent for a long time, finally began to show off in the channel, riding on the wave of this strong wind. A newcomer named Fei Eyes made an extremely arrogant announcement in the channel Everlasting Sun region. Fei Eyes, you are merely relying on your advantageous landing position to encounter weak monsters ahead of time. I have slain a rampaging rock bear with a rock armor. Just wait, the glory of Everlasting Sun will be restored by my hands, and I, Fei Eyes, have reserved the title of monthly newcomer king. Looking at this declaration filled with British arrogance, Subai didn't even feel like typing. As it turned out, there was no need for Subai to take action. Due to the previous verbal sparring between Richard and Subai, the newcomers from the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Nation, who were seething with anger, miraculously reached a united front at this moment. Newcomers from the 2 super regions surged into the channel like a tide, directly launching a united assault on Fei Eyes and the Everlasting Sun region. How dare you make a fuss over a broken bronze treasure chest? When Su God obtained a golden treasure chest, you were still up in the trees fighting monkeys for bananas. Exactly, the 3rd place doesn't even qualify to be regarded by our Lord Richard. A flood of vulgar insults and lethal sarcasm instantly left Fei Eyes dizzy and afraid to show his face again. Subai observed silently for a moment, watching the antics of those clowns, feeling no ripples in his heart. A war of words could not change the combat power of a monster on the island. Only the weak seek validation online. True strong ones only establish rules with blades and blood. With a few hours remaining before midnight, Subai chose not to sleep. He turned around facing the empty beach and slowly drew out the dragon's roar blade from his waist. The Earth spirits and their split bodies have taken care of all the pioneering and infrastructure work, while the three-dimensional detection radar has saved me the time of patrolling the island. This comfort can easily create an illusion of invincible combat power. Subai was very clear-headed. Although he possessed the tenfold basic attributes granted by the Killing God entry, he was still fundamentally a high school student who had only practiced basic combat skills for a few years. He had terrifying strength and neural reaction speed, but lacked the muscle memory and practical skills to match such inhuman power. When dealing with armored lizards, although he could take them down in a single hit, Subai knew that his posture at the moment of exertion was deformed and his steps were quite unsteady. In the eyes of a true expert, these were all fatal flaws. If he encountered a speed type or a being with exceptional combat skills, his uncoordinated body would undoubtedly suffer a major loss. Subai took a deep breath, and with a powerful push from his feet, he established a standard military combat stance. Instead of madly hacking at the rocks to vent his strength, he chose the basic sword technique that tested control the most. Draw the blade horizontal, cut upward, thrust lateral, slice, sheath the blade. There were no dazzling extraordinary techniques, only countless repetitions of monotonous drills. The sea breeze howled. Subai's movements, initially somewhat stiff and overly forceful, gradually became as fluid as water. He was trying to tame the explosive tenfold power, like breaking a wild horse, assimilating it little by little into muscle memory. Sweat slid down his chiseled cheeks, dripping onto the sand, only to be instantly dried by the sea breeze. Time flowed slowly in the monotonous act of swinging the blade. When the system clock in the upper right corner of his retina hit ding, the time has crossed midnight. The Super God entry system has reset today's fixed and refresh counts. Current available fixed count 44-inch, clang. Subai abruptly sheathed his blade, his eyes instantly opened wide, shooting out sharp glints. Little Flash, come here. Subai called out in a low voice. The little spirit, who had been floating in the air, dutifully playing the role of a streetlight, immediately flew over like a bullet, obediently hovering in front of Subai. Subai's attention was directly locked on the purple orb that had been hanging above Little Flash's head for the entire night. System lock onto target, light spirit Little Flash, fixed entry, flash burst. Ding. Command confirmed. Entry has been solidified. Remaining fixed counts today 34-inch. The purple orb instantly exploded, transforming into countless violent purple electric arcs, forcefully infusing them into Little Flash's petite light body. The terror of an epic entry. Under Subai's gaze, Little Flash's originally 20-centimeter body swelled in the wind, growing to over 30 centimeters in just a few seconds. Its previously semi-transparent and somewhat illusory form became extremely solid, with faintly flickering, unsettling purple arcs of electricity swirling at the edges of its glow. No longer just a simple light bulb, but a combat weapon that could explode at any moment. Feeling the terrifying light energy within Little Flash, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze swept to the 4 ordinary bronze-level water spirits by the magic field's water channel, which had produced a pile of white garbage entries yesterday. Since yesterday's mutated water to ice water spirit had been sent to create an ice chamber, the remaining 4 water spirits became Subai's focus for tonight's lottery. He randomly locked onto one water spirit that was spitting water into the channel. System refresh. Subai thought he would once again face a bunch of ordinary white and green entries, believing that good luck couldn't favor him forever. However, the moment the command was issued, a purple light once again appeared before Subai's eyes. Purple. Another epic level. Originally thinking that those 3 high-level entries had exhausted his luck from yesterday, little did he know that during the final batch solidification of the Sunfire Flower seeds, sent by the Special Task Group, the system had given him another huge surprise. Fire condensation excellence level forcibly elevates the target plant's extraordinary energy level. Effect explanation: after the petals mature, if consumed directly by ordinary carbon-based life forms, there is a certain probability of breaking the genetic lock and awakening a level fire ability. Recalling this line of description, Subai still felt his heart pounding. This was not just an elevation in rank, but a dimensional blow in commercial logic. Originally, the Sunfire Flower was merely an auxiliary medicine capable of slightly enhancing the power of fire ability user skills. The extraordinary beings who could afford it usually only bought it in small quantities when breaking through bottlenecks or before major battles. With a narrow audience and low repurchase rates, even monopolizing the market wouldn't yield the kind of astronomical prices that could make one rich overnight. But now it was different. Fire condensation directly transformed the Sunfire Flower from an auxiliary medicine into a main medicine capable of producing extraordinary beings. Even ordinary people could use it. In Blue Star, it goes without saying that extraordinary beings are wealthy, but the richest in this world are always those ordinary people who control the lifeblood of the financial conglomerates, yet lack extraordinary talent. Those elders of conglomerates half buried in the ground, and those wealthy second-generation heirs who longed for self-preservation held wealth that could last for generations, yet they lacked the key to transcend the levels of life. A sharp scythe specifically designed to reap the desires of the wealthy, who crave power. A cold smile crept onto Su Bei's lips. This was his most precise positioning for this batch of mutated sunfire flowers. Once this batch of sunfire flowers hits the market, their price will undoubtedly skyrocket by tens, or even hundreds. The only flaw that Su Bai found somewhat disappointing was that the Liang flower was a one-year plant. Unlike the blood spirit fruit tree or the Hongguang fruit tree, which could yield fruits continuously once planted. Once this batch of mutated seeds was planted, the flowers that bloomed would wither as soon as the petals were harvested. As for the next generation of seeds it produced, whether they could perfectly inherit the extraordinary trait of fire condensation was not definitively guaranteed by the system. If they couldn't inherit it, then it would be a one-time deal. A one-time deal is just a one-time deal. With this significant influx of funds, I can easily buy more high-year plant seedlings from the black market and continue to snowball. Su Bai was never a picky person. To acquire such a batch of money-making machines in the initial phase was already a stroke of luck that countless people longed for. Meanwhile, as he completed 4 rounds of trait solidification last night, the island world keenly took note. Island Master Personal Notification detected a large-scale extraordinary mutation in your island's vegetation. Comprehensive rating updated to 35 stars. Island Master Personal Notification detected the birth of an extremely rare auxiliary elemental life form. Current rating updated to 42 stars. Island Master Personal Notification: the comprehensive foundation of the island has undergone a qualitative change. Current rating updated to 47 stars. Island Master Personal Notification: the current comprehensive rating of the island is finally set at 53 stars. From the original 19 stars it skyrocketed by 34 star levels overnight, directly breaking through the 5th. Such a frenzied leap naturally could not escape the eyes of competitors who were constantly monitoring the leaderboard. On a micro-island several thousand kilometers away from Su Bai, Richard, sporting 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes, was fixated on the global newcomer island rating leaderboard in the upper right corner of his retina. Breathing rapidly as if he were a broken bellows, his eyes were bloodshot. A few hours ago, when he endured immense humiliation and signed the treaty to cede 40% ownership of the island to the Lost Consortium. The Consortium immediately employed military technology to forcibly airdrop 20 black iron-grade extraordinary magical mushroom people onto his territory. The arrival of these natives caused his island's star rating to skyrocket to 28 stars, just a step away from Su Bei's 31 stars. At that moment, Richard was overjoyed, thinking that as long as he cultivated a few more acres of land or waited for the promised golden-grade fruit trees from the consortium to arrive, he could easily surpass that damn Dragon Country person and reclaim the glory belonging to the Lighthouse District. However, reality delivered a heavy slap to his face. He merely took a short nap due to exhaustion. When he opened his eyes again to refresh the leaderboard, the star rating of that Dragon Country person had already transformed into a number that filled him with despair: 53 stars. WTF? Richard kicked a stone beside him in anger. What happened? Did he also sell his island ownership to the Dragon Country Consortium like I did? Richard's brain raced to find a rational explanation, but it didn't add up. According to information intercepted by the Lighthouse Country's intelligence department, although Su Bai had contact with the Dragon Country's special affairs team, they merely obtained priority purchasing rights to resources, and there were no signs of any Dragon Country financial magnates or military capital settling on his island. Su Bai was still developing independently. How could a single person develop so rapidly? This absolutely violates the common sense of the island world. Richard, extremely unwilling, meticulously studied the few public data points on the leaderboard. Suddenly his gaze froze on the number of residents column for Su Bai. Number of residents, 1313. Richard was stunned. A few hours ago, Su Bai's number of residents was still 12-1. Initial Earth Spirit 1 split body, plus 10 elemental life forms awakened by the recruitment scrolls gifted by Blue Star. Where did this extra 1 come from? Remembering that yesterday Su Bai's number of residents inexplicably changed from 1 to 2, a maddening guess surfaced in Richard's mind. The thick gift crab, that native he initially tricked into joining him, actually went to recruit people from the sea. Richard was unaware of the existence of the extraordinary trait called secondary split. In his limited imagination, the natives on Su Bai's island seemed to possess some extremely special racial summoning ability, stabilizing the addition of 1 companion to the island every day. This meant that Su Bai didn't need to do anything every day. The island star rating could steadily rise due to the increase in residents. An overwhelming sense of jealousy and helplessness surged within him. Richard turned his head to look at the patch of freshly cultivated mud behind him. 20 stout, squat, extraordinary magical mushroom people topped with large colorful mushroom caps were clumsily wriggling in the field. They not only moved slowly, but also had extremely low intelligence. Richard had them carry stones to build walls, yet they couldn't comprehend the instructions. Only gathering together and continuously spitting grayish-white spores into the soil. Damn useless creatures. What else can you do besides growing mushrooms? Richard was furious, rushing at a passing mushroom person and kicking it fiercely. Bang! The mushroom person was kicked over, rolling on the ground. Startled, its cap suddenly retracted and unleashed a large cloud of dust spores. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Richard was caught off guard, inhaling a mouthful of spores, instantly choking with tears streaming from his eyes, feeling as if his lungs were on fire. He angrily drew his short knife, intending to teach this disobedient creature a lesson. Richard, stop. A cold voice with an arrogant English accent came from behind him. This is a strategic asset of the Lost Consortium. You have no right to damage them at will. If your foolishness leads to the death of the mushroom people, the Consortium will deduct double the loss from your remaining 60% profit. Richard's movements froze. He turned around to see a white man named Hardy, dressed in a crisp, dust-proof suit with an arrogant expression. Hardy was the deputy island master dispatched by the Lost Consortium to Richard's island. Officially there to provide construction guidance, but in reality, he was the overseer sent by the Consortium. Looking at Hardy's haughty expression, Richard's hand that gripped the short knife turned blue with veins, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and sheathed the knife. He was very clear about his situation. To purchase the reinforcement potion and equipment to impact his apprenticeship as an island master, he had already incurred extremely heavy debts on Blue Star. If he didn't cooperate with the Consortium and lacked material support, he couldn't survive the first month of monster waves on his own. He not only had to surrender control of the island, but also had to endure these idiots that only knew how to spit spores every day. Meanwhile, that person from the Dragon Country far on the other side of the earth was enjoying the thrill of a rising rating while independently developing his island. This stark contrast almost made Richard's teeth grind. At the same time, in another sea area, the always silent apprentice Island Master Fitz of the Sun Never Sets district looked at Su Bei's unreachable 53 stars on the leaderboard. After a long struggle, his gaze ultimately transformed into a resolute determination. He activated the communicator and sent a brief message to the largest noble consortium in the Sun Never Sets district. I agree to your terms. Immediately airdrop supplies and armed personnel. I want to expand my island's area tenfold within a week. Su Bai was oblivious to the fact that the violent surge in his island rating had driven competitors from other regions. However, even if he were aware, it would not have caused any fluctuation in his demeanor. His confidence stemmed from the strategic support of the Special Affairs Group, which possessed a grand vision, as well as the overwhelming power of the Super God attribute system that could overturn the rules. The brief bursts of potential traded by those conglomerates achieved through overdrawing the future potential of the island were merely a desperate measure in the face of his system. The morning air was exceptionally fresh. Su Bai stepped out of his tent and headed straight towards the 20 acres of magical fields occupying the core area of the island. After a whole night of elemental nourishment, the dark purple soil of the magical field appeared even more fertile. Su Bai crouched down, his gaze sweeping over the special seeds that had just been sown last night. They sprouted so quickly. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Bei's eyes. In the center of the magical field, the batch of seeds from the fiery sunflower had already broken through the soil, sprouting 2 dark red tender leaves. The surface of the tender shoots faintly emitted a weak stream of heat. Next to the fiery sunflower, the most precious platinum-grade blood spirit fruit tree possessing the attribute of rapid growth had already grown a seedling that was 2 centimeters tall. Its branches and leaves exhibited an incredibly translucent blood jade hue, radiating a pure life force under the sunlight. All of this was thanks to the 30 reduction in growth cycle provided by the magical field, the 50 reduction in maturation time from rapid growth, and the newly appointed water and light spirits from last night. Especially a unique water spirit infused with life nourishment. It was responsible for daily irrigation, using water infused with exceptionally high life energy to nourish these special seedlings. This was akin to administering a growth hormone to these plants. Unfortunately, I currently lack specialized fire element life forms. Su Bai glanced at the slightly dim red glow of the fiery sunflower and regretfully stroked his chin. Fire element plants like the fiery sunflower would grow at double the speed if they received continuous catalysis from a fire spirit. However, under the current conditions, he could only let Xiaoshan lead the light spirit team to simulate heat with pure. Although the efficiency dropped with multiple attributes stacked, the maturity time for this batch of fiery sunflowers would definitely not exceed half a month. In half a month, I can harvest a batch of wealthy patrons. Su Bai stood up as if he could already see mountains of alliance currency and high-level resources beckoning to him. He shifted his gaze to another area. There, the seed of the light fruit tree capable of producing light element awakening fruits remained buried deep in the soil, showing no signs of sprouting. It seems that the ability enhancement attribute merely raised the efficacy limit of the fruit and did not provide any reductions in the growth cycle. Su Bai was not too disappointed. The light fruit tree was a high-level sustainable crop, and its growth cycle was inherently lengthy. For a strategic resource of this caliber, growing slowly was to be expected. Good work takes time. As long as the quality is high enough, he would have the confidence to dictate prices to the Special Affairs Group, and even other conglomerates in the future. Aside from these special plants, the surrounding 10 acres planted with ordinary grain from Blue Star were already vibrant with life. The island world, rich in life energy combined with the magical field's ripening effect, had compressed the maturation cycle of these mundane crops to a jaw-dropping. The island world, rich in life energy combined with the magical field's ripening effect, had compressed the maturation cycle of these mundane crops to a jaw-dropping extent. At most 20 days and I can harvest the first batch of grain. Subai clapped his hands in satisfaction. In the initial stages of developing the island, grain would undoubtedly be the most valuable currency. At that time he could use these inexpensive yet high-yield crops to exploit the starving new lords mercilessly in the trading hall. The cost of transporting goods from Earth was too high, leaving a significant profit margin in between. After inspecting the territory, Subai hung the dragon cry blade at his waist and whistled. Xiaoshan, keep up. The light spirit Xiaoshan, who had been hovering in the air, immediately flapped its wings joyfully, drawing a purple light trail in the air before landing steadily above Subai's shoulder. Subai began his daily routine of patrolling the island. Although the three-dimensional detection radar could cover the entire island without blind spots, ensuring he could detect intruders even in his sleep, the radar's detection range was still limited by the island's boundaries, and it was currently powerless to observe movements in the deep ocean. Subai had to rely on his own eyes to monitor the changes in the surrounding seas. The king summoned me to patrol the mountain. Subai felt incredibly relaxed, even humming a tune from his hometown. In this kingdom that belonged solely to him, witnessing the explosive growth of resources daily provided a sense of accomplishment unmatched by any enjoyment he could experience on Blue Star. After walking along the beach for about 10 minutes, Subai suddenly came to a halt. He squinted slightly, raising his hand to shield his forehead as he strained his eyes to look towards the deep sea ahead. At the limit of 10 times visual distance at the edge where the sea meets the sky, a faintly blurred black spot appeared. At first, Subai thought it was some enormous deep-sea whale or giant beast surfacing. However, as time passed, the black spot did not submerge. Instead, under the waves push, its outline became increasingly clear, and its area appeared to be growing larger. That is not a living creature. It shows no signs of life activity. A hint of confusion flashed in Subai's eyes as he turned to Xiaoshan, perched on his shoulder, pointing in that direction, and asking, Xiaoshan, your vision is better than mine. Oh, can you see what that is? Xiaoshan immediately flapped its wings and flew into the air, hovering like a small lookout tower. After a brief pause, it emitted a few urgent and excited chirps. Two short luminous arms drew a large circle in front of its chest, then pointed at the sand beneath Subai's feet. Although Subai could not understand the language of the light spirit, he instantly grasped its meaning through their spiritual connection. Are you saying that is a massive rock, and its composition is similar to the island beneath our feet? Xiaoshan nodded rapidly in the air, and then gestured, indicating that the area of the rock was somewhat smaller than their current island. Subai's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the heart of the island suddenly transmitted a strong wave of energy to his spiritual sea. It seemed to be craving that rock. Island fragment. Subai instantly made an incredibly confident judgment, a wave of uncontrollable ecstasy surging within him. His current island area was a pitiful 1 square kilometer. Although the unlimited troop production from the Earth Spirit and the seed support from the Special Affairs Group were helpful, land resources would soon face saturation. In the island world, the most conventional method to expand the area was to rely on the heart of the island, which generated attraction with the increase of star rating. To slowly absorb those unclaimed rock layers drifting in the endless sea, this was commonly referred to as merging with deserted islands. Subai never expected that just after raising his island rating to 53 stars, such a rare opportunity for expansion would present itself. But the joy lasted only a moment. A very practical technical challenge stood before Subai. How do I bring... Subai looked at the island fragment, still floating slowly on the horizon, his brows tightly furrowed. That was a terrifyingly massive island fragment, not a fish. He couldn't just drag it over with a rope. Currently, his initial island was not equipped with any propulsion devices that could provide power, making it impossible. The only method seemed to be to stand here and pray that the ocean currents would show mercy and blow it directly to the... Am I really just going to wait? Subai sighed in frustration. At this moment, it would have been perfect if a similar attribute to manipulate objects or control gravitational fields had appeared last night. However, just as Subai felt at a loss, the situation on the sea suddenly changed. The island fragment, which had originally been drifting with the waves, suddenly stirred up a violent boil in the surrounding waters. Following that, a powerful thrust erupted from behind the fragment. A massive shadow broke through the waves, leaving a white trail on the surface of the sea, charging straight towards Subai's island. What's happening? How did it accelerate on its own? Subai was alarmed, immediately getting into a defensive stance. As the distance closed rapidly, Subai finally got a clear view of the island fragment. On the edges of the fragment, which measured several thousand square meters, numerous large monsters were sprawled on. Some resembled mutated giant sea elephants, while others appeared as scaled, two-headed giant wolves. At this moment, these monsters were staring at Subai and the island behind him, which radiated a rich energy with predatory eyes. What made Su Bei's scalp tingle was that behind the fragment, there were several extremely large aquatic monsters. They were vigorously waving their powerful tails using the island fragment as a massive landing craft charging towards Su Bei's territory. As the fragment of the island forcefully pushed by several giant aquatic monsters drew within 100 meters, Su Bei finally glimpsed the full figure of the invaders on the fragment. These were not the instinct-driven beasts like armored lizards, but rather a group of humanoid beings possessing a certain level of intelligence, even capable of using tools. Their physiques resembled the goblins found in Western fantasy literature, though slightly taller, about 1.2 meters. Their skin displayed a sickly gray-brown hue covered in rough granules. Their protruding jawbones bore two sharp fangs that jutted outwards with dark red flesh hanging between the gaps. What startled Su Bei the most was that these monsters did not have claws on their hands, but were wielding an assortment of— There were thick wooden sticks sharpened to a point thigh bones from unknown giant beasts, and even one monster that tightly clutched a venomous island snake attempting to use it as a whip. However, the snake was clearly not a domesticated creature. It was currently coiled around the monster's arm, frantically. Named Grayskin Troglodyte, level intermediate black iron, social type, subhuman skills 1. Digging 2. Throwing mastery 3. Night vision. Description: notorious vagrant marauders in the island world. They are nomadic, often drifting on unclaimed island fragments in the endless sea, but once they discover an island with weak defenses they swarm in and devour all resources and creatures on the island. After reading this description, Su Bei's brows were deeply furrowed. So this group of troglodytes has turned this rock into a pirate landing craft. This revelation refreshed Su Bei's understanding of the island world. He had originally thought that the early monster invasions were random spawns at the edges of islands, but he never expected there were pirates with their own vessels launching cross-sea strikes. If all the fragments on the island were like the one before him, possessing such terrifying collision speed, it would be nothing short of a disaster for ordinary novice island lords. Even if you were lucky enough to block the monsters, the island itself would be directly shattered. Su Bei took a deep breath and tightly gripped the hilt of his dragon's roar sword. There were a total of 8 gray-skinned troglodytes on the fragment. No, now there were 7. The unfortunate one trying to use the snake as a weapon had already been bitten in the neck, and was now lying on the rocks foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. Yet, even with only 7, the pressure was still immensely great. After all, they were all intermediate black iron, and although Su Bei possessed the system's enhancement and terrifyingly strong combat power against higher levels, his current rank was still only a freshly broken through lower black iron. Level suppression combined with the overwhelming odds of 1 against 7. If it were any ordinary newcomer who had just arrived 3 days ago facing such a situation, the only choice would be to immediately crush their return token, abandon the island, and flee. But Su Bei did not retreat. Xiao Shan, ascend to the highest point, and do not come down without my command. Xiao Shan, hovering beside Su Bei, sensed the heavy killing intent. Though extremely worried, even tightening its little fists formed from condensed light energy in the air, wishing to rush in and help its master burn these ugly monsters to ashes, it still obediently followed orders, flapping its wings and instantly rising to 10 meters high. Having made preparations, Su Bei slightly spread his feet in the sand, assuming an extremely standard sword drawing. Boom! A deafening roar. The massive island fragment, propelled by the aquatic monsters, slammed heavily against the northern beach of Su. The tremendous kinetic energy caused the entire island to tremble violently. The beach gouged out a massive trench over 10 meters long. At the same time, 7 high-risk light points instantly formed on the 3D detection radar on Su Bei's retina. Su Bei roared in his heart, his calf muscles exploding with power. The terrifying force brought about by tenfold physical enhancement left 2 deep pits in the sand as he transformed into a black lightning bolt, launching a counteroffensive before the troglodytes could jump off the fragment. The foremost gray-skinned troglodyte had just raised its large bone club, not yet able to let out an excited howl. Clang! The purple blade flashed, cutting through the troglodyte's resilient skin without any resistance under Su Bei's monstrous strength. PFF. A dull sound of flesh tearing. The troglodyte did not even feel pain. Its upper body slid forward under the inertia of the tremendous kinetic energy, directly severed at the waist. Extremely pungent purple viscous blood splattered into the air, drenching its companions behind in a Alo. The sudden death of their companion did not instill fear in these marauders who had long battled in the endless sea. Rather, it completely ignited their ferocity. The remaining 6 gray-skinned troglodytes instantly locked onto Su Bei's position. They did not rush in like mindless beasts, but instead spread out in a remarkably coordinated manner. 3 charged in from the front wielding their weapons, while another 3 nimbly circled to Su Bei's flanks and rear. Such high agility, and they possessed tactical coordination instinct. Su Bei immediately sensed the difference between these intermediate black iron monsters and the armored lizards. While the armored lizards only charged recklessly, these troglodytes had honed their vicious combat instincts through Su Bei scored a hit with his sword, but did not grow greedy. He suddenly exerted force in his waist, forcibly twisting his center of gravity, and retreated rapidly with alternating steps. He was not foolish enough to test the attack power of intermediate black iron monsters with his flesh. Even if he were grazed by a bone club, his tenfold enhanced bones would break several. Seeing Subai retreat, the 6 troglodytes let out triumphant howls and followed closely like a persistent. They had drifted on the sea for nearly half a month, and their stomachs were already growling with hunger. Now that they had finally stumbled upon an island defended by only one person, how could they possibly miss this delicious feast of human flesh? Now's the time. Subai suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, facing away from the pursuing troglodytes, and let out an angry roar. Xiao Shan unleashed the explosion. The moment the command was given, the light spirit, which had been hovering high above and completely ignored by the troglodytes, detonated the extremely compressed light energy within it in an instant. With their high agility and night vision abilities, the troglodytes sensed the violent energy fluctuations coming from above. They thought there were ambushers descending from the sky, instinctively looking up with widened eyes. The system's identification panel instantly popped up, named Demonic Energy Crystal Quality, Special Energy Product from the Island World, Black Iron Intermediate Description, an energy crystal formed within certain native species of the Island World after being contaminated by an unknown high concentration of demonic energy. Effect contains extremely violent and pure extraordinary energy. The Island Master, as a protector of the laws, can directly hold it in their palm to absorb, use to forcibly cleanse the body, and accelerate rank advancement. Warning: ordinary organisms or carbon-based beings not bonded to the heart of the island that forcibly absorb this will have their minds eroded by demonic energy, becoming violent monsters that know only slaughter. After reading this description, a deep seriousness flashed in Subei's eyes. Demonic energy crystal, formed under the influence of demonic energy. In the textbooks he studied for 18 years on Blue Star, the term demonic energy had never been mentioned. The textbooks always referred to these monsters as beasts distorted by the laws of the island. Combining this with the confidential intelligence sent earlier by Shun Qingling from the Special Affairs Group about significant changes about to occur in the island world, Subai seemed to understand something. Could it be that the changes and crises mentioned by the Special Affairs Group refer to this unknown demonic energy that can erode minds and drive living beings into madness? And this demonic energy is spreading widely in the island world. Although this speculation made him feel somewhat uneasy, Subei's attention quickly shifted to the effects. No matter what the changes are, as long as it can be directly absorbed to enhance strength, it's a good thing. Subai licked his lips, his gaze becoming extremely fervent. Having just broken through to black iron lower level, it was precisely the time he needed to consolidate. If absorbing this crystal could allow him to upgrade again, would the system reward him with additional solidification chances? Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Subai was always a doer. Since the system determined that this demonic energy crystal was a positive benefit for the island master, he had no reason not to try. He bent down and used the tip of his knife to pick out the black crystal the size of a ping-pong ball from the viscous purple blood, rubbed it casually on the beach, and then held it in the palm of his left hand. Following the introduction to absorption of extraordinary items he had read in the high school library, Subai closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He slowly concentrated his mental energy in his palm, attempting to resonate with the violent energy within the crystal. In less than 5 seconds, buzz, Subai felt an extremely intense pain in his palm, as if he were holding a piece of dry ice that was melting. Immediately after, a chilling, bloodthirsty black airflow surged through the meridians of his palm and violently crashed into his body. Wherever this cold airflow passed, it quickly transformed into scalding hot flow. Subei's senses were heightened to the maximum. He could clearly see his muscle fibers within his body being continuously torn apart and reorganized under the washing of this energy, becoming thicker and more resilient. The density of his bones further increased, their surfaces faintly shining with a metallic luster. This feeling of forcibly heightened physicality was extremely addictive. He maintained a long and steady breath, greedily absorbing the energy within the crystal like a shriveled sponge. The little light spirit Xiao Shan, which had been hiding in Subei's pocket to recover energy, also sensed the intense energy fluctuations. It poked its little glowing head, which had no facial features, out, and curiously looked at the shrinking black crystal in Subei's palm. It poked its little glowing head, which had no facial features, out, and curiously looked at the shrinking black crystal. Although the name Demonic Energy Crystal sounded like a villain's exclusive tool for the island master, this was simply the most efficient experience pill in the island world. About 5 minutes later, that chilling and piercing feeling completely dissipated. Subai opened his left hand, and the originally deep black crystal had vanished, leaving only a trace of black powder in his palm. With a gust of sea breeze, it scattered away. Is that all? Subai smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He had originally thought that this crystal from a black iron intermediate monster could sustain him for half an hour, yet it was gone just like that. However, the absorption time was short, but the effects were extremely immediate. Subai suddenly opened his eyes, feeling that his senses had been elevated to a whole new level. He could clearly hear the subtle sound of the sea washing against the crevices of rocks 50 meters away. He could see a tiny beetle crawling on a blade of grass 10 meters away. He pulled up his personal panel and a line of brand new data confirmed his guess-level Black Iron Intermediate. The energy within a Black Iron Intermediate burrowing monster directly allowed me to leap over a small rank. That seems reasonable, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Detected an upgrade in the host's personal rank from Black Iron lower level to Black Iron Intermediate. System Authority Sync unlocked daily solidification, chances 1. Current daily available solidification chances, 55. Well done. Subai couldn't help but silently praise himself. Having 5 solidification chances each day, this meant he could strengthen that batch of extraordinary materials in his hands faster. The speed of snowballing would completely leave other newcomers behind, making them invisible. However, although he held 5 chances in his hand, Subai did not rush to find a target for solidification. Good steel should be used on the blade. He currently had no top-notch materials worth wasting solidification chances on. He held the longing blade, casually performing a few flourishes on the beach, feeling the surge of power and speed after breaking through to Black Iron Intermediate. Now it's time to deal with these trash. Subai looked at the 8 burrowing corpses on the ground, pondering for a moment. This group of poor souls had dropped nothing of value except for a few broken bone clubs. As for the gray skin on them, its hardness was less than 1/10 of that of an iron-armored lizard, making it completely useless for armor. He opened the mark on the back of his hand and sent a message to Shin Qingling of the Special Affairs Group. Subai, do you collect materials from gray-skinned burrowing creatures? Since he had not seen much about the utilization of materials for this obscure subhuman monster in his high school textbooks, he could only ask the professionals. A few seconds later, Shin Qingling's reply popped up. Shin Qingling, yes. Gray-skinned burrowing creatures dig soil in various harsh environments for a long time, and their nails contain a special trace toxin of earth elements, which can be used in medicine after purification. Official purchase price, 500 union coins for a complete nail. Shin Qingling, did you encounter gray-skinned burrowing creatures? How many? Looking at this message, Subai's gaze involuntarily fell on the claws of those monsters on the ground. The fingers of the gray-skinned burrowing creatures were extremely thick, but they were covered in a heavy layer of black mud left from years of digging, and their nail gaps were stuffed with unknown foul-smelling rotten flesh. Can the nails of this thing be used in medicine? Subai's mouth twitched. Are you sure it won't physically transcend the person who takes the medicine? However, as a supplier, he wisely chose not to probe into the client's pharmaceutical process. 500 union coins per piece was much faster than the profit from stripping the scales of iron-armored lizards. Subai 8 of them, I just dealt with them, and all their fingernails are intact. Blue Star Special Affairs Group, West City Division Logistics Dispatch Room. Holding a cup of coffee and preparing to stay up late to verify the procurement list for special plant seedlings, Shin Qingling choked on her coffee when she saw the number 8 pop up on the screen. Cough, cough, cough. She sprayed coffee directly onto the tactical panel in front of her, coughing violently as she wiped the screen with a tissue, her black-framed glasses slipping down her nose in shock. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? 8. Shin Qingling stared intently at the chat records, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She was no mere ornamental office worker. As a seasoned island master, she was all too aware of the troublesome nature of the gray-skinned cave dwellers. Although this type of monster had low individual defense, they were extremely agile and possessed tactical coordination akin to that of a wolf pack. For a rookie who had just landed 3 days ago, encountering 2 cave dwellers was enough to cause a flurry of panic. Encountering a third would likely spell life-threatening danger. Yet Subai managed to take down all 8 by himself. The tone of his messages suggested it was as easy as casually squashing 8 cockroaches. How did he manage that? Even for the fully armed second-generation islanders from the consortium, facing 8 mid-tier black iron monsters without using high-grade scrolls would incur a heavy price. Suddenly Shin Qingling recalled a statement made by Captain Xiao Yangping after he returned from 5th middle school yesterday. In the presence of that young man, a bronze-level extraordinary felt a sense of heart palpitations. The temperature on the island was high, just the brief movement had already soaked his back with sweat. But without hesitation, he quickly put on the leather armor, fastened every buckle, and finally held the— This Subai is unfathomable. Shin Qingling mused as she tapped her fingers on the table. While she was astonished, she also completed the work connection at lightning speed. Subai placed all 48 cave dweller fingers. Each of their hands had only 3 fingers in the trading panel. A total of 24,000 alliance coins. Instead of applying for cash, Shin Qingling decisively extracted an extremely precious star chrysanthemum seedling from the Special Affairs team's cold storage and placed it in the trade box. Transaction completed. As the light of spatial transfer enveloped the scene, 48 fingers, stained with purple blood with exceptionally smooth cross-sections, appeared on Shin Qingling's desk. Out of professional habit, Shin Qingling picked up one finger and examined the cut of the bone closely. In the next moment, her expression changed again. The bone's cut is exceptionally smooth with no sawtooth cracks left from repeated hacking. It was a clean cut. Shin Qingling gasped, her sharp eyes making a keen judgment. 4 black iron bones, even a low-grade bronze blade would find it difficult to achieve such a clean cut. The weapon in his hand must be at least silver grade. She pondered, a newcomer from a civilian background single-handedly killing 8 mid-tier monsters, and wielding at least a silver-grade top-tier weapon. Shin Qingling felt her CPU was about to burn out. The Special Affairs team's investigation into Su Bei's background over the past few days had turned up nothing. He was undoubtedly a destitute orphan before landing, having to scrimp and save just to buy a high-carbon steel knife. So where did this divine weapon come from? Could it be that he just happened to dig up an ancient relic on the island? What a ridiculous protagonist script this is. Shin Qingling grumbled, tugging at her hair, knowing that even if she asked, Su Bai would never tell her the truth. With an insatiable curiosity, yet unable to probe further, she knew she would be sleepless tonight. Meanwhile, in the island world, Su Bai was blissfully unaware that his casual sale of materials was driving the Special Affairs team's liaison to the brink of a nervous breakdown. He stood on the beach, kicking the dismembered cave-dweller corpses into the surging sea with disdain. As the last corpse sank into the depths of the sea, a dull, thunderous geological collision sound reverberated from beneath Su Bei's feet. The massive fragment of the island carrying the cave-dwellers finally completed its fusion with Su Bei's initial island under the powerful pull of the heart of the island. The method by which the island world expands its territory is outlined in Blue Star's compulsory education textbooks, but what one learns from books is always superficial. Standing at the edge of his island, Su Bai crossed his arms, observing this miraculous scene that could be likened to that of a creator. He finally witnessed what it meant for island fragments to merge. The entire process lacked any earth-shattering explosions or intense seismic rifts. Under the heart of the island's influence, the unclaimed fragment underwent an extraordinarily strange transformation the moment it touched Su Bei's island beach. What were once hard rocks and soil seemed to melt instantly in high temperatures, transforming into a massive, highly malleable gray putty. Subsequently, this enormous mass began to stretch and flatten uniformly along the coastline of Su Bei's island. Observing the gradually extending coastline, Su Bai gave it a high rating in his heart. This method of merging perfectly avoided turning the newly acquired land into an isolated enclave. It also would not trigger earthquakes due to geological plate collisions, which could jeopardize the 20 acres of cultivated magical fields at the center of his island. The newly added fragment was akin to stitching a wide skirt onto a somewhat snug garment. The merging process was neither particularly fast nor slow. Su Bai stood there in the sea breeze, gripping the hilt of his knife, remaining vigilant for over an hour. When the movement of the soil on the sea surface finally ceased, returning to silence, a vast flat expanse of new land had materialized before him. Although the distribution of fragments had led to a cover of gray gravel and stones obscuring part of the surface, making it appear somewhat desolate, Su Bai did not see this as an issue. Name Su Bai: Identity Apprentice, Island Master, Level Mid-Tier, Black Iron Skills, None, Equipment, Dragon Cry Blade, Low-Grade Silver, Swift Wind, Leather Armor, High-Grade Bronze, Island Area 1. 2 square kilometers, Resident Count, 13, Island Rating 73 stars. Su Bei's gaze passed over the basic information. The area of the island has increased from 1.0 to 1.2, an increase of 0.2 square kilometers. The island rating has skyrocketed from 53 stars to 73 stars. Simply adding 0.2 square kilometers of bare land devoid of any extraordinary plants or structures had directly raised the island's rating by a full 20 stars. Area is the foundation of all-star ratings and resources. Su Bai took a deep breath, ambition flickering in his eyes. If he were to acquire an island expansion scroll in the future or encounter an unclaimed wasteland of a whole square kilometer in the fog and swallow, it wouldn't his island rating surge by over 100 stars. With land, he could plant the 300 special seedlings that the Special Affairs team was about to deliver. With land, he could provide a place for the labor force of Earth spirits who could produce endlessly. Reigning in his internal excitement, Su Bai grasped the Dragon Cry Blade and stepped forward, officially entering this newly integrated area of his territory. He maintained the utmost vigilance. The sea snake that had previously been used as a whip by the gray-skinned cave dweller had vanished without a trace. Su Bai searched around the gaps in the surrounding rocks, but found no sign of the sea snake. It sure got away quickly, he remarked, his gaze drifting away. If that snake were still around, he wouldn't mind giving it a system refresh to see if such a primal poison could yield some exceptional attributes. Since it had wisely fled back into the sea, Su Bai was too lazy to pursue it. After all, the enemy of my enemy is at the very least a temporary ally against the pirates, so letting it be was no harm. Su Bei's attention was soon drawn to 2 plants at the center of the new land. He had noticed these 2 tall trees standing alone on the fragments during the charge of the gray-skinned cave dwellers. Their appearance was starkly different from the coconut trees at the edge of the island. The trunks exhibited a strange dark golden color, and although their leaves seemed somewhat wilted, they still emitted a faint, extraordinary aura. As Su Bai approached, the system's identification information immediately materialized in his field of vision. Name: Golden Lemon Tree. Quality: inferior black iron, extraordinary plant, mature. Description: an extremely delicate fruit tree with high moisture requirements for its growing environment. Core effect: once mature it can produce golden lemons. When consumed as a long-term infusion by ordinary carbon-based beings, it can deeply cleanse internal toxins and rejuvenate skin cells, possessing strong beautifying effects. Upon reading this description, Su Bei's footsteps halted abruptly, followed by a surge of intense joy in his heart. Not only is it an extraordinary plant of black iron quality, but it is also a complete mature specimen that has long surpassed the seedling stage. Su Bei was well aware of the terrifying money-making potential that the phrase beautifying and nourishing held in Blue Star. While the ability users might be wealthy, the true controllers of the world's economic lifeblood are often the leaders and elders behind the massive financial conglomerates, along with their socialites and heiresses who possess countless resources. For these women at the peak of power, not being able to awaken abilities might be acceptable, but the aging of their beauty is undoubtedly a punishment worse than death. Ordinary skincare products are merely self-deception in the face of time, but this is an extraordinary fruit from the island world. It can reshape skin at the cellular level. Once these golden lemons hit the market, there will be no need for him to promote them. Those wealthy socialites will surely wave their checkbooks, trampling over the thresholds of the Special Affairs Group to snatch even a single lemon. This is a truly profitable product, a money tree with broader appeal than the fiery sunflower. If this tree is laden with lemons, I could immediately cash in a fortune. Su Bei excitedly lifted his head, quickly searching among the lush branches and leaves. 3 seconds later, Su Bei's smile completely froze. Empty. It was all empty. On the 2 tall golden lemon trees, there were not even any ripe golden lemons, nor any unripe fruits, not even a single flower bud left. The dense branches were marked with extremely violent tearing traces. Some small twigs had even been broken off completely, with fresh sap still lingering at the break. Su Bei immediately associated this with the gray-skinned troglodytes he had seen earlier. They had been drifting in the endless sea for over half a month, and were undoubtedly ravenously hungry. These damned beasts. Su Bei cursed through gritted teeth, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Those gray-skinned troglodytes had clearly treated these 2 priceless, extraordinary fruit trees as their buffet. Whether the lemons were ripe or unripe, they had gnawed everything clean, including the peels and seeds. Fortunately, the bark of the golden lemon tree is extremely bitter and tough. Otherwise, given the ravenous manner of the troglodytes, these 2 trees' trunks would likely not have survived. Such a waste of resources. Su Bei took several deep breaths to suppress the urge to drag those troglodytes from the sea and lash them again. While having some is better than having none. As long as the trees are alive with my resources, I can quickly make them bear fruit again. Su Bei no longer dwelled on the losses. He immediately turned and called for the Earth Spirit through the spiritual link. Soon the golden-level Earth Spirit, along with its 2 little brothers, including the second mini Earth Spirit that had just split off at midnight today, slid over to the new land. Push all the surface sand and stones to the island's edge to serve as a breakwater, and then using the safest method, transplant these 2 trees into the magical field for me. Su Bei issued the command. This newly merged land is extremely barren and cannot support the continued growth of black iron mature specimens. Only that 20 acres of black-purple magical field expanded by double area can allow them to regain their vitality. The Earth Spirits immediately began their work. They carefully wrapped the massive root systems of the lemon trees in soil, steadily moving the 2 large trees to the center of the magical field on the island like weightlifters. Watching the 2 large trees take root again in the nutrient-rich black soil, Su Bei stepped forward and placed his hand on the trunk. This mature plant is a cash cow that can directly generate income, and it is absolutely worth using his precious solidification opportunities. He had just gained an extra solidification opportunity today after upgrading to mid-level black iron, leaving him with only 1 last chance. Naturally, there was no need to gamble on 1/3 of the probability with batch refreshing. He decided to go for single refreshes steadily and securely. System lock on to the left golden lemon tree and execute single refresh. A flash of light revealed 3 light spheres. 2 were white and 1 was green. Su Bei glanced at the attributes: thickened bark, white developed roots, white pest resistance, green. These non-revenue attributes do not do justice to its identity as a money tree. Su Bei directly overlooked them and shifted his gaze to the slightly taller lemon tree on the right. System lock onto the right tree and continue with single refresh. Again, 3 light spheres jumped out. 1 white, 1 green, and 1 blue. Increased sourness white after ripening, the acidity increases by 20. Fruitful white slightly optimizes genetic results, increasing the size of each fruit by 15. These 2 attributes, if placed in an ordinary orchard on Blue Star, would undoubtedly be the dream come true for any. But under the extraordinary dimensions of the island world, merely changing the taste and size would not incite the madness of those top socialites. Su Bei's gaze finally locked firmly onto the rare level attribute that emanated a green light. Eternal Youth Green removes the sour taste from the fruit, allowing biological consumers to not only beautify their skin, but also form a faint protective film at the cellular level, slowing down the aging cycle of cells. Tier change: item level upgraded to superior black iron. This is the one. If the previous beautifying effect could only make older women appear a few years younger, this eternal youth is locking time itself. Slowing down the aging cycle, while not as direct as the blood spirit fruit in extending lifespan, is a temptation great enough to bankrupt any wealthy individual. Once packaged as an elixir of youth and pushed into the black market, every lemon produced by this tree would provoke a bidding war of blood and chaos. System lock on to eternal youth and execute solidification. Ding. Command confirmed attribute has been solidified. Remaining solidification chances today 0.5 the green light sphere shattered, transforming into countless light points that surged into the right lemon tree. As the attribute merged, the previously somewhat wilted fruit tree's trunk turned an extremely deep shade of dark gold, even faintly exuding a warm jade-like luster. Subai did not stop his actions. He turned and snapped his fingers at a nearby water channel. Little Green, come and help. Little Green was the mutated water spirit he had solidified with life nourishment last night. Little Green swiftly slid over, waving its hands to conjure a faint green stream infused with rich life energy, pouring it over the roots of the two golden lemon trees. With the magic field reducing the growth cycle by 30, it combined with the life catalysis from the water spirit, a miraculous scene unfolded. The branches that had been broken by the troglodytes on the two fruit trees stopped leaking liquid at a visible speed, and the wounds quickly scabbed and healed. Following that, extremely fine tender green buds stubbornly broke through from the withered branches, stretching their bodies in the sea breeze. Although the previous fruits had suffered terribly under this extraordinary ripening, Subai was confident that within half a month these two trees would bear countless golden lemons of immense value once again. Almost at the same moment that the lemon trees revived, the notification from the island law arrived on schedule. Island owner personal notification detected enhancement of the island's high-value extraordinary crop foundation. Current island rating has been upgraded to 77 stars. Meanwhile, on a tiny island within the Lighthouse District, vastly distant from Subai, the landmass, originally just 1 square kilometer, now felt unnervingly cramped and overcrowded. 20 sluggish, grotesque, fungal humanoids, glistening with foul, viscous mucus, drifted aimlessly across the fields. From time to time they expelled puffs of ashen-white spores, thickening the island's air into a damp, turbid haze. Richard sat rigidly before a high-tier tactical tent airdropped by the conglomerate, gripping his comm device so tightly his knuckles whitened. His face was dark with palpable dread. Ever since discovering Subai's star rating had surged to 53 stars hours earlier, Richard had been gripped by escalating anxiety. He had sworn to dethrone this newcomer from Longwa and reclaim both the golden treasure chest and the prestige he'd lost. Now his eyes bulged wide in sheer disbelief. No. 1 Subai Longwood District, 77 stars. It rose again. How? How did it leap over 20 stars in an instant? Richard frantically raked his fingers through his hair, his once impeccably styled blonde locks now a tangled bird's nest mess. He yanked up Subai's detailed profile, and the line, Island Area 1. 2 square kilometers, pierced his vision like a blade. The area expanded. He's fused an island fragment. Richard's breath turned ragged, and a cold wave of terror clenched his heart like iron. He was no fool. He'd undergone elite systemic training, and understood precisely what island expansion meant in this nascent phase of colonization. All players began with identical square kilometer islands. Soil carrying capacity had an absolute ceiling. Once fully cultivated, island rankings would stall irreversibly. That very impasse now trapped Richard. His island's remaining open space was nearly saturated by fungal humanoids and ordinary seeds supplied by the conglomerate. To advance further, he needed more land, but island expansion could not be purchased outright. It demanded rare fortune or alternatively conquest during next month's regional war. That damned Longwa scum. He must be cheating. Overwhelmed by envy and pressure, Richard snapped. He shot upright and kicked violently at a passing fungal humanoid, stunned mid-spore expulsion. Get out of my sight, you worthless dung producers. The blow sent the creature tumbling across the ground, triggering a reflexive burst of hallucinogenic spores. Richard, are you testing the conglomerate's limits? A chilling voice cut through the wind from behind the tent. Hadley, deputy island overseer of the lost conglomerate, strode forward in a sealed biohazard suit, his expression icy and unyielding. His gaze flickered with undisguised revulsion and malice toward the shivering fungal humanoid cowering in the corner. Hadley, don't hide behind the conglomerate's authority. Richard, now stripped of all pretense, roared like a cornered beast, jabbing a finger at the leaderboard. Look close. That Longwa national is already at 77 stars, and he's acquired a 0.2 square kilometer island fragment. If I can't expand my territory, the gap between us will widen endlessly. I'll never catch him. At those words, Hadley's pulse quickened. He immediately activated the microcomputer on his wrist and pulled up the lead when the figures registered 1.2 square kilometers and the staggering 77-star rating. Hadley's stoic mask cracked, his face hardening into grim gravity. This Longwa newcomer's luck borders on the supernatural. Hadley seethed inwardly. A full fifth of his island, 0.2 square kilometers, expanded in a single stroke. Such a quantum leap in foundational strength could instantly erase the colossal compensatory investments the lost conglomerate had already sunk. Richard, calm down. Hadley exhaled deeply, mind racing through damage control scenarios. I can't calm down. Eyes bloodshot, Richard lunged forward, voice laced with menace. You must escalate investment, immediately. Beyond the fungal humanoids deploy spatial folding technology now, and deliver mature specimens of high-tier, transcendent flora to me. Otherwise, if I fail to claim monthly newcomer sovereign, every resource you've poured in thus far vanishes. Your 40% ownership stake becomes worthless parchment. It was naked extortion. A flash of fury ignited in Hadley's eyes. This bankrupt debtor, drowning in debt, dared issue commands to a senior conglomerate executive. Yet as a consummate capitalist, Hadley weighed the calculus for precisely 3 seconds, and conceded grudgingly that Richard spoke truth. Sunk costs were astronomical, abandoning the venture now would render every prior sacrifice meaningless. Yet transporting mature flora carried a price so staggering it would make corporate leadership bleed. Understood. Hadley drew another slow breath, suppressing his ire. I'll contact Blue Star headquarters immediately to persuade the board to activate Tier 1 strategic reserves and intensify your funding. At those words, Richard's taut nerves eased, just slightly, and a strained hollow smile flickered across his lips. Then Hadley's voice sliced through the sea breeze, cold and precise. But Richard, you'd better pray this escalation secures victory over that Longwood National. If after expending everything you still lose the monthly newcomer sovereign. Hadley stared at him, gaze as lifeless as a corpse's. The conglomerate never shelters waste. We all know how the board disposes of non-performing assets. Richard's smile froze, then dissolved. After a long silence, he ground out teeth, clenched, I know. He spun on his heel and strode away. As he passed another fungal humanoid, he kicked it savagely, venting his suffocating frustration. Meanwhile, on Blue Star at the Xiqing branch of the Longwood Special Affairs Bureau, Shen Qingling sat at her command console, a nexus of holographic displays, riveted to Su Bai's terse reply, of course. Otherwise, how would they get here? Swim. She massaged her temples, sore from prolonged screen-gazing, struggling to piece together the implications. Initially, upon learning Su Bai had slain 8 iron-grade black-hide burrowers, her assumption was straightforward. Su Bai's starting island had drawn misfortune, an adjacent medium-sized subterranean monster nest whose inhabitants launched raids via short-distance swimming. But when she learned of his island's territorial expansion, an astonishing hypothesis crystallized. Drifting island fragments. Shen Qingling inhaled, sharply whispering to herself. Island fragments were among the rarest resources in the endless sea, not only expanding landmass directly, but dramatically elevating overall island star ratings. Yet their emergence was extraordinarily improbable. Even Shen Qingling, designated a prodigy by the Special Affairs Bureau, had endured 2 perilous months in the Mist Zone as a probationary island master before barely securing her first fragment, a minuscule scrap measuring mere dozens of square meters. And Su Bai? He'd entered the island world just 3 days ago. Monsters posed no real threat. Instead, they arrived like couriers, not only delivering valuable materials for resource exchange, but also delivering gratis a vast tract of land that instantly catapulted him ahead of every other newcomer. Recalling the mysterious blade in Su Bai's hand that could effortlessly sever monsters of black iron grade, along with his nonchalant demeanor when facing 8 intermediate monsters. This newcomer, a commoner with no background, has limits that surely exceed just being a monthly newcomer king. Shen Qingling's eyes sharpened. As long as he doesn't fall midway, he has a great chance to challenge for the throne of the 5th Supreme Newcomer King, a title that hasn't been seen in 100 years. The Supreme Newcomer King, an unparalleled honor that has dominated the rankings for 12 consecutive months. This is not just a title, it represents the great fortune bestowed upon him by the island world. If the Longwood region can produce a Supreme Newcomer King, the entire region will hold absolute strategic initiative in the island struggles over the next decade. Without any hesitation, Shen Qingling immediately entered a long string of keys on the tactical terminal, compiling all of Su Bai's achievements and the changes in island star ratings over the past 3 days. Additionally, she integrated speculations regarding the island fragments into a top-secret expedited report, directly sending it to the highest command center of the Special Affairs Group located in Kyoto. After the intelligence was sent, less than 2 minutes passed. Ding! A line of glaring red Supreme Authority orders popped up on the terminal screen. There were no excess inquiries, no repeated confirmations, just 4 extremely brief words: execute the Chulong plan. Seeing these 4 words, a flicker of shock crossed Shen Qingling's usually calm face. The Chulong plan. As a high-ranking member within the Special Affairs Group, she was all too aware of what these 4... This is a top-level resource allocation plan devised by the Longwood military to cultivate strategic island masters in their budding phase. The plan is exceedingly brutal. It spares no expense and exhausts all available military reserves, using the flesh and blood of the entire region to nourish a dragon capable of tearing apart the current paradigm. However, according to the ironclad rules of the Special Affairs Group, newcomers selected for the Chulong plan must have absolutely clean backgrounds and must sign an absolute loyalty agreement akin to a contract of servitude with the military. Under no circumstances could it be someone who wasn't cultivated internally by the Special Affairs Group. So who He rejected all investments from consortiums, and even when faced with the Special Affairs Group's overtures, he merely agreed to a lackluster priority, purchasing right. He not only retained even one of ownership of the island, but also refused the protection offered by armed personnel from the Special Affairs Group. Essentially, the two parties remained merely in an equal cooperative trading relationship. The upper echelon actually initiated the Chulong plan for a mere collaborator. Shun Qingling felt a strong sense of unreality. The head of the Special Affairs Group, that iron-fisted leader who has commanded the island defenses in the Longwa region for 30 years, actually holds such high regard for this 18-year-old boy. Shocked as she was, military orders are like mountains. Shun Qingling did not delve into the strategic intentions of the higher-ups, as she only needed to act as an efficient executor. Quickly adjusting her emotions, Shun Qingling opened the directed communication channel with Su Bai and sent a message. This afternoon, a batch of extraordinary plant seedlings should arrive in considerable quantity. Please prepare the planting area in advance. As for the Chulong plan, she did not mention it at all. Since the higher-ups decided to provide resources without charge, there was no need to burden Su Bai with any psychological pressure. This was a purely strategic investment. In the island world, Su Bai's territory. Seeing the message from Shun Qingling on the communicator, Su Bai was very satisfied. The efficiency of the Longwa government is indeed far superior to those capital tycoons who only calculate small profits. Turning off the communication interface, Su Bai pushed himself up with both hands. Knowing that a large shipment of resources would arrive in the afternoon, he naturally could not let the labor force on the island idle. Earth Spirit stopped the cleanup work on the fringe area. Redhill the unutilized vacant areas around the magical field, deeply breaking up the soil to prepare for the new plants. The Earth Spirit received the order without hesitation, its robust earthen arms plunging directly into the black-purple soil. Under the operation of Earth Element Affinity, large swathes of soil rolled and cracked like waves, becoming extremely soft and breathable. As for the recently integrated 0.2 square kilometers of island fragment, Su Bai temporarily classified it as a strategic buffer zone. The two most valuable golden lemon trees on the fragment have already been transplanted into the magical field. The remaining vast area is simply strewn with gray gravel and some energyless wild grasses devoid of any mining value. Once the work on the magical field is completed, have the Earth Spirit uproot all the wild grasses on the fragment and bury them deep in the soil to serve as base fertilizer. This new land will be the first line of defense against external enemies in the future. Su Bai rapidly sketched out the future of the island in his mind, while time flowed swiftly in the orderly preparations for war. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the dark golden hexagram mark on the back of his hand emitted a faint warmth. Su Bai immediately opened the directed trading panel. There were no prompts for deductions of alliance coins. Within the trading box, 15 plant seedlings wrapped in special nutrient soil appeared out of thin air. Accompanying this was Shun Qingling's message: this is the first batch of supplies. To reduce the energy loss during cross-dimensional transportation, the Special Affairs Group will adopt a phased small batch delivery method. The subsequent seedlings are being allocated from various military supply depots and will arrive in succession. Su Bai was not surprised by this. With the privilege of accessing national-level resources, he had no reason to complain about the logistics speed. Clicking to confirm receipt, a flash of white light revealed 15 seedlings that were extremely peculiar in shape, presenting a dark blue hue, with surfaces covered in barbs, all neatly appearing on the grass before Su Bai. Name: thorn vine seedling, quality black iron, low grade, extraordinary plant description, an extremely common defensive plant in the island world. Effect: when planted in the soil, its vines will grow wildly along the ground. The surface of the vines is adorned with extremely hard and sharp wooden thorns capable of easily tearing through the hides of ordinary beasts and low-tier monsters, making it excellent material for constructing defensive positions. Looking at the attributes of these seedlings, Su Bai frowned slightly. Purely defensive plants. To be honest, after acquiring the epic attribute three-dimensional detection, with its all-seeing radar perspective, the tactical value of such a passive defensive measure is not very high in Su Bai's eyes. Any monster that steps onto the edge of the island will trigger the radar alarm, giving him ample time to rush over with the longing blade for precise physical elimination. Thornvine at most just delays the monster's advance. However, Su Bai quickly changed his mind. No, I currently find Thornvine useless because my island area is only 1.2 square kilometers, and at full speed I can traverse the entire island in just a few seconds. But what if my island expands to 10 square kilometers or 100 square kilometers in the future? What if monsters land from 4 different directions simultaneously? As his territory expands, his mobility advantage would diminish. He could not possibly learn how to clone himself. If he planted this thorn vine in large areas on flat mudflats or buffer zones, not only could it effectively impede hordes of monsters' charge speed, but it could also greatly exhaust their stamina, buying his support extremely valuable tactical time. In terms of strategic depth, the old advisors of the Special Affairs Group truly have a longer vision than I do. Su Bai replied to Shun Qingling with 2 words on the communicator: received, as recognition of this batch of supplies. Next, it would be the moment to witness a miracle. 15 black iron low-grade thorn vine seedlings lay quietly on the ground. Subai did not immediately hand them over to the Earth Spirit for planting. To someone who overthinks, unrefreshed raw materials are merely semi-finished products. He calculated the remaining number of solidification attempts he had. Yesterday, having reached the intermediate black iron level, his daily limit was now 5 times. After exhausting them last night, they reset at midnight today, and he currently held a full 5 solidification opportunities. There are 15 seedlings here. If I use single solidification, I can see 45 candidate attributes with a high probability of encountering exceptional or even epic qualities. However, single solidification means I will need to expend 15 solidification slots, taking a full 3 days to process all these thorn vines, while Shen Qingling mentioned that a large batch of materials would arrive later. In this race against time during the initial phase of development, wasting precious solidification attempts on low-tier defensive plants is an extremely foolish resource misallocation. Efficiency always takes precedence over individual quality. Subai did not hesitate at all, and directly issued a command to the system in his heart. System, treat these 15 thorn vine seedlings as a single batch, and execute a batch refresh. A surge of light erupted. 3 light spheres representing candidate attributes slowly rose above the 15 seedlings. 2 were white, and 1 was blue. The first white attribute, extension white, altered the plant cell division logic to increase the matured vine length by an additional 20. 2 ordinary. Simply increasing length does not change the essence of its weak defense. The second white attribute, thorns white, the density of the spikes on the vine's surface increases by 30. Still just piling up defense. Against a monster like the iron-shelled lizard, which has hard scales, even more spikes would not penetrate its defenses, rendering it tactically meaningless. Subai placed his last hope on the superior green attribute, radiating a soft azure light. Slight paralysis green interferes with the internal toxin synthesis pathways of the plant. Effect description causes the spikes of the thorn vine to internally generate a trace amount of neurotoxin. When the spikes pierce the skin of hostile creatures, the toxin will disrupt the conduction of the central nervous system through the bloodstream, causing several seconds of localized muscle spasms and slight paralysis. Rank change, the item batch's level has been forcibly raised to the pinnacle of black iron. Upon reading this description, 2 bright glints suddenly burst forth from Subai's eyes. Perfect. Subai silently exclaimed in admiration. For static defensive structures, the core function has never been about killing, but rather control. Pure spikes are ineffective against high-tier monsters. But with the addition of neurotoxin, its nature undergoes a dramatic transformation. Even if the toxin is weak, as long as it can induce even a second of muscle spasms and stiffness in those rapidly charging monsters, that is enough. In the micromanipulation of life and death battles, a second of stiffness is enough for Subai to deliver a fatal blow. With the enhancement of the slight paralysis attribute, these thorn vines transformed from mere obstacles into deadly crowd control traps. System lock in slight paralysis, execute batch solidification. Ding. Command confirm the attributes of this item batch have been solidified. Remaining fixed attempts today, 45. The green light cascaded like raindrops upon the 15 seed. The originally dark blue thorn vines quickly revealed a layer of extremely eerie light purple patterns on their surface. At the tips of the spikes, of viscous liquid faintly began to congeal. After solidification was completed, Subai immediately commanded the Earth Spirit. Plant these 15 mutated thorn vines evenly in the newly turned soil around the perimeter of the magic field. Form the first circular line of poisonous spikes. The Earth Spirit nodded, and accompanied by 2 mini split bodies, swiftly set the seedlings in place. Almost at the moment the seedlings were planted, a notification sounded as expected. Island Master personal notification: high-tier defensive plants have been detected taking root. The current comprehensive rating of the island has been raised to 81 stars. Hearing the rating surpassing 80 stars, a satisfied smile curved on Subai's lips. At this time the Earth Spirit relayed feedback through the mental link, the newly integrated 0.2 square kilometer island fragment had all its surface stones pushed to the coastline to serve as a breakwater. Although the surface soil was barren, it had been properly tilled and was ready for sowing. Subai pondered for a moment. This new land was located at the outermost edge of the island, directly exposed to the sea breeze and the sight of unknown monsters. Planting high-value extraordinary plants in this area posed too great a risk. If attacked, the losses would be severe. This new land was located at the outermost edge of the island, directly exposed to the sea breeze and the sight of unknown monsters. Planting high-value extraordinary plants in this is an extremely high-yield, drought-resistant, saltalkala-resistant, mundane crop genetically modified by Blue Star. It does not contain any extraordinary energy, but excels in yield and provides substantial satiety. Scatter all these corn seeds in that new area. Subai tossed the bag to the Earth Spirit, saying no fine care is needed. Consider it a strategic buffer zone. Even if monsters land and trample the cornfield, I won't feel sorry. Before the island's defense system is fully established, using cheap mundane plants to fill the edge territory and benefit from the island's star rating is the most cost-effective tactical choice. Having assigned the task, Subai did not return to the tent to rest as he usually did. The defense in the peripheral area was virtually non-existent. Although the Earth Spirit and its two split bodies were elemental beings, they were purely logistical units, and had not been equipped with any offensive skills. If an iron-shelled lizard or a gray-skinned burrower suddenly burst out of the sea at this moment, these little mud blobs working in the fields would undoubtedly be turned into a pile of mush on the spot. Subai could not afford to lose such golden-level labor. He drew his longing blade and strode across the gentle slope, directly arriving at the edge of the island fragment's beach. Xiaoshan, enter combat readiness, Subai said coldly. The little light spirit Xiaoshan, who had been quietly resting on his shoulder, immediately took flight into the air. The soft halo on its body instantly retracted, replaced by a dangerously high-frequency purple-white electric glow. After acquiring the flash attribute, it had evolved into a competent tactical wingman. Subai heavily planted the longing blade along with its sheath into the sand. With his hands crossed over the hilt, resembling a guardian deity, he coldly gazed at the surging waves of the endless sea, providing absolute support for the earth spirit behind him. The sea breeze howled. Time passed second by second and no red dots flickered on the radar. The sea surface seemed calm. About half an hour had passed. Just as Subai thought it was going to be another boring afternoon, Xiaoshan, hovering in midair, suddenly emitted an urge. The illusory little hand desperately pointed towards the sea surface about 500 meters ahead. Following Xiaoshan's indication, Subai squinted his eyes. A segment of gray-brown driftwood was violently bobbing with the waves. It was not a monster, merely a piece of driftwood from who knows where. But what truly caught Xiaoshan's attention was a dark shadow clinging tightly to that piece of driftwood. Subai carefully discerned, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. A cat. A pure black cat. In this island world filled with bloodthirsty monsters, mutated poisonous insects, and even the air potentially suffused with demonic energy. In the deep sea region far from the continent, on a piece of driftwood, lay a soaking wet black cat, trembling. This scene was utterly absurd, surpassing Subai's understanding. Cats by nature despise water. Though they can swim in dire circumstances, a single wave in the tumultuous sea could crush them. It was a miracle that this cat managed to drift near Subai's island. Meowed. The little flash in the air was flapping around anxiously. It seemed to have developed a strong interspecies resonance, with the black cat displaying a posture that suggested it wanted to dive down and rescue it. Stop. You mustn't go. Subai firmly grasped the little flash's ankle, forcibly pulling it back onto his shoulder. The little flash's slight weight felt like a leaf on the ocean's surface. If it were to fly over, even a strong gust of coastal wind could easily blow it away. More importantly, the first principle of the island world was never let compassion override risk assessment. The endless sea appeared beautiful, but in reality it was a bottomless abyss that devoured people without leaving bones. Those deep-sea monsters, corrupted by demonic energy, often possess high hunting intelligence. They disguise themselves as harmless creatures, or use some extremely subtle bait to lure kind-hearted islanders into the water for rescue, only to tear them apart in the sea. In the compulsory education of Blue Star, the first page of the island survival course boldly states in blood red font a hard rule: no matter your rank, never easily enter the sea without acquiring absolute sea control or underwater breathing capability. The ocean is the absolute domain of monsters. Subai was no saint. If rescuing this black cat posed a risk to his own life, he would unhesitatingly watch it be swallowed by the waves, not even blinking an eye. But while Subai watched coldly, the black cat lying on the driftwood seemed to sense the distant coastline, and more importantly Subai standing on the beach. It displayed an astonishing will to survive. With sharp claws firmly gripping the driftwood, it used its body's weight and slight paddling movements to adjust the driftwood's course, heading towards Subai's island. Such strong intelligence, Subai raised an eyebrow. This was definitely not an ordinary pet cat from Blue Star. Just as Subai decided to wait for the driftwood to reach shallow water to scoop it up. Boom. The sea surface about 50 meters behind the driftwood suddenly surged violently to the sides. A massive triangular black dorsal fin cut through the waves, locking onto the black cat on the driftwood with unwavering precision. Its speed was so fast that the fin produced a shaped white wake on the surface. The black cat instantly sensed the reaper behind it. It let out a chilling shriek, and without hesitation abandoned the driftwood, diving into the icy sea, using all four limbs to frantically paddle towards Subai. For a cat, its swimming speed was already impressive. But before that deep-sea predator, its speed felt as if it were standing. Boom. The dorsal fin suddenly accelerated, revealing a terrifying giant shark over 4 meters long, wrapped in skin resembling dark steel, half of its body bursting out of the water. Its enormous mouth, filled with 3 rows of serrated teeth, snapped shut, instantly crushing that sturdy piece of driftwood into splinters. As the giant shark fell back into the water, it created a massive splash. It shook its large head, its eyes quickly locking onto the struggling black cat ahead. At the same time, Subai, standing on the shore, received information automatically on his retina. Name: Ironfin Shark, level Black Iron, Advanced Deep Sea Predator, Skills 1. Swimming Master, gains speed and agility bonuses in water 2. Water sound targeting precisely locks onto prey through water wave vibrations. 3. Sharp bite. Description: a top-tier hunter in the near-sea region of the Endless Ocean. Its teeth and bite force are terrifying, capable of easily piercing through military-grade bulletproof steel plates of blue star. In water, its sprinting speed exceeds that of land creatures of the same rank by more than 3 times. Upon seeing the words black iron advanced and capable of piercing steel plates, Su Bei's expression became grave. His current realm was black iron intermediate. If it were on land with 10 times the attributes and the silver-grade longing blade, he was absolutely confident he could kill it without injury. But in the water, he had no leverage and his speed would be severely diminished. The black cat was still about 20 meters from the shoreline. Meanwhile, the ironfin shark was less than 5 meters away from the black cat. In at most 2 seconds, the black cat would be reduced to a pile of flesh. The black cat's amber eyes were fixed on Su Bai on the shore, its gaze filled with an incredibly human-like frenzied desire for life. That desire was something Su Bai was all too familiar with. In the 18 years since he traversed to Blue Star as a backgroundless orphan, he had crawled and struggled in the mire of the lower class. Every time he looked up at those wealthy heirs, his eyes reflected that same ultimate desire to live and change. This cat did not give up in the face of death, it was fighting desperately. This made Su Bei's rationality tilt just a fraction. The monster at black iron advanced must have a terrifying crystallized energy of demonic chi. If I can kill it, my strength will soar again. In the water, I indeed have no speed advantage, but am not going to race it in swimming. Su Bai took a deep breath. Little Su Bai shouted inwardly, biting down hard on the longing blade, and with a sudden push of his legs on the beach, boom. The beach exploded as Su Bai transformed into a black parabolic arc, directly crossing the 20 meters of sand and plunging into the sea between the black cat and the giant shark. Splash! The icy, bone-chilling sea instantly submerged Su Bai. The ironfin shark's water sound targeting skill was immediately activated. This predator had no concept of fear in its brain. Compared to the black cat that couldn't even fill a cavity, this human brimming with vast vitality was clearly a much more sumptuous feast. The ironfin shark smoothly twisted its massive body underwater, completely abandoning the black cat. It opened its mouth large enough to bite a car in half, and with the thrust of the water charged straight at Su Bai. In the water, one cannot leverage or dodge. Faced with this certain fatal blow, Su Bai forced himself to Instead of trying to swim away, he curled his legs slightly under the water, drawing out the longing blade with his right hand, the blade tip facing down, readying a counterattack posture. The ironfin shark was only 2 meters away from him. Su Bai could even see the bits of flesh stuck to its teeth. Now, little flash, burst flash. The little flash, hovering just above the sea surface less than a meter from the water, released all the light energy within it the moment it received the command. Boom. A blinding violet light, 1,000 times more radiant than the sun, erupted on the surface of the sea. Although the light diminished as it penetrated the water layer, the ironfin shark kept its eyes wide open to accurately lock on a Su Bei's position. This epic blinding light, even weakened by 30 by the seawater, instantaneously burned the ironfin shark's retina to ashes with overwhelming force. The giant shark emitted a deep, mournful cry of agony. Its vision instantly turned into pure white, and its brain momentarily short-circuited from the excruciating pain. But it was a top predator. In that moment of losing its vision, its survival instinct drove it to charge recklessly, relying on inertia and the last remnants of muscle memory to bite down at the position where Su Bai had just been. Yet this minuscule delay of mere moments felt like a century to Su Bai, whose reaction speed was 10 times that of an ordinary person. This was the opening Su Bai had been waiting for. Just before the ironfin shark's massive jaws clamped down, he violently kicked with both legs in the water. Overcoming the resistance of seawater, he propelled his body upward by half a meter at the critical moment. The shark's razor-sharp teeth grazed the soles of Su Bei's feet, biting nothing but water. Taking advantage of the upward momentum, Su Bai executed an extreme backflip in the water and landed on the shark's broad back, covered in rough shield scales. His left hand clamped down on the shark's sharp dorsal fin like a vice. It's over. Su Bei's eyes were cold as he gripped the longing blade in his right hand. Pshhhh. The blade plunged into the seam between the 2 hardest sections of the ironfin shark's skull. The 60-centimeter-long blade pierced deeply into its brain, instantly turning it into a mushy mess, with Su Bei's forceful stirring. The high defense of black iron was as fragile as paper before the epic armor-breaking attribute. The massive shark twitched violently twice in the water before its life force completely vanished. However, under the terrifying inertia, the shark's corpse still surged towards the coastline with Su Bai. Boom. Moments later, the enormous carcass heavily beached itself on the sand, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Su Bai released his left hand from the dorsal fin and leaped off the shark's back. He shook his hair to get rid of the seawater, and although his leather armor dripped with water, he didn't even take a moment to catch his breath. With the god of killing attribute backing him, if he couldn't kill a mindless fish in a situation where all his cards were on the table, it would have been a waste of life. However, this battle also sounded an alarm for Subai. The margin for error in close combat is too low. If I had been hit by its tail underwater, I would be the one lying on the ground right now. I must quickly acquire a ranged combat skill, or use the Hongguang fruit or Liryang flower to awaken a ranged elemental ability. Only by complementing my ranged attack methods can my tactical system truly be without flaws. As he pondered, a little creature named Xiaoshan, which had been circling in the air, suddenly chirped joyfully, pointing with its little finger at the shallow water beside Subai. Subai looked down. The black cat that had been frantically escaping on the edge of life and death had actually managed to follow him onto the beach. At that moment, it was lying on the sand, gagging up bitter seawater. Its entire body was soaked, and its black fur clung wetly to its skin, looking extremely disheveled. But no matter how it looked, it had survived. Subai approached the black cat, looking down at the little creature with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He didn't dislike this creature that fought desperately for survival. Just as he was about to casually pick it up to see if it was the system's identification panel popped up in his retinal view. The moment he saw the attribute, Subai's usually calm expression was replaced with shock and astonishment. Name Gem Cat. Quality low silver, a very rare extraordinary spirit beast. Skill Little Luck increases the likelihood of a lucky outcome in random events. True Vision can see through all illusions, invisibility, and disguise traps below its rank. Treasure Hunting has a keen sense for hidden extraordinary veins, relics, and high-value items. Loyalty 60, initial goodwill established due to saving its life. Attribute unlocked. Description: a spirit beast favored by the creator. It possesses no combat abilities, but is a mascot that all lords in the endless sea dream of. The fact that it drifted to your island is already a miracle. Low silver. Subai was stunned for a full 5 seconds. He turned his head to glance at the nearby Xiaoshan, which had just displayed its power and was of golden quality, and then looked back at the black cat still spitting out seawater. The original quality of this cat was actually as high as low silver. This was the highest original rank of a living creature he had seen in this world other than his own solidified attributes. It was even 2 whole tiers higher than the black iron level native recruitment scrolls sent by the Special Affairs Group. Even more terrifying were its 3 divine support skills. Whether it was the ability to break invisibility with True Vision or the resource detection of treasure hunting, both were irreplaceable strategic skills for future island exploration. And that Little Luck directly touched upon the principle of causality. Subai finally understood why a cat that couldn't even swim could accurately drift to the vicinity of his island in the vast, endless sea. He also understood why it could miraculously delay until his rescue while being pursued by the black iron high-level giant shark. All of this was the effect of Little Luck working behind the scenes. Good luck is indeed a form of strength. Subai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it were another island lord, even if they saw this cat, they definitely wouldn't dare to jump into the water to rescue it against the black iron high-level ironfin shark. Then this low silver spirit beast would ultimately meet its end by getting chewed to pieces. Meow. The gem cat, having regained its composure, shook off the seawater. Its eyes as clear and transparent as the finest amber looked at Subai with a remarkably human-like expression. Then it elegantly walked to Subai's feet, gently rubbing its furry head against Subai's sandy shins. Subai smiled. What he feared most were clever people, and he certainly didn't dislike clever cats. This little guy clearly understood who was the real master on this island. You can stay here from now on and help bring some life to this lifeless island. Subai bent down and rubbed the gem cat's head with the back of his hand. He didn't immediately use the attribute refresh on the gem cat. Low silver was absolutely worth his most cautious approach, especially since he had already exhausted his 5 solidification opportunities today while dealing with the lemon tree and thorny vines. After settling the gem cat on the dry sand, Subai's gaze shifted to the massive ironfin shark corpse. This was a top predator of the deep sea at the black iron high level. Its flesh, bones, and especially its terrifying teeth capable of biting through steel were all superb materials for forging high-level weapons and armor. Subai directly opened the communication mark on his hand and skillfully found the only friend he had. Subai, complete corpse of a black iron high-level ironfin shark wanted. Looking at the message from Shun Qingling about the collecting the skin of the ironfin shark, which is a premium material for leather armor. Subai did not hesitate and immediately picked up the longing blade, heading towards the massive corpse of the giant shark. Although the environment of the island world is extremely harsh, as a survivor, no valuable resources can be wasted. The silver-grade longing blade, enhanced by the epic armor-breaking attribute, was sharper than one could imagine. With little effort, Subai skillfully peeled off the tough gray-black leather from the back of the ironfin shark. While processing the shark meat, Subai casually cut off a piece of succulent fish belly that was not too contaminated with sand and tossed it in front of the gemstone cat, which had just regained its composure. Heat up. The gemstone cat with its amber eyes looked at the piece of raw fish on the ground and disdainfully shrank back. Its furry little face was filled with clear resistance. However, driven by its instinctive hunger, it ultimately yielded. Cautiously, it used its paws to nudge the fish, dragging it to the edge of the seawater, and seriously rinsed it in the water several times. Only after thoroughly washing off the sand did it carry the fish back onto the beach, taking small bites. Meow. The gemstone cat let out an extremely weak and mournful cry while eating. It seemed that the raw shark meat with its strong, earthy taste was akin to a form of torture for its discerning palate. Subai gave the order decisively in his mind. The moment his thought ended, a faint light suddenly blossomed on the blade. Immediately 3 orbs. Quite picky, aren't you? Subai murmured, continuing with his work. The night on the island was approaching, and he fell into contemplation as he looked at the pile of cut shark meat. Although this meat is fishy, it contains abundant energy, and is a superb food. It would be a waste to just throw it away. Subai stroked his chin. It seems that solidifying the condensed water into ice attribute from that mutated water spirit in advance to build an ice chamber for storing meat is also a very necessary task. Having made up his mind, Subai rolled up the massive ironfin shark skin and placed it in the trading column. He still used star chrysanthemum seedlings for the transaction, but he also added 2 bags of premium cat food and some nutrition cans for pets to the trading list. Looking at the cat food in the trading list, Shin Qingling was filled with extreme confusion. What on earth is Subai doing? During this critical period of clearing land, shouldn't he be busy cultivating the land and setting up defenses instead of taking time to raise cats on the island? Shin Qingling couldn't understand. Does he not know that pets consume food and can become a burden during monster? Thinking of this, Shin Qingling subtly asked, Island Master Su, the ironfin shark skin is a top material for making leather armor. Do you need the logistics department of the special affairs team to help you process it into a complete tactical leather armor? Your current standard leather armor probably lacks sufficient defense, right? Subai, no need, I have something better. Seeing this almost instantaneous reply, Shin Qingling took a deep breath and fell into a long silence. Besides that suspected silver gray blade that possibly has superior properties, he actually has better armor than the ironfin shark skin. Shin Qingling felt a headache coming on. She had gone through the files in the Special Affairs Team's intelligence database about Subai countless times. An orphan from a welfare home arriving on the island just 3 days ago holding a silver-grade blade and wearing unknown high-grade armor. Not only could he single-handedly kill 8 cave dwellers, but he could also obtain the skin of the ironfin shark. This absurd rate of development completely broke the records of the island world for centuries. This guy, could it be that he really found some lost ancient god relic? Shin Qingling leaned back against her chair looking at the ceiling and smiled wryly. She knew she would inevitably lose sleep tonight because of this mysterious newcomer. In contrast to Shin Qingling's frustration, Subai on the island appeared exceptionally relaxed. After concluding the transaction, Subai took out the 2 bags of cat food from his tactical backpack. The gemstone cat, smelling the fragrance of the cat food, immediately abandoned the unpalatable shark meat. With a swoosh, it darted to Subai's feet, its amber eyes sparkling with intense desire, meowing incessantly. Quite discerning, aren't you? Subai tore open the package and poured a little cat food on the ground. Watching the gemstone cat gobble it down, he picked up the little creature, holding it up in the air for a closer look. The gemstone cat's fur, once dried, displayed an extremely profound, pure black color, feeling cool to the touch and of excellent texture akin to fine silk. What was most captivating were its eyes, resembling exquisite amber, clear and transparent, exuding an intelligence not typical of beasts. Simply from its appearance, it was unmatched by any feline species on Blue Star. Moreover, its attribute panel clearly marked it as silver-grade inferior. In this initial phase of clearing, where black iron-level monsters were everywhere, a silver-level living creature was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Subai focused his attention on the status of the gemstone cat, that read attribute unlocked. He cautiously posed a question in his heart. System, if I solidify an attribute on a living being, what side effects might occur? Or rather, will it betray? This question was crucial. The gemstone cat was not an elemental life summoned by a scroll. Those elemental beings were bound by an absolute obedience marked the moment they were summoned. But this cat was wild, it had its own will, and the loyalty displayed on its panel was barely passing at 60 points. If Subai wasted precious solidification attempts to enhance it only for this little creature to turn around and run, he would definitely be furious. Rest assured, attribute solidification is a restructuring act that transcends the laws of this world. Once attribute solidification is completed on a living being under the imprint of the rules, the loyalty of that being to its host will be forcibly elevated and locked at 100 absolute loyalty. Hearing this guarantee, Subai breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately after he keenly caught onto a word in this living being. Subai's eyes flickered slightly as he inquired, does this category include humans? It does, the system answered succinctly. Hiss. Subai couldn't help but gasp. The super attribute system could even forcibly alter the thoughts and will of humans. What does this mean? It means that as long as Subai is willing, he could use the system's great power to establish an empire on the island world that is fanatically loyal with no possibility of betrayal. He could even capture those defeated powerful island masters and directly solidify them into unwavering slaves. This godlike ability made Subai's heart race slightly faster. However, this fervor lasted only a few seconds before he forcibly suppressed it. Although tempting, it holds no practical significance during this initial phase. In this place full of monsters, he could barely feed himself, let alone take care of a bunch of human subordinates who require food, drink, and other needs. Moreover, the growth cycle of humans is too long, consuming far too many resources, which is far less practical than those tireless elemental beings or extraordinary plants that can directly yield value. Good steel must be used on the edge of the blade. With extremely limited solidification opportunities each day, Subai felt that even using it on the plants on his island was insufficient, let alone wasting it on outsiders. First, let's refresh the entry for this cat. Subai stopped his wild thoughts and refocused his gaze on the gem cat. System lock on target and execute refresh. A halo float around. 3 light orbs slowly rose from above the gem cat's head. 2 excellent green light orbs emitting a soft green glow and 1 exceptional blue light orb flickering with a... No wonder this creature comes with the passive skill, A Little Luck. The quality of this output is much more stable than when I refreshed the light spirit before. Subai nodded in satisfaction. He first checked the 2 green light orbs. Hunting Instinct Green slightly optimizes combat genes, enhancing coordination and reaction speed, making it easier to exploit the enemy's flaws in battle. Danger Sense Green strengthens the intuitive warnings of nerve endings. When a life-threatening danger is imminent, there is a certain probability of detecting it in advance and evading it. If these 2 entries were placed on a werewolf or a cheetah, they would definitely be excellent enhancements. However, after glancing at the gem cat's petite body, less than 20 centimeters long, Subai decisively abandoned the idea. Relying on this little thing to fight with an armored lizard. That picture is too cruel, I should handle it myself. Subai's tactical positioning was extremely clear. The core value of the gem cat lay in its auxiliary skills, not in becoming cannon fodder on the front lines. His attention was firmly fixed on the blue light orb. Skill optimization, blue talent enhancement. Effect description significantly enhances all passive and active skills that the target possesses. Rank change, target's rank has been elevated to low-grade gold. Good stuff. Subai's eyes instantly lit up. Although this entry did not bestow new abilities, it directly enhanced the gem cat's already incredibly powerful 3 god-level skills. Whether it's A Little Luck, True Vision, or Treasure Seeking, as long as the effects are improved, the resulting hidden benefits are absolutely immeasurable. Unfortunately, today's 5 solidification opportunities have already been used up. Subai glanced at the sky with some regret. He placed the gem cat on the ground, and then skillfully walked over to the corpse of the ironfin shark. He used the dragon cry blade to slice open the shark's massive abdomen, and amidst the strong stench found a huge, energy-rich, extraordinary fish liver. After carefully cutting it off and setting it aside, Subai also cut a small piece of fresh shark meat and threw it on the ground as a treat for the gem cat. Then he called over the earth spirits to push the already worthless massive corpse directly into the tumultuous, endless sea. With a huge splash, the ironfin shark's corpse bobbed in the waves a few times. Soon it attracted even larger shadows from the deep sea, which in the blink of an eye dragged it into the abyss, disappearing without a trace. Subai stood on the shore watching the rolling sea. In this ocean, the cycle of life and death happens in an instant. Turning around, Subai walked toward the resting point in the center of the island with the well-fed gem cat. As night fell, the sea breeze turned cold. Returning to the simple tent, Subai lit a bonfire. The island's natives showed great enthusiasm for this newcomer. The large earth spirit, resembling an older brother, clumsily extended its rock-like arms to touch it, while the translucent water spirits and light spirits fluttered curiously around it. The gem cat clearly adapted well to this feeling of being surrounded, sitting elegantly on the sand, and occasionally letting out soft meow sounds. Its harmless appearance quickly won the affection of all elemental beings. Subai sat by the bonfire roasting the fish liver while observing these creatures. The earth spirits and water spirits did not need to eat. They absorbed energy directly from the extraordinary energy drifting around the island. Watching this scene, Subai couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the island world. This labor force that does not require logistical support is simply tailor-made for pioneering. After finishing dinner, Subai sat cross-legged in the tent, closed his eyes to rest, quietly waiting for the clock to strike midnight. At the precise moment when the system clock in the upper right corner of his retina struck 0000. Ding! The time has crossed midnight. Super God entry system, today's solidification and refresh times have been reset. Current available solidification times 55. Subai suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the gem cat that had been curled up in the corner snoring. A sly smile crept across Subai's face as he stared at it intently. Meowie. The sleep-dazed gem cat was forcibly lifted into the air, and when it saw the smile on Subai's face, its entire body fur bristled. In the cat's intuition, this kind of gaze often represents extreme danger. What is he going to do? Is today's cat food a death sentence? Is he going to roast me and eat me? An intense survival instinct made the gem cat struggle wildly in midair, letting out a piercing scream, its 4 paws flailing in the air. Subai completely ignored the reactions of this dramatic cat, directly locking onto the exceptional blue light orb that was floating above its head. System lock on target gem cat. Execute entry solidification skill optimization. Ding. Command confirmed. Entry has been solidified. Remaining solidification times today, 45. With the issuance of the system command, the blue light orb suddenly burst, transforming into an extremely rich, extraordinary energy that directly poured into the gem cat's tiny body. Meow. The gem cat's scream abruptly ceased. It felt an unprecedented warm power surging wildly through its veins and nerves. The fur that it stood on end from fear became even more smooth and glossy under the baptism of this power, even faintly revealing an extremely deep, dark, golden glow. When it opened its eyes again and looked at Subai, who was holding it in the air, that feeling of fear miraculously disappeared. In its subconscious, this human before it had become a supreme existence more important than its own life. Is that it? Subai placed the gem cat back on the ground and brought up its latest attribute panel. Name gem cat. Level intermediate gold. Current level low-grade black iron. Skills big luck. Both the range and intensity of luck have been significantly enhanced. Enhanced true vision. The ability to dispel illusions is strengthened and the viewing distance is doubled. Wealth cat. The perception range and accuracy of extraordinary items have undergone an epic leap. Loyalty 100. Entry skill optimization blue. Description: an extraordinary spirit beast whose fate trajectory has been forcibly rewritten. After examining the panel, Subai nodded in satisfaction. He crouched down, looking at the gem cat that was desperately rubbing its head against his pant leg, and casually pointed towards the distant darkness. Go find me a treasure to see. Let me witness just how powerful your enhanced skill really is. Subai initially approached this with a casual mindset. After all, since arriving on this island, he had swept through it countless times, and aside from the freshly planted plants, there wasn't even a decent extraordinary stone. But what he never expected was that the gem cat, which had been playfully posing, suddenly froze upon receiving the command. Its amber eyes instantly transformed into extremely deep vertical pupils, and its nose sniffed rapidly in the air. In the next moment, meowed. The gem cat let out an extremely excited cry, its limbs suddenly exerting force as it shot straight towards the gently sloping center of the island like a bolt of black lightning. There really is a discovery. Subai was momentarily stunned, and a strong gleam burst forth from his eyes. Shaoshan Earth Spirit, keep up. Subai shouted loudly, immediately chasing after the trail of the gem cat with his two capable aides. One person and three beasts ran swiftly in the night. After running for about 200 meters, they arrived at the edge of the black soil that had been thoroughly tilled by the Earth Spirit, which was intended for expanding the magical fields. The gem cat slowed its speed, lowering its head with its nose almost touching the ground, sniffing back and forth in this area. Ultimately, it confidently stopped in front of an inconspicuous small mound, extending its front paw and desperately digging at the soil. Meow. Meow. The gem cat excitedly called out to Subai. Subai halted, his brows slightly furrowed. Earth Spirit, didn't you already till this land yesterday? How come you didn't find anything beneath it? The Earth Spirit slid over its indistinct face, revealing an extremely human-like confusion and innocence. It extended its rocky arm to gesture, indicating that when it was tilling the ground, there had been only pure soil and ordinary gravel beneath, absolutely no objects with energy fluctuations. Damn it, could it have appeared out of nowhere? Subai did not delve further. The island world was filled with all sorts of rules that defied common sense. Earth Spirit, dig up this piece of land for me. Be gentle. The Earth Spirit immediately stepped forward, its robust arms plunging into the soil, and with the operation of the earth elements, the hard soil was smoothly peeled and pushed aside like tofu. A few minutes later, the Earth Spirit stopped its actions and respectfully stepped aside. Subai strode forward, peering into the half-meter deep pit illuminated by the light emitted from Shaoshan. At the bottom of the pit, a metal box, dark azure in color with a surface covered in rust and ancient patterns, lay quietly in the soil, emanating an extremely ancient and mysterious faint glow. The system's prompt immediately appeared: bronze-level treasure chest, a product of the laws condensed in the island world. Upon opening, one may randomly obtain a bronze-level item or prop. Silence enveloped the scene, descending into an extremely eerie stillness. Subai glanced at the treasure chest in the pit, and then at the gem cat squatting at the edge of the pit, looking up with an expression that seemed to say, praise me. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit still maintained its dazed appearance. System, explain this to me, Subai asked solemnly in his heart. This is the interference of luck, the system responded mechanically. The gem cat's little luck, under the enhancement of skill optimization, forcibly altered the resource refresh probability in this area. This treasure chest was not always buried here, but was condensed into shape by the island's laws the moment the gem cat activated its skill. After hearing the system's explanation, Subai gasped, creating something out of nothing, forcibly altering the world's refresh probability. Subai's gaze towards the gem cat had completely changed. This was no ordinary auxiliary spirit beast, it was simply a walking wishing pool. Although it was just a bronze-level treasure chest, this extremely domineering ability to interfere with rules could be invaluable if applied to high-level relic explorations in the future. Well done. Subai did not hesitate to praise, even going so far as to rub the gem cat's chin. This treasure hunting ability is so overpowered that I will call you the wealth cat from now on. Meowed. The gem cat clearly expressed strong dissatisfaction with this outdated name, protesting vehemently. But under the absolute loyalty of enforced settings, it could only helplessly accept this new title. Subai ignored the wealth cat's protests, jumping down into the pit to haul out the heavy bronze treasure chest. In the island world, special items like treasure chests could not directly refresh their attributes, which completely dashed Subai's hopes of exploiting the system to forcibly turn the bronze treasure chest into a diamond treasure chest. Open. Subai had no sense of ceremony as he lifted the rust-covered lid directly. A flash of non-blinding azure light flickered. Inside the treasure chest lay a multifaceted crystal only the size of half a fist, exhibiting an exceptionally pure, ice blue hue. The system's identification panel opened up name fragment of the heart of the island, quality low-grade bronze, description an extremely rare core material for territorial expansion. Effect: when fused with the existing heart of the island, it can forcibly enhance the adhesive ability, expanding the current island area by 0.1 square kilometer. The moment Subai saw this line of text, his heart abruptly contracted. An island area expansion item. This was undoubtedly the core strategic material Subai desired most. Nothing is more important than land. 0.1 square kilometers, although only 1/10 of his initial area, represented an extremely valuable strategic depth during this pioneering golden phase. Moreover, once he used the earth spirit to cultivate the newly added land, even planting the cheapest corn would cause his island rating to soar once again. Wealth cat, oh wealth cat, you truly are my lucky star. Subai looked at the black cat squatting beside him, his eyes filled with intense fervor. If it weren't for this guy being fixed with its attributes, he would never have been able to unearth such a godly item in this desolate corner. Calm down. Subai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement. He did not immediately take the fragment to fuse with the heart of the island, but instead held it tightly in his hand. Although the treasure chest could not refresh the items obtained, could. System lock onto target fragment of the heart of the island, execute refresh. On the island in the dead of night, the sea breeze howled. The atmosphere in Richard's territory was so oppressive it felt like it could solidify into water. Bang! Richard, with a face full of rage, kicked away a mushroom man that was slowly moving past. The round body of the mushroom man rolled on the ground several times, instinctively releasing a large cloud of gray-white hallucinogenic spores. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Richard let out an extremely agitated roar, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He was truly on the verge of going insane. During the day, he suppressed his humiliation, even going so far as to threaten mutual destruction. Finally, he forced Hardy, the deputy island master of the Lost Consortium, to agree to apply for additional investment from the board. Just a few hours ago, the consortium, facing terrifying penalties, had forcibly airdropped several special plants with extremely high star-level bonuses to him. Richard watched his island rating rise steadily, feeling immense satisfaction in his heart. He had even prepared to declare a victory in the newcomer channel, ready to savor the despair of that newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom after being crushed by him. However, he didn't have much time to rejoice. He habitually refreshed the leaderboard to see how much closer he had come to Su. Then he saw a number that made his heart stop. No. 1 Su by Dragon Kingdom region, 113 stars. How the hell did he break 100? Richard nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had fought tooth and nail, even selling 40% of his territorial ownership, just to barely push his rating to nearly 70 stars. Yet that person from the Dragon Kingdom had quietly broken through the 100-star barrier. This was no longer just a matter of distance. He couldn't even see the taillights of that person from the Dragon Kingdom. Richard, what happened? Why is that newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom leading by such a large margin? The deputy island master Hardy, who had already gone to sleep in the tent, was evidently awakened by the furious communication from the headquarters. Without even putting on his jacket, he stormed out of the tent with a sullen face, shouting at Richard. Richard was already furious, and seeing Hardy's accusatory demeanor only made him angrier. He retorted without reservation, how the hell would I know? I've been stuck on this damn island, not even able to leave the island. And what is your Lost Consortium even doing? You keep saying you'll increase the investment, but all you send over are piles of scrap at the black iron level. You only sent 2 special plants at the bronze level. Do you think I'm a beggar? How can I chase after a monster with over 100 stars with this garbage? Hardy was momentarily at a loss for words from Richard's furious tirade. His previously arrogant demeanor weakened a bit as he gritted his teeth and forced himself to argue back. My friend, you need to understand that this has already consumed a tremendous amount of our resources. The energy expenditure for continuously transporting mature plants across dimensions is terrifying. Although you are now part of the Lost Consortium, there are still hundreds of senior island masters under the consortium in critical periods. We cannot invest all of our strategic reserves solely on you. I don't care about your nonsense excuses. Richard snorted coldly, his eyes turning wild. If you don't want all your initial investments to go down the drain, I must see 10 special plants above the bronze level by tomorrow. And they must be mature plants. Hardy was furious, pointing at Richard's nose and scolding him. Do you know how many high-grade magic energy ores are needed to transport 10 mature bronze-level plants? You have no idea. You selfish fool only cares about yourself. Hardy was so angry that he trembled all over, but he found that he had no way to deal with Richard. The Lost Consortium had already invested too much in this newcomer. If Richard were eliminated this month or failed to secure a spot in the top 3, the consortium stock market on Blue Star would definitely experience a catastrophic plunge. What's worse is that Hardy was very aware of why the consortium's board placed such importance on this year's newcomers. According to the extremely fragmented dimensional intelligence recently intercepted by Blue Star's upper echelons, the island world was about to face an unprecedented turmoil in its foundational rules. At such a critical juncture, this year's battle for the newcomer king was not only about resources, but also about survival and discourse in future changes. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance to fight for the throne of the supreme newcomer, the consortium would never give up easily. No matter how greedy or unreasonable Richard was, the Lost Consortium could only endure. Moreover, Hardy had an extremely secret pain in his heart. As the deputy island master, his arrival represented the consortium, and he had bet his entire fortune on this opportunity. If Richard failed, Hardy would undoubtedly be completely devoured by those vampires in the consortium when he returned to. For public and private reasons, Hardy was now tightly bound to Richard. Looking at the striking 113 stars of Subai on the leaderboard, Hardy's anxiety far surpassed that of Richard. But he was an old fox and knew that he absolutely could not let Richard lead him by the nose at such a time. He had to seize this opportunity to further exploit Richard's remaining value. It would be best to deceive the coarse sovereignty of more islands. Even if Richard truly became useless in the future, if Hardy held more than half of the island ownership, he could still exchange it for a way out in front of the consortium. Hardy took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his anger. His eyes shifted and a cold glint flashed. Approaching Richard, Hardy patted him on the shoulder, his tone becoming meaningful. "Richard, let's not beat around the bush. We all want to win against that person from the Dragon Kingdom. But the consortium's rules are rules. Without sufficient equivalent exchange, the board will never approve your outrageous demands. If you want to obtain the terrifying resources that could turn the tide, you know what you need to do." Hearing Hardy's words, Richard's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. How could he not know what Hardy meant? It was nothing more than asking him to continue selling the ownership of the islands. At that moment, Richard suddenly felt an intense jealousy towards the Dragon Kingdom's newcomer named Subai. Although he was on the island, he could also learn from the channels and internal information of the consortium that the Dragon Kingdom's special task force was sparing no effort to support Subai. What drove him even crazier with jealousy was that, according to reliable intelligence, Subai had not ceded even 1% of his island ownership to the special task force. What he sacrificed was merely a verbal promise of a so-called special trading right. Why? In contrast, Richard had already given 40% of the absolute ownership of the islands to the Lost Consortium for these worthless scraps, and now these vampires were still not satisfied, and wanted to continue to exploit him. Richard knew very well that the appetites of these capitalists could never be satisfied. Even if he gritted his teeth and handed over 40% today, if he needed resources again tomorrow, Hardy would still make him give up the last 20%, until he completely became a powerless puppet. Since that's the case, he might as well break the pot and shatter it. After all, his island ownership had already been divided and was no longer pure. Then he might as well continue selling. However, regarding whom to sell to, a crazy idea suddenly surfaced. In the Lighthouse region, although the Lost Consortium was powerful, it was not the only one. There were plenty of top-tier factions that wanted to carve a piece of the pie in the island world. As long as he was willing to loosen his permissions, those wealthy families who sniffed blood would definitely swarm in like sharks. As for the exclusive agreement he had signed with the Lost Consortium, in the face of life and death, the spirit of the contract is just toilet paper. I have given up 40%, you have given me resources, our transaction is already over. As for the rest, we will talk about it later. I need to rest now. As long as he brings in a new super consortium, these two giants will inevitably fall into fierce internal conflicts over the absolute control of the island. During their mutual tug-of-war and checks and balances, the last 20% of core sovereignty that Richard holds will become the ultimate weight tipping the scales. Whichever side he leans towards will gain more than half of the absolute controlling stake. In such a situation, both consortiums will crazily throw resources at him to win him over. This is the extremely ancient art of political balance, akin to the effective strategy of driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf found in the military tactics of the Dragon Country. Understanding this, Richard suddenly felt the anger in his heart dissipate by more than half. He looked at the self-satisfied Hardy in front of him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he casually said goodbye. With that, he entered the tent without looking back and immediately opened a top-secret communication channel on his communicator. Hardy watched Richard's retreating figure, frowning in confusion. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about Richard's gaze just now. However, he did not delve deeper. To him, a newcomer burdened with debt and pushed to the brink could do nothing but obediently follow the consortium's arrangements. What waves could he possibly stir? It turns out that when a person completely loses their bottom line, the things they can do exceed the limits of ordinary imagination. The next morning, as Hardy yawned and stepped out of the tent ready to continue urging Richard to develop the land, his steps suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide as saucers, and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. In front of Richard's camp, besides those clumsy mushroom people, there stood a stranger in an exquisitely tailored white suit with slicked back hair. Richard stood beside the white man, wearing an exceptionally warm smile, loudly greeting the stunned Hardy. "Good morning, Mr. Hardy. Let me formally introduce you to our new Vice Island Master, Mr. Clyso, who has just arrived via the Descent Authority." Richard paused, his tone carrying an unmistakable hint of provocation and threat as he deliberately emphasized, "Oh, by the way, this Mr. Clyso represents the Great White House Consortium." "Hiss," Hardy gasped sharply, feeling as if his scalp was about to explode. "The White House Consortium. That is one of the top 3 super oligarchs in the Lighthouse region. They are also the absolute nemesis of their lost consortium." "Richard, you madman. What have you done?" Hardy nearly roared. But before Hardy could erupt, the communicator on his wrist suddenly emitted a piercing buzzing sound. Hardy answered the call, and immediately the furious roar of the chairman of the lost consortium erupted from the other end, scolding him mercilessly through the screen. Richard's audacious maneuver could not possibly go unnoticed by the top intelligence networks of various consortiums and nations. The Special Operations Group of the Dragon Country intercepted this information at the very first moment. The entire high command of the Special Operations Group was shocked by Richard's shameless actions. They originally thought that Fitz from the Sun Never Sets region, who sold 70% of his ownership at the onset, was already ruthless enough. Unexpectedly, Richard was even bolder, directly introducing 2 enemy consortiums and turning his island into a powder keg. After the shock, the high command of the Special Operations Group immediately felt an intense sense of urgency. The simultaneous involvement of 2 super consortiums from the Lighthouse Nation means that the resource tilt Richard will receive next will be an astronomically terrifying number. No more time could be wasted in sending seedlings. It was necessary to give Subai a boost. The highest command of the Special Operations Group immediately contacted Shen Qingling, who was responsible for logistics, and used the highest level directional transmission channel to send her a strategic item that was sealed in a top-secret safe. The order was extremely clear: immediately, at all costs, deliver this item into Subai's hands. After receiving the encrypted box and reading the information about the item inside, even the usually composed Shen Qingling couldn't help but push her black-framed glasses up her nose with great force, her eyes filled with astonishment. Is the Special Operations Group really insane? They dare to give such an extremely dangerous contraband item to a new... Meanwhile, Subai had just awoken from a particularly comfortable deep sleep. Last night, by utilizing the Lucky Cat to excavate the heart fragment of the island and the powerful attribute, he successfully expanded the island area by 0.2 square kilometers. With that, he directly lay down to rest after breaking the 100-star barrier for the island's rating. Subai had now developed a remarkably mature set of operational rules for the fixed times granted by the system. He made sure not to exhaust all opportunities on the same day, reserving at least 1 or 2 fixed quotas for him. If there were still no unexpected situations by midnight before the reset, he could then refresh the attributes of those ordinary elemental life forms, or seeds. Subai walked to the edge of the island to wash his face, and was about to check the growth of the crops in the magical field when the mark on the back of his hand suddenly began to flicker. A message from Shun Qingling popped up. Shun Qingling, Island Master Su, there is an extremely dangerous, but potentially horrifyingly rewarding high-difficulty challenge. Are you interested? Upon seeing this, Subai stopped his actions and replied succinctly with 2 words: elaborate. Without any small talk, Shun Qingling directly sent over a system screenshot of the item attributes. Item: Demonic Island Coordinate, Jade Tablet, Quality, High Quality Black Iron, Special One-Time Spatial Item Effect. When crushed, it forcefully tears open a spatial rift lasting 3 hours, establishing a temporary 2-way teleportation channel to an unknown demonic island. Warning: the demonic island is a desolate land completely eroded by high concentrations of demonic energy, extremely dangerous within. However, amidst the extreme danger, it often harbors extremely rare, mutated, extraordinary resources from the main world. Users must carefully assess their own strength. Looking at the screenshot, Subai spat out the mouthwash he had yet to swallow onto the beach. High difficulty challenge. This is a hell-level difficulty interdimensional dungeon. He had previously referenced related incomplete records about demonic islands in his high school library. Such things belong to extreme variables that are rare in the exploration history of the entire Blue Star. The reasons for their formation have yet to be definitively concluded in the academic community. The highly intelligent indigenous people of the deep sea in the island world also speak in hushed tones about demonic energy. The only consensus humans can currently ascertain is that the demonic islands are a result of prolonged erosion by demonic energy over thousands of years, transforming from normal Lord Islands. Given such a long period of sedimentation, the demonic islands must harbor some extraordinary plants that cannot be found on regular islands, and there may even be high-level treasure chests left behind by ancient lords. However, opportunities come with the risk of death. Just as Subai's mind was quickly analyzing the pros and cons, additional information from Shun Qingling, the quality of this coordinate jade tablet is limited to high-grade black iron, which means that the level of that corrupted island should not be high. According to the predictions from our Special Operations Group's command department, the majority of the monsters on the other side of the passage should have their combat power restricted to the black iron level. Xingqing, but this is merely a theoretical deduction. The magical aura possesses extremely unstable mutation characteristics. We cannot rule out the possibility that in the core area of the island a mutated leader might break through the black iron level barrier and reach the bronze level. Xingqing, this item is extremely precious, but also extremely dangerous. Once the passage is opened, it is bidirectional. You can go through, and if the monsters on the other side sense vitality, they can also rush through the passage. Without absolute military suppression, rashly opening the passage could very likely turn your initial island into a slaughterhouse for monsters. The decision to use or not use it is entirely in your hands. At the same time the information was sent, the black jade tablet, emitting a cold aura, quietly lay in Su Bei's hand through the trade channel. Xingqing candidly laid everything out and handed the final choice to Su Bei. As Xingqing said, the bidirectional nature of the corrupted island passage is a deadly poison that countless experienced island masters dare not approach lightly. If things go awry and monsters invade through the passage, shattering the heart of the island, all efforts will be in vain. Yet as Su Bei looked at the jade tablet in his storage space, his gaze did not falter. Instead, it ignited an intense desire for conquest. Go. Why not go? Su Bei decisively made the decision in his heart. His willingness to take on this hellish challenge was not out of blind arrogance, but based on a meticulous assessment of combat strength. First, the tier of the jade tablet limits the overall strength of the monsters, with black iron comprising the absolute majority. Secondly, even if he were to encounter a bronze-level leader monster by misfortune, Su Bei was confident he could retreat unscathed or even slay it. Although his current tier is only intermediate black iron, he possesses the mythic level killing god attribute. With 10 times the base attributes activated, he had undoubtedly reached or even surpassed the ordinary bronze-level creatures in pure physical strength, agility, and reflex speed. Coupled with the silver-level armor-piercing dragon cry blade in his hand, which ignored 60 of physical defenses, and the bronze-level stabilizing leather armor that reduced heavy strike stiffness. In this cold weapon duel devoid of any interference from firearms, he was a walking killing machine. With this thought, Su Bei typed a few words in the dialogue box. Su Bei, wealth and danger go hand in hand. I'm prepared to go take a look. Seeing this reply, Xingqing, sitting at the dispatch desk, although mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel her heart leap. Xingqing, are you sure you want to go alone? Do you need me to apply to the command center to allocate a squad of elite ability users from the Special Operations Group to assist you on your island through temporary permissions? This was an extremely tempting proposal and the highest protection for core members of the fledgling Dragon Plan from the Special Operations Group. But Su Bei refused without hesitation. Su Bei, no need. Too many people make it complicated. My island is currently not convenient for external access. There are too many secrets on his island, such as the Earth Spirit that can infinitely spawn troops, the Light Spirit, with solidified epic level attributes, the Silver level Lucky Cat. If these things were to be exposed to the Special Operations Group, it would definitely lead to troublesome suspicion and probing. Unless he was ruthless enough to use the system's mechanism to solidify the attributes of those arriving ability users, locking their loyalty to himself. But if the elite dispatched by the Special Operations Group returned as Su Bei's loyal followers, the high-ups of Long Country, as long as they were not fools, would immediately classify Su Bei as an extremely dangerous heretic. Xingqing was not too surprised by Su Bei's refusal. According to the survival rules of the island, unless it was a trusted comrade in life and death, one should never easily expose their territory coordinates and trump cards. Since Su Bei decided to go solo, Xingqing could only provide assistance in another way. Xingqing, I understand. Since you do not wish for personnel involvement, I will personally sponsor you a few defensive gadgets. Good luck. Also, if you really find any extremely special extraordinary plants on the corrupted island, if there are any surplus, I hope you will consider trading with me first. Xingqing spoke these words with utmost sincerity. Su Bei, not wanting to be overly polite, immediately accepted a small tactical sealed box sent by Xingqing. Su Bei, rest assured, as long as there's a yield, I will definitely prioritize supplying you. Additionally, I just happened to acquire 2 mature black iron premium mutated golden lemon trees yesterday. Once they bear fruit in the next few days, I will definitely save the best specimen for you. Just as the message was sent, Xingqing on the other side almost replied instantly. Xingqing, the black iron premium beauty fruit. It's a deal. Be sure to save it for me. Don't sell it to anyone else. Xingqing, be careful. Come back alive. Indeed, the desire for beauty is a woman's nature. Even Xingqing, who is usually all business and no emotions, became somewhat excited. Su Bei felt the urgency conveyed through the words and smiled faintly. After cutting off communication, he placed the small tactical sealed box on the beach. As soon as he opened the lock of the box, an extremely violent and almost incendiary heat wave rushed towards him. Inside the shock-absorbing foam grooves, 5 fist-sized spherical fruits were neatly arranged, displaying an alluring bright red color. The surface even shimmered with sparks. Name explosive fruit quality black iron premium destruction type. Consumable effect, it compresses extremely violent fire elemental energy inside. After being violently struck or triggered by mental power, it will produce an incredibly terrifying high-temperature explosion. The explosive power is sufficient to easily tear apart any black iron-level creature's defenses. Warning: extremely unstable extraordinary bomb, please handle with care. Hiss. Upon seeing its attributes, Subai handled the box as gently as if it were a first love, closing the lid and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Goodness, a high-explosive grenade for the island. Subai inwardly cursed Shin Qingling for not giving it. If he had been a bit rougher earlier dropping the box on the ground, or had accidentally bumped it while taking it out to play with, then this esteemed newcomer ranked first on the leaderboard would probably have ended up blown to bits before even seeing the enemy, prematurely concluding this island domination game. This woman, next time I must demand several top-tier seedlings from her as compensation for mental distress. Although he complained, Subai felt a surge of confidence looking at this box of grenades. With these 5 great weapons to pave the way, even if a bronze-level leader stood guard on the other side of the passage, he was confident he could blow it half to death. As the preparations entered the countdown phase, Subai began his pre-battle warm-up. He meticulously checked every buckle of his Gale armor, drawing the Dragon Cry blade from its sheath, and carefully wiping its blade with special maintenance oil. For this expedition, he did not plan to bring that lucky cat, which could only search for treasure and nothing else. The danger level of the corrupted island was unknown, and bringing such a fragile support would be tantamount to sending food. He only intended to take along one helper, the light spirit Little Flash, who was solidified with epic-level Flash attributes. Little Flash's tactical blinding ability would absolutely be his trump card in counterattacks during group battles or high-level monster ambushes. As if sensing the gravity surrounding Subai, the earth spirit's main body, its 2 splits, as well as several water spirits and light spirits, all stopped their work and quietly gathered around. Though they could not express themselves in words, the worries and reluctance conveyed through their mental link reached Subai's heart with utmost clarity. You all stay obediently at home. No one is allowed to go anywhere. Make sure to tend to the fields. I will be back soon. Subai patted each of these elemental beings on the head, his tone carrying a rare gentleness. He then picked up the box filled with explosive fruits and turned to stride towards the beach area at the edge of the island. Although the radar warning with 360-degree detection was in place, if he opened the portal in the central area, there was a high chance that a monster could rush out and destroy the high-level extraordinary plants he had painstakingly cultivated. By selecting the opening point at the edge of the beach, even if a fierce battle were to occur, only some worthless gravel and wild grass would be destroyed. Subai came to a halt and took a deep breath. Xiao Shan, it's time to get to work, he whispered. Xiao Shan, who had been hiding in the pocket of Subai's armor, immediately poked out half of its glowing little head, its tiny hands clenched into tight fists with great effort. Although it was nervous, its light flickered slightly, showing no signs of retreat. Subai took out the pitch-black, demonic island coordinate jade tablet from his inner lining. A surge of tenfold power erupted suddenly from his fingertips. Crack! The jade tablet was crushed in Subai's hand. At the moment it shattered, a thick, cold, and nauseatingly foul-smelling black mist gushed forth from the fragment. Rather than dissipating in the wind, the black mist rapidly gathered and swirled on the beach 3 meters in front of. In just a few seconds, a 2-way teleportation portal 3 meters high and filled entirely with a pitch-black vortex appeared out of thin air before Subai. Subai cautiously took half a step back, gently retrieving an explosive fruit from the box with his left hand while his right hand held the longing blade, locking onto the depths of the portal with tenfold perception. He did not rush in recklessly. The moment the portal opened, a roar filled with violent, murderous intent burst forth from the depths of the black portal. Immediately after, an extremely swift black shadow carrying a nauseating stench lunged out from the spatial. 2 claws forged like cast iron reached straight for Subai's face. Name: Demonic Fierce Ape, level high black iron skill 1. Pain perception stripped away, deeply corroded by demonic energy, completely lost pain sensation 2. Frenzied throw 3. Muscle fiber hardening. Description: a frenzied killing machine that has completely lost its sanity. Before it is completely beheaded or dismembered, it will recklessly attack all living creatures within its line of sight. The first one is a high-level elite monster of black iron. Interesting. Facing this extremely ferocious frontal attack, Subai did not retreat. Instead, he firmly planted his legs on the beach. The longing blade of low-grade silver drew a crescent slash from bottom to top in the air. Pust. The hardened muscles that the demonic fierce ape took pride in were as fragile as decayed rags under the epic armor break cut. The blade smoothly sliced into the ape's groin, traveling upward and symmetrically cleaving the high-level black iron monster in half. Foul-smelling black blood and entrails instantly splattered everywhere. Such mindless beasts, the more the merrier to kill. Subai kicked away the carcass on the ground, leaving no time for the monster on the other side of the portal to react. He accurately estimated the parabolic arc exerting force with his left hand to hurl the long-held, explosive fruit deep into the pitch-black teleportation portal like a baseball. Xiao Shan, close your eyes. as he threw the explosive fruit in Su-bai shouted inwardly. Then he charged into the black spatial vortex without hesitation like a cheetah. Passing through the dark teleportation portal felt like being forcibly squeezed through an extremely thick curtain of cold water. After a brief distortion and darkness, his vision cleared. Su-bai's feet landed steadily on solid ground. There were no overwhelming attacks as he had anticipated, nor did any monsters immediately rush at him to bite. The air around him was filled with an extremely acrid burnt smell mingling with a strong scent of blood. Su-bai calmly surveyed his surroundings. The exit of the teleportation portal had blown a crater over 2 meters in diameter due to the earlier explosive fruit. The soil around the pit was charred black from the high temperature. And on this scorched earth 6 hunched monsters covered in gray hard fur lay sprawled haphazardly. These were the demonic monkeys. They had been lying in wait at the portal ready to tear apart the first human to step into their territory. However, they could never have imagined that what first flew out from the black vortex was not prey, but an explosive fruit. At this moment, these 6 demonic monkeys were covered in explosive wounds with severed limbs scattered all around. Purple-black blood gushed from their damaged bodies, staining the wild grass beneath. They gasped for air, their chests heaving violently, clearly in a state of more exhalation than inhalation. If left unattended, they would undoubtedly die within minutes. But Su-bai had never been one to leave any potential threat. In this unknown island tainted by demonic energy, any slight negligence could be fatal. Su-bai held the longing blade, walking steadily forward. Without glancing at the dying monsters, he moved his wrist slightly, and the sharp blade of low-grade silver pierced precisely into the eye socket of the first demonic monkey, directly penetrating its brain. Pus! He withdrew the blade, pulling out a stream of black blood. Next came the second, then the third. Su-bai mechanically and efficiently repeated the stabbing action, cleaving the heads of the 6 demonic monkeys one by one. Only after confirming that they had completely lost their last breath did he shake off the blood on the blade and straighten up, just as he was about to further observe the environment of this demonic island. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sharp sounds of air being cut suddenly came from the dense canopy above. Su-bai quickly looked up. With his tenfold enhanced vision, he clearly saw 4 demonic monkeys, even larger than the ones lying on the ground, swiftly swinging through the thick branches using their long arms approaching him. In their rapid movement, these 4 demonic monkeys skillfully tore off several fist-sized black fruits, with shells as hard as iron from the nearby trunks. Then using the momentum of their body swings, they hurled these hard fruits down towards Su-bai's head. The demonic monkeys possessed both the skills of throwing mastery and power enhancement. These seemingly unremarkable black fruits, under their terrifying strength, carried extremely deadly destructive. The fruits tore through the air with a whistling sound. Su-bai had no doubt that if these things struck him directly, even a thick bulletproof steel plate would be dented deeply. Although he was wearing the low-grade bronze, swift-wind leather armor, capable of withstanding strong blunt force impacts, he absolutely did not want to test the limits of these monsters' strength with his ribs and internal organs. Not retaliating when being attacked was never Su-bai's style. Whoosh! Su-bai slightly bent his legs, exerted force at his waist, and instantly created an afterimage, decisively sidestepping 3 steps to the left. Bang! 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 Several black fruits smashed hard into the ground where Su-bai had just stood, directly creating several deep craters in the hard soil, with chunks of earth flying in all directions. While dodging, Su-bai did not simply retreat. His eyes were fixed on the falling fruits in midair, and with his right hand gripping the longing blade, he swung upward powerfully against the trajectory of the attacks. Clang! Clang! The side of the blade accurately struck 2 of the incoming fruits, producing a dull sound of metal clashing. Su-bai's wrist felt a heavy recoil, giving him a more intuitive understanding of the demonic monkeys. Fortunately, these were merely ordinary hard fruits. If they had thrown the explosive burst fruits like before, Su-bai's current situation would have become extremely disadvantageous. After several rounds of intense throwing, the 4 demonized monkeys on the tree seemed to have exhausted their ammunition. Letting out a series of extremely frenzied roars, they directly abandoned their high vantage point and leapt down from the tree trunk over 10 meters high, crashing heavily onto the ground around Su-bai, forming a surrounding circle. With their mouths full of yellow-black fangs, they were ready to engage Su-bai in close-quarters combat. Looking at these 4 landed monsters, a hint of undisguised mockery flashed in Su-bai's eyes. Unaware of their impending doom, if Su-bai had utilized the terrain advantage from the treetops to kite them, he would indeed have to expend considerable effort to deal with them. However, by giving up the distance advantage and choosing close combat, they were undoubtedly seeking their own demise. These monkeys, long subjected to the erosion of demonic energy, had become hulking brutes, their arm muscles exaggerated enough to take down a fully grown bull with a single punch, yet their minds had been completely destroyed by their bloodthirsty instincts. One could hardly perceive the terrifying explosive power hidden beneath the seemingly frail human shell before them. The 4 demonized monkeys roared and charged at Su-bai from 4 directions simultaneously. In the eyes of an ordinary black iron-level island master, such a reckless assault would undoubtedly be a nightmare difficult to withstand. Yet under Su Bei's tenfold reaction speed, the movements of these demonized monkeys appeared as slow as a lagging film from a poorly functioning projector. Su Bei did not retreat. He stepped forward with his left foot advancing rather than pulling back, directly crashing into the embrace of the demonized monkey before him. At the moment its thick arms were about to close and the dragon's roar blade radiating a piercing purple glow smoothly sliced through its throat and cervical spine from below. One strike to the death. Su Bei's movements showed no signs of pausing. Using the momentum from his blade swing, he avoided the claw of the right-side monster reaching for his shoulder. The blade swept horizontally, and with a puff it directly severed half of the right demonized monkey's head. Immediately after he crouched, squatted, and counterattacked. A series of movements flowed seamlessly devoid of any superfluous flashy techniques, all consisting of the purest and deadliest killing skills. In less than 5 seconds the 4 demonized monkeys that had been preparing to unleash a bloodbath had turned into 4 cold corpses lying at Su Bei's feet. Yo, yo, yo. Just as Su Bei had just shaken the blood off his blade, an extremely dense and piercingly shrill call suddenly erupted from the dark, dense thicket in the distance. The sounds rose and fell, carrying an unmistakable sense of alert and warning. Clearly the other demonized monkeys hiding in the dark had discovered that this human had not only escaped being torn apart, but had easily slaughtered their companions. They began to summon reinforcements. Su Bei did not pursue the source of the sounds. He stood his ground, slightly squinting his eyes, fully activating his tenfold auditory system to capture every subtle movement emanating from the depths of the forest. Boom, boom, boom. Just a few seconds later, an extremely dull and heavy sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the dense forest. With each step, Su Bei could feel the soil beneath him tremble slightly. Ahead, over 10 meters away, several tree trunks as thick as thighs were directly smashed apart by an overwhelmingly forceful power. Accompanied by the sound of collapsing trees, an extremely large beast with an imposing visual presence violently broke through the obstructing vegetation, appearing in Su Bei's line of sight. Named Demonized Ironhide Rhino, level top tier, Black Iron, skills 1. Pain, immunity, nervous system completely destroyed due to demonic energy erosion. 2. Deadly charge, instantaneously unleashing a high speed to pierce the target with its horn. 3. Enhanced defense, highly keratinized skin muscles. Description: a heavily mutated beast deeply tainted by demonic energy. Once it initiates a straight line charge, no creature of the same tier can withstand its frenzied impact. Hidden. Looking at this colossal beast, Su Bei's breath involuntarily became long and deep. This demonized Ironhide Rhino was nothing short of a heavily armored vehicle composed of flesh and blood. It measured over 6 meters in length and nearly 3 meters in height at the shoulder. Its thick iron-gray skin was covered in crisscrossing horrific scars, clearly the result of countless life-and-death battles. At its wide nasal end, a 1-meter-long black-red sharp rhino horn emitted a chilling gleam. Su Bei's grip on the dragon's roar blade tightened slightly. Faced with such a heavy beast, even with his tenfold base attributes, he dared not be the slightest bit arrogant. Such a charge, purely built on mass and speed, would shatter his internal organs upon a direct hit, even if it was just brushed by that horn. His bronze-level skin armor might protect the outer layer, but the massive impact would definitely incapacitate him. Losing the ability to move here would mean being entirely devoured by the subsequent waves of demonic creatures. Rumble. The demonized Ironhide Rhino gave Su Bei no time to prepare, its crimson-filled eyes locking up. With a powerful thrust of its sturdy hooves into the soil, its massive body surged forward in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, this giant beast had accelerated to its maximum sprinting speed. It charged towards Su Bei, accompanied by a gray shadow and a piercing wind, aiming its deadly black-red horn straight at Su Bei's heart. Su Bei stood firm, his feet firmly rooted in the soil, motionless. As the distance rapidly closed, a flicker of human-like contempt and disdain flashed in the demonized Ironhide Rhino's crimson eyes. This diminutive human had been thoroughly intimidated by the earth-shattering momentum of the charge, even losing the instinct to evade. It even felt that the monkeys calling it were utterly useless, unable to do anything about such a paralyzed prey. 20 meters. 10 meters. The charging speed of the demonized rhino continued to rise, the wind even blowing Su Bei's front bangs. Just as the black-red horn was less than 3 meters away from Su Bei's chest, a point of absolute death, Xiaoshan unleashed the full burst. The moment Su Bei issued the command, the golden-level light spirit Xiaoshan, which had been quietly hiding in his armor pocket, appeared in midair like teleportation. Without even fully leaving Su Bei's defensive range, it directly detonated the long-suppressed light energy within its body. Boom! A burst of white light 1,000 times more blinding than the midday sun erupted between Su Bei and the demonized Ironhide Rhino's crimson eyes, which had been fixated on Su Bei, were the first to bear the brunt of this tactical blinding flash. The extreme pain instantly burned the demonized rhino's eyes, letting out a horrific and anguished roar. The sudden blindness plunged it into extreme chaos. However, the violent charge of its massive body could not be halted so easily. The demonized rhinoceros could not control its massive body that charged forward with madness. It could only instinctively lower its head, aiming its horn at the position where Subai had stood in its memory, blindly rushing ahead. In its judgment, even if it couldn't see, just by trampling over that stunned human would surely turn into a puddle of meat. However, what awaited it was not fragile flesh. At the moment the bright light shone and the demonized rhinoceros closed its eyes, Subai moved. He did not dodge to the sides. Instead, he bent his legs, sharply lowering his center of gravity to the extreme. On the damp, muddy ground covered with dead branches and leaves, he slid forward on his back, his whole body gliding close to the ground. The low-grade silver dragon's roar blade was held firmly in his hands with the blade pointed straight up and down. One person, one beast. Subai's sliding maneuver perfectly avoided the massive head and horn of the demonized rhinoceros, directly cutting into the softest and most defenseless area beneath this giant beast's abdomen. Puff! The sharp blade sliced through the thick leather, tearing apart the tough muscle. The demonized iron-skinned rhinoceros' proud reinforced epidermis was rendered useless. There was no need for Subai to strike with force. The demonized rhinoceros' earth-shattering charge speed became the final push, sending itself to hell. The dragon's roar blade raised upward, pierced into the rhinoceros' chest. Then, as the rhinoceros continued its mad charge, the sharp blade effortlessly cut through from its chest all the way to its lower abdomen. Scalding black blood mixed with extremely pungent internal organs poured down like a waterfall, splattering directly onto the ground. The demonized rhinoceros let out a heartbreaking scream. It sensed the terrifying tearing sensation from its abdomen, one that could rip its body apart, but it could no longer stop. Boom. The giant beast, with its abdomen completely split open, continued to charge for over 10 meters, leaving a trail of intestines and internal organs in its wake. Finally, its massive body crashed heavily into a large rock, producing a thunderous sound before it fell down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Subai leaped up from the mud. He did not pay any attention to the rhinoceros' lifeless body, which was completely emptied of its insides. Calmly, he flicked his wrist, forcefully shaking off the viscous internal organs and black blood from the blade of the dragon's roar. He looked down at his leather armor soaked in black blood, suppressing his disgust, and took out a communicator from the inner compartment of his tactical belt. Facing the exaggerated corpse of the demonized iron-skinned rhinoceros in the distance, along with the shocking trail of blood and entrails, he said click. He took several extremely clear high-definition photos of the scene. The record of single-handedly defeating a top-tier black iron-heavy beast. In the future, whether negotiating conditions with the Special Affairs Group, or as a practical case, this will serve as the most convincing proof. Subai carefully stored the communicator while calculating in his mind. The terrifying blood trail over 10 meters long emitted an extremely strong and pungent smell of blood into the air. This smell of blood to those demonized creatures whose sanity had been completely destroyed by demonic energy was akin to the most potent stimulant. They had no idea what fear was, nor did they understand what it meant for even a top-tier black iron rhinoceros to be killed in an instant. All they knew was that ahead lay an exceptionally fresh and massive feast of flesh. Owl! Owl! From the depths of the dark surrounding woods, an extremely dense, frenzied howling erupted like a tsunami. Dozens of demonized monkeys, their eyes blood red and bodies radiating dark demonic energy, crazily leaped out from the trees and grass. They completely abandoned any probing or throwing tactics, rushing forward like rabid wild dogs, heading straight for Subai and the corpse of the rhinoceros. Just in time saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Subai's eyes were cold, gripping the dragon's roar tightly, and he charged forward without hesitation. What followed was a one-sided slaughter without any suspense. Every sidestep and every swing of Subai's blade carried no unnecessary movements. The purple light of the armor-piercing blade flickered in the dim woods, severed limbs and broken arms flew through the air, and the purple-black blood thoroughly drenched the land. 10 minutes later, the last demonized monkey, which had attempted to sneak attack from behind, was pierced through the heart by Subai's backhand strike and fell atop a pile of corpses. Subai withdrew his battle blade, gasping for breath. Although the continuous high-intensity fighting had not injured him, it still consumed a significant amount of his energy. He looked around, confirming that no other standing monsters remained within his line of sight, and immediately began to scavenge the battlefield. These corpses, taking them back to Blue Star or selling them to the Special Affairs Group, are all extremely high-quality, extraordinary materials. Subai showed no signs of disdain as he walked to the corpse of the demonized monkey nearest to the teleportation passage, grabbing one roughly and throwing all of them into the dark vortex of the passage. On the other side of the passage was his island. Oh, as long as he threw them over, he wouldn't have to worry about these spoils being snatched away by other demonic creatures. After clearing away the bodies of more than 20 demonized monkeys, Subai approached the massive demonized iron-skinned rhinoceros. This 6-meter-long giant beast, even with its insides completely drained, still weighed over 3 tons, with its remaining bones and flesh. For an ordinary black iron-level island master, moving this thing was simply a pipe dream. But Subai was different. Taking a deep breath, he sheathed the dragon's roar, walked to the rhinoceros' head, and firmly grasped its thick black-red horn with both hands. Lift! Su Bei's arm muscles bulged instantly, the muscle lines beneath his armor straining like steel cables. With tenfold strength behind him, he let out a deep, furious roar. The rhinoceros corpse weighing several tons was brutally dragged by him. Su Bei's legs sank deep into the mud, dragging the colossal creature step by step toward the teleportation passage. When he finally managed to stuff the gigantic corpse into the teleportation passage with great difficulty and watched it disappear into the dark mist, Su Bei finally let out a long breath. This physical labor is even more exhausting than killing monsters. Su Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just as he prepared to cross the passage again and continue exploring this demonized island for those extremely precious special plants. A chilling sense of crisis so cold that it seemed to freeze the surrounding air completely suddenly locked onto him from the depths of the forest without warning. Su Bei felt as though he had a sniper rifle pressed directly against the back of his head, his body hair standing on end in that instant. This sense of oppression. Su Bei made no move to turn and flee, resting his right hand on the hilt of his blade, his expression growing solemn. He was all too clear about what this oppressive force represented. It was a suppression from a life level that far exceeded that of a top-tier black iron, having crossed into an essential realm. A bronze-level monster. And it has already found me. This is undoubtedly the ruler of this demonized island. The good news is that this pressure has only one source. If there were 2 bronze-level monsters in this area, Su Bei would definitely turn around and flee into the passage. However, with just one, he still has a chance of winning. Yet he chose not to take the initiative to search for that bronze-level monster deep in the forest. Because he cannot stray too far from the teleportation passage behind him. The passage is bidirectional and has no defensive mechanisms. If he were to be entangled by that bronze-level monster deep in the woods, or if the monster cunningly used the terrain to bypass him and rush directly into the teleportation portal, then his island base, the special plants he had just planted, and the precious earth spirits would be completely destroyed by this bronze-level monster within minutes, and even the heart of the island might be shattered. We cannot pursue deeply, we must lure it out and deal with it here. Su Bei decisively made the decision. He took 2 steps back, pressing his body close to the edge of the teleportation passage. As long as any uncontrollable deterioration occurs, he can immediately retreat from the island and close the passage exit. The current situation has turned into a psychological game of patience. It's a matter of who loses their composure first. Su Bei has absolute confidence. These monsters, deeply eroded by demonic energy, have long had their rationality replaced by bloodlust and rage. They cannot hide in the shadows like hunters from Blue Star for hours. They will definitely strike first. Time ticked away in the extremely oppressive silence. During this time, several extremely small, demonized monkeys peeked out from the treetops in the distance. Unlike their previous companions, they did not charge directly, but stood on branches dozens of meters away, anxiously baring their teeth at Su Bei, occasionally throwing stones in an attempt to provoke him and lure him away from the passage. Su Bei sneered, unaffected by these low-level baiting tactics. He even relaxed against the trunk at the edge of the passage, allowing the stones to fall at his feet. Taking advantage of this time, he let the little flash hidden in his pocket quickly absorb the ambient energy to recover the stamina expended by the earlier release of Flash Burst. Half an hour later, those demonized monkeys, attempting to bait him, suddenly let out terrified screams, scurrying back into the depths of the woods, disappearing without a trace. The already oppressive forest fell into dead silence at that moment. Soon after, a strong, nauseating stench began to waft from the dense forest ahead. Hiss, hiss. A massive scaled creature rubbed against the dead branches and soil. The bushes ahead were violently pushed aside. A terrifying giant snake, as thick as a barrel and covered in heavy dark green scales, slithered out from the shadows of the dim woods. Its triangular vertical pupils fixed intently on Su Bei, who stood at the mouth of the passage. A long black tongue flickered in and out of the air. In its greedy and cold gaze, this human before it was not just a sumptuous feast of flesh and blood, but also a source of life energy sufficient for it to undergo a second evolution. Su Bei stood on the scorched earth, just a step away from the teleportation passage, his gaze fixed on the massive creature, slowly slithering out. He had never seen such a gigantic snake in reality. The portion of the monster that had merely emerged from the woods already exceeded 6 meters. Its robust body crushed the dead leaves beneath, leaving a deep groove. Including the part hidden in the shadows, its overall length certainly exceeded an alarming 10 meters. To be honest, when facing such a giant beast with an absolute advantage in size, anyone would instinctively feel a chill at the psychological level. But this was not the most lethal aspect. Su Bei's tenfold vision sharply caught a detail in the triangular pupils of the giant snake. Besides bloodthirsty madness, there was also a hint of cunning and intelligence. As it locked its gaze on Su Bei, it occasionally glanced at the softly glowing little flash on Su Bei's shoulder. While observing the little flash, the muscles of the giant snake's eyelids twitched at an extremely high frequency, evidently performing some deliberate evasion practice. This beast. It was hiding in the shadows, watching me kill the demonized rhinoceros all along. Su Bei's heart sank suddenly, a strong sense of crisis washing over him. This giant snake not only was not frightened by the death of its kind, but used the death of its companion to observe Su Bei's fighting style. At this moment, it had clearly realized the terrifying nature of Flash Burst. Although it cannot be completely immune to the physical damage of this epic light energy, by closing its eyes in advance, it can minimize retinal burns, thus avoiding falling into a complete shutdown state, like the demonized rhinoceros. Named Demonized Giant Python. Level Bronze, lower rank, Regional Overlord. Skills 1. Death Strength, Enhanced Sensing, Extremely Sensitive Heat and Vibration Detection. 3. Steel Scales. 4. Giant Force. Description: a top predator deeply transformed by demonic energy. Its muscle strength is terrifying, and the aberrant scales covering its surface can greatly weaken and immunize it against physical cuts from weapons of the same rank or below. Bronze level. And it has a heavy armor that excels in both defense and strength. Su Bei's mind rapidly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. The steel scales and giant force of the demonized giant python destined this to be a battle with zero margin. As long as Su Bei is slightly brushed by its massive body or caught in its strangulation, even with his tenfold physique, all his bones would be crushed to dust in an instant. But this is not the end. Su Bei's gaze coldly fell on the dragon roar blade in his hand. Your steel scales can immunize against attacks below the bronze level. But this knife is of inferior silver quality. Plus it has the attribute to break armor. As long as I can breach your defenses, even a god can be minced into meat paste. The tactical plan was set. In this life-and-death confrontation, Su Bei knew that his only advantage was his small size and speed. He must turn this battle into close combat, evading strangulation, while bleeding this snake dry with every strike. Little Flash, prepare Flash Burst. Su Bei shouted internally, and chose not to passively defend. Instead, he exerted force with his legs, becoming a black shadow as he charged at the 10-meter-long, demonized giant python. In the air, Little Flash received the command, and the compressed light element energy within it surged. Hiss! The demonized giant python saw Su Bei charging, and a hint of mockery flashed in its vertical pupils. It quickly closed its eyes. Foolish human. You think you can use that outdated trick against me? Such small tactics are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Although it closed its eyes, its protruding tongue became the most precise infrared and vibration radar. In its perceptual world, an extremely hot human-shaped furnace was advancing towards it at a speed far exceeding the limits of a black iron-level creature. So what if you're fast? As long as you get close, it's suicide. The demonized giant python's robust body surged with power, its massive form springing forth like a tightly compressed spring. With a mighty swing, its tail several meters long and as thick as a barrel lashed out like a steel whip, whistling through the air as it struck towards the rapidly moving heat source. If this hit connected, let alone flesh and blood, even the most advanced main battle tank would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. However, just as its tail was about to hit the target, boom! A violent explosion erupted at the end of its tail. Alongside the explosion, an intense wave of heat and shock tore a horrific wound open on the giant python. The steel scales, immune to bronze-level attacks, were shattered into fragments like glass under the terrifying heat of the demonized giant python let out a chilling and mournful cry, its massive body stiffening momentarily from the excruciating pain. The giant python shook its head, bewildered by what had just happened. In its perception, the source of heat was still over 10 meters away. Why had its tail suffered such a devastating blow? Unbeknownst to it, Su Bei had used the energy fluctuations from Little Flash's preparation of the explosive flash as cover to pull an explosive fruit from his tactical box, and threw it along with the explosive flash. I bet right. Su Bei exclaimed in delight as he saw the bloodied snake tail illuminated by the flames. He had instructed Little Flash to charge up, never intending to end the battle with the explosive flash. It was merely a feint to draw attention, aimed at forcing the demonized giant python to close its eyes while masking the sound of the explosive fruit's throw. Now the demonized giant python's tail had sustained severe injuries. Though it had not been severed, the gruesome state of mangled flesh would surely render it incapable of using its tail as a whip for some time. The giant serpent's attack range had been drastically reduced, and this was the lethal opportunity Su Bei had been waiting for. Swish! Su Bei darted through the thick smoke and heat waves, and in this chaotic interference of thermal sources, the demonized giant python's sensory enhancement had completely lost its ability to lock on accurately. As the demonized giant python gritted its teeth against the pain, furiously searching for Su Bei's presence, Su Bei had already slipped in like a ghost to the midpoint of its robust body. Die! Su Bei gripped the longy knife tightly, unleashing tenfold strength without reservation. The silver blade, gleaming with a purple hue, struck violently into the demonized giant python's abdomen, delivering over 10 thrusts in half a second. Even Kunshin Long Go would have to commend this. Poochie! 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 The piercing sound of leather tearing filled the air. The steel scales, once the pride of the demonized giant python, were peeled away like tofu against the monstrous piercing force of the longing knife. Purple-black blood sprayed out like a fountain. In an instant, Su-bai had carved a terrifying cross-shaped gash in the demonized giant python's abdomen, measuring a full meter in length and deep enough to see bone. Glimpses of white bones and throbbing organs were faintly visible beneath the rolling flesh. Screech. The devastating injury drove the demonized giant python into a frenzy. Its massive head swung back, violently opening its cavernous mouth wide enough to swallow a water buffalo, and it lunged fiercely at Su-bai's position. If it bit down, even a tank would turn to scrap. Yet Su-bai remained utterly calm, harboring no thoughts of grief. In the moment after delivering the final thrust, his legs pushed off the ground, decisively retreating over 10 meters. Boom. The giant python's massive head crashed down at the spot where Su-bai had just stood, creating a large pit in the scorched earth. Its two long curved fangs plunged deep into the soil. A miss. Enduring the agony in its tail, the demonized giant python twisted its body, its head brushing the ground like a bulldozer, opening its mouth wide to sweep sideways at Su-bai once more. Too slow. For Su-bai, who possessed tenfold reaction speed, the giant serpent's attack was indeed ferocious, but under its injuries its speed had evidently decreased. Su-bai nimbly rolled sideways, evading the sweeping strike of the snake's head. In the moment he stood up, the longy knife in his hand slashed out again, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on the right cheek of the demonized giant python, nearly shattering one of its eyeballs. Hiss! The demonized giant python thrashed its head in agony, somewhat dazed. As the absolute overlord of this demonized island, it had always relied on brute force to subdue others. Yet this minuscule human, before it radiated energy fluctuations of merely mid-level black iron, oh, why had it been subjected to such one-sided beating from the onset of battle? Its proud defenses had become a joke, as its terrifying attacks barely grazed the opponent's clothing. This utterly suffocating combat experience drove it into a state of extreme rage. Desperately wishing for long-range attacks, even the ability to spit venom to dissolve this slippery human. But it was merely a purely physical brawler snake. After exchanging blows for over a dozen rounds, the demonized giant python was now covered in numerous horrific knife wounds, its purple-black blood turning the surrounding ground into a mire. The situation was clearly tilting in Su-bai's favor. However, Su-bai showed no signs of underestimating his opponent. He cautiously navigated the edge of the giant serpent's attack range, always maintaining abundant stamina. This was a bronze-level regional overlord, and no one knew what lethal counterattack it might unleash when cornered. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. After narrowly dodging Su-bai's shrewd thrust, the demonized giant python suddenly coiled its robust front half tightly. Its massive head reared high, avoiding Su-bai's attack range before it opened its mouth wide. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A peculiar piercing and eerily rhythmic hiss emanated from deep within its throat, instantly penetrating the dark. The sound was excruciatingly sharp, causing Su-bai to feel dizzy. Almost seconds after the hiss had faded, squeak, squeak. From the previously tranquil little grove, 7 robust, demonized monkeys suddenly charged out. Their eyes had turned a frenzied blood red, and thick, murky saliva dripped from their mouths, completely embodying a state of utter madness. Seeing this, Su-bai's pupils contracted dangerously. Control, or mental manipulation. On this demonized island, the giant python was the apex predator. Demonized monkeys, as lower-level predators, submissively yielded to such terrifying bronze-level monsters. Yet the state of these 7 demonized monkeys was exceedingly strange. Previously, after witnessing their companions slaughtered, they had clearly experienced intense fear and fled the scene. But now, upon hearing the giant serpent's hiss, they returned without fear, even entirely disregarding the instinctive caution towards the sharp blade in Su-bai's hand. The giant serpent's hiss must either have a strong hypnotic control effect, or there exists some strict mental subservience link among these mutated creatures of demonic energy. Su-bai's mind was rapidly analyzing the situation. Though he desired to delve deeper into the operational logic of this demonic energy system, the perilous circumstances left him no time for thought. The 7 enraged, demonized monkeys swiftly divided into 2 groups, expertly picking up fist-sized hard stones from the ground and hurling them at Su-bai from both sides. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense barrage of stones fell like a torrential rain of bullets, blocking all of Su-bai's escape routes. If it were just a few monkeys throwing stones, Su-bai wouldn't even bat an eye. He could easily dodge their attacks and decapitate them with 10 times the speed. But the current issue was that the enormous and lethal demonized giant python lay coiled not far away, its venomous gaze fixed on him. Su-bai's movements were greatly constrained. He had to reserve enough stamina and reaction time to deal with any sudden ambush from the giant serpent. If he exposed a flaw while rushing at the monkeys, the consequences would be unthinkable. Clang, clang. Su-bai awkwardly swung the longy knife, deflecting several stones flying towards his face. The massive impact of the stones numbed his hands. This isn't a sustainable solution. This group of monkeys can wear me down from a distance. I will be exhausted to death. Su-bai took 2 steps back, his gaze swiftly scanning his surroundings before suddenly landing on the longy knife in his hand. A bold and reckless tactic flashed into his mind. Whoosh, A heavy stone accompanied by a sharp whistling sound hurtled straight towards Su Bei's chest. This time Su Bei unusually chose not to dodge, nor did he passively block it with his blade. In the distance, the corrupted giant python caught sight of this scene, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in its vertical pupils. Could this troublesome human finally give up resisting due to exhaustion? It was clearly too early to rejoice. The reason Su Bei did not evade was that he wanted to test a new tactic. He was well aware of the quality of the longing blade. As a silver-grade weapon, it was not only sharp, but also possessed extraordinary toughness and shock resistance. The stones thrown by the corrupted monkeys were heavy, but their trajectories during flight were quite regular. This kind of feel. Isn't it just like playing ping-pong? Su Bei's lips curled into a slight arc as he steadily gripped the hilt of the blade just as the stone was about to make contact with him. Twisting his body and pivoting his waist, the longing blade acted like a racket, and Su Bei precisely struck the rapidly flying stone with the side of the blade. Bang! A crisp and resonant sound of impact. The stone that was originally aimed at Su Bei changed its trajectory upon rebounding off the longing blade, flying back faster than it had come. Puff! On the distant edge of the left side forest, a corrupted monkey was excitedly swinging its arm, preparing to throw the next stone. Suddenly, it noticed a tiny black dot rapidly enlarging in its field of vision. Before its feeble brain could react, there was a muffled bang. The heavy stone directly struck its forehead. The terrifying force instantly shattered its skull, splattering red and white brain matter onto the tree trunk behind. The corrupted monkey's stout body didn't even struggle and fell dead on the spot. The corrupted giant python in the distance anxiously flicked its tail, its vertical pupils narrowing to an extreme. Its limited intelligence could not comprehend why the stone thrown by its subordinate not only failed to harm the enemy, but instead blew the head off another subordinate. Not only it, but the remaining 6 frenzied corrupted monkeys also stood dumbfounded, halting their actions. Meanwhile, Su Bei was pleased as he weighed the longing blade in his hand. Very good. As long as I master the precise angle of deflection, the long-range attacks of these monkeys will be completely ineffective, turning them into useful rebound artillery. The corrupted giant python let out another hiss, urging the corrupted monkeys to continue their assault. It stubbornly believed that the previous incident was merely a coincidental accident. The 6 corrupted monkeys simultaneously hurled stones again. This time the trajectories of the stones were interwoven and complex. But Su Bei was not greedy enough to try to send all the stones back. He skillfully maneuvered through the rain of stones, each time selecting only the stone with the best trajectory, and swung the longing blade once more. Bang! Thud! A clear sound of impact followed by a muffled sound of a body hitting the ground. Another corrupted monkey had its head blown off by a rebounding stone, dying in a pitiful manner. This time the corrupted giant python clearly saw Su Bei's movements and roared in anger. It realized that the long-range consumption tactic had completely failed. Under its domineering aura, the remaining 5 corrupted monkeys helplessly dropped their stones, howling in despair as they prepared to rush forward for a futile melee with Su Bei. This was exactly what Su Bei desired. For someone like Su Bei, who excelled in close combat and micromanipulation, these monkeys abandoning their long-range advantage to charge in was akin to delivering takeout. As the corrupted giant python violently twisted its body, preparing to coordinate with the monkey group for a deadly ambush, Su Bei had already effortlessly sliced the 5 corrupted monkeys into minced meat within seconds with his ruthless blade work. The battle returned to an unknown duel. However, the corrupted giant python unexpectedly regained its confidence. After the brief delay caused by the monkey group, the terrifying wounds on its tail and abdomen, nourished by the demonic energy, had stopped bleeding and even begun to heal. Its combat power was rapidly rising. In contrast, that annoying human, though he had effortlessly taken down the monkey group, had surely expended a significant amount of energy from such high-intensity tension and bursts. Hiss! The corrupted giant python violently twisted its massive body, carrying a stench and a strangling momentum, and charged towards Su Bei once again. This time the corrupted giant python keenly sensed a change. The swift, dodging movements of the human before it were noticeably slower, and the force behind its blade stroke had weakened. No longer arrogantly taking the initiative to attack, it passively held onto the blade, struggling to block, while retreating toward the teleportation passage. He wants to escape. The corrupted giant python was thrilled. Although it didn't know what that black vortex was, it was certain that if it chased after it once this human exhausted the last bit of stamina, it could enjoy a satisfying meal. The giant python increased the frequency of its attacks, alternating between its fierce head and tail, forcing Su Bei to retreat to the edge of the passage in a flustered manner. Flash explosion. Just as Su Bei retreated to the passage, he let out a low shout once more. Xiao Shan barely released a blinding flash of light before succumbing to weakness due to energy depletion. Su Bei quickly stuffed Xiao Shan into his pocket without any hesitation, decisively turned around, and plunged into the teleportation passage. Having used this trick before, the corrupted giant python was already on guard and had closed its eyes in advance. However, through thermal sensing, it could still clearly capture the entire process of Su Bei's escape. Once its vision recovered slightly, the corrupted giant python violently twisted its body and unhesitatingly dove into the black vortex of the passage. What does it matter if you escape back to your lair? You are already my food. The corrupted giant python's cruel anticipation crossed the spatial barrier. However, the moment its massive body exited the teleportation passage and re-encountered the light, the despairing prey it had envisioned did not appear. Splash! A strong sense of weightlessness struck. The corrupted giant python fell directly into a mud pit over 10 meters wide and unfathomably deep. Earth's spirit hardened the soil to the maximum. A cold voice clearly rang out at the edge of the mud pit. The corrupted giant python realized it had fallen into a trap and tried to twist its body to swim out of the mud pit, but in despair it found that the seemingly soft sludge contained an incredible and terrifying resistance. But a continuous influx of new soil quickly surrounded it under the Earth Spirit's control. Both sides were embroiled in a brutal tug-of-war of Following Su Bei's command, the mud that trapped the corrupted giant python quickly began to solidify and harden. The corrupted giant python angrily thrashed about, using terrifying strength to shatter the surrounding soil with difficulty. But a continuous influx of new soil quickly surrounded it under the Earth Spirit's control. Both sides were embroiled in a brutal tug-of-war of magic. Although this high-intensity rule conflict was rapidly weakening the Earth Spirit, the corrupted giant python was firmly trapped in place, and its struggling movements were greatly restricted. This is your grave. Su Bai coldly tightened his grip on the sharp longing blade like a specter emerging from the side of the mud pit. This time he held nothing back. The sound of shattering steel scales was particularly piercing, followed by the brutal scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. Su Bai gripped the hilt of the longing knife tightly, showing no hesitation, and with a surge of power in his arms, he forcefully pressed the sharp blade down. Following the broken hard scales, the blade smoothly cut through the thick flesh. Soon Su Bai saw the enormous heart wildly pulsating. The demonized giant python sensed the deadly crisis. Its massive body began to struggle desperately, the thick tail thrashing wildly in the mud, splattering large amounts of murky sludge. It tried to twist its body to entangle Su Bai or to shake him off. However, all of this was ultimately futile. Su Bai gasped for breath as he suddenly twisted his wrist, driving the longing knife deep into the heart of the demonized giant python. Then he tightened his grip on the hilt and swung left and right, causing brutal destruction within the snake's body. Accompanied by a muffled cutting sound, that massive heart was directly chopped into pieces by the sharp blade. The demonized giant python raised its hideous head high, letting out a silent hiss before crashing heavily and helplessly onto the muddy ground. In that moment, it seemed that all of its strength was completely drained. The massive body no longer thrashed violently, leaving only instinctual convulsions. Su Bai did not let his guard down. He immediately issued a command through his consciousness, instructing the Earth Spirit left behind to continuously exert its power, hardening the soil beneath the demonized giant python to firmly pin it in place. Su Bai then forcefully withdrew the longing knife, quickly retreating to create distance lest this resilient demonized giant python resort to deceitful retaliation in its dying moments. Moments later, the demonized giant python ceased all movements, no longer emanating any breath. This enormous creature, with a strength reaching the bronze level, was thus slain by Su Bai, who was of iron level, in a manner that felt quite humiliating. To ensure absolute safety, Su Bai approached once more. He raised the longing knife and struck down fiercely at the defenseless head of the demonized giant python, completely shattering the hard skull and mashing the brain matter into a pulp. After completing all this, eliminating any possibility of resurrection, Su Bai finally stopped his actions. He let out a long breath, adjusting his breathing rhythm. Victory was finally his. Su Bai quickly replayed the entire battle process in his mind. At the last moment, he pretended to be physically exhausted and unable to withstand the opponent, even feigning an attempt to escape back to the teleportation passage with one purpose in mind: to lure this inherently cautious demonized giant python into the trap he had already prepared in the mud. Long before the demonized giant python revealed itself, Su Bai had already made tactical arrangements. He had the Earth Spirit and Water Spirit stationed near the passage cooperate with each other. The Water Spirit released a flow of water, while the Earth Spirit controlled the soil, combining their efforts to create an extremely deep and large mud pit not far from the passage. Creating the mud pit wasn't particularly difficult, as long as the two elemental beings coordinated well. The real challenge lay in how to make the demonized giant python, which possessed a certain level of intelligence, willingly pursue him and accurately step into this trap. To this end, Su Bai exerted great patience. He fought the demonized giant python hidden with the longing knife for half a day, constantly dodging and making probing attacks. Deliberately controlling his breathing and the amplitude of his movements, he created the illusion of approaching exhaustion and slowing action. This feigned weakness ultimately caused the demonized giant python to lower its guard, believing the prey had nowhere to escape, thus abandoning its caution and charging at full speed, ultimately plunging into the deep mud pit. With the strong obstruction of the mud pit, the demonized giant python's once proud speed and strangling ability were greatly restricted. The murky, heavy mud clung to its scales, making every movement exceedingly laborious. It was at that moment that Su-bai seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. With extreme precision, he struck the python at its weak points, slicing through the scales and shattering the heart of the demonized giant python, decisively ending the battle. It wasn't to say that Su-bai could not defeat the demonized giant python in a heated confrontation. According to his self-assessment, he still had ample stamina left if he continued fighting on level ground, relying on the sharpness of the longy knife, and his agile positioning. Victory would ultimately belong to him. However, the issue lay in time. The teleportation passage connecting the two islands had a time limit, and each activation could only last for 3 hours. Previously, in order to patiently wait for the demonized giant python to appear at the passage, and to clear the bothersome demonized monkeys upon landing, Su-bai had already spent nearly an hour. If he engaged in a prolonged, heated battle with the demonized giant python, even if he ultimately triumphed, his victory would become utterly meaningless. Because once the passage closed, he would be trapped in this place filled with demonic energy, or even if he could return, there would be no time to loot the spoils. His purpose in activating the teleportation passage and daring to come to this demonized island was to search for high-value special plants, thereby enriching the biodiversity and foundation of his island, rather than merely to kill a bronze-level giant snake to prove his strength. Of course, Su-bai was well aware that the corpse of this bronze-level demonized giant python was certainly not of low value. Whether it was the tough scales, the energy-rich flesh, or the snake gall and bones, all were excellent materials. However, how could these things compare to the special plants that could continuously produce and enhance strength in the long run? It was precisely based on this clear cost-benefit analysis that Su-bai would go to such lengths to put on an act employing the tactic of luring the enemy deep into his trap. He eliminated the demonized giant python effortlessly with a mud pit, thereby maximizing time savings. Su-bai opened the interface and quickly estimated the remaining teleportation time. There was still about an hour and a half before the passage would close. Time was still very tight, allowing for no waste. He immediately turned and ordered the earth spirit to rest in place, quickly recovering the energy consumed in creating the mud pit and hardening the soil. As for Su-bai himself, he held the still bloodied longy knife and strode once again through the teleportation passage, returning to the land of the demonized island. His primary task now was to first determine what high-value special plants were growing on this demonized island. He would mark them one by one, and then let the rejuvenated earth spirit come for harvesting and transport. This time, stepping back onto the land of the demonized island, Su-bai felt much more relaxed. Based on his previous cleaning and inspection, he had already eliminated all the monster groups on this island. Su-bai had carefully observed the terrain and area of this island during the previous battle. The island was actually not very large. Such a scale of land and barren resources could not support too many monsters. A massive bronze-level demonized giant python, plus the more than 20 iron-level demonized monkeys that had been cleared away earlier, was likely the limit of what this island's ecological chain could bear. Moreover, during the previous battle, the demonized giant python had called out all the demonized monkeys on the island with its hissing to hunt Su-bai, all of which he had dealt with at once. Therefore, at this moment, as Su-bai walked boldly with his knife through the dark, demonized island, he didn't have to worry about anything suddenly jumping out of the bushes to attack him. At the same time, with water and earth spirits guarding the other side of the passage, he also didn't have to worry about his island being ambushed by unknown monsters. Su-bai stepped over the thick layer of dead leaves and branches, moving towards the depths of the island. After just walking a few dozen meters, Su-bai stopped in his tracks, and a hint of joy began to emerge from his previously calm expression. In front of him, under a sturdy dead tree, grew a cluster of very eye-catching special plants. This cluster contained more than a dozen individual plants, standing about 50 to 60 centimeters tall. The leaves exhibited a sickly dark green hue, but at the tips clusters of blood-red flowers bloomed. As the gentle breeze blew, these blood-red flowers swayed in the wind, emitting a faint sweet and fishy aroma. Su-bai focused his attention on these plants, and immediately the information about them surfaced in his mind. Snake eye flower, excellent quality. Iron, the fruit resembles a snake's eye, highly toxic, often grows in areas frequented by snakes. Su-bai approached and carefully observed the growth status of the snake eye flowers. He noticed that the center of the flowers had started to swell, and he could faintly see tiny particles forming inside. These snake eye flowers were about to bear fruit, which made him even more pleased. Although the system prompt indicated that the fruit of the snake eye flower was highly toxic and would kill an ordinary person upon contact, for Su-bai, any special plant with attributes would ultimately be useful. Poison can often serve as a powerful weapon. If necessary, once the fruit matures, he could find a way to extract the toxins and apply them to arrowheads or blades, preparing some poisoned arrows for later use. This would definitely be a significant trump card for his subsequent explorations of more dangerous regions and encounters with stronger enemies. Su-bai made a clear mark around the snake eye flowers to ensure that the earth spirit could accurately find the location later, and then continued his exploration. Perhaps due to the long-term presence of magical boa constrictors as inhabitants, the soil and environment of this magical island had undergone some changes. Not long after, while passing through a damp lowland, Su-bai discovered a second type of special plant. As expected, it was also a toxic plant. Breaking heart grass medium-quality iron roots contained deadly poison. Looking at the serrated leaves of the breaking heart grass on the ground, Su-bai couldn't help but complain. Finding one toxic plant after another, could it be that the island's system intended for him to develop into a master of deadly poisons? However, complaints aside, he could not let go of the medium-quality iron resources. He also marked the area of the breaking heart grass and silently prayed for new and different discoveries in the future. Thinking of searching for items, Su-bai suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, he forgot he had a professional at his disposal. He promptly called for the gem cat through their mental contract. In the heat of battle earlier, he had almost forgotten about this little creature with treasure hunting abilities. The gem cat was currently waiting on Su-bai's own island. Upon receiving the master's orders, although it strongly resisted this magical island filled with demonic energy and a foul odor, it reluctantly passed through the teleportation channel and quickly scampered over. As it passed by the snake eye flowers, the gem cat seemed to sense the dangerous toxic aura. Its fur bristled slightly, and it deliberately took a wide detour to avoid it. Seeing the gem cat run to his feet, Su-bai crouched down and gently stroked its soft little head softly, saying, "Don't be afraid, the monsters have all been cleared away. Let's get to work and search for treasures." The gem cat sighed as if accepting its fate, lifted its fluffy little head, and quickly twitched its pink nose, sniffing the various scents left in the environment. Moments later, the gem cat seemed to discover something, promptly turned around and dashed off on its short legs toward a certain direction on the left side of the island. Seeing this, Su-bai wasted no time and followed swiftly behind the gem cat, his sword in hand. The man and cat wove through the forest for a distance. Soon the gem cat stopped in front of a relatively open forest area. It crouched on the ground, raised a paw, and meowed excitedly at several oddly shaped trees in front of it. Following the direction indicated by the gem cat's paw, Su-bai's breathing quickened when he saw clearly. Dark underworld tree, excellent quality bronze. Its fruit can enhance resistance to toxins and has a chance to awaken a grade toxin-related abilities. In Su-bai's view, there were precisely 6 dark underworld trees lined up. These trees had a deep purple-black trunk, each standing over 10 meters tall, with large crowns and lush. Judging by their appearance and size, these were definitely mature plants that had fully matured and could directly yield benefit. Su-bai took a few steps closer and looked up to observe carefully. He found that the thick branches were sparsely hanging with many green fruits. Although they did not seem fully mature, yet judging by their color and size, it wouldn't be long before they fell to the ground. However, there were clear signs of picking and scratching on the trunk and lower branches. Su-bai thought for a moment, and it must have been the magical monkeys that previously lived here, agile and often climbing the trees to pick the ripe fruits. By consuming the dark underworld fruits, these magical monkeys could not only fill their bellies on this resource-scarce island, but more importantly gain resistance to toxins. With toxins everywhere on this island, along with the magical giant python, the king of toxic creatures, only with toxin resistance could these magical monkeys survive and thrive in this perilous magical island. Having sorted out the cause and effect, Su-bai looked at the 6 dark underworld trees in front of him, filled with ecstasy. The value of these 6 trees was truly immeasurable. They were not only precious plants of excellent quality bronze, but most importantly, they were fully mature. This could save Su-bai a tremendously long period of seed cultivation and growth. These were already cash trees that could immediately stabilize fruit production. As long as he transplanted them back to the magical field on his island, and arranged for the wood-type life form, Xiao LV, to take care of them daily and promote their growth. Within a few days, Su-bai would be able to harvest his first batch of mature dark underworld fruits. This was a valuable item with a chance of awakening special abilities. Whether kept for himself or sold in the trading channel, it was absolute hard currency. This was undoubtedly one of the biggest gains of the day. Su-bai suppressed his excitement and immediately communicated with the Earth Spirit that remained in place, inquiring about its status. Upon learning that the Earth Spirit had fully restored its energy after resting for several minutes, he immediately issued a dire order for it to split into 3 clones and rush to this location with the team. Although the previously discovered snake-eye flowers and breaking heart grass were valuable, they could be set aside for later. However, these 6 priceless dark underworld trees must be excavated immediately and safely brought back to his island. The Earth Spirit and the 3 clones quickly arrived at the scene upon receiving the command. They were the masters of the Earth, and under Su-bai's guidance they began working in an orderly manner. The 4 humanoid beings made of soil spread out around the dark underworld trees, pressing their hands to the ground to soften the soil. They carefully peeled away the massive soil clumps enveloping the roots of the dark underworld trees, ensuring not to harm even the tiniest root hair. While Su-bai supervised the Earth Spirits at work, the gem cat was also not idle. It sneaked over to Su-bai's side, extending its paw with pads, and gently pawed at Su-bai's pant leg. Then it turned around and loudly meowed toward the distant dark forest. Su-bai was overjoyed upon seeing this small magical island unexpectedly brought him new gains. Following the footsteps of the gem cat, Su-bai gradually ventured deeper into the magical island. As he continued forward, Su Bai keenly sensed changes in the surrounding environment. The ground beneath his feet began to become unusually slippery, with the originally dry layer of dead leaves covered by a strange translucent viscous liquid that made a disturbing squelch sound when stepped on. At the same time, the air's smell had also changed. It was no longer just the simple scent of demonic energy and decaying leaves, with a strong rancid odor had mixed in. The smell was akin to a pile of hundreds of dead fish left to ferment for over 10 days, making one feel nauseous. Suddenly the gem cat in front stopped. It leapt suddenly, nimbly jumping onto Su Bei's shoulder, then meowed twice toward the front, and raised a paw pointing to a certain area ahead. Seeing the gem cat clutching his clothes tightly with a disgusted expression looking at the ground, Su Bai immediately understood the little creature's meaning. It seemed that ahead was the lair of the magical giant python. Something inside had piqued the gem cat's treasure-hunting interest, making it very attentive. However, due to the area being covered in the slime and excrement of giant pythons, the ground was exceedingly filthy, and the cleanliness-loving gemstone cat refused to walk past it under any circumstances. Su Bai was amused by its behavior, and gently patted the fluffy head of the gemstone cat, teasingly saying, "You little creature, you really are quite the clean freak." After calming the gemstone cat, Su Bai followed the direction it had pointed out, continuing to tread carefully. Not long after, he pushed aside a dense thicket of vines, and discovered a massive cave hidden beneath the mountain wall. Standing outside the cave, Su Bai assessed it. The entrance was at least 3 or 4 meters high and impressively wide, undoubtedly the lair of the magically mutated giant python. The previous group of relatively small magical monkeys certainly did not require such a spacious dwelling. At the cave entrance, a foul odor clung heavily to the air, almost unbearable. The cave was eerily silent, devoid of any living beings. This cave was not particularly deep due to its lack of many twists and turns. Su Bai stood at the entrance, utilizing the faint light that filtered in from outside to get a fairly good view of the interior. The floor of the cave was extremely cluttered. Besides a few massive dried and torn translucent snake skins, the most noticeable feature was the mound of white bones piled high in a corner. As Su Bai approached for a closer look, he discovered that a significant portion of these skeletal remains belonged to magical monkeys, yet there were also some bones that clearly belonged to other unknown creatures. In his mind, Su Bai began to piece together the evolutionary history of this island. It was likely that a long time ago this island was home to various monsters, boasting a relatively balanced ecosystem. However, ever since the magical giant python took control of the area, it had devoured other creatures one by one as its food source, leveraging its immense power. With continuous feeding and growth, this magical giant python eventually ascended to the bronze rank, becoming the unquestionable overlord of this island, leaving behind a group of magical monkeys too fearful to resist as its reserve food. Unfortunately for this ruler, its luck was rather poor, but had not enjoyed long-lasting peace before Su Bai descended through a teleportation portal. Su Bai reined in his scattered thoughts, carefully scanning the interior of the cave, attempting to find the treasure that had piqued the gemstone cat's interest. Soon he made a discovery in the central area of the cave. In a spot that was visibly flattened and covered in slime, the very center, where the magical giant python usually coiled up to rest, lay a black stone, placed perfectly. This stone was about the size of a millstone, entirely a pitch-black hue. Strangely, wisps of black mist constantly swirled around its surface, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Just by its appearance and the aura it radiated, Su Bai knew that this was no ordinary stone. He stepped forward, quickly focusing his gaze on the stone, and information immediately popped up. Ghost stone, low-grade silver, a stone tainted by magical energy, extremely rare. Goodness! Su Bai couldn't help but gasp. It turned out to be a silver-grade stone. Looking at the intensely magical ghost stone, Su Bei's mind immediately raced with countless thoughts. He envisioned a scene in ordinary days. The massive magical giant python would return to this cave after a meal, comfortably resting its gigantic head upon this ghost stone, sleeping, while continuously absorbing the pure magical energy it emitted. It was precisely because of this ghost stone acting as an energy source that the magical giant python could continually strengthen its scales and venom, rapidly enhancing its power to break through to the bronze rank. Su Bai even speculated that perhaps in the beginning that snake was merely an ordinary giant python accidentally arriving at this island, or that the ghost stone had fallen from somewhere onto this island. After years of contact with the magical energy emitted by the ghost stone, the giant python began to undergo mutations, ultimately transforming into the monster it was now. Of course, this was merely Su Bei's conjecture. As for the truth, he had no way of knowing. After all, the magical giant python, which was the subject of his speculation, had already become a soul beneath his dragon roar blade, its broken corpse still lying in the muddy pit at the tunnel entrance. Su Bai swiftly gathered his thoughts. Regardless of the origin of this stone, now that he had discovered it, he definitely had to take it with him. After all, this was a rare resource of low-grade silver, and its value was undoubtedly immeasurable. However, Su Bai did not let joy cloud his judgment. The magical energy swirling around the surface of this ghost stone appeared highly corrosive. If he carelessly attempted to grab it barehanded, he might suffer a backlash from the magical energy, leaving unpredictable hazards. To be prudent, Subai did not act immediately. He took 2 steps back, skillfully opened the friend interface, and sent a message to Shun Qingling, who had rich trading experience and knowledge. Subai, how do I collect the ghost stone? At that moment, Shun Qingling was sitting on her own island, intently watching the chat interface, anxiously awaiting Subai's news. Ever since Subai entered the magical island in order not to distract him during intense battles, she had forcibly suppressed her curiosity and worry, refraining from indiscreetly messaging to inquire about the situation. Now seeing Subai's message suddenly pop up on the chat interface, Shun Qingling's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally relaxed. She knew that not only had Subai survived successfully, but he had also concluded his battle on the magical island, and was now entering the most delightful phase of looting. However, when Shun Qingling's gaze scanned over the words "Ghost Stone" in the message, she froze, falling into a speechless silence. The higher the grade, the lower the probability of extraction. The vast amount of information was quickly decomposed and analyzed in Subai's mind. As a top student, it was akin to discovering the East Sea Dragon King's stabilizing needle in a small gutter at the village entrance. Could it be any more outrageous? Shun Qingling took several deep breaths, trying to calm her nerves, which were still in shock. She quickly typed on the keyboard and replied, "Shun Qingling, to collect the ghost stone, you need a special container made from sealing magic stones. Sealing magic stones are precious materials that can restrain and isolate magical energy. Using ordinary items would result in them being corroded away. How large do you estimate the ghost stone you found to be?" Subai, upon receiving the reply, immediately activated the system's camera function and took a clear photo of the ghost stone on the ground, sending it over. A few seconds later, Shun Qingling did not send any more text, but directly initiated a trade request through the trading. With a flash of light, a grayish-white box intricately carved with mysterious patterns along with a pair of uniquely crafted heavy gloves were placed firmly in front of Subai on the trading panel. Subai did not hesitate, clicking to confirm receipt. Although this set of equipment appeared to be quite valuable, he had established a tacit understanding with Shun Qingling through multiple collaborations. Once he finished clearing all the loot, he could transfer the money for this set of tools to Shun Qingling. It was no big deal. Subai immediately donned the specially designed gloves and picked up the heavy sealing magic stone box, walking over to the ghost stone. He exerted force with both hands, securely cradling the millstone-sized ghost stone, lifting it and carefully placing it into the box. The moment the ghost stone left the ground, Subai keenly noticed that the specially designed gloves emitted a faint, hissing sound upon contacting the magical energy of the ghost stone, and visible signs of corrosion and blackening appeared on the glove's surface. Such a formidable and domineering corrosive ability left Subai secretly alarmed. These gloves were specifically made to resist magical energy, yet they could not withstand even a brief contact, highlighting how terrifying the magical energy contained within the ghost stone truly was. While astonished, Subai also sincerely admired that magical giant python. That creature could actually lay on such a highly corrosive ghost stone every day, not only avoiding being reduced to a puddle of blood, but managing to thrive, until now even breaking through to the bronze rank using it. This was simply a miracle in the history of biological evolution. With a snap, Subai quickly closed the box lid, completely isolating the magical energy inside. After completing the packing, Subai immediately removed his hands from the gloves and tossed them onto the ground. Under Subai's quiet gaze, the gloves that had exhausted their anti-magic properties rapidly disintegrated into a pile of black ash at a visible speed under the corrosion of the remaining magical energy. Subai, holding the heavy box, turned to the gemstone cat still perched on his shoulder, asking, "Are there any other treasures in this cave?" Upon hearing the question, the gem cat quickly shook its head vigorously, its tail flicking back and forth in agitation, producing a hurried purring sound in its throat, signaling Subai to leave this disgusting place at once. "What a filthy place this is. My own fur has been tainted by this foul stench, and I feel like I'm suffocating." After scanning the cave once more, and confirming that no items with attribute frames had appeared in his line of sight, Subai no longer lingered, picking up the box and striding away. Finding a low-grade spirit stone in this desolate cave was already a super surprise for Subai. Based on the resource quantity of this barren island, the most valuable core item estimated here is this stone. As for the rest, it should be the 6 bronze-level dark underworld trees outside. As he walked out, Subai received feedback information from the Earth Spirit. The Earth Spirit conveyed that it had successfully led 3 split bodies to transport 2 of the dark underworld trees along with their roots and soil back to Subai's island, and was currently in the process of transporting the 3rd and 4th. At the current excavation speed, it would take about another quarter of an hour to completely transfer all 6 dark underworld trees. After completing the transfer of the trees, the next step would be to deal with the snake-eye flower and the heartbreaking grass. Subai contemplated for a moment. The 2 highly toxic plants, the snake-eye flower and the heartbreaking grass, certainly could not be directly moved like the dark underworld trees for planting in the magical field. especially the heartbreaking grass whose roots contain deadly poison. If it were to take root in the magical field once the toxins seep into the soil, it could harm the original spiritual essence of the magical field or affect the growth of other crops, which would be a huge loss for Subai. These two poisonous special plants needed to be allocated a separate isolation area for proper disposal. Fortunately, with the earth spirit around, it could precisely control the soil to form a barrier. Therefore, Subai didn't need to worry too much about planning the planting area. He just had to issue the command for the earth spirit to... Subai quickly left the cave, while carrying the box containing the spirit stone, feeling a bit more comfortable as he breathed in the relatively fresh air outside. After walking about 100 meters outside, Subai placed the gem cat down on the ground and whispered, "Time is short. If there are any special plants on the island that I haven't discovered yet, take me to them quickly." From the series of situations explored earlier, Subai had already deduced that there should be no hidden treasures on this island. However, the gem cat's treasure hunting ability was incredibly comprehensive. It could not only find hidden treasures, but also keenly sense and locate valuable special plants. With it leading the way, Subai saved himself from aimlessly wandering about like a headless fly, wasting precious time. It must be said that having a gem cat by his side made searching for special plants in the wild much easier. Upon receiving the command, the gem cat immediately entered work mode. It led the way, walking and stopping intermittently. Suddenly, it halted under a large tree, quickly using its front paws to clear away the layers of decaying leaves on the ground. As the leaves were cleared away, half of a dark red ginseng root partially exposed above the ground came clearly into Subai's view. Red cloud poison ginseng bronzigrade can be used to make antidotes, significantly alleviating most toxins. Looking at the description provided by the system, Subai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Despite having the word poison in its name and being called a poison ginseng, its actual function was to serve as an antidote. The miraculous interaction of species in this island world made Subai secretly marvel at the wonders of nature. After successfully discovering the first red cloud poison ginseng, the gem cat seemed to have fully grasped the knack for locating this plant. It no longer wandered aimlessly but began to scrape away the leaves with its paws in this specific area. To Subai's delight, every time the little creature paused to dig, it would surely yield some results. 1020. As one red cloud poison ginseng after another was continuously discovered and marked by the gem cat, even the usually calm Subai felt somewhat astonished. This is too many. It's just like pulling radishes from the ground. What surprised him even more was that so many bronze-level special plants were growing here undisturbed, without being uprooted and eaten by the rampaging mutated monkeys. It is important to note that these are bronze-level special plants, and the energy contained within them is definitely irresistibly attractive to black iron-level mutated monkeys. They simply cannot resist their instinct to devour. After a brief thought, Subai attributed the reason to the deterrent power of the mutated giant python. Perhaps this area is too close to the cave belonging to the absolute territory of the mutated giant python, which is why the mutated monkeys dared not approach even a step, allowing these red cloud poison ginseng to survive. But none of that mattered. Regardless of who it belonged to before, all these good things now belonged to Subai. Just at this moment, news came from the earth spirit that it had neatly completed the transplantation work of all the dark underworld trees. Subai immediately communicated through his consciousness, calling over the earth spirit and its three split bodies spreading out in this area to begin the large-scale transfer of red cloud poison ginseng. The earth spirits worked with great precision. They controlled the soil, lifting each red cloud poison ginseng along with the surrounding soil. These freshly unearthed red cloud poison ginseng looked very plump with intact roots, not a single leaf damage. Given their quality, even without any processing, they could be directly placed on the trading channel for sale at a very... Although these bronze-level special plants cannot help awaken supernatural abilities like the fruits of the dark underworld trees, their practical application value is still significant. In a world fraught with peril, materials that can be used to create antidotes are always in high demand. With these poison ginseng, Subai could prepare a large supply of antidotes to keep on hand. After all, being well prepared with life-saving supplies is never a bad idea. Looking at the busy earth spirits, Subai recalled the help from Shun Qingling earlier. Just at that moment, since Shun Qingling had given him a box for the spirit stone, but hadn't received payment, Subai walked over to the earth spirit, casually picked a red cloud poison ginseng with the best quality, opened the trading interface, and sent it directly to Shun Qingling. Upon seeing the trading item, Shun Qingling immediately clicked to accept without any hesitation. As a seasoned merchant, she was all too aware of the value of this item. This one bronze-grade red cloud poison ginseng, if handled by a professional apothecary, could produce at least 10 high-quality antidotes. When exploring those dangerous islands filled with toxins or poisonous substances, these 10 antidotes could save 10 lives at crucial moments, and their actual value cannot be measured by ordinary resources. However, upon receiving this red cloud poison ginseng, Shun Qingling's surprise did not diminish. On an island clearly marked as black iron level by the system, first an unbelievable low-grade spirit stone appeared, and now a bronze-grade red cloud poison ginseng was obtained. Previously, Subai had even mentioned discovering the dark underworld trees to her. The series of exceptionally high-grade items produced made Shin Qingling seriously question whether the coordinate jade butterfly sold to Su Bai was misclassified due to outdated information from prolonged storage. Given the outrageous amount of resource output, that so-called mutated island should be directly rated as bronze level regardless of its area or danger level. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly flashed through Shin Qingling's mind. If the resources reached bronze level, the monster configuration on the island must also be quite formidable. She immediately typed on the keyboard, sending a message to inquire Shin Qingling, have you encountered any bronze-level monsters on this island? If not, you should be careful. At this moment, Su Bai was following behind the gem cat, continuing to walk along the edge of. Upon hearing the notification sound, he casually opened the interface to take a look and replied nonchalantly, Su Bai, I encountered a bronze lower-level mutated giant python, which I have already dispatched. After sending this message, the chat interface on the other end fell completely silent. Shin Qingling seemed to be choked by this understated remark, not sending another word for a long time. Su Bai no longer paid attention to her. At this moment he had come to a halt, standing still as he gazed at the sudden appearance of a breathtaking sea of flowers, completely taken aback. In this roughly 100 square meters of open space, countless flowers bloomed densely. What astonished Su Bai was that every flower in his sight had a system attribute prompt box. They were all special plants of the black iron level. Golden powder rose black iron mid-grade petals contain traces of gold powder, which can be refined into gold. How marvelous! Su Bai looked at the roses swaying in the breeze, unable to restrain his admiration. This was no ordinary flower. See, for any survivor, it was entirely an open-air gold mine. Although Su Bai rationally told himself that such black iron mid-grade plants provided only a paltry amount of gold powder per specimen, he estimated that even if he collected all the golden powder roses in front of him after the tedious processes, the amount of pure gold he could extract would be quite limited. Yet in this world where hard currency was perpetually in short supply, having something was better than nothing. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, let alone this vast expanse of resources he could obtain without spending a dime. Su Bai promptly informed the busy Earth Spirit of the location of this flower sea through their mental link. He issued a command for the Earth Spirit to come over immediately after transporting the red cloud poison ginseng to package the topsoil, along with these golden powder roses, and bring everything back to his island. Thus, under the guidance of the gem cat, Su Bai meticulously explored this small magical island. After repeated searches, he confirmed that there were no more special plants with attribute boxes to be found. Standing on this nearly scavenged land, Su Bai felt an indescribable sensation. How should he put it? Although he had ultimately found the golden powder roses, the overall yield did not exceed his initial expectations upon arriving on the island. Due to long-term erosion from magical energy and a lack of effective human care and chi nourishment, the soil of this magical island had become quite barren. In such a harsh environment, finding 6 dark underworld trees and so many special plants like the red cloud poison ginseng was indeed a remarkable gift from nature. Su Bai speculated that long ago this island might have hosted even more diverse special plants. However, under prolonged neglect, most delicate plants had probably withered away. Moreover, with the rampant destruction and consumption by the magical python and that group of greedy magical monkeys, it was unlikely that any usable or somewhat useful plants had survived to this day. Nevertheless, while the special plants with system attributes had been completely scavenged, numerous resilient ordinary plants still thrived on this magical island, such as some common shrubs that were ubiquitous and the attributeless berries hanging from the branches. While these things could not enhance strength, transplanting them back would serve a practical purpose as daily greenery and ordinary food supplements. Glancing at the time, only a few minutes remained before the passage closed. After the Earth Spirits and their splits had drenched in sweat transporting the last few special plants, Su Bai did not let them rest. He urged the Earth Spirits to continue their efforts excavating as many ordinary plants as possible nearby the passage and tirelessly transporting them back to his island. Currently, Su Bai's island was just starting out with vast tracts of land left bare. It was truly a waste of resources to leave them so desolate. Even if these ordinary plants did not yield any high-value products and could not be exchanged for money, at least planting them would give his island a semblance of life, alleviating its dreary atmosphere. Amid the tense yet orderly hustle, the countdown set by the system finally reached 0. The portal, glowing faintly, began to twist violently at the moment its duration ended, then quietly dissipated into the air, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed on this island. And Su Bai, laden with his harvest, successfully returned to his territory. The glow of the portals slowly faded, and the enormous corpse of the magical python had already been lifted from the mire by the Earth Spirits. Accompanied by a dull dragging sound, this bronze-level giant beast was ultimately laid heavily onto the heart. Even though it had completely lost its life signs, and its heart had been crushed by Su Bai, this massive body still emanated a chilling and intimidating aura. The surrounding air seemed to turn somewhat cold due to this aura. If an untrained ordinary person stood here, they would be unable to even think about picking up a weapon to fight. Merely facing this corpse, still reeking of a violent presence, would likely cause their limbs to go weak, stripping them of any courage to escape. Subai stood aside, calming his breath as he casually opened the system's friend communication interface. He found Shun Qingling's name and directly sent a message. What about the corpse of the magical python? Will you take it? The message had barely been sent when Shun Qingling's reply quickly popped up, laced with a hint of urgency. Absolutely. I want it all. Whether it's the tough scales, intact snake skin, or the energy-rich flesh and bones, I want it all. Looking at this reply, Subai stroked his chin, pondering slightly, then tapped on the screen to respond. Alright, I'll package it up for you. Just give me a reasonable price. After sending this message, the chat interface fell silent for about half a minute. Half a minute later, Shun Qingling's reply finally appeared again, but this time her tone carried a hint of inquiry and suggestion. Aren't you considering putting this corpse up for sale in the Island World's Trading Center? You should know that the magical python is a genuine bronze-level monster, and its complete set of materials holds immense value at this stage. Those seasoned apprentice island owners in the trading center would definitely be willing to pay a hefty price to bid for it. Selling it directly to me might result in losing some potential premium. Subai was well aware of the reasoning behind Shun Qingling's words. If he meticulously cut the corpse of the magical python, sorting the scales, snake skin, venomous fangs, and flesh separately, then if he listed them in batches in the trading center accessible to all survivors through a bidding process, he could absolutely maximize his profits and obtain a massive amount of foundational resources. However, Subai had his own scale in mind. He recalled his previous trading experiences with Shun Qingling. Objectively speaking, he had made a profit each time. Take the star chrysanthemum seedlings she traded him previously, for instance. That kind of special plant could steadily produce and enhance the island's environment. Its long-term total value would far exceed the black iron monster materials he had offered. Additionally, there was another crucial factor. Before setting off to the magical island, Shun Qingling had proactively provided him with 5 explosive fruits, which played an irreplaceable significant role in the recent extermination battle. It was precisely those explosive fruits' area effect damage that helped him swiftly clear the troublesome group of magical monkeys, saving him a lot of time and effort. Subai was a person who understood gratitude and grudges. Regardless of whether Shun Qingling's generosity was due to a directive from the Special Affairs Group behind her, he had indeed benefited from her assistance. Since he had received her favor, he could not appear too stingy in such matters. He had to show some appreciation. There is a saying, if a person respects me an inch, I will respect them a mile. This is his principle. Moreover, Subai's energy was currently limited. He was too lazy to spend a lot of time fussing over and cutting up this massive corpse of the magical python. Selling it directly to Shun Qingling would save effort, repay her kindness, and conveniently fulfill his previous agreement with the Special Affairs Group regarding the priority purchasing rights for high-value items. In any case, this transaction would not result in a loss. Moreover, Subai was calculating deeper layers of benefits in his heart. This time, being able to smoothly reach the demonized island was entirely thanks to the Special Task Group providing that precious coordinate jade slip. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have caught a glimpse of the island. If he couldn't make it, he could forget about obtaining the many high-value special plants he had just scavenged. These special plants not only promised immediate tangible benefits, but also significantly enhanced the overall star rating of his island. Just the 6 mature anming trees alone held a measurable value. They were mature. This meant no lengthy growth period was required, and they could start yielding benefits immediately. The unripe fruits hanging from the branches were expected to mature within 10 days under the nurturing of Xiao LV, producing the first batch of anming fruits that could awaken latent abilities. Additionally, the Qiyun poison ginseng, which could be used to create antidotes, the highly toxic snake eye flower and heartbreak grass, along with the golden powder rose that could refine gold, all represented significant advantages. Each plant alone could cause a sensation. Furthermore, the piles of ordinary plants being transplanted immediately filled the once barren landscape of Subai's island. Subai estimated that by today and tomorrow he would use the system's abilities to refresh and stabilize all the newly acquired special plant entries, and his island's rating would likely experience a dramatic surge, directly approaching the milestone of 200 stars. However, Subai felt there was no need to reveal these trump cards and gains to Shun Qingling. He simply typed 4 words in the input box and replied, "Pleasant cooperation." Upon seeing these 4 words, Shun Qingling immediately understood Subai's meaning. She did not waste any more words and promptly accepted the corpse of the demonized giant python that Subai had placed in the trading panel. Looking at the empty ground, Subai shook his head, feeling a slight sense of regret. The only regret was that such a large, demonized giant python already at the bronze level did not condense a magic crystal after its death. If it had dropped a bronze-level magic crystal after absorbing it, Subai would absolutely have been able to elevate his strength to high black iron or even peak black iron. An increase in strength meant more opportunities to utilize the system's fixed entries daily, which was what he valued. Such a large body truly looks impressive, but is useless, Subai muttered under his breath as he turned to the pile of demonized monkeys' corpses and began to inspect them one by one. After a moment, he stood up, surprised to find that none of the 20 or so black iron-level demonized monkeys had condensed a magic crystal either. For a moment, Subai didn't know whether to call himself lucky or unlucky. Saying he was lucky would mean he didn't get a single crystal from any monster. Saying he was unlucky meant he had gathered all the rare plants on the island. Not finding a magic crystal indeed left Su-bai somewhat disappointed. However, after carefully feeling the state of his body, he discovered that the recent intense battle had solidified and enhanced his strength base a bit. Facing a formidable enemy like the demonized giant python under the pressure of life and death, his physical potential had been further activated. Su-bai was confident that even without the shortcut of a magic crystal, he could quickly break through his current level through such high-intensity practical combat training. The growth of strength was merely a matter of time. This was not something to rush. Establishing a solid foundation was the most critical. Since he hadn't found a magic crystal from the demonized monkeys either, Su-bai was too lazy to leave these stinking corpses on his island and pollute the environment. He simply packed them all up and sent them back to Shen Qingling through the trading interface. After quickly calculating the total value of all the corpses, Shen Qingling soon sent Su-bai the corresponding reward. This time what she traded was not star chrysanthemum seedlings, but another strategic item that Su-bai desperately needed capable of being immediately converted into combat power. Recruitment scroll. Su-bai opened the item details. Rock Soldier Recruitment Scroll. Black Iron Premium. Upon use, can recruit one Rock Soldier with peak Black Iron potential. They are fearless heavy armored warriors. Seeing these 5 scrolls, Su-bai's eyes lit up. 5 peak Black Iron units could perfectly form a small, organized team arranged to patrol the island around the clock. This was undoubtedly a timely help for the ever-expanding island. With this patrol team, the island's safety would be great. If there were further opportunities to explore other demonized islands, Su-bai would no longer have to leave the water spirits and earth spirits at home to guard. He could take more elemental life forms into battle, thus more comfortably addressing various complex dangerous situations. Thanks. Su-bai sent a thank you message in the communication interface, then directly closed the light screen. He picked up the 5 recruitment scrolls and swiped them casually. All 5 scrolls emitted a plain white light, without any higher-level entries appearing. However, this was entirely within Su-bai's expectations, and he didn't mind. He directly chose to use them, refreshing the entries afterward to see what would happen. With 5 thick, earthy yellow beams of light illuminating the open ground in succession after the light dissipated, 5 tall and robust rock soldiers stood neatly in front of Su-bai. These rock soldiers were about 2 meters tall, with extremely sturdy and broad bodies. They were entirely composed of hard, heavy gray rocks with faint, earthy yellow energy swirling between the seams of the rocks. They looked like 5 immovable small fortresses delivering a strong visual impact. Just after being born, these rock soldiers exhibited absolute obedience. Through the unique psychic link between the island master and the summoned beings, Su-bai could clearly hear their deep and powerful voices resonating in his mind. "My lord, we obey your commands." Su-bai looked at these 5 powerful subordinates and nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and reassured them through the psychic link, "We are all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite on the island. Just perform your duties well." Then Su-bai called up the system's detailed panel to examine the specific attributes of these rock soldiers. Name: Rock Soldier. Potential: peak Black Iron. Current level: lower Black Iron. Skills: 1. Rock Armor. Forms a layer of high-intensity rock armor on the surface to greatly resist physical damage. 2. Basic Combat Skills. Proficient in basic close combat techniques. Loyalty: 100. Diehard. After reviewing the attributes, Su-bai made a comparison. As summonable creatures of the earth element, rock soldiers were fundamentally different from the earth spirits he had previously recruited. Earth spirits were more like logistical builders and terrain modifiers, with their abilities mainly used for farming, digging, and altering terrain. In contrast, the rock soldiers before him, with their hard bodies and built-in combat skills, existed purely for frontal combat and defense on the battlefield. The initial attributes of the 5 rock soldiers were completely identical. Su-bai glanced at the remaining system opportunities he had for today. He didn't want to refresh the entries for each of them one by one, as that would waste too much time and could lead to discrepancies in the capabilities of the team members. So he simply selected all 5 rock soldiers and chose to refresh them in bulk. In fact, Su-bai chose to refresh in bulk primarily because he had accumulated a large number of high-value special plants brought back from the demonized island waiting to be refreshed. However, with only 5 fixed opportunities each day, facing so many exquisite plants made it a bit challenging, requiring careful budgeting. From a long-term value perspective, the rock soldier, a purely combat-type unit, is not weighted as heavily in the system's opportunity allocation as those special plants that can produce strategic resources. However, with the flicker of the system's light, this batch refresh brought a pleasant surprise to Su-bai. Amidst numerous white ordinary entries, a blue light frame emerged. Stone Arrow Technique. Excellence level grants rock soldiers the ability to condense earth elements and launch sharp stone arrows at a distance, raising the item level to high-quality bronze. Upon seeing this entry, Su-bai decisively halted the refresh. This entry is quite impressive, perfectly compensating for the rock soldiers' limitation of being melee fighters. With the addition of long-range attack capabilities, the tactical flexibility and overall threat level of this squad will experience a qualitative leap. Su-bai glanced at his panel, realizing he still had 3 fixed opportunities left today. After a brief consideration, he decided to use one of them to secure the stone arrow technique entry for the rock soldiers. After all, as the island's area expands, it is crucial to quickly form a complete combat capability for this patrol team, which is the most urgent security task at present. Secure. As Subai issued the command, a mysterious light enveloped the 5 rock soldiers. In the instant the entry was secured, the bodies of the rock soldiers began to undergo a visible transformation. Their already burly physiques became even heftier and larger, growing from 2 meters to about 2.5. The originally rough surface of the rocks became denser, and their arms evolved special structures conducive to condensing and launching stone arrows. Standing before Subai, these 5 colossal beings resembled 5 impenetrable mobile walls, exuding a formidable presence. Subai nodded in satisfaction, pointing towards the edge of the island. From now on, you 5 will form a team and patrol continuously along the coastline and the edge of the woods. If you encounter any creatures approaching without permission, initiate an attack and report back to me immediately. Upon receiving the command, the rock soldiers did not hesitate, turning their hefty bodies and setting off in unison, radiating a spirited fighting spirit. The gem cat, which had been following Subai closely, crouched nearby, tilting its head to observe these new hulking. Seeing them begin to march in formation, the gem cat seemed quite amused. It took a couple of light steps and leaped accurately, landing on the broad head of the leading rock soldier. The gem cat stood steadily at the height, lifting its small head against the sea breeze, its tail held high as it set off majestically with the rock soldier squad. With its proud stance, it clearly regarded itself as the leader of this newly formed patrol team. Watching this scene, Subai couldn't help but chuckle, not bothering to address it. The gem cat was quite clever. It had managed to survive the frenzied pursuit of black iron-level ironfin sharks. With its keen perception and consistently good luck, Subai felt completely at ease knowing it was accompanied by these 5 high-quality bronze heavy armored bodyguards during its patrol. After settling the security arrangements for the island, Subai turned to focus all his attention on the special plants that had just been transplanted from the demonized island. His gaze was first and foremost directed at the 6 dark nether trees, placed in the core area of the magical field. The soil of the magical field contained abundant energy. After being carefully transplanted by the earth spirit, the 6 tall dark nether trees quickly established their root systems, greedily absorbing nutrients from the soil. At this moment, as a wood-type life form, Xiao LV floated between the branches of the dark nether trees, continuously emitting a soft green glow. It was using its life energy to deeply nourish and assimilate these foreign plants. With Xiao LV's tireless efforts, Subai joyfully observed the changes in the dark nether trees as the branches that had previously appeared wilting from a long-term lack of spiritual energy began to regain vitality. What excited him the most was that the immature green fruits hanging among the branches began to shed their raw exterior, faintly showing signs of turning red. Subai knew that when the skins of these fruits completely turned deep red, it would signify the full ripening of the dark nether fruits. According to the system's explanation, consuming these fruits not only greatly enhances the body's resistance to various toxins, but more importantly, it has a high probability of awakening an 11 toxin-based supernatural ability. Of course, Subai was well aware that this was merely the initial effect of the dark nether trees, without any intervention. In his hands with the system, these already valuable dark nether trees would undoubtedly undergo a transformative refresh. Subai placed his palm forward, silently chanting in his heart. Although the name of the dark nether tree sounds dark and unappealing, its essence is actually non-aggressive, simply being tall trees with normal green leaves. What is truly terrifying and possesses high value is the fruit it bears. There is a chance to awaken a level abilities, and the awakened abilities are of a type that can be elusive in combat and possess bizarre lethality. Though this ability may not seem as straightforward as fire or lightning types in reputation, the destruction and deterrence it can cause in practical combat is genuinely formidable. Just imagine a key figure heavily protected suddenly collapsing during a meeting. The entire venue is instantly sealed off while the real murderer is hundreds of miles away, leisurely enjoying drinks at a bar, celebrating the activation of his slow-acting poison. Such methods of killing in silence are truly hard to guard against. To better plan for future development, Subai has been feverishly supplementing his foundational knowledge about supernatural beings and extraordinary powers through the Trading Center and the World Channel, in addition to constructing the island. From the intelligence he gathered, Subai learned that different grades of supernatural abilities not only directly determine the combat power of a supernatural being at the same level, but also act as an invisible shackle that directly limits a supernatural being's future level cap. For instance, if an ordinary person is fortunate enough to awaken a low-level grade ability, their strength is limited by the potency of the ability's source. This person's strength can at most only reach high-level black iron, and their potential will be basically capped, making further progress very difficult. However, if they awaken in a great ability, the situation changes significantly. The essence of a level abilities is sufficient to support extraordinary individuals in transcending tiers, at least ensuring their smooth promotion to the bronze level. In this world, an individual who reaches the bronze level is considered an absolute high-end combat talent no matter where they are placed. Whether in the original Blue Star, or in this crisis-ridden island world, a bronze-level powerhouse can always find their place. If someone has the fortune to awaken a level ability, it would be even more remarkable. Level ability users possess an extremely high potential for growth. Once they appear, all major factions and top-tier financial groups will take action. They would spare no expense and resources to secure them, which is undoubtedly treated as a VIP status. As for Clevel level, or even the legendary level abilities, the number of relevant awakeners is exceedingly rare. Subai has not found much useful detailed information through public channels. However, he can be 100% certain that those possessing advanced abilities are undoubtedly the top super experts in this world, and they are likely to be the core military power controlled by various countries of Blue Star. While sorting through this knowledge, Subai also discovered a crucial class distinction. Although ability users are powerful, their status and potential are far inferior to those of the island lords in the island world. The greatest difference between the two lies in the source of their power and their means of growth. As the area of the islands continues to expand, and their prosperity increases, even if the island lords do nothing, their physical attributes will be nourished by the foundational power of the island. Thus their abilities are continually enhanced. This comprehensive enhancement of physical quality is the highest reward that the island world offers to pioneers. Moreover, this continual physical strengthening does not conflict with the island lord's awakening of abilities. A strong physique will in fact serve as the best vessel for abilities, and can even significantly assist in the awakening of abilities, greatly amplifying their release power. With both physical enhancement and abilities, if an island lord of the same level fights against a pure ability user, the overwhelming advantage in physical quality and energy reserves will lead to a one-sided defeat. More importantly, there is the monopoly on resources. Ordinary people wanting to awaken abilities must rely on consuming the miraculous fruits produced by special plants. All these vital strategic resources that can change one's fate without exception grow on the islands, and are generally controlled by those powerful top-tier island lords. Therefore, in this new era, ability users are too busy currying favor with the island lords to dare offend them easily. Additionally, ability users face a bottleneck in their growth. The vast majority of ability users can only awaken a single fixed attribute ability throughout their life. If they wish to break through their current potential limits, the only way is to consume higher-grade special fruits of the same type to reinforce their ability's essence. For example, if an ability user initially awakens and level fire ability, their future path is likely to be confined to fire. To avoid being eliminated by the times, they must find every possible way to obtain high-grade fruits that can awaken a level, or even level fire abilities to enhance their combat power. To achieve this resource leap, they ultimately need to turn back and seek help from the island lords who control advanced farmland and rare plants. Thus, in this world, the relationship between ability users and island lords is never an equal competitive one, but rather an absolute subordinate relationship. Under these top island lords, there is bound to be a large number of ability users eager to advance. These ability users swear absolute loyalty to the island lords, fighting for them in exchange for those extremely precious fruits that can enhance their strength. This is the operational logic of the world that Subai has been diligently sorting out these past few days. At this moment, standing by the magical field, and watching the constantly refreshing attribute panel of the dark underworld tree, Subai fell into deep contemplation. He was considering a very practical and urgent question. Since he holds the special plants capable of mass-producing awakening fruits in his hands, should he also start to assemble his own team of ability users? He has the system An Extraordinary Existence as his trump card. Once items, or individuals with fixed attributes are established through the system, it will directly modify the will of the other party, forcefully increasing their loyalty to a diehard state of 100. Those natives and units summoned using recruitment scrolls will never have to worry about betrayal. However, as someone who received a normal education on Blue Star, Subai feels that using such a method of forced brainwashing on the humans of Blue Star seems somewhat ethically strange, which is why he has yet to make a clear decision in this regard. But the pressure of reality is right in front of him. He has now acquired 3 types of special plants that can help ordinary people awaken abilities. The blazing sunflower that can awaken a level fire abilities, the light fruit that can awaken level light abilities, and the recently obtained batch of dark underworld fruits that are about to produce. Even if the dark underworld tree has not undergone high-level enhancement, as long as a single attribute is slightly fixed, the fruits produced can at least allow someone to awaken level poison abilities. If he were to trade these strategic resources that can create extraordinary individuals at the trading center for materials, Subai believes it would be the most short-sighted behavior, utterly inappropriate. If he could select a group of clean-slate, quick-witted ordinary individuals and use these fruits to cultivate them into a core team loyal only to himself, then he could better defend this ever-expanding island and even establish his own power network. Subai is very clear that his island will definitely continue to expand and upgrade in the future. As the defensive line stretches, the monster attacks he faces will become increasingly fierce. Alone, how many nails can one iron body drive in? Even with the addition of earth spirits, water spirits, and the native army acquired using various recruitment scrolls, high-end combat power will still fall short in the face of the potential large-scale, extraordinary wars. Moreover, these elemental spirits have low intelligence and require a commander to maximize their combat potential. Recruiting and training my own personnel, establishing a core team of ability users, this matter seems to have to be put on the agenda immediately. Subai made a firm decision in his heart. It seems I need to find a suitable opportunity to return to Blue Star to investigate to see if I can connect with some reliable and clever young people and bring them into my camp. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Subai refocused his attention on the system interface before him, beginning to carefully examine the batch of alternative attributes for the Dark Underworld tree that had just refreshed. For 6 Dark Underworld trees, the system provided a total of 18 alternative attributes for him to choose from. As he scanned line by line, most were ordinary white attributes offering negligible enhancements to the effects of the fruits. Only at the end of the list did a blue attribute representing excellence finally flicker into view. Bone-corroding poison greatly enhances the toxin essence contained in the fruit, forcibly elevating the strength of the poison ability awakened from the Dark Underworld fruit to level with intense corrosiveness, and the overall item quality is upgraded to high-grade silver. Fix. Ding. System prompt: the entry has been successfully fixed. As the crisp notification sound echoed, the chosen Dark Underworld tree trembled violently, its leaves deepening in color, subtly radiating a dangerous purplish-black glow. Given Subai's current level of operational proficiency, he could have chosen to encircle the 6 Dark Underworld trees together for batch refreshing and fixing, which would save him quite a number of system opportunities. However, after a brief contemplation, he ultimately decided to separate these 6 Dark Underworld trees for individual cultivation. His reasoning was simple: the poison-based abilities come in various forms. He aimed to continuously refresh each tree individually to see if he could induce them to generate entirely different types of poison-based fruit. For instance, some might produce neurotoxins, others corrosive toxins, and still others hallucinogenic toxins. A team of poison-based ability users cultivated this way would have a more comprehensive tactical combination, making it difficult for enemies to defend themselves. Additionally, Subai harbored an extremely bold and somewhat crazy idea. Although the basic grade of the Dark Underworld tree was merely bronze, which wasn't very high. If he persisted in refreshing it daily, what if one day luck favored him, and he managed to roll out epic legendary, or even mythic entries that only existed in fantasy? How terrifying would the fruit born by this tree be? By then he might possess the terrifying potential to mass-produce class, and even top-class ability users. Subai's perspective had been thoroughly broadened. He absolutely looked down upon low-tier abilities like F-class and E-class that were common everywhere. Even enhancements to class would probably be insufficient in future high-level encounters. With the continuous development of the island, the energy fluctuations it emitted would inevitably be sensed by powerful monsters lurking deeper in the surrounding seas. The monsters attracted would only grow stronger, and if he was left with only a group of low-level ability users, they would eventually become useless cannon fodder against those high-tier monsters, prompting the need for early planning. Subai rapidly devised a plan regarding the distribution of the fruits in his mind. In the future, he would unhesitatingly sell all ordinary fruits that could only awaken low-level abilities like F-class or E-class at the trading center to acquire the essential materials and funds needed for island construction. However, any special fruits that had undergone system enhancements and could awaken class or higher abilities would be kept strictly confidential, preserved as internal top-secret resources. He intended to use these top-tier resources to personally forge an elite team of ability users that would be invincible and utterly loyal. A person without foresight will inevitably face immediate concerns. In the brutal environment of the island world where one could lose their life at any moment, Subai felt it was vital to keep his vision long-term, calculating every move with the future in mind. After using the fixing opportunity twice in a row, Subai glanced at the panel and decided to take a brief pause. Since it was not yet evening, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he had to reserve a final guaranteed fixing opportunity for himself. However, while the fixing opportunities shouldn't be used indiscriminately, the unlimited refreshing opportunities granted by the system should not be left to rust. Subai turned to look at the other plants in the magical field. The moonlight vine starting to emit a faint glow, the second golden lemon tree that was thriving, the flying light spirit and water spirit in midair, and the star chrysanthemum seedling given by Shun Xingling. Looking at the array of plants and animals waiting for him to refresh them, Subai suddenly felt a deep tiredness. Goodness, his island was just getting started, not yet expanded to its peak, and there was already so much to refresh daily. If it were to develop into a large island in the future boasting thousands, or even tens of thousands of special plants and armies, wouldn't he have to work like a factory worker, refreshing from dawn till dusk without food or drink? So no matter where he went, it was a life of toil. If the system could provide a one-button select, all indiscriminate batch refresh function, that would truly be the eternal god. Subai silently grumbled in his heart. For the next hour he refreshed those plants over and over like a merciless. After completing a full round of refreshing looking at the screen filled with bland, white entries, Su-Bai felt even more melancholic. Not having rolled out any strategically valuable good entries felt akin to drawing 100 times in a game only to receive the bare minimum. It seemed like he had wasted half a day's effort in vain. With nothing to do to alleviate his somewhat irritable mood, Su-Bai casually opened the system's public chat area and various leaderboards, preparing to be a bystander and watch for a while. Habitually, he first glanced at the core island rating leaderboard. The top position still prominently displayed his own. First place, Su-Bai Dragon Country, current island rating 193 stars. Upon seeing this number, Su-Bai was slightly taken aback. He then realized that during the time he had been focused on transplanting special plants and continuously fixing high-level entries for the rock soldiers and dark underworld trees, the overall foundation of his island had qualitatively improved. The island rating had soared without him noticing, nearly touching the threshold of 200 stars. He had been so absorbed in pondering future plans that he completely overlooked the changes in information. Only 7 stars away. As long as he passed midnight tonight and refreshed a new day's fixing opportunities, casually applying a good entry to a few plants would definitely allow him to smoothly surpass the 200 stars barrier. Looking at this imminent milestone, Su-Bai's previously weary spirit reignited with strong determination. He clearly remembered that when the island rating first broke through the 100 stars barrier, the island world not only issued a notification, but generously rewarded him with an extra global enhancement effect, permanently reducing the growth time of all plants in his territory by 5%. This enhancement seemed unremarkable, but the value created through extensive planting over time was extraordinarily terrifying. If he could successfully break through 200 stars this time, who knew what even more outrageous rewards the system would offer? After fantasizing about the rich rewards of 200 stars in his mind, Su-Bai refocused his thoughts and continued to examine the competitors closely following him on the leaderboard. Second place, Richard Lighthouse Nation, current island rating 103 stars. Upon seeing this name, Su-Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. Richard's island rating had surprisingly also quickly surpassed the 100 stars barrier. Su-Bai had previously seen intelligence about this individual in the forums. This Richard was a thorough, ruthless character. In pursuit of extreme development speed, he had taken a tremendous risk selling as much as 80% of his island's ownership to outsiders. This immense audacity, akin to handing over his entire fortune and life to others for control, was enough to make even Su-Bai raise an eyebrow. Moreover, according to rumors, Richard's methods were quite cunning. He had not sold the ownership to a single entity, but rather deliberately introduced 2 super giant consortiums with a history of animosity in the real world to settle on his island. Through constant incitement and negotiation between the 2 consortia, he had them vying for control over the island and its scarce resources. In their attempts to suppress each other, both consortiums poured massive amounts of resources and manpower into the island, inadvertently pushing Richard's island construction to new heights. Meanwhile, Richard himself comfortably sat in the position of island lord, reaping the benefits while leveraging the resources from both sides to achieve a meteoric rise in rating. Su-Bai continued to read down the list. Third place, Fiji Empire of the Setting Sun, current island rating 101 stars. Su-Bai had a profound impression of Fiji. Fiji was the 3rd person in the world to pass the trial and become a trainee island master. Moreover, his style of action was even more extreme than Richard's. He directly priced 70% of the island's ownership for sale when the island was still barren in exchange for an enormous amount of initial startup capital. If one were to make a comparison, Fiji's decisiveness was actually even more ruthless than Richard's. Of course, such a door-die approach brought terrifying returns. Currently, the gap between Fiji and Richard, who ranked 2nd, was merely a negligible 2 stars. Furthermore, judging by Fize's recent frenzied acquisition of building materials, if Richard did not step up his game in the next few days, he would likely lose his 2nd place on the leaderboard soon. Su-Bai's gaze quickly swept over the leaderboard. 4th place, Colin Bear Country, current island rating 89 stars. 5th place, Marshall Maple Leaf Country, current island rating 82 stars. 6th place. Su-Bai keenly noticed a trend. On this leaderboard, the further down the rankings, the tighter the star rating gap among the contestants became. By the time he flipped to beyond the 50th position, the differences among the trainee island masters were even calculated to the tiny unit of 0.1 stars. Even if one simply grew an ordinary berry tree, it could lead to fluctuations in rankings. Looking at the densely packed, constantly changing names and data, Su-Bai finally realized the truth. It turned out that while he was buried in farming and exploring the enchanted island, countless newcomers had successfully passed the brutal beginner's trial. They had become trainee island masters wielding extraordinary powers, and they had fully embarked on their island development journey in this new world. This was not only a new world full of opportunities, but also a colossal arena where all humanity was frantically competing. Witnessing the elite from various countries desperately chasing after him, striving to raise their star ratings, Su-Bai took a deep breath of the air, tinged with the scent of the sea. Even with an astonishing system at his disposal at this moment, Su-bai still genuinely felt a heavy sense of pressure closing in from all directions. As Su-bai focused intently on the system's display, carefully studying the constantly changing data on the island rating leaderboard, the rock soldiers patrolling the coastline suddenly halted their heavy steps. They stopped not out of laziness. As a summoned unit, the rock soldiers inherently did not possess the concept of iron. They halted entirely because the accompanying gem cat had issued a warning. At that moment, the gem cat was firmly perched on the broad flat shoulder of the leading rock soldier. Its fur bristled slightly as it emitted a low rumble from its throat, simultaneously raising a front paw to point directly at the distant undulating sea. Although the gem cat was small in size and did not possess any formidable combat capabilities, its quality had indeed reached the mid-level of gold. This high-level pressure stemming from its life tier far surpassed that of the high-level rock soldiers that Su-bai had reached. Under the harsh hierarchical laws of the island world, these 5 robust rock soldiers instinctively developed a sense of awe towards the gem cat from the moment of their creation, tacitly acknowledging this small cat as the captain of the patrol team. Now, since the captain had spoken up and pointed out the anomaly, the rock soldiers certainly dared not show any signs of slackness. The 5 rock soldiers, each standing 2.5 meters tall, turned in unison and gazed in the direction indicated by the gem cat's paw. Although their faces made of hard stone showed no expression, the atmosphere of the entire squad instantly became tense and solemn. On the distant sea, 2 extremely disharmonious black shadows unexpectedly emerged amidst the normally rolling waves. These 2 shadows were swiftly approaching Su-bai's island, skimming just beneath the water's surface Although the rock soldiers were elemental beings, they had been imbued with fundamental combat knowledge and monster illustrations upon their creation. Through inherited memories, the rock soldiers immediately recognized what those 2 black shadows darting underwater were. They were iron-scaled lizards, a type of predator known for its ferocity and tough skin. Confirming the enemy's identity, the 5 rock soldiers wasted no time. They immediately sent urgent warning messages to Su-bai the island master through their mental link, while swiftly dispersing along the coastline to adopt the tightest defensive formation. They held their broad palms in front of them, and with a dull sound of soil grinding, earthy light began to gather in their palms. This was a new ability recently granted to them by Su-bai, stone arrow technique. At this moment, 5 sturdy and sharp stone arrows had already formed and were firmly gripped in the hands of the rock soldiers. Like 5 artillery emplacements, they kept their sights locked on the approaching iron-scaled lizards in the water, ready to launch at any moment. However, the rock soldiers did not launch an immediate attack, as the 2 iron-scaled lizards were still deeply submerged beneath the water. The thick seawater served as an excellent buffer layer. If the stone arrows were thrown now, the power they carried would be significantly weakened as they pierced through the water, making it impossible to inflict effective damage on the tough-skinned iron-scaled lizards. They had to wait patiently, allowing the enemies to come close enough even to the moment they surged out of the water before delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the 2 iron-scaled lizards underwater were also feeling puzzled. They were vigorously propelling themselves through the water with their limbs while peering through the murky seawater at the coastline. Based on information they had gathered from other wandering monsters, this remote island should be a newly established novice territory, with no significant defensive power, completely a piece of soft meat ready to be seized. But now what was with those 5 massive figures standing like iron towers on the coastline? Not only were those stone creatures imposing and considerably larger than the ordinary rock soldiers they had encountered before, but they also wielded weapons and formed a well-trained defensive formation. Which blind fool spread this misinformation? The 2 iron-scaled lizards cursed inwardly. They secretly decided that if they survived this encounter, they would definitely bite that rumor-monger to death. Despite their numerous complaints and astonishment, the 2 iron-scaled lizards did not choose to turn back. They had swum a long way across the vast ocean, and their stamina was nearly exhausted. For predators of their size, long-distance travel was extremely exhausting. If they chose to give up now and turn back to the depths of the sea with empty stomachs, they might just drown halfway due to exhaustion. Having come this far, they could not return empty-handed. The 2 iron-scaled lizards exchanged glances underwater and quickly reached a consensus. They began to slightly deepen their dive, using the cover of the waves to disperse to the left and right, preparing to utilize their speed advantage to force a landing from 2 different directions, aiming to sandwich those bulky stone creatures. Meow, meow, meow. The gem cat, squatting in the back, keenly sensed the underwater enemy's division. It immediately raised its head and let out a series of sharp, powerful calls, directly taking command of the scene. Under the gem cat's command, the previously aligned rock soldiers quickly reorganized. The 2 leftmost rock soldiers stepped forward to block the landing route of the left iron-scaled lizard. The 2 on the right made the same move, sealing off the right landing point. Meanwhile, the gem cat itself skillfully directed the remaining 5th rock soldier to retreat several steps to a safer area. It sat steadily atop the rock soldier's head, claiming to oversee the situation and be ready for fire support. In reality, it was simply finding the safest vantage point to watch the show, while being prepared to flee if things turned sour. Under the sea, the two rapidly approaching armored lizards were astonished to see the orderly response of the rock soldiers on the shore, pausing even in their swimming. What is happening here? These stone lumps, known for their lack of intelligence, now seem to understand tactics and formation, but at this point the arrow is already on the bowstring and must be released. The armored lizards opened their tooth-filled mouths underwater, emitting a silent, furious roar. They quickly communicated, and with a powerful push of their hind legs against the seawater, their massive bodies surged forward like arrows released from a bow, launching the fiercest sprint before landing. Their strong limbs thrashed wildly in the water, and their thick tails swayed side to side, providing tremendous thrust. In just a few blinks, they shot out dozens of meters through the sea, closing in on the shallow shore. Boom! With a loud crash, white waves shot up into the sky. The two large armored lizards charged out of the sea with an unstoppable ferocity. They stomped heavily on the reef at the seabed, using that immense force to propel their massive bodies into the air like two enormous black boulders, bringing with them a suffocating sense of oppression as they crashed towards the rock soldiers on the shore. With the sheer size of the armored lizards and the terrifying speed brought about by this extreme sprint, their destructive power would be formidable. In past battles, this tactic of launching from the water had proven to be highly effective. From their perspective, although the rock soldiers on the shore had hard bodies, if they were to be struck head-on like this, they would likely suffer a fatal fracture. The armored lizards' plan was flawless. Unfortunately, they had made a critical mistake from the very beginning. The rock soldiers on Subai Island, after being enhanced by system attributes, were entirely different beings from the ordinary rock soldiers they were familiar with. Just as the two armored lizards leapt into the air, unable to change direction, the four rock soldiers who had been poised to attack launched their assault simultaneously. Their stout arms pulled back violently, then their waists exerted force, and with a dull whoosh, four thick, sharp stone arrows were hurled forward. The stone arrows flew swiftly, accompanied by a whistling sound. Thud! Thud! Several sound effects that made one wince echoed. The armored lizard's proud hard skin was as fragile as paper against the enhanced stone arrows. The arrows struck accurately at the weakest joints of the armored lizards, creating several gaping wounds in their bodies. The forward momentum of the armored lizards abruptly halted in midair, and the intense pain elicited a piercing scream from them. Before they could even reach the rock soldiers, their limbs rendered useless, they fell heavily from the air like two ragged sacks, crashing onto the hard beach and creating two large pits. The rock soldiers offered no respite to their enemies. Seeing the armored lizards fall, the four rock soldiers immediately advanced with large strides. At this point, the armored lizards had completely lost their once proud speed and charging ability, despairingly lying in the pit and trying to resist with their broken claws. But the rock soldiers showed no mercy. They were devoid of any emotion. They raised their fist-sized stone fists high and began to pummel the heads and vital areas of the armored lizards. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of flesh striking flesh echoed continuously along. Ow, ow, ow. The armored lizards let out desperate and mournful howls, but under the relentless rain of punches from the rock soldiers, their cries quickly grew weak. Their own strength was merely at the lower tier of black iron, and against the system-enhanced rock soldier squad, they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of both power and defense. In just a few seconds, the armored lizards' hard skulls were crushed, brains and blood mixed with sand spilling out as they lost their lives, turning into a puddle of bloody mush. Meow, meow, meow. As soon as the battle ended, the gem cat energetically rushed over from riding atop the head of the rock soldier assigned to protect it. It proudly raised its chin and held its tail straight up, letting out a triumphant cry, as if declaring its glorious victory to the world. In its view, it was entirely due to its earlier, brilliant strategy that these clumsy stone subordinates could so cleanly and efficiently annihilate the invading enemy. Upon hearing their captain's call, the four bloodied rock soldiers immediately ceased their actions, standing upright in unison, and even clapping their huge hands together, creating a dull applause. Truly worthy of the great cat general who strategizes brilliantly and possesses unrivaled grace. As these summoned beings praised one another, a figure rushed in with a long knife from the center of the island's forest. Don't be afraid. Hold the formation. I'm coming. This figure rushing in was, of course, Subai. Just moments ago, he had been standing by the magical field, fully focused on refreshing system attributes, when suddenly he received an urgent alert about an attack from the rock soldiers. Immediately afterward, the island's heart's built-in 3D detection function marked the enemy's exact landing location and numbers on his retina. Subai's heart tightened at that moment. The island's defense was of utmost importance and could not afford any mistake. He swiftly drew the dragon cry knife from his waist and sprinted towards the attacked coastline at full speed, preparing for a fierce battle. However, when he hurriedly burst through the forest and arrived at the scene, it seemed there was no room for him to intervene. Two sizable armored lizards had already died beyond recovery, their heads smashed to pieces, brains and blood mixed with sand covering the ground, having long lost any signs of life. Meanwhile, his rock soldier squad had not lost a single stone skin and was now standing in a neat row, applauding for the gem cat on top. Seeing this somewhat comical, yet impactful scene, the tension in Su Bei's mind instantly relaxed. He sheathed the dragon cry knife and revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, the rock soldiers, enhanced by the exceptional attributes, were formidable, combining the suppression power of close combat with the precise strikes of stone arrows. From the current battle results, as long as they did not encounter a massive horde of monsters, they were unlikely to be overwhelmed. Ordinary black iron-level monsters stood no chance against this squad of 5 rock soldiers who understood basic tactical coordination. Well done, very timely defense. Su Bei stepped forward and generously praised them. Upon hearing their island masters compliment the rock soldiers' spirits soared. They slightly lowered their heads, expressing through mental links to Su Bei that eliminating all enemies daring to set foot on the island was their purpose and undeniable duty. After briefly cleaning up the scene and confirming there were no other stragglers, the rock soldier squad formed a neat line again and continued their uninterrupted patrol along the coastline. Su Bei stood on the beach watching the retreating figures of the rock soldiers. As a sea breeze blew by, his smile gradually faded, replaced by a profound solemnity. Although this brief battle was won easily, it had sounded an alarm in his heart. His desire to recruit more personnel and strengthen the island's defenses grew even stronger at that moment. The rock soldiers were indeed very useful. They were obedient, tireless, and fearless. However, they had one extremely fatal flaw: a level cap. Although they gained attribute bonuses, that enhancement ultimately had its limits. Su Bei carefully calculated in his heart that with the current combat power limit of these 5 rock soldiers, they could at most rely on their formation to contend against ordinary monsters just stepping into the bronze level. In the short term, this would suffice to defend the currently not too large island. However, as time passed and the island continued to expand, the vitality emitted from the island would inevitably attract increasingly powerful, terrifying creatures from the deep sea. By that time, the combat power of the rock soldiers would definitely fall behind the escalating battle intensity, ultimately becoming cannon fodder that shatters with a single blow. Unless Su Bei could successfully upgrade his island master level to silver, thereby unlocking the system's authority to fix a second attribute for the same item to further enhance the rock soldiers. But how should one say it? The resources and foundation required to upgrade to silver are extremely vast, and this goal seems quite distant for Su Bei at present. Far water cannot quench near thirst. The sudden appearance of these 2 iron-armored lizards today made Su Bei acutely aware that a crisis could descend at any moment. Today luck was on his side, only 2 had come. But what about tomorrow? Perhaps next time, following the ocean currents, there could be 10 or even 20 more ferocious monsters. In this utterly lawless island world, one could not guarantee that there wouldn't be another larger-scale emergency. Su Bei looked down at his own hands. After all, he was just one person stretched too thin. Even with the 5 rock soldiers and the logistical support from the water spirit and earth spirit, the overall high-end combat power was still too meager. If the next batch of monsters became clever and divided into several groups, landing simultaneously from the east, west, south, and north of the island, then no matter how fast he ran, he would be unable to manage it all. The entire island's defense system would instantly collapse, and the special plants he had painstakingly cultivated would be reduced to ashes. He must find every possible way to immediately increase the permanent combat force. There were only 2 paths for Su Bei to expand his forces. The first path is to continue searching for the extremely rare recruitment scrolls through trading or opening treasure chests to directly summon local creatures or soldiers. However, this path relies too much on luck. Recruitment scrolls have always been a sought-after commodity with a price, but no market, making it impossible to ensure a stable source of combat power. In contrast, the second path, cultivating supernatural beings, has far greater feasibility and lower implementation difficulty. After all, Su Bei currently holds the greatest trump card. As long as he cultivates those few special plants that can produce supernatural fruit, he can continuously obtain awakening fruits. With enough fruits, even if he has to use resources to forcefully gather them, he can quickly produce several loyal and powerful supernatural beings. Moreover, the selection of candidates is not a problem at all. Su Bei's thoughts drifted back to the Blue Star before his... In today's Blue Star, although the extreme resource scarcity issue has been fundamentally resolved due to the emergence and feedback of the island world, it has only been basically solved. There are still billions of people on Blue Star, the vast majority of whom live in a real situation of barely surviving under the government's minimum guarantee. Indeed, anyone can engage in basic construction and combat after entering the island world. However, to put it bluntly, in this era, who can't do that? Just pulling a passerby from the street can show you a few skilled knife techniques and recite several island building blueprints. Because the education system on Blue Star has been completely reformed. Everyone before reaching adulthood at 18 undergoes extremely rigorous and systematic survival training in enclosed schools. This includes cold weapon combat, firearm usage, basic survival skills, and most importantly, how to build and plan an island from scratch. However, those who are chosen by the island world and successfully pass the death test to become true island masters are ultimately just a few lucky ones among the billions. Even for a large island with an extremely vast territory, there is an upper limit to the number of long-term personnel This leads to a highly awkward situation. There are a large number of professionally trained civilians on Blue Star who possess skills but have nowhere to apply them. They have no opportunity to enter the island world and can only remain on Blue Star doing the most basic jobs. However, the traditional industries on Blue Star have long since shrunk under the impact of island's supernatural resources, and the labor force is severely overabundant. Society simply does not need that many hands. Thus, countless civilians can only be forced to idle at home, receiving barely enough synthetic food to stave off hunger, but absolutely unable to be full, and they see no hope of changing their fate. Subai had absolute confidence. As long as he sends out a word through special recruitment channels, even if it's just to offer a position for hard labor, on the island thousands upon thousands of people would clamor to seize the opportunity. Some might even kneel to beg him to accept them just to gain a chance to leave Blue Star and work on his island, thus vying for an elusive future. Recruiting people in this era is definitely the easiest thing in the world. But the difficulty lies in how to ensure their absolute loyalty once they are recruited. In the island world, the cost of betrayal often means death. Indeed, Subai possesses the system's fixed attributes. He knows that as long as he focuses his thoughts and treats these recruits like objects to fix their attributes, he can fundamentally modify their will at the level of the law, ensuring their loyalty is maxed out to unwavering devotion, never harboring second thoughts. But is this really appropriate? Subai stood still, his brow furrowed. The moral concepts of free will he absorbed during more than 20 years of modern education on Earth constantly clashed in his mind, leaving him deeply hesitant. To ensure the absolute safety of his island, he would have to strip others of their free will, turning living beings into absolute obedient puppets. This godlike control over others left him feeling somewhat resistant. After much deliberation, Subai decided to temporarily set aside this moral dilemma and seek advice from someone experienced. He thought of Xin Qingling. That woman is decisive in her actions, has a vast network of information, and she has been a formal island master for in these 3 years, she must have established an extremely large commercial and armed team, certainly having hired a considerable number of ordinary people and even high-level supernatural beings. It would be better to ask her for advice directly and see how those mature island masters solve the issue of loyalty in this brutal world. After these days of frequent trading and information exchange, although the relationship between both parties cannot be said to be life and death friends, it has become quite familiar. Subai decisively opened the system's friend list, his fingers quickly tapping on the virtual keyboard to send a straightforward message to Xin Qingling. Subai, how did you recruit manpower when expanding your island? How do you ensure their loyalty? Not long after the message was sent, almost immediately Xin Qingling's reply arrived. Looking at the words popping up on the light screen, Subai knew that the clever woman on the other side had clearly seen through the true concerns and intentions behind his question. Her response was devoid of any emotional coloring, extremely cold and comprehensive, yet it incisively revealed the harsh truth of this world. Xin Qingling, once ordinary people sign a contract and step onto my island, they can never leave the island for life. As for supernatural beings, you don't need to bother trying to control them. As long as you firmly grasp the resources of supernatural fruits in your hands, they will be like sharks smelling blood. You can't drive them away, even with a whip. Xin Qingling, having long surpassed the novice phase, possesses a wealth of experience. As the official island owner overseeing a vast power, naturally has a mature and profound understanding of island construction and personnel management. Subai stood still, watching several messages pop up continuously on the system panel. Compared to the state of barely surviving, yet not dying of hunger on Blue Star, obtaining a quota to work in the island world is an opportunity that countless ordinary people on Blue Star could only beg for on their knees. If you feel guilty about controlling such matters, then be a bit kinder to them in terms of material treatment after they land. However, there is one bottom line you must pay attention to during your novice period. You absolutely cannot hire overly powerful mature supernatural beings. The operation of the island world maintains a relative balance. If you violate this and introduce overly strong high-level combat power, the system will determine that your defensive strength exceeds the standard, triggering a high-level large-scale monster invasion prematurely. If such a situation occurs, given the current defensive facilities of your island, it would be a complete loss. This rule was something he had seen in an anonymous post on the trading channel, a hard-earned truth discovered by countless pioneers through their lives and the total destruction of islands. The will of the island world ensures a certain degree of competitive fairness for all new island owners during their pioneering period, even for those second-generation islanders on Blue Star backed by super conglomerates and possessing abundant resources. Even during the novice phase, they must abide by this strict rule and cannot directly deploy high-level supernatural bodyguards from their families to protect their islands. However, Subai has a unique advantage that others do not possess. Recruiting mature supernatural beings from outside would disrupt the balance, but what if he recruits an ordinary person with no power to land on the island? Then, utilizing the special plant fruits produced on his island, could he cultivate them into supernatural beings himself? This internal cultivation method would face much fewer restrictions from the system. This is also the mainstream approach of the top powers on Blue Star at present. recruiting a large number of ordinary people with clean backgrounds after rigorous examination and selection, picking out the most suitable and loyal candidates, and rewarding them with special plant fruits. If an ordinary person successfully awakens as a supernatural being, they can immediately be incorporated into the combat team, to everyone's delight. If they fail to awaken or have mediocre potential, they are assigned to logistics, continuing to engage in basic work, such as planting and mining on the island. In any case, it is a lucrative deal for the island owner. Although the vast majority of island owners will require ordinary people to never leave the island for life in recruitment agreements to keep the island's coordinates and resources secret. But for the common people on Blue Star, this is hardly a harsh condition, rather it is a tremendous benefit. The survival environment on Blue Star has become exceedingly harsh. Most areas suffer from varying degrees of pollution in the air and water sources, and synthetic food can barely sustain vital signs. In contrast, the island world is entirely different. Not only is the air fresh and the water pure, but the space is also filled with special energy, known as supernatural power, which greatly benefits the human body. Even if an ordinary person can never become a supernatural being in their lifetime, merely living and working on the island long-term can significantly improve their physique and prolong their life. Therefore, as long as there are apprentice island owners posting information in the recruitment hall on Blue Star, the registration area will instantly be crowded with countless people. Subai quickly calculated the current situation in his mind and roughly formulated a plan. In logistics and agricultural planting, he has tireless earth spirits and water spirits as helpers, so taking care of those special plants is completely no problem. He currently does not need to recruit a large number of ordinary people who can only do hard labor to the island. What he urgently needs now is to take the elite route and establish the core supernatural combat team first. He glanced down at his island rating, which was constantly fluctuating and was nearing the threshold of 200 stars. Such a high rating in this sea area is like a lighthouse emitting blinding light in the dark, significantly attracting surrounding monsters. The vast ocean is unfathomable. Those two black iron-level armored lizards just now are merely one of the most ordinary types among countless deep-sea monsters. Subai is certain that at this moment there must be more powerful monsters lurking in the undercurrents eyeing this vibe. They have not launched a full-scale attack for now simply because they have yet to lock onto the precise coordinates of the island. Once they find the way, what awaits will surely be an unending wave of frenzied assaults. When it comes to the safety of the island, which concerns his own life and death, Subai's moral hesitations are instantly cast aside. Survival is the first rule. He must quickly assemble his supernatural troop. Although the fiery sunflowers and hongguang fruits capable of awakening supernatural powers are still in their growth stage and require some time to mature. However, the dark underworld trees he just transplanted have ready semi-mature fruits, which with the help of Xiao LVS fostering will fully mature in just a few more days. One of the dark underworld trees has already been fixed with a blue attribute. The fruits produced can reliably awaken level poison supernatural powers. As long as he recruits suitable candidates and helps them successfully awaken, this can immediately translate into a considerable combat strength easily capable of taking down the black iron-level armored lizards from earlier. As for the remaining dark underworld trees, as long as they continue to refresh every day, there will always be powerful attributes that satisfy him. Once the supernatural troop takes shape and the island's defense system is thoroughly stabilized, his island area will undoubtedly expand several times. At that time, he will be able to recruit a large number of ordinary people to the island for basic work, with absolutely loyal supernatural beings managing these ordinary people, ensuring a virtually foolproof operation. Subai gathered his thoughts and decided to take immediate action. He glanced at the system panel. Today, he still had one last opportunity to fix an attribute that he hadn't used. He could use this chance to select someone from Blue Star to bring back fixing the attribute on the spot to lock and load. With this in mind, Subai could no longer afford to personally handle the two armored lizards' corpses on the beach. He called over a patrolling rock soldier to carry the corpses to a temporary pile in the central open space of the. Then Subai raised his left hand, activating the teleportation mark on the back of his hand that represented his identity as the island owner, and began to select the teleportation location on Blue Star in his mind. Subai did not go to the official recruitment hall, but instead turned his gaze directly towards the slums. Those living in such a lowly environment generally lack any social background or interpersonal ties. To put it simply, they are solitary individuals. Today, Subai's fixed opportunity from the system was down to just one, allowing him to take only one person with him. If he were to recruit ordinary civilians with complete family structures, he might later face troublesome requests to bring their family members to the island. To avoid all unnecessary troubles, the lone wanderers in the slums who would do anything for survival were his bet. Unconsciously, as his strength increased and he adapted to the world's rules, Subai's mindset in considering problems underwent a subtle, yet significant transformation, becoming colder and more efficiency-oriented. The slums in the West City cover a vast area. However, to Subai's surprise, the environment here was relatively tidy, with no extreme scenes of garbage piling up or sewage flowing freely on the ground. Although the management of the lower classes in Blue Star is rigid, basic cleaning work is still being done to prevent large-scale outbreaks of disease. The buildings here exude a strong sense of oppression. Towering structures made from cheap synthetic materials often reach dozens of stories high, packed tightly together. From the densely spaced windows outside, one can accurately deduce that each housing unit inside is a mere few square meters in size, barely enough for one person to lie down and rest. The spacing between the buildings has been compressed to the extreme. Even at noon, the sunlight of Blue Star cannot penetrate this dense cluster of buildings. Walking along the narrow streets, the light appeared very dim, causing a sense of suffocation. The entire environment radiated a profound sense of oppression. Many people sat along the sides of the street, young and old alike. Most wore faded, rough clothing, their expressions appearing exceptionally numb. Many sat quietly on the steps by the street, looking up blankly at the dim sky between two buildings, their gazes vacant. It was unclear what thoughts occupied their minds, or if they thought of nothing at all, merely passing time, while waiting for the next government relief food distribution. The moment Su Bai appeared, he instantly shattered the silence here, making him the absolute focus of the entire street. As a trainee island master who has long faced monsters in battle on the island, Su Bai's body had been strengthened by the island's essence, standing tall, with steady and powerful strides. More importantly, he always bore the title of Killer God, which though not deliberately activated, emanated a sharp aura and oppressive presence that starkly contrasted with the numb and weak lower-class citizens around him, making him feel out of place. As Su Bai's piercing gaze swept through the crowd, many of the impoverished felt a prickling sensation, instinctively retreating and pressing their bodies tightly against the cold walls. They immediately realized that this young man before them was undoubtedly a high-ranking island master. Only someone who held the power of life and death in the island world would possess such an esteemed aura and formidable physique. These impoverished individuals residing at the very bottom of society understood that if they were to inadvertently offend him, even if they were killed on the street, the authorities would not intervene. Fear is instinctive, but an intense desire to change one's fate is also inherent. After a brief silence, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd. Some bolder individuals, or those who had reached the dead, and suddenly sprang up from the ground, disregarding everything as they charged towards Su Bai. They forcibly stopped just 2 meters away from Su Bai, not daring to advance closer, but with red eyes they urgently, "Master Island Lord, are you here to recruit? Pick me. I've done hard labor since childhood and can endure hardships. Please take a look at me. In the adult qualification simulation test, I scored full marks in the island construction planning subject every time. I can start working for you immediately. Master, please, I beg you to choose me. I'm kneeling for you. Just give me some food, and I'll do anything. If you take me and my life is yours, you won't suffer alone." Listening to the chorus of pleas and the sounds of kneeling and bowing, Su Bai stopped in his tracks, expressionless as he gazed at these people. On the surface he appeared extremely calm, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. The trajectory of fate can be so peculiar at times. He looked at the humble postures of these people before him, and couldn't help but think, if he had not successfully awakened the system during his trial, if he had not survived the monster attacks during the novice period to become a trainee island master, would his fate now be the same as these people, reduced to kneeling on the dusty streets, abandoning all dignity to beg for an elusive opportunity? Su Bai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing these meaningless emotional fluctuations. He was here with a clear purpose, not to express sympathy. He focused his attention, scanning the crowd one by one, while continuously issuing commands in his mind. Refresh. With the command given in Su Bai's unique vision, the potential and traits of these impoverished individuals began to manifest as glowing spheres above their heads. Due to the large number of people here, a multitude of glowing spheres appeared densely in the air, creating a spectacular scene. However, as Su Bai carefully examined the colors of these spheres, his brows furrowed slightly. The quality of these spheres was simply too poor. Upon looking, the vast majority represented the most ordinary, unremarkable white traits. Occasionally, a green sphere representing excellent potential would flash through the crowd, which could be considered an extremely rare occurrence. The content of these white traits mostly included hardworking, healthy body and basic construction skills, which held no strategic value for Su Bai. Su Bai said nothing, merely shook his head, and continued to walk down the street. Seeing Su Bai leave without a word, the surrounding impoverished individuals instantly became anxious. They read the meaning of rejection from Su Bai's indifferent actions. It was clear he had no interest in them. Although they did not understand why this esteemed island master chose to search for recruits in this dirty and chaotic slum instead of the official recruitment hall, everyone was clear about one fact: if they missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity today, they might never have another chance to enter the island world. With this in mind, their strong instinct for survival and desire to change their fate completely overshadowed their fear of the island master. Many began to lose their sanity, gathering their courage to charge forward, reaching out with their dirty hands, attempting to forcibly grab Su Bai's arm or clothing to keep him. Faced with this irrational crowd, Su Bai naturally could not be polite. No one could predict what actions people would take in madness and despair. If he were to be tightly surrounded by this group, causing a serious stampede or conflict, and end up trapped here, it would. Seeing several hands approaching him, Su Bei's eyes turned cold. Without drawing his dragon yell blade, he simply raised his arms and forcefully made a pushing motion towards the crowd in front of him. With this push, Su Bei only used the most basic physical strength, yet to these long-term malnourished citizens, it was an overwhelming force they could not withstand. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously in the street. Su Bei's current strength was simply too great, and coupled with his long-term diet of meat and nourishment from spiritual energy, his power was beyond what these weak citizens could bear. The front row of people lost their balance and fell backward, directly crushing those behind them, causing a wave of chaotic exclamations. This scene instantly extinguished the crowd's fervor, and many who had just been reckless and attempted to pull forward suddenly came to their senses. The immense disparity in strength reignited a deep-seated fear within them. The few who had rushed to the front and suffered the worst fell to the ground, ignoring their pain, scrambling to retreat, fearing that this terrifying island master might hold them accountable for their offense. They were clearly overthinking. Su Bei had no intention of teaching them a lesson, as his time was extremely precious. As he walked, Su Bei tirelessly used the refresh skill on the crowd alongside the road. After passing several intersections and seeing over 1,000 people, the sight that met his eyes was still a vast array of white traits with the occasional green traits leaning toward life skills. Su Bei even felt a hint of giving up. Searching for individuals with top-tier talent in the slums was as unrealistic as looking for a needle in a haystack. However, just as Su Bei was about to stop and activate the mark to return to the island, he suddenly caught sight of a strikingly bright purple light at the edge of his casually shifting vision. An epic quality trait. Among the dull white and green orbs of text, the epic purple orb stood out conspicuously, instantly capturing all of Su Bei's attention. Su Bei quickly turned around, locking his gaze onto the owner of the purple orb. She was a young woman appearing to be in her early 20s. With a neat bob of black hair that reached her ears, her facial features were somewhat cold. Although her beauty couldn't be considered breathtaking, she would certainly score an 8 among ordinary people. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, she had a very slender and well-proportioned figure. In this slum where coarse cloth was the norm, she appeared somewhat special, dressed in a slightly worn but extremely form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her figure. Her expression was extremely indifferent and detached, her eyes as still as a pool of stagnant water, unlike the others who eagerly pushed forward and begged loudly upon seeing the island master. The woman stood her ground, her feet seemingly rooted in place, not daring to step forward. Su Bei observed her close. Although she was trying hard to maintain her calm demeanor, Su Bei keenly sensed a deeply hidden and intense desire. She was merely forcing herself to suppress her instinctual impulse, her eyes darting rapidly between Su Bei and the chaotic crowd around them, seemingly deep in thought. In such a disadvantageous competitive environment, how could she present herself to stand out and attract the attention of the island master? Du Ling realized that Su Bei was looking at her, instantly recognizing that this might be her only chance to turn her life around. It was rare for the formal island master to personally come to the slum to recruit. In the slum where everyone fought over scraps, a fierce wolf-like instinct had developed in each person. Most island masters prioritized obedience and compliance when selecting low-level laborers. They needed subordinates that were easily controlled, minimizing the risk of rebellion. If she appeared too aggressive or too opinionated, it would backfire. Su Bei, however, was not concerned about these so-called ordinary island masters. Needed to consider the possibility of betrayal, but he did not. As long as he brought people back to the island and utilized the system's fixed orbs, their loyalty would be maximized and locked in with no worries. Even a ferocious wolf would become the most loyal hunting dog in front of the system. Su Bei reined in his extraneous thoughts and focused his gaze on the dazzling purple orb above Du Ling's head, carefully examining its details. Death Apostle Epic Grade. As an extremely rare physique, when awakened and using negative abilities, the strength, range, and duration of the abilities will receive a terrifying threefold enhancement. The system's description was very straightforward, yet the practical effects it contained were astoundingly formidable. Negative abilities refer to a category in the island world encompassing toxins, curses, shadows, corrosion, and various destructive and debilitating powers. When activated, they bring continuous negative effects to enemies, thus being classified under the same category. Looking at this orb, Su Bei's eyes lit up completely. This Death Apostle orb was tailor-made for the dark trees on his island. The awakened ability of the dark fruit was indeed poison-related. If he had this woman consume the dark fruit under the threefold effect of the epic orb, even if she initially awakened a grade poison ability, the lethality unleashed in practical combat would definitely be equivalent to a terrifying crate ability. The only flaw Su Bei found was that this epic orb merely enhanced ability effects and did not boost the owner's basic physical attributes like other orbs. However, this also indirectly confirmed the rigor of orb grading. His own Killing God orb was a mythic grade. The strength of a mythic grade orb lay in its comprehensive enhancement. Although epic grade orbs are extremely rare, there is still an essential difference between them and the top-tier mythic grade. Putting aside his thoughts, Su Bei moved forward, parting the crowd blocking his way, and walked directly towards. As Subai approached her step by step, Du Ling desperately tried to maintain an air of calm. However, her involuntary slight, trembling body and the noticeably accelerated heartbeat betrayed her true feeling. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists at her sides, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She was screaming in her heart, "Is my chance finally here?" Seeing Subai walk towards Du Ling, the surrounding poor people who had held on to a glimmer of hope let out a collective sigh of disappointment. They knew they were completely out of the running. Subai ignored the complex gazes around him, stopping 1 meter in front of Du Ling, looking straight into her eyes, and calmly asked, "What is your name?" Du Ling, she quickly replied, trying hard to keep her voice steady. "Do you have any family or concerns?" "No, I'm all alone," Du Ling answered without hesitation. "Are you willing to come with me to the island and sign a death contract?" Subai threw out the final and most critical question. "I am willing." Du Ling answered decisively and loudly just as Subai finished speaking. There was a fierce determination in her eyes. She was well aware that the opportunity to change her fate was only once. Even if going to the island meant working like a slave, even if signing a lifelong contract of bondage required a painful price, she would grasp this lifeline and completely leave this suffocating slum. Subai did not utter another word. He simply raised his left hand, activating the island master mark on his palm, directing an invisible light towards Du Ling. At the moment Subai initiated the recruitment request, even though he was currently on Blue Star, the cold and grand announcement from the island world penetrated the barriers of space and echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting that trainee island master Subai is initiating a personnel recruitment, do you set the target individual as a permanent resident of your island? Warning island master, please note that adding outsiders who do not belong to the island's native system will disrupt the initial balance of the territory and greatly increase the risk of high-level monster invasions. Upon hearing this stern warning, Subai inwardly gasped. No wonder Shin Qingling had repeatedly emphasized that novice island masters should not recruit overly powerful ability users. The system's restrictions in this regard were extremely strict. Even now, when he was only recruiting an ordinary person without any abilities, the system issued such a risk alert. If he were to directly recruit a high-level ability user, the system would surely sound a red alert, immediately unleashing a silver-grade monster to teach him a lesson. However, compared to the slight increase in the risk of monster invasions, the long-term combat effectiveness gain brought by the epic purple orb on Du Ling was more than enough to offset it. Subai calculated this very clearly. Confirm. He unhesitatingly issued the confirmation command in his mind. At the moment Subai confirmed, Du Ling standing opposite him suddenly trembled. At that moment she distinctly felt a vast and imposing will descend from the void, swiftly sweeping across her body and imprinting her soul. That was the will of the island world accepting her. This profound sense of belonging caused Du Ling, who had always feigned indifference, to break down in an instant, her eyes reddening and filling with tears. In this era, the gloomy and oppressive life on Blue Star seemed utterly unattractive, resembling hell itself. Yet Du Ling was well aware that she had failed to pass the initial test to become a trainee island master, and had not accumulated the exorbitant wealth needed to purchase the awakening fruit over the years. To return to the island world as an ordinary person seemed an insurmountable challenge and almost impossible. As for actively seeking refuge with other island masters recruiting laborers, Du Ling fantasized about it, but she had no connections at all. Every day the government's recruitment hall saw hundreds of thousands queuing up. In this age of extreme overpopulation, there was no shortage of cheap labor like her. She had no outstanding advantages. In terms of appearance, though her features were decent, she could hardly be considered top tier among the genetically optimized population on Blue Star, let alone comparing herself to the mysterious races born from the system in the island world. Be it the elegant and beautiful elves, the agile and lively fairies, or the wild and charming beast-eared girls. These races, inherently endowed with extraordinary traits, would willingly lower themselves and choose to submit when faced with the powerful top-tier island masters. Compared to them, Du Ling had no competitive edge. Excluding appearance, Du Ling truly could not fathom what advantages she, a penniless person with no skills, could offer to the lofty island masters. She initially thought she would spend her life numbly in this dark slum until she quietly passed away. However, unexpectedly on this seemingly ordinary day, a young island master suddenly arrived, and after scanning the hundreds of thousands present without any tests, he decisively chose her. Du Ling clenched her fists tightly, knowing that this was the olive branch fate had thrown her. At this moment for Du Ling the reason was entirely unimportant. As long as she could leave, she wouldn't hesitate to. Subai quietly observed Du Ling's transformation from forced restraint to tears, feeling quite satisfied with her psychological resilience. To avoid unnecessary complications and troubles from lingering too long on Blue Star, Subai chose not to directly use the system's functions to fix Du Ling's entry here. Although there were no monsters on Blue Star, the crowd was chaotic. He planned to return to his safe island before performing the subsequent operations. After confirming the system, Subai locked onto himself and the Du Ling before him, activating the teleportation function on the back of his hand. Brilliant beams of spatial light began to rapidly converge around them. The surrounding despairing poor people went completely mad upon witnessing this scene. They desperately wanted to seize this fleeting hope, shouting as they lunged forward, reaching out their hands trying to grab Su Bai or Du Ling's clothes, hoping to be teleported away with them. However, their actions were doomed to be futile. The moment the teleportation array activated, an invisible and unbreakable spatial barrier automatically formed, forcibly isolating all those attempting to approach. The spatial might granted by the island world was beyond the direct confrontation capabilities of even high-level ability users on Blue Star, let alone these weak commoners. Their hands slapped against the invisible barrier, failing to cause even a ripple. With a blinding flash of white light, Su Bai and Du Ling's figures vanished into thin air. Thud, thud. As the light dissipated, the surrounding poverty-stricken individuals who had lost their support slumped down on the cold street, their gazes returning to the previous emptiness and numbness. Hope for them was merely a fleeting spark that ignited for an instant before being completely extinguished once more. When their vision cleared again after the dizziness of teleportation, Su Bai and Du Ling were met with the scent of air mixed with the salty tang of the sea and rich spiritual energy. They had successfully returned to the island world. I'm back. I'm really back. The moment Du Ling's feet touched the soft earth, she could no longer contain her emotions. Her knees buckled and she fell to the ground, gripping a handful of fragrant soil, tightly burying her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking violently as she wept hot tears. Standing nearby, Su Bai observed the emotionally overwhelmed Du Ling, unable to comprehend this emotional outburst triggered by a change in environment. After all, the Blue Star of his time had not deteriorated to such an extent. Su Bai chose not to disturb her or offer comfort, simply standing quietly to give Du Ling time to express the emotions she had suppressed for years. After a moment, Du Ling wiped her tears away with her sleeve, took a few deep breaths of the air rich in spiritual energy, quickly adjusted her state, and stood up from the ground. Looking at the man who had changed her life, she respectfully asked, "Master, Island Lord, I rushed away too hastily just now and didn't ask your name." Su Bai, he replied casually. Su Bai. Du Ling murmured this name softly. Suddenly she lifted her head, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Su Bai, her voice trembling with shock. "You. Could it be that you are the Su Bai who successfully passed the test and became a trainee island master this year?" Though she was in the slums, the large screens in the government square broadcasted major news about the island world daily. Su Bai, as this year's most dazzling star, was already a household name on Blue Star. Su Bai calmly nodded at her astonished expression, saying, "That's right, it's me." Upon confirmation, Du Ling's gaze towards Su Bai instantly brimmed with uncontainable fervor and admiration. This was a legendary figure, a genius admired by countless people, and she had been personally selected by him. Seeing Du Ling's gaze that was almost reverent, as if looking at a deity, Su Bai maintained a facade of composure, but internally, he couldn't help but feel a bit pleased, never expecting his name to be so renowned among the lower echelons of Blue Star. "Master Su Bai, I really don't know what to say. I'm so excited. I can't believe I can come to your island." At this point, Du Ling was already somewhat incoherent, her excitement causing her hands to fidget, unsure where to place. Su Bai waved his hand, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he reassured her, "No need to be so tense. Since you've come to my island, we are now one of our own. For daily interactions, there's no need to be so formal. You can just call me by my name, or like others you can call me Island Master." Du Ling nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes. I will follow Island Master's arrangements." After calming her excitement slightly, Du Ling couldn't help but voice a huge question in her heart. She looked up and cautiously asked, "Island Master, there's one thing I've always been puzzled about. Why did you, out of so many people in the slums, choose me?" This question had been on Du Ling's mind throughout the journey back from the teleportation. She was very aware that she had no special qualities. Could it be because she hadn't crazily rushed forward like others, but chose to feign calmness in a corner? Did this contrarian strategy truly have an effect? It was obvious even to her that the answer could not be so superficial. A top-tier trainee island master would never waste a precious recruitment slot just because someone pretended to be deep. Su Bai looked at her puzzled expression and calmly provided the answer, "Because you have value." Value. Hearing this word, Du Ling not only did not gain sudden clarity, but became even more confused. She carefully scrutinized herself and felt she had no special value. If she truly possessed some immense value unknown even to herself, she wouldn't have been directly eliminated by the system during the qualification test at 18, ending up in the slums waiting to die. Looking at Du Ling's bewildered expression, Su Bai did not continue to explain, merely waving his hand and saying, "Don't think too much about it, it's not important. You'll understand your value soon enough." After saying this, Su Bai's gaze shifted past Du Ling's shoulder, directly focusing on the brilliant epic entry beside her death apostle. Su Bai decisively issued the command in his mind, "Fix." As the command took effect, the system's cold prompt echoed in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Entry successfully fixed. The target's compatibility with this entry has been locked. Ding. The target's loyalty to you has been locked at 100, fanatically loyal. At the moment when Su Bai fixed the entry, Du Ling, who stood still, subtly trembled for a moment. She vaguely sensed a vast and indescribable power surging into her body along the laws of the island, quickly flowing through her limbs and deep within her soul. However, that strange sensation vanished in an instant so quickly that Du Ling even felt a delusion that it might be a hallucination caused by her mental strain. With a hint of confusion, she raised her head and cast her gaze towards Su Bai. Yet the moment her eyes met Su Bai's face, Du Ling's psychological defenses completely crumbled, her legs softened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. In Du Ling's sight and perception, at that moment the young man standing before her was no longer an ordinary and powerful island master. He radiated an endless blinding brilliance that was hard to look at directly. That brilliance carried an absolute pressure and compassion, as if a deity possessing all the truths of the world had descended before her. Du Ling bit down hard on her tongue, trying to steady her nerves. She keenly felt that after experiencing that moment of wondrous sensation, a mysterious connection between her and Su Bai had formed at the soul level, one that could not be severed, and was incredibly tight. Although Du Ling had no idea what had just happened, her instinctual trust in Su Bai assured her that this benefactor, who had rescued her from hell, would never harm her. More importantly, the system's forced alteration of her will had quietly taken effect, and she readily accepted this bizarre change in her body and soul. At this moment, Su Bai standing opposite her took in all these changes. He secretly observed Du Ling's rapidly changing expression and actions, and a sense of shock surged in his heart. The effect of the system directly modifying what was far more domineering and terrifying than he had imagined. He clearly saw the sickly fervent adoration in Du Ling's gaze as she looked back at him. It was the look of a fanatic gazing upon their true god. A strong premonition arose in Su Bai's heart if at this very moment he coldly issued a command for Du Ling to take up a knife, and in her life this woman would undoubtedly carry out that command without a flinch, even with a sickly sense of honor in being able to die for him. Looking at Du Ling, who stood before him like the most loyal fanatic, Su Bai took a deep breath, his brow slight. To so easily control the absolute will of a living human being, such godlike power, granted by the system, was truly terrifying. Su Bai gazed at the clouds drifting above the island, a sense of confusion inexplicably rising in his heart. He himself did not know whether in this cruel and chaotic world of the island he who possessed such absolute power would ultimately reach the pinnacle or completely lose himself in the abyss of power. This absolute loyalty, whether it was good or bad, perhaps only time could provide the answer. Su Bai reined in his wandering thoughts, his expression returning to calm as he turned and casually said, "Follow me." Du Ling did not hesitate at all, and immediately stepped forward to closely follow him. Her mindset had undergone a complete transformation. This island, filled with spiritual energy and vibrant life, appeared to her after spending over 20 years in a slum as a legendary divine realm. And Su Bai walking ahead was the master who controlled it all. The two of them passed through several newly cultivated fields, arriving at the edge of the magical farmland. Here 6 towering aming trees stood quietly. The dark purple trunks shimmered with faint energy, and among the branches hung some fruits that were not yet fully matured. Su Bai stopped, pointed at the fruits on the branches, and said straightforwardly, "These fruits, when ripened, can awaken poison-based abilities. They are specially prepared for you." While speaking, Su Bai discreetly glanced at Du Ling with his peripheral vision. He noticed that Du Ling had her gaze was fixed on the aming fruit, and instead of fear towards the word poison, it was filled with an unmistakable intoxication and extreme desire. Her breathing quickened, her body slightly leaned forward, as if the fruits on the tree held a lethal allure for her. Du Ling swallowed hard, her tone brimming with uncontainable astonishment. "Island Master, I don't know how to describe it, but I feel like these fruits are wildly attracting me, as if they were meant to belong to me all along." Su Bai was not the least bit surprised by Du Ling's reaction. Du Ling's exclusive entry was an epic-level death saint which comprehensively enhanced the power of negative abilities. And the poison-based ability awakened by the aming fruit was one of the most typical negative abilities, making the compatibility between the two perfect. The entry holder instinctively senses extraordinary resources that resonate with themselves. This is the law of the island world. To be honest, even Su Bai couldn't help but marvel in his heart. He initially did not expect to find a suitable candidate so quickly. His original plan was to spend a few hours each day in the next few days roaming back and forth in the slums of West City, slowly sifting through like panning for gold. As a result, he merely took a stroll and encountered a treasure without even finishing one street. Not only did he recruit a talent with an epic-level entry, but the most absurd part was that this entry could perfectly interact with the special plants existing on his island and enhance them. As expected of me, good luck is truly unstoppable. Su Bai secretly felt proud. He turned his head, looking at Du Ling, who was still fixated on the aming fruit, and calmly asked, "Do you still remember what I told you on Blue Star? I chose you because you have value." Hearing this, Du Ling came back to her senses with a thoughtful expression. If back in the slums when Su Bai said she had value, she had some self-doubt and disbelief in her heart, then now, after witnessing the aming fruit, and personally experiencing that strong attraction from deep within her bloodline, she completely believed it. That instinctual thrill stemming from extraordinary power was absolutely genuine. As she fully believed in her potential, her gaze towards Su Bai surged once more with uncontrollable reverence and fervor. No wonder he could ascend to the throne of the new king in this era. This unique insight was simply chilling. Even after living over 20 years in this world, she had no idea she harbored such immense potential and value within her, while the island master had simply glanced at her among the crowd and directly unearthed her, paving the way for her to become extraordinary. Subai naturally did not know that his simple statement of facts after Du Ling's mental elaboration made his image in her eyes seem even more unfathomable and glorious. After confirming the status of the Aming trees, Subai did not linger. He waved his hand, calling over an earth spirit that was loosening the soil nearby. Amidst the rolling earth, a half-human tall earth spirit took shape, standing adorably before the two. Du Ling looked at this life form made entirely of elements, her eyes widening once again. This was a magical species she would absolutely never see on Blue Star. Don't get too excited just yet. Subai pointed at the vast island and instructed Du Ling, for the next few days you'll follow the earth spirit to familiarize yourself with the island's environment. I brought back a large number of ordinary plants and some low-tier special plants from other places and planted them all, but I haven't had a chance to carefully count and check yet. Your task is to comprehensively check the growth status of these plants, see which ones have reached the maturity standard for sale, mark them all, make records, and then we will process them together. The upcoming plan of Subai is to continuously develop the islands while enhancing defenses and at the same time significantly broaden his resource sales channels. Relying solely on internal transactions with the special task group behind Shen Qingling is secure and stable, but it is undoubtedly insufficient in terms of the breadth of resource acquisition. He needs more basic construction materials and rare blueprints, which must be acquired through the World Trading Center. Now with Du Ling, an absolutely loyal assistant during the few days of her window period before the dark fruit fully matures, and she officially awakens her abilities, it is just the right time for her to handle these tedious daily statistics. This way Subai can free up more energy to be a steady and carefree manager, focusing on the overall planning and combat power enhancement of the islands. After assigning the task, Du Ling immediately took her orders and energetically followed the earth spirit to inventory the plants. Subai took a glance at the system panel. Today's 5 fixed opportunities for entries have already been completely exhausted on the Rock Soldier Dark Tree, and just now he casually used the refresh function on several special plants in the field, but all he got were useless white entries. Now there are no suitable entries to operate, so he can only patiently wait for the system reset at midnight. With nothing to do, Subai simply walked to the side, opened the friend communication bar, and contacted Shen Qingling, preparing to package and sell the corpses of the 2 armored lizards he had just killed on the beach to her. Although these 2 monsters are of the low-level black iron rank, their heavy armor can still yield quite a few quality materials. After sending the trade request, Shen Qingling quickly received it and paid the corresponding resource reward. However, after the transaction was completed, Shen Qingling hesitated for a moment and sent a message asking, I just received a report from my subordinates that you used your island owner privileges to return to Blue Star and even brought back an ordinary woman from the slums to the island. Although Subai's time returning to Blue Star was less than half an hour in total, the Special Task Group, being an official organization, has many eyes and ears. They have been closely monitoring the movements of teleportation points everywhere, so it is not difficult for them to know this situation immediately. Subai was not surprised by this. He quickly typed a reply on the light screen. That's right, my island needs manpower, and I am preparing to cultivate a few teams of my own ability users. Shen Qingling was somewhat surprised when she saw the reply. You want to cultivate ability users? Are those special plants in your possession that can awaken people maturing so soon? Oh, I almost forgot you dug those mature plants directly from the demonized island, right? That's really lucky, congratulations. Thank you. Subai replied calmly. Everyone takes what they need. If it weren't for the coordinate jade slip provided by your special task group, I wouldn't even have found the entrance to the demonized island, and naturally, I wouldn't have such great rewards now. That's all thanks to your own strength. Shen Qingling quickly replied, her words carrying a hint of admiration. The bronze-level demonized giant python is a ferocious creature that even many formal island owners who have passed their novice period find troublesome and may not necessarily be able to defeat. For a newly appointed island owner like you who has been on the island for only a few days to take it down single-handedly is indeed astonishing. Subai naturally would not expose his possession of the god of killing entry and the trick of using the mud pit trap. He simply replied with 3 words, good luck. Shen Qingling did not believe such unnutritious pleasantries, not even the punctuation. However, she is an extremely intelligent woman who understands the nuances, knowing that this is Subai's core secret for survival. She would never rashly ask probing questions to avoid triggering his aversion and vigilance. After a moment, Shen Qingling followed up with a message asking, what is the expected yield of the mature plants you brought back from the demonized island? If there are any surplus after meeting your own needs for cultivating ability users, could you consider selling me some first? You can name your price. Subai stroked his chin, pondering the current yield of the dark tree, and replied, I'm not sure how much surplus there will be for now, let's talk after they mature. If there really is a surplus, I will definitely prioritize you, and won't forget you. Alright, then I will wait for your good news. After ending the brief communication, Shen Qingling sat in her island master hall, but her brows furrowed slightly. She knew very well that Su Bai was not a person who acted without a plan. Since he was so eager to return to Blue Star to recruit people, it indicates that the special fruits on his island must be maturing soon. Otherwise, bringing an ordinary person who needs to eat, drink, and take care of themselves to the island would be a complete waste of resources, utterly meaningless. If Su Bai really has surplus awakening fruits, she is certainly extremely eager to acquire some. In this perilous world, high-end combat power is always the most critical bargaining chip. Who would complain about having too many ability users under their command? However, the most puzzling thing for Xin Qingling right now is how Su Bai confirmed the candidate in such a short time. Is he so sure that the woman named Du Ling, whom he casually picked up from the slums, possesses the potential to become an ability user? Xin Qingling was indeed a bit baffled. According to the common experience of various forces on Blue Star, cultivating ability users is an extremely rigorous and resource-intensive process. First, a batch of candidates with excellent physical fitness needs to be selected from thousands of applicants, bringing them to the island for observation and training for a long time. Only after confirming their obedience and physical condition will the most suitable ones be selected to consume the special fruits. As for whether they will successfully awaken in the end, to be honest, that really depends on luck. Because not everyone's body can withstand the baptism of extraordinary power. Some people inherently lack the genetic potential to bear abilities. Even if you have great wealth and provide them with high-level special fruits, they will absolutely be unable to awaken and may even die from energy explosion. Therefore, cultivating ability users has always been an extremely long, expensive, and high-risk process, full of trial and error costs. However, looking at Su Bai's operations, his selection of candidates seems utterly whimsical. His return to Blue Star likely was just a momentary whim, a spontaneous decision to find someone. Then he directly went to the slums in the West City, and in less than 10 minutes, he had settled on a person. There's nothing wrong with going to the slums to find someone. Although people in the slums are often malnourished and uneducated, they possess a certain fierceness for survival. If one carefully digs, it is indeed possible to find some good candidates with decent practical abilities. But what truly left Xin Qingling unable to comprehend is that Su Bai only brought back one person. Could this be a bit too childish and casual? After all, this is about recruiting future core combat power. Even if it's for convenience, he should have brought back a few more backup options. At the very least, Xin Qingling herself, or other large island owners she knows, absolutely adopt a broader approach when looking to cultivate new ability users. They would bring at least a dozen or 20 strong candidates to the island at the same time. As long as one of this group has good luck and successfully awakens as an ability user, all the initial investments would be incredibly profitable. As for the remaining ordinary people who fail to awaken, there is absolutely no need to worry about them. Just give them a couple of hosts to stay on the island, and continue to be responsible for physical work like farming and mining. In the island world, as long as they can work, there is no need to worry about feeding idle people. Xin Qingling is completely puzzled. Where does Su Bai's absolute confidence come from to be so certain that Du Ling, whom he casually picked up from the roadside, will definitely awaken as an ability user? From the first day, this man has been shrouded in too many inscrutable mysteries. Previously in their communications, Xin Qingling had subtly inquired, but Su Bai had merely brushed it off, claiming he simply felt that Du Ling had talent. Such a logically unfounded response left Xin Qingling speechless at that moment. After all, they were making serious strategic decisions regarding the cultivation of extraordinary individuals. Relying solely on intuition seemed a bit irresponsible with resources. However, Xin Qingling chose not to press further, understanding the principle of maintaining a proper distance in relation. She merely took on the responsibility of explaining some essential common sense and precautions from the standpoint of a friend and collaborator. For instance, before Du Ling demonstrated absolute loyalty, they absolutely could not grant her too much access to the core restricted areas of the island. They had to strictly confiscate and sever all means of communication between Du Ling and the outside world of Blue Star. All these cumbersome rules were to prevent the absolute coordinates of the island from being exposed by those with ulterior motives. Although Xin Qingling did not state it outright, her words heavily implied to Su Bai that he must remain vigilant. They must first take the time to ascertain her true background to investigate whether she was an undercover agent or spy planted in the slums by other hostile forces or conglomerates. In response to Xin Qingling's well-meaning reminders, Su Bai naturally agreed wholeheartedly during the communication, displaying a very good attitude. However, in reality, he had not a single worry regarding loyalty. Firstly, his return to Blue Star was entirely impromptu, without any prior planning. The sole reason he chose Du Ling from the vast sea of people was purely because the system indicated she possessed an extremely rare and suitable entry death saint. Given such a completely random circumstance, the likelihood of Du Ling being an undercover agent that others had orchestrated years in advance was negligible. Even if hypothetically Du Ling did have issues, even if she really was an unparalleled death warrior cultivated and embedded by some extremist organization at the grassroots level, the moment Su Bai activated the system to directly fix the entry on her, all of this would no longer be a problem. The rules of the system supersede everything. Currently, Du Ling possessed an absolute and unquestionable loyalty towards Su Bai. She would unhesitatingly use her life to protect his safety. Even if some mysterious organization had brainwashed her using top-tier methods in the face of the system's overwhelming power, those old thoughts and loyalties would be directly erased. Just as Su Bai ended the communication and stood still contemplating the next defensive arrangements for the island, a series of dull and synchronized footsteps echoed from a nearby open area. 5 tall and robust rock soldiers formed a line, returning with heavy strides. They had dutifully completed a full patrol around the coastline and found no new enemy activity. Perched on the broad shoulder of the leading rock soldier was the gem cat, idly lounging. As the squad passed near the magic field, the gem cat lazily raised its head and instantly spotted Du Ling, who was bent over busy in the field following the earth spirit. The gem cat's sapphire-like eyes widened in shock, its pupils constricting. Meow? Meow meow meow. What is going on here? Didn't it just go out to patrol the territory, riding on a giant rock? How did a living human woman suddenly appear on this island? Du Ling, focused on counting the plants, heard the sound of the cat and immediately straightened up and turned her head. When she saw the gem cat squatting on the shoulder of the rock soldier, her eyes instantly sparkled with dazzling light as she let out an extremely surprised shout. Wow, what a beautiful little cat. Without a moment's hesitation, Du Ling dropped the notebook in her hand, opened her arms, and excitedly sprinted towards the direction of the gem cat. Meow. Seeing this unfamiliar human woman rushing towards it with shining eyes, the gem cat was startled, its fur standing on end like a puffed-up ball. Its ancient memories hidden deep in its genes were awakened at that moment. They were memories of its ancestors being discovered and caught by humans, resulting in tragic fates of being held tightly and mercilessly rubbed until their fur was worn out. The gem cat let out an extremely piercing scream, kicking off the shoulder of the rock soldier with its hind legs and directly leaping onto another rock soldier's head. Simultaneously, it desperately pawed at the rock soldier's head, frantically urging these stone figures to hurry and run away. A comical chase immediately unfolded on this island that had just experienced a battle. Though Du Ling's physical condition was slightly better than that of an average person in the slums, she ultimately could not catch up to the extremely agile gem cat that skillfully directed the rock soldiers to use the terrain as shields on the rugged, muddy ground. After running for over 100 meters, Du Ling stopped, panting. She watched as the gem cat rode on the rock soldiers, disappearing quickly at the edge of the woods. She could only pout, helplessly pat the dirt off her body, turn around, and return to find the earth spirit, who was still dutifully waiting for her to continue her counting tasks. All she wanted was to simply enjoy the presence of a cat. Why was it so difficult to even encounter a cat in this island world? However, after calming her breath slightly, Du Ling recalled the scene from earlier and began to sense something was amiss. That beautiful cat seemed extremely extraordinary. Not only did its fur shimmer with a peculiar luster. The most crucial part was that it could audaciously ride on top of those seemingly destructive rock soldiers and even command those huge stone monsters to change formations and directions with its cries. This was definitely not an ordinary pet cat. Filled with questions, Du Ling hastily returned to the magic field, where she found Su Bai, who was observing the growth of the plants with his arms crossed. Island Master. Du Ling calmed her breathing, and with a curious expression asked what exactly was that cat that just ran by. It seemed very unusual, even able to command those defensive troops. Su Bai turned his head, looking at Du Ling's curious gaze, and smiled faintly, casually, saying, "Your observational skills are quite good. That's not an ordinary cat, that's a gem cat." Upon hearing the words gem cat, Du Ling instantly froze, standing there in shock. Although she had lived in the isolated slums and hadn't personally participated in the island's construction, she was still aware of those renowned mystical creatures in the island world through various rumors and official information. Among them was the highly famous gem cat. This mystical creature not only had a magnificent appearance, but more importantly, legend had it that they were born with a special talent for finding treasures capable of bringing continuous, incredible luck to their respective islands. In the entire island world, gem cats were extremely rare and considered top-tier, auspicious creatures. Countless large conglomerates had offered sky-high bounties, yet finding one was still a challenge. And now she had effortlessly encountered a living gem cat on a novice island that the apprentice island master had just established for a few days. Du Ling took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within her, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of the island master. Even the legendary gem cat, such a top-tier auspicious creature, can be attracted to your island. With such fortune backing you along with your strength, the position of this month's newcomer champion is undoubtedly yours." In response to Du Ling's heartfelt flattery, Su Bai appeared unusually calm. He was well aware of the luck he had experienced along the way, which indeed had been rather absurdly good. For example, today he casually strolled around West City, and with a quick system scan, he directly discovered Du Ling, who possessed the epic Death Saint entry, which was far more profitable than opening a treasure chest. With this thought in mind, Su Bai looked at Du Ling and casually stated, "A big truth, recruiting a gem cat is indeed good luck, but those are just incidental matters. Being able to come to Blue Star and spot you amidst the crowd bringing you back is truly my greatest gain of the day." Du Ling's breath momentarily faltered, and her previously pale cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of red. She felt her heart racing, hurriedly lowering her head to avoid Su Bei's calm gaze, speaking like a fleeing soldier. I will go find the Earth Spirit first. The statistical work isn't finished yet, I need to hurry. After saying this, Du Ling turned around, her long legs striding quickly towards the direction of the Earth Spirit to continue counting the matured plants. Watching Du Ling flee in a panic, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He secretly evaluated in his mind, agile and efficient with strong execution ability, and so proactive in her work. In this era where everyone is looking for ways to slack off, such a quality employee is indeed rare. Time quietly passed amidst the busyness. About an hour later, Du Ling jogged over. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and she tightly held a freshly organized paper document in her hand. This was all the plant data she gathered after running around half the island with the Earth Spirit, carefully counting. She stood straight in front of Su Bai, quickly entering work mode, her tone clear and professional as she began to report. Island Master, I have completed the verification of everything. Currently, among the cultivated land on our island, the area planted with ordinary plants totals approximately 832 mu. Among these, 110 mu have reached full maturity and can be harvested immediately. I made a conservative estimate based on the recent average base prices on Blue Star and at the trading center, and the total value of this batch of ordinary crops is around 650,000 survival points. Regarding special plants, I have categorized them by area. The highest value mature plants currently are 6 centimeter dark abyss trees, 2 golden lemon trees in a vigorous growth phase, as well as 1 light fruit tree and 1 blood spirit fruit tree. The remaining ones are mainly short cycle special plants. A total of 307 golden powder roses were transplanted from the coastal area, and they have all fully bloomed and matured. If extracted directly, it is expected that 400 grams of high purity gold can be refined. However, considering profit maximization, my suggestion is not to refine the gold. We can separately pick and package the golden powder rose petals containing spiritual energy for sale. There are many high-end restaurants on Blue Star that specialize in extraordinary ingredients. They have been purchasing such petals at high prices for use as exquisite dish garnishes, and the profit from selling petals is definitely more than 3 times that of directly refining gold. That batch of red cloud poison ginseng totals 34 plants, and it appears to be ready for harvesting for medicinal use at any time. However, if you do not urgently need to recoup funds, I suggest leaving them in the ground to continue growing. This special plant with detoxifying properties becomes more potent the longer it is grown, and its market value increases exponentially. This is a truly worthwhile strategic asset to hold long-term. Additionally, the toxic heartbreak grass and snake-eye flower, based on their current growth progress, will need about 10 more days to fully mature. Once mature, the total value of these 2 batches of toxic materials on the black market is conservatively estimated to reach 720,000 survival points. The defensive thornvine seedlings are currently growing well, but it will take about another month for them to form an effective. The batch of star daisy seedlings totals 15 plants with their roots fully stabilized, and the first round of harvesting and selling can be done in about 2 months. With the report reaching this point, Du Ling paused, turned a page, and looked up at Su Bai, her eyes filled with unmistakable shock. Finally, there are the solar flowers, a total of 80 plants which are expected to take about 25 more days to mature. But, Island Master, if I may speak frankly, is this batch of solar flowers planted on your island a new mutated variety that has not been publicly disclosed? I have seen information about solar flowers in the official illustrated guide before, but I swear I have never seen seedlings with such intense spiritual fluctuations and such terrifying quality. These solar flowers are indeed quite special. They were cultivated through my unique methods, and once they mature, their fruits can guarantee 100% awakening of a level fire abilities. That you haven't seen them. These solar flowers are indeed quite special. They were cultivated through my unique methods, and once they mature, their fruits can guarantee 100% awakening of a level fire abilities. What a... Upon hearing this, Du Ling was so shocked that she almost dropped the document in her hands. The ability to directly awaken a level abilities. In her understanding, ordinary solar flowers could at most be used to make some basic fire potions, or have a very small chance of allowing someone to awaken the lowest level abilities. Special plants capable of stably awakening a level abilities are practically legendary strategic resources that are highly sought after whenever they appear at large auction events, triggering frenzied competition among major consortiums. And on this island, there are actually 80 plants neatly planted like cabbages. What kind of divine island master has she been recruited by? Taking several deep breaths, Du Ling forcibly calmed the turmoil in her heart, striving to keep her voice steady as she continued to report. In the area next to the solar flowers, moonlight vines are planted totaling 75 plants, which are currently growing steadily and are expected to mature in about 40 days. This is the distribution and maturity status of all the plants in the developed areas of the island so far. Su Bai nodded, his expression increasingly showing satisfaction. This Du Ling not only possesses a high potential for combat, but also has a solid foundation in logistics management and data analysis. In just over an hour, she had clarified the variety of special plants on the island, and was even able to give very reasonable selling suggestions based on market conditions. Thinking of this, Sue-Bai couldn't help but curiously glance at her and asked, with the comprehensive level and business capabilities you are currently displaying, finding a decent job on Blue Star should be absolutely no problem. You shouldn't be struggling so much trapped in that dark and dismal slum, right? Hearing Sue-Bai's question, Du Ling's expression dimmed slightly. She forced a bitter smile and shook her head, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness and deep fatigue as she said, "Island Master, you flatter me too much. What I just did was merely the most basic skill that must be mastered in adult qualification training. You've been away from the lower levels for too long, so you might not be aware of the current situation on Blue Star. The population on Blue Star is simply too large, and the competition has reached a shocking level, with many people stronger than me, with higher education and deeper backgrounds. And those formal island masters who control the island's resources are completely not lacking in manpower. As long as they wish, they can recruit top teams to serve them at any time. For someone like me with no background or capital to stand on, no matter how capable I am, I don't even have the qualification to step into their interview hall. Why would they come looking for me?" After listening, Sue-Bai fell silent for a moment, realizing that reality does seem to be as she described. It appears that he had underestimated the despairing competition and pressure faced by the lower levels of Blue Star while staying on the island. In an age of highly monopolized resources, an individual's effort is indeed worthless without the support of a platform. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and a dim yellow dusk appeared at the horizon. After a busy half-day, both of them were starting to feel hungry. Du Ling, as a subordinate, very proactively offered to go to the temporarily set-up kitchen area to start cooking dinner. However, when she confidently walked into the kitchen, she saw a large pile of plastic-wrapped, semi-finished meal kits casually stacked in the corner, and she instantly fell into a state of speechlessness. She turned to glance at Sue-Bai standing outside. This powerful island master, who could easily produce a level awakening fruits, was surprisingly too casual and perfunctory about daily living. These semi-finished meal kits distributed by the Special Operations Group, while ensuring basic caloric intake and satiety, undoubtedly had an industrial taste that one could easily tell was not good. However, Sue-Bai himself didn't seem to mind. These meal kits were supplies sent by Shin Qingling during the last trade, focusing on balanced nutrition and only needing to be heated to eat, making them extremely convenient. Moreover, for Sue-Bai, a survivor who had long been living outdoors, the taste wasn't bad at all. At least it could fill his stomach, and he wasn't that picky. But Du Ling clearly didn't think so. Du Ling rolled up her sleeves, deciding to utilize some of the fresh ingredients available on the island to reprocess these meal kits. She felt it was necessary to let the aloof island master know what true dining really meant. Since someone was willing to cook, Sue-Bai naturally enjoyed the leisure, sitting comfortably at the wooden table in the courtyard waiting to eat the ready-made meal. While waiting for the dishes to be served, a sneaky head popped out from the edge of the nearby woods. The gem cat had been hiding in the woods for quite a while, and probably could not withstand the hunger anymore, reluctantly directing two rock soldiers acting as bodyguards to slowly make their way back. However, after being chased by Du Ling for several hundred meters, the little creature was clearly still shaken. It hid behind the broad back of the rock soldier, peeking out halfway, dragging its feet just a dozen meters away from the courtyard, unwilling to approach any closer. Sue-Bai looked at its pathetic appearance and sighed helplessly. He could only assure the gem cat, through their mental link, that the woman posed no danger, and only then did the gem cat muster the courage to cautiously hop over. It jumped onto Sue-Bai's shoulder, glaring down at Du Ling, who was serving the dishes with its muscles tense, ready to flee at any sign of danger. Moments later, dinner was ready, consisting of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a pot of hot soup. Sue-Bai picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the reprocessed dish, his eyes lighting up slightly. He had to admit that Du Ling's culinary skills were indeed excellent. The flavor was far superior to the meal kit he had boiled in water. He couldn't help but wonder why was there such a significant difference when both were based on the same semi-finished meal kit. Not only did Du Ling prepare food for people, but she also thoughtfully set aside a small plate with special cat food and several golden brown grilled fish for the gem cat. This was to express her apology for the earlier offense and to preliminarily mend the tense relationship between them. Attracted by the aroma, the gem cat ultimately could not resist the temptation, jumping down from Sue-Bai's shoulder, keeping a wary eye on Du Ling while devouring the food. Just as the three of them were quietly enjoying their dinner, a sudden rustling sound came from the distant woods. The wood-type life-form Xiao Lu, responsible for looking after the plants, was running towards them with anxious expressions, its short legs moving frantically from the direction of the magical field. It reached Sue-Bai's feet, waving its small hands made of vines, performing a chaotic dance in front of him. In fact, Xiao Lu didn't need to do this at all. As the island's master, Sue-Bai could clearly and unobstructedly perceive all the information it wanted to convey through the unique mental connection granted by the system. However, after receiving the brief message transmitted by Xiao Lu through its mental power, Sue-Bai's previously relaxed expression vanished, instantly replaced by a look of grave concern. He put down his chopsticks, his brow tightly furrowed. Seeing Sue-Bai's sudden change in demeanor, Du Ling also sensed that something was amiss. She immediately set down her bowl and chopsticks, anxiously asking Island Master what happened. Is there a problem? Subai closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and when he opened them again, a hint of cold sharpness had entered his gaze. He looked at Du Ling and said in a deep voice, Xiao Lu just sensed that a large amount of water vapor is condensing in an abnormal manner in the sky above the island. An extremely rare and violent storm is approaching. If the condensation speed of the water vapor remains unchanged, the storm will arrive at this island around tomorrow afternoon. A storm? Upon hearing these words, Du Ling's face instantly turned pale and her expression became extreme. In the world of islands, storms are not as simple as natural rainfall on Earth. The most significant characteristic of storms here is their extreme destructiveness. When the winds howl, if an ordinary person does not find shelter, they could be swept away by such powerful winds and blown into the unfathomable depths of the sea. But that is still not the most terrifying part. The real fatal point is that in the laws of the island world, each extreme storm heralds the revelry of deep-sea monsters, signaling a large-scale invasion of monsters. The monsters in the deep sea are not merely mindless beasts. They possess a certain degree of cunning intelligence. They are well aware that whenever a storm arrives, the gales and downpours severely disrupt visibility and the operation of the island's defenses. The island master and the defending troops will be busy dealing with the harsh weather, unable to pay attention to other matters. And this is the best opportunity for them to launch a full-scale invasion concealed by the waves. Su Bei's brain was rapidly assessing the power comparison between both sides. As for the weather, he was not particularly worried. With the water spirit, a master of water control, present, he could significantly disperse and control the water vapor above the island, minimizing the damage caused by the storm to the terrain and buildings. Although some of the fragile ordinary plants would inevitably suffer some losses, it was all within a range he could bear. The crux of the problem now lies in the unknown group of monsters that will arrive at the island's coastline under the cover of the storm. Subai turned his head, his gaze passing over the courtyard, directly focusing on the several tall dark underworld trees in the magical field. Although they were quite far away, Su Bei's extraordinary vision still allowed him to see the state of the dark underworld fruits on the branches clearly. The color of the fruit's surface was indeed gradually turning red, but that red was still far from being deep enough to reach a fully mature state safe for human consumption under Xiao Lu's maximum, urging it would take at least another 5 days. And that fatal storm will arrive punctually tomorrow afternoon. There simply isn't enough time. Du Ling absolutely won't have time to consume the fruit and awaken as a poison-type ability user before the monster invasion. Even if hypothetically the system were to show mercy and allow the dark underworld fruit to mature instantly tonight, and Du Ling successfully consumed it and awakened her abilities, she would still not play a significant role on the battlefield tomorrow. Because abilities are not like the magic in novels where one can destroy everything upon awakening. They merely provide a seed of energy that requires the ability user to develop through years of continuous practice, meditation, and real combat. Awakening an ability is only the most basic threshold to the extraordinary. How to precisely convert the raging energy within into various forms of lethal skills and develop unique combat methods suited to one's physical condition requires a substantial amount of time to accumulate and adapt. An ability user who has just awakened for less than a day can barely exhibit more combat effectiveness on a chaotic battlefield than a trained ordinary soldier. Currently, Du Ling's combat power equals 0 in the impending brutal defense battle, and she may even become a burden that distracts his attention. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Su Bai quickly made the most rational tactical judgment. He looked at Du Ling and decisively said in an unquestionable tone, the situation has changed. Tomorrow morning, I will activate the teleportation array, and you will immediately return to the safe zone in West City of Blue Star to take refuge. After the storm here passes and the monsters are cleared, you can teleport back. However, in the face of Su Bei's order meant to protect her, Du Ling did not nod in agreement, as usual. No. Du Ling stood up, almost instinctively, loudly refusing. In her normally cold eyes, there was an unprecedented fervor and unshakable determination. Under the influence of the system's laws, her loyalty to Su Bai had reached its maximum value. But this loyalty did not make her a mere puppet. Instead, it transformed into a strong conviction to defend Su Bai and this island at all costs. She stared directly at Su Bai, her hands tightly clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms. Without her noticing, "Island Master, my life is yours. As long as the island stands, so shall I. Please allow me to stay and fight alongside you." Du Ling's desire to fight was clearly written on her face. However, in this world, mere passionate determination is utterly futile. Without sufficient hard power, any words spoken are in vain. Take the weakest monster on the island, for instance, a black iron-grade armored lizard. Su Bai could easily smash its skull with a single punch, deeming it a trivial opponent. Yet if Du Ling were to face it, even if she fought with all her might, she would still be no match for a single swipe of its tail. Only when she truly becomes an ability user, coupled with her skill that triples the effect of her abilities, the Death Saint entry, would she have the real means to engage in the upcoming battle. However, the greatest challenge lies in awakening that latent power within her. while the dark-ming tree beside her bore numerous fruits. A glance revealed they were all unripe and raw. The fruits grown in this realm, if not fully ripened, are as useless as rotten wood, devoid of any mystical energy. Even if Du Ling were to devour all the raw fruits from that tree, it would be a futile endeavor, yielding not even a spark of extraordinary power. Without the support of her abilities, no matter how she looked at it, she was just an ordinary person, powerless and incapable. Though she could perhaps use the knowledge learned at school to dig a pit, or set a trap, to barely kill a lone beast. But when the great storm surged in with hordes of monsters pouring onto the shore, it would not be a simple matter of just. According to the experiences passed down by the old island lords, even in a lesser scene, there would be at least 10 If luck truly turned against her today, with hundreds or thousands of monsters rushing to the beach amid the storm, it was a common occurrence. If Du Ling stubbornly insisted on staying on this small island to confront the monsters hidden, she could easily lose her life in a moment of carelessness. Subai was also contemplating this. Such an epic entry was a rare treasure, not something one could find in a market. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long it would take to chance upon another in the slums of Blue Star? Though he possessed the ability to change entries for everything daily, finding a top-tier talent that perfectly matched the unique flora and fauna of the island was indeed a rare stroke of luck. He couldn't possibly throw all his energy into shuttling back and forth between Blue Star and the island world. He had a vast territory at home relying on him. However, if he turned the situation around in his mind, if Du Ling could awaken her abilities before the storm arrived and transform into a competent helper, Subai would undoubtedly face significantly less hardship defending the beach tomorrow. Just as he was lost in thought, the mark on the back of his hand suddenly warmed up slightly. It was a message from Shen Qingling. Subai raised his hand to check. Coincidentally, the young lattice message was also regarding the impending storm. Shen Qingling: Subai, I just received news from above that several areas in our sea region are about to experience a massive storm. Check your weather. Are you also caught in this unfortunate circle? Seeing this message, Subai's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily opened the chat window meant for new island lords, which was only accessible to those with experience. As expected, the chat was already abuzz with newcomers arguing over the impending storm, and messages were flying. Country A saying to my Buddha, this is too unfortunate. I just found the heart of the island in the sea this morning and managed to become a new island lord, but now a massive storm is coming tomorrow. Heaven's messenger is not leaving me any way out. Country B Park Piluoha. I just checked the map carefully, and my small island is conveniently outside of this storm's unfortunate circle. You unfortunate fellows can just wait to be devoured by the monsters in the sea. You won't have a place on the leaderboard after. Country C Jingshan Shiryo scoundrel. You are utterly heartless. We are all survivors on the same path, and you dare to speak such cold words. According to our rules here, you should cut open your belly with a knife to atone for your sins. Country D Lena, what on earth is going on? Why is there suddenly a massive storm? This year's heavens are too ungracious. How am I supposed to live moving forward? Country E Richard, new friends, let me give you a piece of advice. Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Don't cling tightly to your meager ownership of the island. If you lose your life, what good is a clean island? Quickly, like me, sell part of your island ownership to a real financial group for powerful weapons and experts to help protect your life. Country F Fizz Richard speaks the truth. Though my island is also firmly caught in the storm's circle this time, I am not worried at all. I have already negotiated a deal with my family's consortium, and when the storm arrives tomorrow, 6 powerful ability user bodyguards will be teleported over to help me defend the island. Country Jihan Buliba. What a bunch of spineless softies. Just a little rain and some waves and you all are scared into this state. Just watch how I use my iron fists to smash those beasts that rush ashore into a pulp. The experienced island lords who had passed the novice test were arguing fiercely, while those newcomers who had yet to kill even a single monster and were still drifting in the sea were crying out in despair. It was obvious to even a fool that once the storm poured down, the monsters emerging from the water would only multiply. By that time, for these newcomers to find an opportunity to kill monsters and obtain the status of island lord would be more difficult than ascending to heaven. Even if they were lucky enough to merge the heart of the island amid the chaos, without soldiers or walls, they could not hope to defend their territory against the onslaught of monsters. The most likely outcome would be to be swept into the mouths of the monsters by the waves, becoming nothing more than rotten meat stuck between their teeth. Subai raised his eyebrows as he watched the messages stream by. He hadn't anticipated that the storm would be this formidable, easily setting the stage for the first major trial faced by all new island lords this year. However, Richard with his big nose was as showy as ever, popping up to advise others to sell their islands. This guy had long sold his island to the point of being just an empty shell. Now seeing others clean and unblemished, his malicious intent was clear, wanting to drag others down with him. That said, Subai also understood that partnering with a financial consortium was indeed a desperate measure many underpowered new island lords had to take to survive. Surrendering part of their rights could at least buy them some genuine firepower in the storm. After all, if one dies, a pristine island holds no value. Such trends in society are beyond Su Bei's concern, who he had neither the leisure nor the ability to manage them. Moreover, he himself was burdened with numerous troubles, and this damn storm had completely disrupted his plans. He had just brought back Du Ling, an extraordinary potential ability user from the West City, intending to cultivate his own team slowly, and now this storm was barreling towards him. The weather in this island world truly provided no respite for a breather. Su Bai ground his teeth looking at the vast territory in his hands, realizing that since the storm could not be avoided. Indeed, my island is caught in this storm. Do you have any potions that can hasten the ripening of the big tree? I just brought back a batch of good fruits that can grant extraordinary abilities, and they are about to ripen. I need them urgently. If I weren't truly cornered, Su Bai would never want to use such a hastening potion that promotes premature growth. Once that green potion is poured into the soil, it would greatly waste the strength and nutrients of the special tree itself. A plant that has been hastened once would require little green to water it daily and recite scriptures, taking meticulous care of it for at least half a year to slowly recover the lost investment. However, facing imminent disaster is certainly better than waiting for tomorrow when monsters break into the house and uproot the big tree, devouring the ground entirely. Weighing both sides, the loss of these plants is hardly a concern. News from Shun Qingling returned shortly. Shin Qingling, I do have some potions in stock, but not many left. Many of the intern island masters under our special task group are also caught in this storm, and the higher-ups are pressing for supplies. Resources are extremely scarce in this area. The quantity I can gather privately at the moment is enough for you to use on 3 big trees at most. 3 bottles of potion may sound a bit scarce, but for Su Bai at least it resolves the urgent need. Su Bai waved his hand grandly in response. 3 bottles, it is, send them all over. Let this account be noted in your little ledger, and we will settle the payment together once the battle is over. Shin Qingling naturally had complete trust in Su Bei's credibility. They had partnered in business many times, and Su Bai had never shortchanged her a single cent. With a flash of light, 3 glass bottles filled with dark green potion landed steadily in Su Bei's palm through the trading window. Su Bai tilted the 3 bottles in his hand and did not rush to use them. Instead, he squatted down to mentally calculate this transaction. The 6 amming trees he had transplanted to his island now each bore about 15 fruits on their branches. If all 3 bottles of hastening potion were used, he could collect 40 to 50 ripe fruits in a day or 2. Furthermore, considering the already fixed level extraordinary ability attribute Death Saint on Du Ling, her absorption capacity for these poisonous fruits was unlike that of ordinary people. If even with over 40 fruits she couldn't ignite the extraordinary spark inside her, then it would seem no one in this world could grow such an ability. Su Bai pondered that this girl was quite fortunate. He estimated that with less than 10 large fruits consumed, the toxic extraordinary ability within her would stabilize and take shape. Upon realizing this, a brilliant money-making idea suddenly sprang up in Su Bei's mind, accustomed as he. Since Du Ling couldn't finish so many fruits herself, the remaining dozens of ripe amming fruits would become readily available treasures. With a fierce storm approaching, those helpless intern island masters in the trading window were currently scrambling around seeking help desperately. As long as it was something that could help them survive, they would definitely spend all their savings without batting an eye. Although hiring ready-made experts from large consortiums like Richard during the novice period would anger the islands while laying the groundwork for immense future troubles for the island masters. However, if the island masters cultivated local talents on the island themselves, it would be much more lenient in the judgment of the island's will. According to the rules of the island's will, it is completely natural to recruit ordinary people without any abilities onto the island, which won't attract the extra attention of monsters. As long as the extraordinary fruits are sufficient to temporarily transform ordinary people into extraordinary beings on the island, it would be akin to adding an extra powerful weapon to their ranks, boosting their chances in the upcoming storm significantly. Calculating this carefully, Su Bai was pleasantly surprised to find that the storm, which had initially caused him a headache, would not only spare him any losses, but also give him a chance to profit handsomely from the frantic individuals. Of course, he would never foolishly exchange all the amming fruits which could enhance the abilities of his people for money. Since he had a surplus of fruits, the best strategy was to take advantage of the time tonight to return to launching and find 1 or 2 reliable candidates for extraordinary abilities to bring back. Once everyone consumed the fruits and their powers grew, they could form a combat team on the small island with Du Ling to support each other. Once midnight passes and the system grants the opportunity to exchange ability attributes, should I quickly return to launching and bring back 2 people? Su Bai stood alone on the field ridge, stroking his chin as he contemplated. However, upon further reflection, he realized that going alone with a knife into the dark slums of the West City in the dead of night could be quite troublesome, not to mention the money-hungry thugs inside. Just finding people in the dark wouldn't be very efficient, and if it delayed important matters on the island, it would truly be a case of losing a sesame seed while gaining a watermelon. Thinking of this, Su Bai opened the mark on the back of his hand again and sent a message to Shin Qingling. Do you have a list of extraordinary ability candidates who have already passed official background checks? Please share 1 or 2 eligible candidates with me. Shin Qingling's reply was still very prompt. Shin Qingling, you asked the right person this time. In our special task group branch building in the West City, there is a large group of candidates who have passed background checks waiting to sign contracts with the island masters at any moment. I will send you the specific coordinates for the transfer, and after midnight tonight you can open the transfer portal yourself and choose 2 suitable ones to take away. Thank you, I will remember this favor. Shin Qingling, no need to be so polite with me. By the way, I would like to remind you that due to the tremendous storm tomorrow, the batches of special plant seedlings you previously ordered and prepared are decided to be held in the warehouse for a few days. To prevent them from being washed away by the waves during tomorrow's storm, that would be too heartbreaking. Alright, no problem, I will follow your arrangements. We can discuss transplantation after this storm passes. Subai finished the last mundane matter with Shin Qingling and casually closed the light screen before him. He raised his head, looking at the darkening clouds above, and the fierce determination and resilience belonging to a survivor re-emerged in his gaze. Ultimately, the principles of this world must be forged through one's own arms and the long knife in hand. Subai stood on the highest point of the island facing the increasingly sticky sea breeze and let out a long breath of the filthy air in his chest. To others, this impending storm is a death warrant sent by the King of Hell. But to Subai, all the dangers in this world hide immense wealth that could make one fat in an instant. Even though it is uncertain how many monsters will emerge from the sea when the dark clouds press down on the island tomorrow, the beasts that crawl out of those waters are all laden with true gold and silver. The thick hides and long teeth they possess, if stripped and handed over to the special task group's merchant convoy, could trade for a plethora of rare items for building houses and fortifying defenses. Not to mention, if luck truly smiles upon him tomorrow, knocking a few shiny magic crystals out of the heads of several high-level monsters amidst the chaos would be a tremendous stroke of fortune for Subai. As long as he slaps those crystals into his palm, his island master-level power could logically ascend another significant step. Thinking of this, Subai couldn't help but feel a sense of joy rising within him. The day before yesterday on that demonic island, I battled with monsters for most of the day, slashing and smashing to death dozens of rascally monkeys, and in the end, I even crushed the heart of a bronze-level giant snake that was over 10 meters long. As a result, Subai squatted in the muddy water and rummaged through the corpses, yet he didn't even catch a glimpse of half a crystal. The sheer bad luck nearly made him faint on the spot from anger. While I could accept that the black iron monkeys yielded no crystals, the imposing giant python, as a bronze-level overlord, turned out to be a useless soft, dying so pathetically that Subai felt he had truly lost out. But it didn't matter. Once the storm arrived tomorrow, the good treasures from the sea would surely be plentiful. This place might just become a great springboard for Subai to truly soar this year. Subai lowered his head, staring at the 3 bottles of dark green ripening potions neatly arranged on the large blue stone, and his mind quickly calculated the accounts again. Among the 6 dark underworld trees currently on the island, only the leading one has been given a good attribute by my system that allows it to bear level superpowered fruits. The remaining 5 trees still have nothing but blank white attribute papers. When the clock strikes 12 tonight, I need to swiftly select the best attributes from the 2 best trees and lock them. This is a long-term investment. I can't be careless. If the system doesn't cooperate at midnight and only produces low-quality attributes, I absolutely cannot afford to block the potential of these trees with garbage attributes just for the sake of tomorrow's storm. At worst, I can use the ripening potion tomorrow to force those ordinary trees without attributes to mature. Although they will only bear the lowest level poisonous fruits, they should suffice to deal with the impending storm. As long as the roots of the trees remain unharmed, there will always be time to gradually train them later. The best scenario is to successfully fix the attributes of those 2 trees tonight. This way I will still have 3 full opportunities to rely on. Later tonight, when I open the portal to return to the Special Operations branch on Blue Star to select candidates, I can only bring back 3 young people with clean backgrounds. After all, those people are from the Special Operations group. No matter how close I am to Shin Qingling, I must remain cautious in this island world. Wait. Before I return to Blue Star to recruit people tonight, I need to refresh the attributes of the Water Spirit and Light Spirit that revolve around the field every day. If luck is on my side, I might even find a superior combat or defense attribute on these 2 little ones and lock it down on the spot, which will greatly reduce the hardships of tomorrow's defense battle. If 1 or 2 more powerful individuals like Xiao Shan, who can blind the monsters with their fierce temper, appear on the island, tomorrow's coastal defense will be as easy as harvesting chives. However, Subai also understood that the Water Spirit and Light Spirit, being elemental spirits born of heavens, were not inherently a combat race meant for brutal warfare. Even if heaven blessed them with exceedingly powerful attributes, their lethality on the battlefield would likely not be up to, but one must do their best to try, as the outcome ultimately lies in the hands of fate. After calculating back and forth, Subai painfully realized that the fixed attribute opportunities he initially believed were abundant had surprisingly become quite limited in the face of tomorrow's storm. Ever since he received the definitive news about the incoming storm, Subai had completely entered a state of readiness. Even the fragrant meal in the pot had lost its appeal. He casually placed the bowl and chopsticks on the table, picked up a bottle of ripening potion that emitted a strange odor, turned around, and waved to Du Ling, who was watching him from a distance, saying in a deep voice, "Stop dawdling, grab your gear, and come with me." Although Du Ling never truly became an apprentice island master, she had seen experiments conducted by large companies with such ripening potions during survival classes at school. Now seeing the green glowing glass bottle in Su Bei's hand and glancing at the nearby trees, she covered her mouth in disbelief, thoroughly taken aback. "Island master, what you're holding isn't that potion that can make plants skip the growing days, is it? Are you planning to forcibly ripen those dark underworld trees right now? You do have an eye for quality." Su Bei nodded approvingly and replied as he walked forward, "That's right. Xin Xingling said the storm tomorrow won't be a small matter. Right now it's just the two of us here, and without some solid backup we won't be able to cope tomorrow. You just arrived on the island, barely warmed your seat, and tomorrow you'll be following me with a knife to fight the monsters in the sea. Do you have any regrets about joining me?" "I have no regrets." Hearing Su Bei's question, Du Ling showed no hesitation, straightened her back, and her eyes sparkled with a near-mad determination. She stepped forward, her feet sinking into the wet mud, and quickly said loudly, "It was you, Island Master, who personally rescued me from that sunless slum in West City today. You not only provided me with a meal, but also acknowledged my value of existence in this world. Although I, Du Ling, just arrived on your island today, and barely recognize the directions now that I am here, I will fight alongside you against those beasts of the sea tomorrow, even at the cost of my life." This passionate declaration left Su Bei momentarily unsure whether it was due to the system's influence or the true nature hidden within the cold-hearted Du Ling. However, at this critical moment of impending danger, such nuances became entirely irrelevant. What mattered most was that the woman standing before him was clear-headed with a fighting spirit as solid as iron. Since Du Ling herself had the resolve to risk her life to grow stronger, Su Bei, as the master, would naturally not hold her back. Tonight he would fulfill her ambition to ascend the extraordinary path. The two of them moved swiftly, arriving in the very center of the enchanted field in the blink of an eye. Su Bei stopped under a row of dark underworld trees, locating the leftmost one. He removed the cork from the glass bottle, without hesitation raised his arm, and poured the entire bottle of dark green ripening potion at the base of the stout tree. As the viscous liquid made contact with the ground, an extremely pungent and bizarre odor wafted into the air. The moment the potion soaked into the soil under the watchful eyes of Su Bei and Du Ling, the massive trunk of the dark underworld tree suddenly trembled. The small fruits that had been hanging on the branches, looking shriveled and green, rapidly transformed into a bright red color at an astonishing speed from the tips. As the fruits on the branches turned increasingly red, the originally lush dark underworld tree, with its purple-black glossy leaves, began to droop down like frostbitten eggplants. This is the most typical side effect of the ripening potion left on special plants. It forcibly extracts the essence and strength of the special plants, sacrificing their future potential in exchange for the immediate ripening of the fruits. However, this is quite reasonable. If the ripening potion had no harm to plants, all formal island masters would not need to toil daily watering. They could simply buy thousands of boxes and pour them into the fields, and they would have become wealthy long ago. About a quarter of an hour later, the commotion on the dark tree gradually subsided. At this moment, looking up, the thick purplish-black trunk was heavily adorned with 16 fully ripe red fruits, bending the originally upright branches down. Seeing this, Su Bei waved his hand in midair, communicating through mental connection. "Xiaoshan, take your two brothers and fly up to carefully pick all those thoroughly ripened fruits from the tree without bruising their skins." With Su Bei's command, several light spirits radiating a soft white glow immediately flew up, skillfully working together with their mouths and vines to bring down the 16 fist-sized fruits, neatly arranging them in a row on the grass. Su Bei crouched down and picked up one fruit, examining it closely in his hand. This dark fruit, when ripe, was about the size of an adult's fist, and its outer skin, a deep red tinged with black, was covered with dark patterns resembling the scales of a venomous snake. Bringing it to his nose, a pungent, acrid smell almost made Su Bei sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he looked at this dangerously unappealing fruit, feeling a twinge of doubt. Consuming this would awaken a defensive ability that was difficult to guard against a poison-type power with a rather unsavory reputation. It seemed rather inappropriate for someone as seemingly innocent as Du Ling to be dealing with poisons, rotten meat, and toxic mists on a daily basis. However, when Su Bei turned his head and saw Du Ling staring eagerly at the fruit, all his polite words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. In a world where it was either you die or I die, the power to slay monsters was inherently valuable. As for whether that power was red or black, who had the leisure to dwell on such matters? Furthermore, it was rather too sentimental to discuss the distinctions between genders or the quality of abilities at this. Su Bei gathered his thoughts, placed the dark fruit steadily on a large leaf, and solemnly instructed Du Ling, "It's done. All the fruits have been harvested, but don't rush to eat them just yet. Go back to the house and get a clean basket to collect these fruits, and keep them safe until midnight tonight, when you can eat them in front of me." After hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed across Du Ling's cool face. She couldn't understand why eating the fruit to awaken abilities needed to be timed. However, looking at Su Bei's unyielding expression, all her questions were instantly swallowed, and she hurriedly picked up the fruits from the ground and walked towards the house. As she walked with her long legs, Du Ling couldn't help but ponder in her little head. Could it be that this formidable island master who could reach the peak as a newcomer held some ancient secrets that were unheard of outside? Did the efficiency of absorbing special fruits increase significantly during the midnight hour when the heavens and earth were in harmony? Clearly she was overthinking it. After so many years of development in the island world, countless large corporations employing thousands of researchers conducting experiments with various fruits had ultimately concluded the ability to gain strength from eating fruits purely depended on personal fate and luck, and there was no mystical timing involved. Little did Du Ling know the reason Su Bai insisted that she wait until after midnight to eat the fruit was solely because he was waiting for his system to refresh. Once it struck midnight, Su Bai would also arrange the remaining entries of the dark trees, checking what grade of poisonous fruits could be produced using the ripening potion to have a comprehensive battle plan. However, since Du Ling had attributed the matter to Su by possessing some extraordinary mystical means, he was more than happy to maintain the appearance of a profound expert. Watching Du Ling carrying the basket back to the wooden house, Su Bai smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You just focus on your own matters. I have confidence in the essence you possess. Once it strikes midnight, with me protecting you, the power within you will definitely emerge smoothly." Du Ling was at least a master of epic entries. If even consuming a basket of perfect poison fruits that suited her innate abilities ended in failure, Su Bai felt that the heavens' judgment system in this island world must be fundamentally broken. After settling the matter of the fruits, Su Bai looked at the 2 remaining bottles of ripening potion in his hand. If these 2 bottles were carelessly given to the dark trees that had yet to change their entries, the fruits produced would surely only yield the most ordinary A-grade poison abilities. Thus these 2 valuable bottles had to be firmly held onto to be used later in the night after things settled down, depending on the situation for the newly designated entries of the large trees. Since the ripening matter had to wait until the later part of the night, this precious time could not be wasted lounging on a reclining chair. Knowing that a deadly storm was about to sweep through tomorrow afternoon, simply waiting to die was not Su Bai's style. With a long knife in hand, Su Bai strode to the highest steep slope in the center of the island, standing at the windward side, mentally reviewing the entire terrain of the small island. In fact, his own island had a particularly exquisite natural foundation. The entire island's terrain resembled a mud rice bowl, with the surrounding edges rising steeply due to the accumulation of reefs, while the central area, where special plants were cultivated and the wooden houses were situated, was relatively low, forming a natural basin. Observing this bowl-like terrain, Su Bai's defensive strategy suddenly became entirely clear. He raised his voice and through mental connection summoned the earth spirit that was busy loosening the soil in the field along with its 3 newly split little mud monsters to come to him. Standing on the slope, Su Bai pointed to the 2 sides of the originally undulating high soil slopes and loudly instructed the 4 earthy elemental beings below, "Come, big guy, take your 3 little brothers and start working. Listen to my command later, and with all your might pile up all the soil from the bottoms of these slopes on both sides, making the walls as straight and high as possible. I want to turn both sides into steep mud walls that even monkeys cannot climb over, securely protecting the magical field and wooden houses in the middle." This move of Su Bai's was called battlefield transformation. Even if the monsters crawling out of the water had less than ideal intellect, facing the towering steep walls on both sides with no place to gain leverage, they certainly would not foolishly attempt to climb up during their charge. As long as the walls on both sides were sufficiently high, the defense lines on both sides could be treated as air, and in this way the originally lengthy coastline that required comprehensive defense would be compressed into the 2 narrow passageways at the ends of the island. The classic pocket formation. After issuing the absolute order to build the walls, Su Bai rubbed his chin and then instructed the earth spirits. "Once you raise the high walls on both sides, do not stop. Use all your strength to fill in the 2 gaps at the front and back. Dig 3 giant pits, each 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep, in the shallow waters and grassland outside the passage. When the storm hits tomorrow and the monsters rush into the passage with the flood, these large pits will be the best stumbling blocks for them. As long as we can slow down their overwhelming charge by even 10 to 20% in those pits, our blades will be able to sever a few more of their heads, significantly reducing the pressure we face tomorrow." Although the earth spirits do not speak human language, they are remarkably efficient in carrying out tasks. They adorably clasped their hands towards Su Bai and then transformed into muddy waters swiftly spreading down. Before long, with a deep rumbling sound, the earth on both sides began to roll and rise inch by inch. Watching the natural defensive walls quickly taking shape, Su Bai leaned on his long knife and mentally rearranged his forces and strategies for the battle tomorrow. With these 2 mud walls in place, defending his current fighting strength would be much more relaxed. When the flood arrives tomorrow, he will stand at the main entrance where the monsters are most densely packed, wielding his indestructible longing knife. With the terrifying strength and swordsmanship he cultivated through life and death battles, paired with the sharpness of the long knife, as long as 3 or 4 bronze-level monsters do not leap out simultaneously from the flood to swarm him, he can surely hold this position steady as a mountain. As for the relatively concealed backdoor passage, the number of monsters there would likely be much fewer, which Subai planned to entrust entirely to Du Ling. Once Du Ling awakens her poisonous abilities tonight and combines them with her powerful attribute of the Death Apostle that triples damage along with 5 2.5 turtle tough-skinned rock soldiers serving as meat shields against the monster's attacks. With Xiaoshan the mobile high-powered flash grenade hiding in the shadows ready to unleash a blinding white light to dazzle the monsters that just crawled ashore. This defense formation with meat shields control and large-scale continuous toxin damage. As long as the monsters do not grow wings, they will likely turn into a pool of blood on their way to forcefully break in through the back door. Subai mentally rehearsed this defense formation several times, feeling that as long as no major accidents occur, it should be a secure defense. However, being a cautious person, he always calculated 3 steps ahead before taking 1 step. After making the most of the geographical advantages, Subai blinked and suddenly realized a potentially fatal flaw in his defenses. Tomorrow's storm will be a massive downpour obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. Although most flying creatures in the island world cannot fly due to the strong winds and can only stay submerged in the water or flounder on the ground, who can guarantee that? If several formidable flying monsters that are not afraid of wind and rain suddenly emerge from the dark clouds, wouldn't the stone lumps on the shore that only know how to throw punches and stones turn into live targets? Thinking about this, Su Bei's brow furrowed slightly and a glimmer of insight suddenly sparked in his eyes. What he lacked on this island was not close combat fighters, but a long-range anti-air capability to shoot down the airborne creatures. Since I plan to head back to the Special Operations Branch in West City tonight to recruit personnel, why not take advantage of my close relationship with Xun Qingling and trade for a batch of large bows and heavy crossbow arrows from their armory? Once he acquires those large bows and heavy crossbows and brings them back to the island when the clock strikes 12, he can refresh the attributes. He should be able to obtain several top-notch attributes that enhance speed, power, or even provide explosive or bleeding effects for the arrows. When selecting seed candidates at the Special Operations Branch, besides picking 1 or 2 promising individuals with powerful abilities, he can also widen his scope to look for a sharpshooter who ranked first in archery simulations at school. Bringing this person back to the island whenever a flying creature dares to reveal itself from the dark clouds, he can directly shoot it down with a single arrow. In a stable situation without flying monsters causing trouble, this long-range archer can stand atop the piled mud walls, drawing back the bow from a high vantage point, providing extensive and powerful long-range fire support for Subai or the rock soldier squad fighting desperately at the front lines. By carefully considering this line of thought, Subai felt that the 3-dimensional defense formation of his island would finally become truly flawless. In his heart, he was already more than 95% certain that he could safely weather the impending storm crisis. As for the remaining uncertain 5%, he habitually reserved for unforeseen circumstances. For instance, if several bronze-level formidable monsters simultaneously emerge from the flood tomorrow, or even worse, if a silver-level terrifying behemoth shows up, then there would be nothing more to say, and he could only acknowledge his misfortune. However, Subai recalled the survival experiences left by seasoned islanders he had reviewed before. In the island world, newly qualified apprentice islanders encountering bronze-level monsters during their novice phase are already considered extremely unlucky. In newly opened islands, with weak foundations, the energy they emit is very weak, offering no significant attraction to those powerful high-level monsters. The high-level monsters lurking in the depths of the sea are mainly focused on seasoned islanders who have developed their islands for several years or even over a decade during storms. These seasoned islanders have expansive islands filled with patches of special plants and a large number of ordinary workers and mature ability users. For the monsters, breaking through such a well-established defensive island not only allows them to seize numerous high-grade resources, but also turns all living humans on the island into a feast for them. In contrast, the new islands are often desolate, and apart from some soil and a few ordinary fruit trees, there is hardly anything of value. What do those high-level monsters come all the way through the storm for? It's simply not worth the risk. However, as Subai stood on the large blue stone, he pondered deeply, suddenly finding himself with a headache. Although his island was indeed a newly established one in terms of internal resource distribution, it had already begun to take shape. To say nothing of the 6 fully grown bronze-level anming trees that had been uprooted from the corrupted island and can directly yield fruit, along with a guanghua fruit tree, a shuling fruit tree, and clusters of blooming golden powder roses and red cloud poison ginseng. If all these high-level extraordinary resources are combined, how could this small island still be considered a novice island without value? It actually resembles a top-tier luxury buffet. Oh no, the more I think about it, the more I feel like tomorrow is going to be a tough one. Subai rubbed his slightly tense temples, unable to suppress a bitter taste in his mouth. Just as he stood on the slope lost in thought, a gentle sound of footsteps came from behind him. Du Ling, who had just placed the fruits properly, had come over at some point, watching Su Bei's tightly furrowed brows. She gently extended her fair little hands, softly pressing on both sides of Su Bei's temples, kneading them with just the right amount of pressure. Du Ling slightly lowered her head and softly comforted him by whispering in his ear, "Island Master, please don't be too anxious. I just checked, and the terrain of our island has been remarkably improved by the Earth Spirit, providing us with a significant geographical advantage for defense. Although tomorrow's storm sounds terrifying with you here, we will surely weather it safely." After a few gentle presses from Du Ling, Su Bai let out a sigh, feeling that the tense nerves in his head had indeed. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Bai chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, "To be honest, this is my first time facing such a large-scale storm in the island world, and I can't help but feel a bit of uncontainable tension inside." However, Su Bai was someone who had experienced life and death challenges, and he quickly steadied his mind. Standing up, he instructed Du Ling behind him, "Time waits for no one. I must make a quick trip back to Blue Star. While I'm away, stay here and keep an eye on the movements in the fields." Du Ling had performed excellently in her survival assessment, and her foundational skills regarding island construction were exceptionally solid. With her assisting the Earth Spirit in continuing the improvements on the high walls and digging pits, the finishing touches on the terrain defense system would certainly not go wrong. This way Su Bai could completely free his hands. He planned to take advantage of the last window of opportunity tonight before the storm arrived, using the teleportation array to return to Blue Star, to the Special Operations Division in West City, to see if he could use his merits or resources to obtain some powerful defensive tools that could be immediately useful. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to take the opportunity to check on the candidates for special abilities that Shun Qingling. Arriving at this time would allow him to refresh those candidates just before midnight. After midnight, when the panel resets, he would also be able to conduct a second round of refreshing on the spot. 2 consecutive screening opportunities would double his chances of encountering high-quality candidates with suitable combat attributes among the crowd. Even if luck was truly poor and he didn't encounter any extraordinary talents among the candidates after these 2 rounds of refreshing, he could still find a way to procure a powerful quality crossbow from the armory through the internal channels of the Special Operations Division. He didn't need this weapon to be as rare as a silver-grade dragon's cryblade. As long as he could obtain a strong attribute of at least bronze-grade, it would definitely be a heavy weapon that could be of great use against the impending storm. After making his decision, Su Bai acted without hesitation. He quickly searched his mind for the accurate teleportation coordinates of the West City Special Operations Division building that Shun Qingling had sent him earlier, then raised his left hand, channeling a stream of energy directly into the Island Master's mark on the back of his hand. As a blinding white light erupted from the space, Su Bei's figure instantly vanished from his original spot. Meanwhile, Du Ling, who remained on the island, immediately turned and quickly walked toward the front line where the earth was churning. She was determined to fully apply the defensive knowledge she had learned in school, commanding the Earth Spirit to perfect every detail of the traps and high walls, ensuring she would not let down the Island Master's trust in her. When the sensation of weightlessness and dizziness surrounding him receded like a tide, Su Bei's vision regained. At this time, he had crossed the distant spatial barrier and was once again standing on the concealed teleportation array inside the West City Special Operations Division building. The air here was a bit cold, tinged with a metallic and mechanical hardness. Before Su Bai could steady himself, the sound of urgent and rhythmic boot steps echoed from the dark corridor ahead. Several burly men clad in black special operations body armor, their faces looking extremely stern, quickly approached. The leader, a middle-aged man, stopped 3 steps away from Su Bai, scanning him up and down with a sharp gaze. Then he saluted him in a very standard manner and asked in a deep voice, "May I ask if you are the newly appointed Island Master Su Bai who has just reached the top this year?" Su Bai met the other's gaze, calmly nodded and replied, "Yes, that's me." After confirming Su Bei's identity, the captain's previously cold expression suddenly revealed a genuine. He stepped forward, extending his calloused hand, and said, "Island Master Su, it's a pleasure. We have already received an upper-level notification from Commander Shun Qingling informing us that you would personally come tonight to select personnel for island defense. Currently, all candidates with qualifying abilities in the Special Operations Division are already prepared in the training. What do you think? Shall we head there directly now?" Su Bai shook hands with the other man, feeling the strength of a soldier in his grip, and nodded, saying, "All right, time is of the essence, so let's go take a look right away. Lead the way." Under the guidance of these elite special operations members, Su Bai passed through several alloy defense doors that required strict access card permissions, eventually arriving at an extremely spacious modern training ground, filled with heavy equipment and combat simulation dummies. At this moment, the empty training ground was faintly echoing with heavy gasps and sounds of collisions. About 20 young people, all around 20 years old, were scattered across various areas, drenched in sweat as they engaged in nearly self-torturous high-intensity combat and physical training. Although these young people had not been recognized by the heart of the island for various reasons in the past, and could not become esteemed island masters, Su Bai simply stood at the door and observed their swift and powerful punching actions and solid footwork, instantly making a judgment in his heart. Among ordinary people, this group was undoubtedly a rare breed of fighters. The team leader who brought Su-bai stepped to the center of the training ground, cupped his hands, and shouted in a voice like a bell, "Everyone stand at attention. Immediately drop your equipment and gather in the open area ahead." Hearing the commander's shout, the more than 20 young people who had been sweating profusely did not hesitate in the slightest. They swiftly put down their dumbbells and barbells, their faces filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety as they hurriedly ran over. As they rushed over, their gazes were all focused intently on Su-bai, who stood beside the captain. Actually, earlier in the afternoon, they had already received a life-changing piece of news through internal channels. Tonight, a powerful and well-resourced new island master would personally come to this division to select permanent personnel for the island. Moreover, the commander who conveyed the message had subtly hinted that this incoming island master was none other than the legendary newcomer who was the first this year to pass the novice assessment. Currently ranked at the top of the global novice island master leaderboard, Su-bai, for these young people who were stuck at the bottom of Blue Star full of skills, but with no place to showcase them. Being chosen by such a promising top island master not only meant they could completely escape a mediocre it also meant that as long as they could perform well in the upcoming battles, they would be rewarded with rare special fruits from the island master, transforming them into respected extraordinary beings, allowing them to return to that magnificent and mysterious world of islands. With such an opportunity to rise to great heights laid out before them, who could not be excited? Who could remain calm? In just a few breaths, over 20 young individuals had already lined up in front of Su-bai, arranged by height and gender, forming a neat and upright row. Each of them stood tall, proudly showcasing their most spirited and strongest selves. Su-bai had his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly walked to the front of the line. His gaze was like two bolts of lightning slowly sweeping across the faces of the young candidates. Under the intensity of Su-bai's stare, the candidates felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. The aura of a god of death, refined through blood and countless monster corpses, along with the unyielding pressure emanating from his powerful physique, was several times more formidable than the bronze-level ability instructors they usually encountered in the building. While feeling awe, many candidates found their eyes burning with fervor and anticipation intensifying they were all proud individuals and understood that serving under such a formidable island master whose strength was nearly terrifying would provide them with boundless room for growth in the future. The candidates were mentally urging themselves, hoping that Su-bai's discerning gaze would ultimately fall upon them. As he stood at the front of the line, Su-bai appeared to be solemnly inspecting their thighs and muscles. In reality, his gaze was directed at the empty space above their heads, where he silently issued a command: refresh. As he issued the refresh command, Su-bai turned to the team leader of the Special Operations Group standing beside him and casually said, "Captain, besides selecting candidates, I also need to requisition a batch of high-strength longbows and accompanying heavy arrows from your storage." The captain, hearing this somewhat strange request from Su-bai, felt a bit puzzled in his heart. In this era filled with firearms and extraordinary abilities, the primitive cold weapon of a longbow posed limited threat to the tough-skinned monsters on the island, seeming rather useless. However, he thought for a moment and figured that perhaps this was a test set by the island master for assessing the candidate's adaptability to weapons, so he didn't take it too seriously. "No problem, Island Master Su. I'll have someone handle it right away." The captain turned around and quietly instructed one of his subordinates. Then he stood back, watching with a mix of anticipation and confusion as Su-bai walked past the 20 or so candidates. This veteran, who had been in the Special Operations Group for many years, was extremely curious about what astonishing methods this revered island master, rumored to be extraordinary, would employ to select candidates tonight. He wasn't conducting strength tests or organizing on-site combat. Could he really discern a person's potential just by looking at them? Not only was the captain feeling anxious, but the 20 or so young people standing in the line were equally filled with. According to the traditional recruitment processes of the major factions on Blue Star, shouldn't the island master have them come up one by one to showcase their close combat skills, marksmanship, or architectural theories of the island, from which he would select the best? Why had the rules changed with this island master Su? Since earlier they had been standing there like wooden stakes while he simply strolled in front of them. Although their stomachs were filled with questions due to the strict discipline of the Special Operations Group, none of the candidates dared to speak out, all of them gritting their teeth and waiting silently for the final judgment. Meanwhile, Su-bai, walking at the forefront of the crowd, had no intention of speculating about the complex thoughts in the minds of these young people. At this moment, he was scanning the large, colorful entry orbs that popped up in the air, and with each passing moment the disappointment in his eyes grew stronger. This group of young people, selected and trained by the Special Operations Group with strict standards, had entries that were truly dismal under the system's evaluation. Upon looking around, all he saw were ordinary entries in a sea of white, with only a few green entries indicating excellence flashing above a couple of heads. These were merely enhancements like endurance boost and outstanding explosiveness, which leaned towards basic physical attributes and fell far short of Su-bai's expectations. At the very least, I should find something like Du Ling's rare, epic, or legendary entry among these people. How about just a blue exceptional level? Yet as he walked past, the highest entry he encountered was merely a rare level, and there was only one. Subai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The quality of this batch of young people trained by the Special Operations Group in terms of hidden talent was indeed somewhat lacking. However, he managed his expression while maintaining a demeanor that was inscrutable, cold, and serious. After all, there were still a few candidates left in the line, yet to be refreshed. Perhaps good prospects were hidden at the bottom. Moreover, even if nothing remarkable was surfaced this time, he wasn't worried at all. At worst, he could wait until after midnight tonight, and once the system's reset cooldown was over, he could force another round of refresh on these individuals. If he still couldn't pick out any standout candidates after 2 rounds, it would simply mean that this batch of candidates and Subei were not destined to be together. Just as this self-comforting thought emerged in Subei's mind, his footsteps stopped at the third-to-last position in the line, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Without warning, a clear blue glow erupted in his virtual field of vision. An exceptional level entry had... Subei suppressed his inner joy, blinked, and began to scrutinize the owner of this blue glow. It was another young woman. Wait, why did I use another? He shook his head, casting aside those odd thoughts, and focused all his attention on the specific attribute description of this exceptional level entry. Ranger Exceptional Level. The potential within the bearer of this entry is fully awakened, granting a permanent 2-fold enhancement to all basic physical strength and agility attributes. Additionally, the individual will automatically gain advanced archery proficiency, enabling perfect mastery over all cold weapon shooting tools. Looking at the clear words on the panel, Subei nodded inwardly. This talent named Ranger indeed had a remarkably solid overall quality. It was extremely rare to have 2 powerful practical effects. One was a comprehensive doubling of basic physical attributes, and the other was a highly specialized advanced archery skill. Combined, these should rank among the most practical of all blue exceptional level entries. If one had to pick a minor shortcoming in this perfect entry, it was that this talent purely enhanced physical attributes, providing no additional power or effects regarding abilities or spiritual energy. This meant that if Subei wanted to further enhance this woman's combat power, he absolutely couldn't give her conventional fruits like the Solar Blossom or the Dark Shadow fruit. Instead, he would need to find rare special fruits that could forcibly enhance her body or weapons. In simple terms, he needed to pursue the path of an extraordinary archer who used external forces to enhance arrows, thereby causing greater destructive damage through pure physical prowess and skill. Subei fell into contemplation. If he were to fix the term Ranger, right now he could easily achieve the effect of air defense and long-range suppression by finding suitable enhanced fruits on the island. Moreover, considering the imminent battlefield conversion efficiency, the immediate combat power that the Ranger term could provide was far more practical than that of dueling. Subei halted his steps, standing quietly before the young woman, arms crossed as he began to delve into deep He felt that in this moment of crisis, it was necessary to flexibly adjust his previous selection strategy. The epic term Death Apostle that Du Ling possessed would indeed be incredibly strong once matured, but there was a crucial prerequisite. She had to successfully consume a large quantity of ripe dark underworld fruits before the flood came tomorrow, awaken in a very short time, and thoroughly understand the combat style of poison-based abilities. If any link in this process went wrong, then in tomorrow's core storm defense battle, Du Ling's combat power would be no different from that of ordinary civilians waving flags on the shore. From a highly realistic defensive perspective, the young woman with the Ranger term suddenly became extraordinary because the skills she possessed were readily available. As long as Subei fixed her position now and equipped her with a heavy-duty bow, she could immediately step onto the defense line in tomorrow's storm. She would instantly transform into a top-tier sharpshooter capable of taking down monsters from 100 meters away with a single arrow. This would be the perfect immediate combat power supplement for Subei's currently lacking aerial defense and long-range fire support. As Subei stood still, his gaze shifting between uncertainty and determination. The young woman, named Xian Mingyue, standing before him, began to tense up her body, growing rigid from the intense anticipation. She watched as the legendary island master halted his steps right in front of her, feeling her heart skip a beat at the sharp gaze that scrutinized her. She frantically asked herself, he stopped. Does that mean that among this entire team of talented individuals, she has truly become the one favored by the goddess of fortune, chosen by this top newcomer? Meanwhile, the other candidates in the team watched as Subei's steps came to a halt 3 positions from the end, their expressions instantly shifting to one of despair and disappointment. Especially those candidates who had already been passed over by Subei felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The meaning of this procedure was crystal clear. This island master Subei had clearly already chosen someone in that direction after wandering among the crowd for quite a while, and those who had been walked past were undoubtedly eliminated in the first round. Not only did the candidates below have their own thoughts, but the team leader, observing from the side, was also taken aback, his eyes filled with incredulous surprise. He instinctively widened his eyes, following Subei's line of sight to fixate on the young woman with a high ponytail, his mind filled with questions. What kind of bizarre rules was this island master using to select people? From the perspective of this seasoned soldier who had spent years in the military, the candidate that Subei was fixating on showed no distinguishing features that would catch anyone's eye, at least not from appearances and public data. In terms of appearance and physique among the young women in this team, she could only be considered above average. Compared to the few girls in the front row with striking looks and hot bodies, she certainly did not hold an advantage. As for her public combat assessment scores and weapon combat skills, her overall score could only be described as mediocre, performing neither hot nor cold on a daily basis. Among this group, there were clearly 2 or 3 top seed candidates who had scored full marks in strength, speed, and firearm simulations. Why was this unfathomable island master unwilling to even glance at those outstanding students, yet chose to stop in front of this seemingly mediocre candidate? All those present, whether candidates or veteran soldiers leading them, were filled with confusion. Yet due to the faint oppressive aura of the killing god emanating from Su Bai, the entire training ground remained in absolute silence. After a moment, Su Bai's complex tactical calculations finally came to an end. He took a deep breath and his previously hesitant gaze became resolute. No more wasting time tonight, he would choose this one. The Ranger term might indeed have a lower potential ceiling than Du Ling's Death Apostle, which could triple the effects of abilities, and it wasn't the strongest of all terms. But Su Bai knew very well that at this moment when monsters could forcefully land at any time, it was undoubtedly the most suitable term for his island's defense system, capable of killing enemies instantly. Though Su Bai had a very clear plan in mind, he still restrained his impulses, adhering to the principle of not wasting any opportunity. He held back his impatience and took a step to refresh the last 2 remaining candidates in the queue with the systems. He still secretly held a glimmer of hope that he might strike it rich, finding a legendary or mythic term glowing in orange or gold among the last 2 spots. Alas, reality proved he was overthinking. The terms that popped up over the last 2 ordinary candidates remained starkly pale, very unimpressive. Through these 2 large-scale selection experiences on Blue Star, Su Bai had somewhat summarized a basic iron rule regarding the system's refresh function. Whenever he stood on the land of the island world and used the refresh function on plants born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or on life forms summoned using recruitment scrolls, the probability of high-quality terms appearing was often slightly higher. Moreover, the higher the original basic grade of the refreshed items, the stronger the contained energy, the greater the chance of producing premium terms, which could be considered a typical case of the strong becoming stronger within the system. Conversely, if he used the refresh on ordinary humans from Blue Star, the final results often appeared very mediocre. This logically made sense, as humans from Blue Star could not use terms until they awakened as extraordinary beings. Previously, in that vast slum in West City, Su Bai had persistently refreshed several hundred individuals, and just when he was about to give up after being dazzled by a sea of pale terms, he stumbled upon Du Ling, who possessed the epic term Death Apostle. And now, among the more than 20 candidates rigorously tested by the Special Affairs team, only one had emerged with the blue excellent term Ranger. As for the others, who were considered elite soldiers in the eyes of ordinary people from the system's perspective, they were merely. As for the reason behind the significant differences between the island and Blue Star in the system's assessment, Su Bai quietly noted this question in his mind. He currently had neither the spare heart nor energy to delve into the secrets behind this during this crisis moment. Now that the optimal candidate to defend against tomorrow's Tempest had been identified, the next critical task was to procure the weapon capable of fully unleashing her innate talent. Yet before escorting her away as Lord of the Island, he was bound by protocol to inquire directly and formally. Su Bai gathered his scattered thoughts, stepped forward, and fixed his gaze upon the sharp-featured woman before him, her raven hair drawn into a high ponytail, and asked, "What is your name? Do you have any unresolved ties or family in the real world of launching?" Hearing the island lord address her personally, the young woman instantly straightened her spine and replied with unwavering clarity, reporting to the island lord. "I am Xian Mingyue. Raised since childhood in a war-torn orphanage, my background impeccably clean. In Launching's reality, I have neither attachments nor kin. I am prepared to die for my master at any moment." Su Bai nodded slightly at this resolute reply, then spoke coldly. "I went to extraordinary lengths, leveraging the Special Affairs Bureau's channels, to select personnel. Before you arrived, your commanding officer must have briefed you thoroughly on the situation I face." Reporting to the island lord. "I mean, you understand perfectly. You seek those who can immediately assume frontline defense against the cataclysmic storm descending upon the island tomorrow afternoon." Xian Mingyue's response remained crisp and unhesitating. "Tomorrow, monstrous abominations will claw their way from the sea, tearing living flesh apart. This is no simulation drill in a training academy. At any moment, your life may be forfeit upon the shoreline. Let me ask you one final time, do you fear death?" "I do not fear. The Special Affairs Bureau has nurtured me for years, forging within me the art of lethal combat. To wither away numbly in some crumbling low-rank building of Launching would be a fate far more desolate than falling in battle beside a lord as noble and formidable as yourself on the front lines of this island. That, Xian Mingyue, would be the supreme honor of my life." For an instant, a gleam of martial pride shimmered in the young woman's eyes. "Very well, tonight you are chosen." Su Bai approvingly clapped her shoulder. At his words, Xian Mingyue's suspended heart finally settled. She snapped a sharp military salute and bellowed, "Mingyue swears." by life and soul, to never betray Lord Su's trust. Subai gestured lightly, signaling her to contain her fervor. Then his gaze shifted sideways, to where the newly delivered weapons rested. Dozens of heavy longbows, each uniquely forged, gleamed with cold metallic luster. Subai casually selected one and tossed it to Xian Mingyue. Save the vows for later. Tomorrow's battlefield answers only to what lies in your hands. Tell me, what fraction of your true archery mastery can you wield under pressure? Hearing that she would be tested, Xian Mingyue lifted her chin, unfazed. She drew the bowstring, lightly weighed the weapon in her palms, and adjusted to its center of gravity. Then her right hand blurred into motion, reaching back, drawing an arrow from her quiver, knocking, drawing, full, releasing, all in one seamless fluid arc. Tum, 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 tum. 5 impacts fused into a single resonant chord. Following the sound, Subai saw 5 custom-forged steel short arrows embedded, not scattered, but precisely clustered within a single crimson bullseye, and no larger than a thumbnail on the alloy wall 100 meters distant. Such was the force behind each shot that the subsequent arrow cleaved cleanly through the fletching of the preceding one. All 5 arrow shafts still vibrated violently, in midair, humming with residual energy. Witnessing such dazzling archery, Subai could not suppress a look of profound admiration. This girl, Xian Mingyue, had yet to acquire the fixed ranger trait, yet even with only the archery skill honed in Lanxing's mortal realm, she ranked among the absolute elite of ordinary humanity. More remarkably, she possessed an innate affinity for every bow she touched, able to wield it flawlessly upon first grasp. Once midnight struck tonight and her trait solidified, her perception and arm strength would instantly double, and she would gain mastery of advanced archery techniques. By tomorrow's battlefield, this girl would transform into a legendary Eagle Eye, a name that would make even airborne monstrosities flee in terror. She might not slay thick-skinned bronze-tier demons outright, but she would unquestionably dominate aerial predators swooping from above or deliver precise long-range suppression fire from ramparts onto ground-bound rock soldiers. With this formidable long-range artillery now secured, Subai's odds of victory in tomorrow's storm defense surged dramatically. After loosing her 5 arrows, Xian Mingyue swiftly resheathed the great bow and returned to her position, awaiting her lord's next command. Subai withdrew his gaze and turned toward the guide captain beside him, already stunned speechless by that display of rapid-fire precision, and said, "Take these bows. We proceed immediately to the enclosed indoor firing range. I must test each longbow myself." As Subai, Xian Mingyue, and the captain turned to leave the training hall, a tall, broad-shouldered youth in the candidate line could no longer contain his simmering resentment and frustration. Driven by searing envy, he summoned every ounce of courage, stepped forward, and shouted, "Lord Su, Mingyue's physical performance scores in the Special Affairs Bureau never rank within the top 3. With all due respect, I ask before any formal testing has begun, what singular insight led you to choose her instantly, and why reject us?" Hearing the challenge and defiance echo behind him, Subai paused mid-step, then slowly turned, his obsidian eyes locking unblinkingly onto the youth's face. A god of war's aura surged forth, so overwhelming that the youth's defiant posture crumbled instantly. His face drained pale, and his mouth snapped shut instinctively. Subai surveyed the group of spirited, ambitious candidates and spoke calmly. "In this world, no justification is required. I chose her for one reason alone, because in my eyes her latent potential surpasses that of all of you combined. Nothing more, nothing less." Having spoken this unvarnished truth, Subai did not linger. He strode purposefully out of the hall. Less than 20 hours remained until the storm's arrival. Time had narrowed to a razor's edge. Every second counted. He waited for midnight, when trait fixation would reset. Before using the system's power to elevate her loyalty to absolute certainty, Subai would never commit the grave error of bringing an unsecured Xian Mingyue onto his private island. They soon reached a sealed underground weapons range deep within the building's core. Under Subai's orders, Xian Mingyue assumed the firing position and began lividisting each of the dozen candidate longbows, one after another. Her archery aptitude proved truly extraordinary. Any unfamiliar great bow once drawn and fired just once to gauge its character yielded instantly to her intuition. By the second or third shot, she had mastered its temperament, and each subsequent release sent an arrow piercing the deepest red heart of the target 100 meters away. Subai, standing nearby as chief examiner, appeared to scrutinize her stance and the arrow's flight path. In truth, each time Xian Mingyue drew a new longbow, Subai silently issued a command, refreshing its trait parameters in his mind. As radiant pulses flickered across the weapon, an endless procession of arcane traits scrolled before him. Extended range, reduced draw weight, rapid fire sequence, silent release. A dizzying cascade of attributes unfolded across his vision. Yet after carefully evaluating each trait's practical effects, Subai shook his head, disappointed. Most were merely common white or green tier enhancements, trivial, almost useless. They held no strategic value for the imminent siege. Fortunately, fortune smiled just as Xian Mingyue grasped the penultimate bow, a pitch-black 30-pound steel longbow specially forged, the system's light, flared violently. Above the weapon, a brilliant azure glow coalesced. An exalted tier trait materialized. Precision exalted tier automatically corrects arrow trajectory amid gale force winds and other adverse conditions, locking unerringly onto vital targets. Additionally, this weapon gains 200 meters of effective lethal range, elevating its overall quality to superior bronze rank. Looking at the newly refreshed description of this exceptional weapon, Su Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If all goes well, the longbow should be the best quality divine weapon that can be obtained from the Special Affairs team tonight. Almost simultaneously, Xian Minjiu's body trembled inexplicably. Surprised, she looked down at the bow in her hands, and then turned to Su Bai, unable to help but speak. Master Island Lord, I can't quite explain it, but as soon as this longbow came into my hands, it felt as if it were an arm that I had grown myself. Seeing the delight on Xian Minjiu's face, Su Bai raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. He pondered with some sentimentality, wondering if this might be classified under the system's hidden rules as a kind of natural attraction between equivalent attributes. At this moment, Xian Minjiu's ranger talent and the longbow's black iron precision attribute both enhanced ranged capabilities. Perhaps these two similar combat attributes resonated in an invisible way. Forget it, I'll explore that later. Shaking his head, Su Bai gathered his scattered thoughts and stepped forward to take the heavy black longbow. Turning to the captain of the Special Affairs team, standing beside him, he said, "All right, no need to waste effort trying others. I want this longbow tonight. Go to the armory and get 2 large boxes of the strongest penetrating steel arrows that can be allocated right now." Upon hearing Su Bai's decision on the weapon, the captain showed no hesitation and immediately ran off to instruct his subordinates to expedite the matter. Once the others had left, Su Bai turned to Xian Mingyue, saying, "All right, you don't need to be here for now. You should immediately return to your own quarters, pack up any personal items and luggage you might need, and wait for me in the hall. After midnight, I will come back to take you for the teleportation." Hearing the Island Lord's instructions, Xian Minjiu's spirited brows raised slightly, and she wanted to express that as a soldier, she could easily roll up her bedding and follow the Island Lord to work in the island world immediately. However, her instinct to obey as a soldier compelled her to swallow the pleasantries that were about to escape her lips. Putting down the longbow, Xian Mingyue respectfully bid farewell to Su Bai and hurried back to pack her belongings. After a moment, the captain of the Special Affairs team returned, wiping his sweat, and reported to Su Bai, "Master Su, the 2 large boxes of steel-penetrating arrows you requested have all been transported from the armory. Additionally, all the items you entrusted to Commander Shin Qingling before the teleportation are ready in the building's hall. Would you like to go check them now?" Su Bai nodded and took out the defense requirement list he had written on the island. The list was densely packed with items such as large quantities of specially made barbed wire steel defensive caltrops, thick alloy ground anchors for securing the defense line, and a significant amount of composite anti-slip steel plates for reinforcing pits. Although these ordinary defensive items could not compare in lethality to those world-destroying extraordinary skills, they could at least sap the momentum of the monster's charges. Most importantly, while writing this list, Su Bai had weighed the benefits against the cost of teleportation. Though the barbed wire and caltrops were not small in size, they were of hollow structure, and their total weight was not considered heavy in the system's assessment. This way, the energy required to teleport them to the island world would be relatively low. It should be noted that the rules of the island world dictate that whether transferring from Blue Star to the island or through remote material exchanges between different islands, the energy consumed for each teleportation comes from the core of the island. In simpler terms, it's like using the essence painstakingly accumulated from the unique plants on one's own island as tolls. The heavier the items being teleported, and the higher their value, the more energy is consumed. This strict rule firmly restricts all island lords. If one were to simplify things and transport heavy steel and concrete to build castles from Blue Star, within a month the rare plants on the island would wither completely due to their life force being drained by the system. Thus, Su Bai meticulously calculated before finalizing this list. This was also a test of the Special Affairs team's capabilities. If they couldn't gather ordinary barbed wire and caltrops within 2 hours, there would be no need for deep cooperation between the two sides in the future. The captain of the Special Affairs team led the way with flattery, assuring that all supplies were prepared to the highest military. Su Bai arrived at the underground hall and looked at the neatly stacked bundles of barbed wire and rows of cold, glimmering steel caltrops on the spacious alloy floor, nodding in satisfaction. It was just around 10 o'clock at night, with more than 2 hours left until midnight, when the system resets and Xian Minjiu's attributes are fixed. In order to maximize the progress of tomorrow's defensive battle, Su Bai decided not to wait idly and immediately began transporting the steel-penetrating arrows and defensive supplies back to the island in batches. He wanted to take advantage of the fading light, and before the storm hit, to have Du Ling and the Earth Spirit set up the first solid physical defense line at the 2 narrow pocket passages. Su Bai knew very well that in the face of tomorrow's extremely violent super monster onslaught, these defenses would likely be destroyed within the first 10 minutes of battle. However, in the critical battlefield of life and death, those initial 10 minutes could provide invaluable time for the Rock Soldier squad and Xian Mingyue on the high walls. Resolute in his decision, Su Bai slung the longbow over his shoulder, picked up 2 large boxes of steel arrows, and stepped onto the teleportation array. In a flash of white light, he instantly returned to his island world with a large quantity of armament supplies. As soon as he stepped on the fragrant, spiritually charged mud, Su Bai saw Du Ling in a sleek black leather outfit drenched in sweat directing the massive earth spirit near the coastline. Through their relentless efforts, the mud walls on the east and west sides of the island had been raised to 4 or 5 meters, their surfaces compacted and smoothed by the earth spirit, resembling 2 sheer cliffs protecting the magical fields deep inside. At the 2 openings in the north and south, 3 deep pits had begun to take shape. Upon seeing the teleportation array light up and Su Bai appearing with a large amount of supplies, Du Ling joyfully paused her work at the front line and quickly ran over, wiping her sweat. She scanned the pile of large boxes and caltrops with a smile and joked, "Island Lord, your efficiency in handling matters in Blue Star is truly impressive. It's only been a little over an hour, and you've already brought back the supplies." It seems the selection of future ranged combat personnel from the Special Affairs team went extremely smoothly, right? I wonder which new sister has caught the eye of our brilliant and mighty Island Lord this time. Listening to Du Ling's inquiry, Su Bai, who was squatting down to inspect the steel arrows, suddenly froze in his actions. He raised his head in surprise, blinking at the smiling, short-haired woman in front of him. This development seemed somewhat off. Su Bai couldn't help but murmur in his heart. During his trip back to Blue Star for selection, he had only met about 20 candidates from the hall to the shooting range, and Xian Mingyue was merely someone he had temporarily chosen based on the probability of attributes. Since he returned from the teleportation, he hadn't even had a chance to say a word, let alone disclose a single detail about the new recruit to Du Ling. Where did this girl get her absolute confidence, immediately assuming that the one he selected was definitely a female, and casually referring to her as sister? Could it be that this is the supernatural sixth sense that women possess, which defies all logic and scientific? Seeing the somewhat dazed expression on Su Bai's face, Du Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth with her small hand, letting out a clear, delicate laugh. Tilting her small head slightly, and blinking her lively eyes, she explained, "My lord of the island, you don't need to stare at Meng Ling with such a monstrous gaze. I actually don't possess the abilities you think I do." She continued, "The reason I asked that earlier was purely due to a wonderful, inexplicable feeling that exists between women. Judging by your expression, it seems I have indeed struck the mark." Hearing this perfunctory explanation, Su Bai could only point at Du Ling with a speechless face. "Alright, I must admit, I am thoroughly convinced by you women in this regard. You managed to guess this correctly. That's right, this time a general was selected from those little people in the special task group, and the final candidate is indeed a young girl named Xian Mingyue. Her archery skills are exceptionally solid and her shooting prowess is almost impeccable. She is a good candidate for longbow use." Hearing Su Bai's evaluation and positioning of the newcomer, Du Ling showed no signs of jealousy or competition. Instead, her eyes sparkled with surprising excitement at that moment. She raised her head, excitedly clapping her small hands, and sincerely echoed, "That's truly wonderful. It feels like the heavens are watching over us. My lord of the island, your wise decision tonight is indeed timely and far-sighted. With this, even if I cannot completely master the poison-related abilities by the latter half of tonight, our island's defense line will definitely not have any gaps due to my shortcomings alone." After reporting the benefits regarding the defense line, Du Ling walked up to Su Bai and sincerely praised, "You truly are the lord of the island. Even when everything seems to be a mess, you have already calculated every possible attack that the monsters might launch tomorrow afternoon amidst the storm. To be able to follow such a great master who thinks 3 steps ahead is truly the greatest fortune I, Du Ling, have earned in this lifetime." Cough, cough, enough of that. Listening to Du Ling's daily flattery in various forms, even with Su Bai's thick skin, he couldn't help but lightly cough twice, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly sent Du Ling away. This is one of the side effects of having maximum loyalty. Although Du Ling is currently exceptionally clever in daily tasks and tactical execution, there is absolutely no need to worry about her backstabbing or having ulterior motives. However, whenever she faces Su Bai himself, this girl will automatically apply a super beautifying filter, making any of Su Bai's ordinary choices appear to her as unparalleled wisdom of astonishing greatness. This peculiar feeling of being cherished every day has over time truly left Su Bai, a mere mortal, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, even giving rise to a subtle sense of embarrassment. Let's refrain from saying such flattery on the island in the future. It's making my ears calloused. Come over and help. In an attempt to mask his embarrassment, Su Bai hurriedly changed the topic, bending down to unwrap a bundle of. The two commanded 3 split-body mud monsters, preparing to transport the barbed wire into the freshly dug frontline trench. At that moment, a series of extremely urgent and heavy footsteps could be heard from the nearby tranquil coastal. A squad of rock soldiers towering at 2.5 meters tall was marching with a steady cadence, having taken a large circle around the edge of the island, and proudly returned to the open area of the central courtyard. Leading the way was a heavily armored rock soldier on whose gray shoulder sat the gem cat, elegantly strutting like a triumphant general, proudly raising its delicate little head. However, what caught Su Bai and Du Ling's eyes was the 5 hulking figures working together to carry a black monster. Seeing this, Su Bai's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Shouldn't there be an alarm for all hostile monsters within a 200-meter radius? Yet the system remained eerily calm with no alarms flashing about monster incursions. What those 5 rock soldiers were hoisting was a massive creature over 2 meters long covered in hard black armor. However, the monster's head had been smashed to the point where not even a trace of bone remained. Where on earth did this creature? Seeing her master staring at her in shock, the gem cat on the rock soldier's shoulder looked even more pleased. Gracefully stretching her soft little body in midair, she then opened her mouth and let out a series of short meows, signaling her triumph towards Su Bai. Meow, meow, meow. Through the mental link between the island master and the extraordinary pet, Su Bai's previously shocked expression transformed into one of utter amusement, turning into a helpless smile. It turns out that this pitifully defeated armored lizard's corpse could not, strictly speaking, be considered a member of the invading monster horde that was set to arrive tomorrow. This unfortunate armored lizard originally lived far from the island in a deep-sea reef area. Tonight it may have just been bored after a full meal, or perhaps it felt stifled after staying too long in deep water. Thus it swam towards the edge of this unfamiliar sea area, gently following the current to explore new territory. However, amidst the vastness of the sea, this dim-witted creature, while swimming downstream, likely got lost due to the current's deviation. Unfortunately, its path led it right past the outermost reef defense circle of Su Bai's island. Had it simply swum quietly downstream, without causing a stir, the island's heart, with its current underwater detection range and blind spots, would have never detected its presence. But the problem arose when this creature, after swimming for most of the night in deep water, likely held its breath to the limit while passing through the shallow reef area on the western side of Su Bai's island. It opened its mouth to joyfully take a breath of fresh air in the sea breeze, looking for something to eat on the island. Coincidentally, at that moment, the gem cat was patrolling with the 5 rock soldiers, swaggering through that very area of reef. The gem cat's golden eyes are not mere decoration. They shine like 2 blue lanterns in the night, with night vision and dynamic tracking capabilities that are several times more terrifying than a telescope. The head of the armored lizard had just emerged halfway from the waves when it was instantly caught by the gem cat, who was perched at the highest point. Upon discovering that a giant dared to show its face on its territory, the gem cat, self-proclaimed supreme commander of the patrol team, could not tolerate this. Fur bristling in anger, it sat atop the rock soldier's head and raised its little paw towards the sea. 5 bronze-level, heavily armored rock soldiers, following the captain's command, acted swiftly. With a flip of its paw, the earth element energy within it roared violently, and 5 massive stone arrows glowing with earthy light instantly formed in its palm. Before the armored lizard could fully exhale the air from its lungs after surfacing for a breath, it was already doomed. 5 gigantic stone arrows whistling through the air with a piercing sound smashed towards its head with overwhelming penetrating power. At such a close range, the armored lizard, with only black iron-level strength, had no chance to struggle or evade. All that could be heard was a thud. Boom. This utterly unfortunate beast didn't even have time to see the shadow of its enemies on the shore before half its head was smashed into a puddle of mush by the 5 thick stone arrows spraying everywhere. After a violent convulsion, its massive body turned belly up, floating lifelessly on the surface of the sea. Then, under the brilliant command of the gem cat captain, 2 rugged and sturdy rock soldiers jumped into the water and dragged the still steaming corpse up onto the beach like a dead dog. Carrying it on their shoulders as an unexpected trophy for the night, they swaggered back to the center of the island. After hearing the absurd account of the battle, Su Bai stood in place, stroking his chin as he looked at the utterly lifeless corpse of the armored lizard on the ground. For a moment, the corners of his mouth twitched, uncontrollably unsure of how to express the absurdity he felt. You, my friend. Should I say you didn't check the almanac before heading out today, or should I say you're just the perfect material for being a scapegoat? Su Bai shook his head and kicked the armored lizard's hard black shell with his toe. What kind of wild beast living perfectly in the ocean chooses to leave the safety of the sea at midnight to stir up trouble near his fully armed rookie island? Stirring up trouble is one thing, but why did it have to stick its head out to catch some air while passing by? Now look at what happened. It didn't even manage to catch a breath before being instantaneously killed in the water by a hungry cat and 5 stone lumps, leaving no complete corpse behind. Truly the most tragic monster to die in this island world. However, despite the complaints, Su Bai certainly wouldn't turn down the black iron-grade materials that had come to him. He smiled and turned to Du Ling, saying, "Alright, since the gem cats have accomplished this unexpected feat tonight, let's not waste their hard work. Let's put down the barbed wire and work together to trade this ready-made corpse to Xin Ling of the Special Affairs team. The resources we get in return will be just enough to reinforce the defenses with 2 more barricades for tomorrow, making sure this unfortunate creature dies with purpose, using its own bones to help us defend the island. Good job tonight, kitty. You have your reward." Su Bai vigorously rubbed the gem cat's little head, generously praising its cleverness and decisiveness, and took out a high-grade cat food can from his storage compartment, popping it open with a click. The gem cat stuck out its pink little tongue and quickly licked the can clean, its big eyes squinting into a narrow slit. After a satisfying meal, this little creature called out to Sue-bai proudly, as if to say it would continue to work hard and catch more unfortunate souls. Then with elegant cat-like steps it sat back down on the shoulder of the rock soldier, leading its heavily armored little squad to continue patrolling the coastline. Sue-bai watched its swaying tail and smiled, letting it be. This little thing was quite clever and didn't need any. Moreover, its attributes came with a luck bonus. If this little guy could cause a surprise on the island, it wouldn't be long before his island was in trouble. Having it act as a radar in front saved him a lot of trouble. Returning his gaze, Sue-bai opened the virtual panel of the system and began to carefully review tonight's plans. The newly acquired Ranger attribute and the Precision attribute on his longbow must be firmly locked in. Sue-bai knew very well that this was a guaranteed long-term investment. Not to mention the impending storm that would Sue-bai knew very well that this was a guaranteed long-term investment. Not to mention the impending storm that would soon hit just from a long-term developmental perspective. As he continuously transplanted various rare plants onto the island, the overall star rating of the island would increasingly rise. In the world of islands, this was like a searchlight in the night. The ability to attract monsters would only grow stronger, and the frequency and scale of monster invasions would even with his ironclad body, there would always come a time when he couldn't hold the line alone. Now bringing Du Ling and Xian Mingyue, these two top talents, would not only help him fortify the current defenses, but also greatly alleviate his pressure. Once these two girls fully honed their extraordinary powers and archery skills, if luck favored them, with some high-level mutated island coordinates, they would be able to don armor and serve as main forces alongside him in cross-border expeditions. By that time, Sue-bai could confidently consider leading his team to explore those bronze-level or even silver-level mutated islands. The benefits brought back from those high-level dangerous areas would be completely different from those of the previous black, iron-level mutated islands. Sue-bai understood this long-term calculation better than anyone. After removing these two, he would have only 3 chances left to fix attributes today. He planned to reserve those 3 opportunities entirely for the dark underworld trees in the magical field or for the light spirits and water spirits that roamed there daily. Sue-bai glanced at the last 2 bottles of ripening potion. If after midnight the system reset allowed him to extract higher-level attributes from the remaining large trees, awakening stronger extraordinary abilities with the exquisite dark underworld fruits, that would naturally be the best outcome for everyone. However, even if luck was not on his side tonight, and he failed to extract any astonishing attributes, it wasn't after all, just the currently fixed attribute from this dark underworld tree was enough to help Du Ling awaken her level poison-type extraordinary ability. Coupled with her attribute that tripled negative effects, this girl would undoubtedly be a hidden arrow in his hand. The only thing that made him ponder slightly was what would happen after the girl bit into the fruit. It was uncertain which would arrive, first her familiar mastery of this toxic power, or the impending storm tomorrow. Fortunately, just as Du Ling had analyzed the timely appearance of Xian Mingyue, the formidable long-range archer had filled the only gap in his combat power. Even if Du Ling couldn't catch the first wave of battle tomorrow afternoon, due to the tight schedule, with Xian Mingyue's longbow firmly anchored on the wall, the entire island's defense system would undoubtedly remain intact. Time flew by in an atmosphere of urgency. During this period, the mark on Sue-bai's hand warmed slightly several times, as Shun Qingling intermittently sent messages inquiring about the latest situation on his side. That clever woman had evidently learned about Sue-bai's return to the Blue Star building late at night through reports from the special events team. She also knew that this strangely behaving young man had among over 20 military elites bizarrely chosen only the relatively ordinary Xian Mingyue to take away. However, Shun Qingling was a person who understood the rules very well. Despite her numerous questions, she did not pry into Sue-bai's selection secrets during their communication. On the contrary, to express the sincerity of the special events team, and to help this infinitely promising newcomer through the current difficulties, she generously transmitted 5 explosive fruits to Sue-bai through the cross-border trading platform. These were valuable treasures that could serve as powerful grenades on the battlefield, and Sue-bai naturally accepted them without hesitation. After collecting the fruits, in order to prevent Shun Qingling from worrying unnecessarily, and to avoid appearing too weak in front of the special events team, Sue-bai confidently stated in his reply that his defense line was well arranged. He was fully confident that he could withstand tomorrow's storm, and that the special events team need not exhaust themselves sending him additional supplies. He understood that while Shun Qingling was a formal island master with some family background, the frequent opening of the transport portal to send heavy supplies during such a critical stormy period was indeed a considerable burden for her island's core. If it delayed the growth and yield of her extraordinary plants, the loss would be significant. Sue-bai was a straightforward person who genuinely did not want to owe too many favors in this ambiguous transaction. After casually chatting for a bit in their communication, Sue-bai closed the friend chat window. Then with a flash in his eyes, he directly opened the public area for all newcomers and pulled up the price bulletin from the World Trading Center. He planned to take advantage of the time he had tonight to thoroughly research the latest prices of extraordinary resources. He had been considering that after ripening the big tree in the later hours of the night, and removing the quantities reserved for Du Ling and future personnel, he would surely have a surplus of high-quality, ripened Ming fruits. These treasures that could enhance one's abilities were not meant to be left to rot in storage. He needed to sell them at high prices while riding the coattails of the upcoming storm. To take control in the upcoming trades and avoid being seen as easy prey by those shrewd conglomerates, it was essential to understand the market prices thoroughly. At this moment, the newcomer chat area was bustling even crazier than during the day. As the superstorm that would wreak havoc approached tomorrow afternoon, most of the apprentice island masters at the large window were on the verge of insanity. Each of them surfaced in a frenzy, desperately exchanging information in an attempt to find some life-saving items in the last few hours. In this vast island world, the chances of encountering treasures individually were as slim as finding a needle in a haystack. However, when aggregating the massive number of apprentice island masters across humanity, the rare items popping up daily in various corners became quite impressive. At this moment, countless bizarre and even unheard-of rare items were being posted on the bulletin by these panicking newcomers, all hoping to trade for the defensive supplies they urgently needed. Among all the purchase requests, the items with the highest prices were, without exception, the exorbitantly priced ability. However, such strategic resources that could alter a mortal's fate and create extraordinary combat power were top-tier monopoly resources in the island world. Let alone these newcomers who hadn't even clarified their rookie status. Even the seasoned island masters who had been navigating the seas for years with hundreds or thousands of followers found that their yields were never enough to meet their own demand. Who would open their granaries to sell such foundational resources? Take Richard from the Lighthouse Nation, who was jumping the highest on the leaderboard, for example. To survive, he had relinquished a full 80% of his island's sovereignty, bringing in two super conglomerates wealthy enough to rival nations. Yet even tonight he had not been able to obtain a single fruit capable of granting him abilities from the Ross and White House conglomerates. The leaders of those two conglomerates were very clear-headed. Such special fruits, which could directly influence armed forces, had to be firmly controlled by the core upper echelons of the conglomerate. How could they possibly allow Richard, this puppet island master, any opportunity? If he secretly cultivated a team of extraordinary ability users who would only follow his commands on his island, it would become a colossal problem for the conglomerate's future control. At this moment, those puppet island masters who had sold their ownership and the independent apprentice island masters stubbornly holding on were all facing the same embarrassing dilemma. Although the extraordinary combat power on their islands was indeed increasing under the conglomerate's support, and they had even received several formidable ability user bodyguards, those experts were all mercenaries paid by the conglomerate. When it came to the critical moment of life and death, whether those people would follow the island master's commands to fight against monsters or stand back as the conglomerate's overseers remained a big question mark. Thus, at this very moment, whether they were puppet island masters who had sold their ownership or independent apprentice island masters stubbornly holding on, all were frantically refreshing their purchase requests in the newcomer window. As long as they could acquire a clean ability fruit, they would be willing to trade anything for it. They had already recruited varying numbers of mortal laborers through various channels for tomorrow's defense, and now everything was ready, just waiting for the fateful fruit to arrive. However, judging by the dismal trading feedback on the current bulletin, it was clear that these newcomers' purchasing results were far from ideal, having not even snagged a single fruit peel. Standing on the large stone, Su Bai gazed at the stream of messages on the light screen, his dark eyes gleaming. A great business opportunity. A storm that demands lives. No, this was a great treasure mountain that the heavens had deliberately presented to him. As long as he offered even the most ordinary ripened Ming fruit and casually set a price in the trading window, he could exchange it for 10 intact black iron grade special plants with those desperate for their lives. There would undoubtedly be no bargaining. Many would eagerly line up to bring it to him. Of course, in such an extreme market situation, the newcomers who can offer something as bargaining chips surely won't possess any precious combat plants capable of wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Most likely they only have some special plants that in their eyes are utterly useless for the current defense, merely serving as pastimes for brewing tea or making wine. However, Su Bai was not concerned at all about the functions of these plants. As long as they fell under the category of special plants according to the system's judgment, allowing him to refresh attributes, they were treasures in his eyes. Others might disdain these tea and fruit plants for lacking lethality, but that was because they didn't have the system as a Once these items were in Su Bai's hands, he could casually refresh them through the system, fixing high-grade and powerful attributes, thereby effortlessly resolving any issues of ineffectiveness. Just like the batch of ordinary solar flowers in his field, which were originally just materials for making low-level potions. Yet after Su Bai fixed the attributes, not only did their quality become astonishing, but the fruits produced could also guarantee a level awakening of extraordinary fire-type abilities for ordinary people. Their value had increased by more than 10 to 20 times, akin to a crow transforming into a phoenix. He just needed to use a few extra dark underworld fruits as startup capital to exchange for all those special plants that others deemed trash. After this enhancement from the system, the benefits these plants could bring to his island would be immeasurable. By that time, he could take the enhanced high-quality products to the market to purchase more and higher-level special plants, and his family's assets would snowball endlessly. As time passed, and his foundation accumulated, the gap in strength between Su Bai and other island masters worldwide would widen to an extent that made it unattainable for everyone else. Thinking of this, Su Bai couldn't hide the smile on his lips. He felt it was necessary to create some pre-release hype for his precious dark underworld fruits before officially opening the warehouse to distribute food in the late night. He needed to fully entice those who were worrying at home in order to drive the price up to an ideal limit. He stretched out his finger and boldly typed a message in the golden header of the public window. Long Kingdom, Su, by dear new friend, sorry to interrupt. At midnight, after the clock strikes 12, this island master's shop will temporarily offer a varying quantity of mature, dark underworld fruits. These fruits are completely natural and pollution-free, with a high probability of allowing ordinary people to awaken a level poison abilities upon consumption. Additionally, due to the special cultivation methods, this batch also contains a few exceptionally perfect grade fruits, which can directly allow one to touch the origin of level poison abilities upon consumption. Limited quantity, first come first served. Friends who want to survive the storm tomorrow night can start gathering your special plants or rare blueprints now. Stay tuned. As the first island master to clear the novice phase in the world this year, Su Bai enjoys incredibly generous privileges granted by the island, firmly suppressing all newcomers in the star ranking with a significant advantage. The message he sent, adorned with a golden border, lingered at the top of the public window for quite a while. After a brief and somewhat eerie silence, the previously agitated newcomer chat area erupted into chaos with countless messages flooding in. Lighthouse Country, Richard Su Bai? Oh my god. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You cunning Long Kingdom person, stop spreading false information here. How could you like us be a newcomer on this island, possibly possess advanced mature trees bearing ability fruits at this? Even the researchers from the Laster Consortium can't achieve such a thing. You must be selling fake goods in the black market to deceive your allies. Sun never sets, fit Su Bai? Oh dear Su Bai, the foundation you have displayed is simply astonishing. A once-in-a-century genius like you shouldn't have to toil alone in the vast ocean. As long as you're willing to bring your fruit trees to join our Royal Exploration Alliance of the Sun Never Sets, I can guarantee on behalf of my family that all the money, beauties, and top management positions in the core of the consortium are yours to negotiate. We want to achieve great things together. Stick Country, Li Enki Shiba. Su Bai, you are the best. I am the heir of the Li Consortium from Stick Country, and I am now willing to offer a whole 5 intact special plants to reserve one of your dark underworld fruits. I will cover all the transportation fees for the teleportation. Will you give me some face? Fusang Country, Eel, Immortal Baka Yuru. The person above is too stingy. Offering just 5 worthless tea plant is hardly worth bringing before Su Shen. It simply humiliates us Asian survivors. Su Shen, look at me. I am now willing to offer a full 10 special plants. And I swear on my honor as a warrior that most of these 10 are mature special plants. I must secure 1 fruit from the first batch tonight for self-defense. India Buck, oh my dear friend, disaster is looming and ordinary poison abilities won't save your lives. Su Bai, do you need the extraordinary holy water that we painstakingly refined from the Ganges? Just 1 sip can guarantee your island's safety tomorrow. How about we trade your poison fruits for the holy water? Kangaroo Country, Kaliki Pa? The one upstairs, shut your filthy mouth, to hell with your holy water. I believed your nonsense yesterday in the public window and traded 200 pounds of steel to get a small bottle back. I just took a sip last night, and today I've been running to the bathroom all day, nearly dehydrating myself. If I can't survive tomorrow's storm, I swear I'll haunt you as a ghost first. Long Kingdom, Li Xian. Wow. Su Shun is indeed the pride of our Long Kingdom. This method is truly amazing. Su Shun, how many dark underworld fruits do you have stored up tonight? Can you leave a private internal passage for my little sister? As long as you name your price, I will absolutely gather all the materials tonight, even if I have to tear down the island to do so. Long Kingdom, Zhao Guangquan, Su Shun. We're on the same side. Please give us an opportunity to get in. Tomorrow's storm hits my island, is right at the center, and the 2 Earth Spirit defenses are about to collapse. I'm heading to the hall to find familiar shopkeepers to gather special plants. Please leave a spot for us in your shop at midnight. Because of Su Bei's extremely casual remark, the entire newcomer channel, which had been complaining about the weather, underwent a significant 180-degree turn in discussion. All the apprentice island masters, struggling on the brink of life and death, with red eyes, frantically searched the warehouse for plant assets they could use as bargaining chips. In their minds, an enormous question arose simultaneously. This man named Su Bai from the Long Kingdom, the wealth and revealed foundation of his island, had it truly become so terrifying that even the large consortiums could hardly reach it? After all, it had only been a few days since everyone entered the island world. While the vast majority of survivors were still anxiously hoping for a few more ordinary sweet potatoes to grow in the fields and struggling to survive under the claws of a monster. This man had already begun to act like a wholesaler, boldly selling the ability fruits that even large consortia would defend with their lives in the public channel. This level of disparity, will it still allow ordinary people below to enjoy their play? Subai, can you dare to be even more outrageous? At this moment, Subai, sitting at the wooden table, had no mind to concern himself with what those foreigners were thinking outside the large window. He crossed his arms, quietly observing in the public channel for a few minutes. After achieving the desired heated effect, he decisively turned off the virtual screen before him. The remaining precious time should be left to those eager newcomers in the chat area. Let them use these last 2 hours to desperately gather special resources that could impress him, Subai. As for himself, he took a deep breath. The time was almost right. When the waning moon suspended above the island gradually moved to the center of the sky, heralding the midnight bell of a new day, it shuddered slightly. Without any delay, Subai suddenly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and with a flip of his left hand activated the teleportation mark on his palm. With a familiar sensation of spatial distortion, a flash of white light enveloped him. When he crossed the vast expanse, once more he landed on the concealed teleportation array located beneath the building of the West City Special Affairs Division on Blue Star. What greeted him was Xian Mingyue, who had already packed all her daily belongings into a small suitcase and had been patiently waiting on a cold chair in the corner of the hall. Hearing the rumble from the direction of the teleportation array, Xian Mingyue, dressed in a smart black military uniform, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, almost reflexively sprang up from her seat. When she clearly saw Subai stepping out of the light, excitement instantly erupted in her clear eyes. It had been too long since Xian Mingyue had to regretfully retire 2 years ago. Due to the sudden disaster that destroyed the heart of the island, she had been assigned to the Special Affairs Division on Blue Star as an ordinary instructor. All she dreamed of was breaking the shackles binding her and returning to that island world filled with endless dangers and infinite possibilities. During those countless days and nights devoid of sunlight, she would practice her combat skills and techniques in the empty simulation training ground, drenched in sweat almost to the point of self-harm, repeating them until her bones felt like they would fall apart. She bled sweat and endured pain, biting her teeth in silence, not for the sake of being a stable office worker. Rather, it was to one day gain the favor of a powerful island lord in this ever-changing new era, to once again take up arms and return to the supreme battlefield belonging to survivors. And today, all the sweat, all the effort, and the long-awaited frustration finally bore fruit. From now on, she would no longer be an ordinary instructor trapped in a cubicle. She was about to become the most core armed member directly under the world-shaking top newcomer Subai. As long as she followed this master and possessed those extraordinary fruits rumored to change fate, Xian Mingyue in the years to come would have the qualification to touch that path of extraordinary powers she had once thought unattainable in her lifetime. Subai looked at the young woman standing before him, her body trembling slightly from overwhelming emotions, with little expression on his face. At this critical moment of life and death, he couldn't be bothered to utter even a single empty word of comfort. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he walked 2 steps to stand directly in front of Xian Mingyue, fixing his gaze on the outstanding title hovering above her head, radiating a clear blue light. System lock on target. Fix the Ranger title. Boom. With a rich, deep blue light, subtly tinged with purple, it transformed into strands of light. It plunged into Xian Mingyue's tall figure, furiously transforming her body and spirit through her skin and limbs. In almost the same instant, Xian Mingyue felt her core consciousness deep within her soul being rewritten, and a similar incident had occurred, with Du Ling forcibly restructuring all her thoughts and emotions within a fraction. When she reopened her once gold eyes, focusing on Su Bei's face before her, Xian Mingyue's body trembled violently, her calves going weak, nearly causing her to kneel before Subai. Now in Xian Mingyue's eyes, the young man from the Dragon Kingdom, standing before her with a great bow, radiated an aura of pressure and attraction. In an instant, he was elevated to a level beyond description by worldly terms, as if a god had descended. Every word and gesture of his every subtle glance transformed into truth deep within Xian Mingyue's soul. Subai glanced at the line on the panel reading, "Loyalty 100, constantly loyal," with no change in expression, indicating that he was already accustomed to this incredible system function. However, out of the caution and suspicion inherent in a top island lord, he did not let his guard down. He stepped forward, looking into Xian Mingyue's eyes as he quietly asked, "Xian Yue, there are no outsiders in the hall now, so be honest with me. Before we leave tonight via teleportation, did any of the upper management of the Special Affairs Division secretly assign you any confidential tasks regarding me? For example, asking you to use certain hidden military means to secretly send my private island coordinates back after landing on the island?" Hearing Su Bei's inquiry tinged with a hint of killing intent, Xian Mingyue, who had absolute loyalty towards him, showed no signs of panic. She straightened her chest and shook her head, saying, "Report to the island lord. Mingyue dares to swear on her head that none of the Special Affairs Division leaders have secretly given me any tasks regarding surveillance or probing against you. When Commander Xin Qingling came this afternoon to give instructions, she even repeatedly warned me sternly to completely abandon all worldly identities from Blue Star after landing on your island, and to fully dedicate my life and thoughts to you, assisting you in defending the island with all my might. Other than that, there are no additional instructions. After listening to Xian Minjiu's unambiguous answer, Su Bai secretly nodded in his heart, and the tense strings of his heart relaxed slightly. It seemed that Xin Qingling and the Special Affairs Division behind her had indeed shown no faults in their overall perspective and sincerity. They did not indulge in the despicable tricks of the outside world, unlike the scheming conglomerates that play underhanded. However, even if the upper echelons of the Special Affairs Division were blameless, it did not mean Su Bai could rest easy. After all, on Blue Star, spies from conglomerates and opposing forces infiltrate everywhere, and no one can guarantee that during the lengthy process of recruitment and transportation of resources there aren't any lower-level logistical workers who might be bribed by conglomerates secretly tampering with things behind the scenes. Su Bai pondered for a moment before instructing the black-haired woman before him. Although the higher-ups mean, well, we cannot afford to be careless on the front lines. Now immediately take me to your temporary single accommodation in the building. We must resolve some issues before departure. Mingyue at your command. Island Lord this way. Xian Mingyue tilted her tall frame slightly, her face showing no hint of grievance at being suspected, only an ardent absolute obedience, as she led Su Bai briskly down a long service corridor toward the rear. When she pushed open the little single military dormitory, barely a few square meters and furnished with the barest essentials, Xian Mingyue felt a sudden surge of emotion the instant she stepped inside. A faint flush of shame rushed over her otherwise spirited features for no apparent reason. Standing awkwardly by the bed, her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. To her, this private chamber, ordinarily so intimate that even the instructors were barred, had somehow allowed Su Bai, whose gaze carried an air of supreme authority, to enter today. Beyond the instinct of obedience, a strange, inarticulate shyness and an odd expectation rose within her, feelings she could barely explain. Clearly the complicated girlish thoughts churning in her heart were on an entirely different wavelength from the man. As soon as they were inside, Su Bai turned and slammed the heavy security doors shut, locking it tight. He reached into his coat and tossed onto the wooden table a brand new set of ordinary launching commoner clothes he had selected earlier in the central hall garments, without so much as a torn seal. Then turning away, he cleared his throat, and with his back to the bed, ordered, "Hurry up. Change into the clothes on the table immediately. As for that alloy suitcase you left on the floor, the service uniform with metal buckles you just took off, and your private linings, leave them all here in this room. Not a single item is to be taken out the door." Su Bai stood facing the wall while he calculated in his mind. Xian Mingyue may be innocent herself, but that did not guarantee that the luggage and clothes she habitually used were entirely clean. To the top conglomerates adept at technological tracking, it took nothing more than a laundry run to slip a locator several times smaller than a grain of rice into a zipper compartment or the button of a garment without anyone noticing. If Xian Mingyue followed him through the portal back to the island, the exact void coordinates of his priceless private island hidden in the boundless sea would be exposed on the screens of every major power via radio signal. He would sooner cut off his own head than commit the rookie blunder of leaking his home coordinates to the conglomerates. The most foolproof solution was simple: she must strip off her clothes and don a new outfit, leaving all old belongings behind on launching. After a brief moment of surprise, Xian Minjiu's fervent obedience only deepened in response to Su Bai's almost draconian command. "The Island Lord has forethought beyond compare. It was my negligence that nearly brought danger to the island." She inhaled deeply from behind, her tone suffused with genuine contrition and unfeigned admiration for Su Bai's wisdom. Without any resistance or hesitation, she deftly unfastened the metal buckle at her collar. With a rustle of fabric in the space of a dozen breaths, she had already slipped into the plain commoner clothes from the table. She smoothed the slightly rumpled black hem, then stepped forward, her gaze falling on the heavy black composite longbow she had been clutching in her palm, a weapon weighing over 30 Jin. Xian Mingyue pressed her dry lips together, embarrassed, and stepped forward to lift the longbow with both hands over her head. Facing Su Bai's back, she declared loudly, "Island Lord Mingyue has finished changing. To eliminate any possible future risk and ensure the island's coordinates remain absolutely secure, my suggestion is to leave this bow here in the room tonight as well. Although it truly is the most comfortable bow in the arsenal, safety comes first. Even if tomorrow night I must take up a branch rather than a weapon, I will not allow the island to bear even the slightest exposure risk." Su Bai was slightly taken aback. The young ranger's extremity of thought surpassed even his most paranoid inclinations. For the sake of her master, she would discard her beloved weapon in an instant. Hearing her declaration, Su Bai finally turned around slowly. He glanced at the pile of clothes tossed cleanly on the table, and then at the black longbow held aloft, and at last a smile softened his face. "Throwing away the clothes I can accept, but if you leave your weapon on launching and a flood comes tomorrow afternoon, are you really planning to stand on the wall with a branch and stab the flying monsters out of the sky?" He teased to ease the tense atmosphere, then reached out and took the weighty black longbow from Xian Mingyo's hands. When it came to weapon safety checks, Su Bai had methods as ruthless as befitted an island lord of his stature. He drew the longing dao from his waist with a practiced motion. Rather than using the blade, he struck the broad back of the sword against the composite limbs and the central grip of the bow in rapid measured taps, testing the key stress points. A crisp chorus of metallic tones rang through the cramped dormitory as Su Bai brought the bow to his ear and listened intently. Having once tinkered with second-hand machinery, he had become adept at discerning materials by sound. The pure steel resonance betrayed no deception. The bow's material was monolithic from core to surface. There were absolutely no hidden compartments concealed within. Nothing inside could hide a high-tech wireless locator. This bow's core is perfectly clean. There is no dirty trick hidden inside. He returned the bow. Tonight your impulse was extreme, but your line of thought is right. Caution prevents catastrophe. However, tomorrow's front line will need heavy fire suppression. Since we can verify authenticity, there is no need to abandon such a fine bow on launching to rot. Taking that small risk is justified. Upon hearing Su Bai's attentive expertise, Xian Mingyo's eyes almost sparkled. She cried out from the heart. Island Lord, your methods pierce the heavens. No detail escapes you. I admire you utterly. Alright, enough flattery for tonight. You can call me Island Lord like Du Ling does, but stop appending the honorific Darren after me every time. It gives me goosebumps. Su Bai rolled his eyes wearily and waved her off. Then he drew a deep breath, and his expression grew serious. He raised his right hand. The teleportation seal of the Island Lord on the back of his hand flared to its limit, bathing Xian Mingyue in a ring of glaring white spatial light. A clear mechanical voice chimed ding. Detection Apprentice Island Lord Su Bai. You are currently initiating an island residency invitation for a native resident of Lanxing who does not possess extraordinary abilities. Are you certain you wish to bind this person as an official resident of your island? Warning reminder to the Island Lord. Expanding the external population during the novice period greatly increases fluctuations in the island's life energy output. Monsters may receive a proportional increase in attack intensity. Hearing the system's risk warning for the second time, Su Bai remained unperturbed. Confirm. No more talk. Initiate the teleport. Silently, Su Bai issued the command in his mind. Boom. With a resounding roar echoing from the building's basement, the white light surrounding the teleportation array engulfed the two of them in an instant, and Xian Mingyue felt her body lighten. After a dizzying sensation of the world spinning around her, when she steadied herself and opened her eyes somewhat unsteadily again, she realized she had completely bid farewell to the Blue Star West City building where she had lived for over 20 years. At this moment, she stood side by side with Su Bai in the center of an island on a vibrant clearing radiating with spiritual energy. In her ears, the sound of the waves crashing violently on the distant beach began to grow louder. I'm back. I, Xian Mingyue, have truly returned to the island world this time. Looking at the farmland glimmering softly under the night sky, inhaling the pure spiritual energy that smelled far better than any high-end perfume. The once iron-willed girl from the military couldn't help but lose control of her emotions in this moment. With reddened eyes, she deeply performed the highest form of salute to Su Bai. Thank you for the great kindness you have shown me, Island Master. For giving Mingyue this chance at rebirth. Su Bai waved his hand casually, his voice calm. Alright, let's save the sentimental words for later. After midnight, tonight time waits for no one. Now that we have just brought back this big bow, let's unlock the final layer of restrictions on the weapon. While speaking, Su Bai extended his right hand and touched the big bow. At this moment in the system's interface for changing attributes, the hard-won blue exceptional attribute option precision above the longbow was emitting a clear halo. Su Bai glanced at the last few fixed refreshes that had just appeared today. Without any hesitation, system fixed this precision attribute onto this bow. Buzz. As a dazzling blue light flowed like water across the bowstring, the longbow, originally crafted from modern industrial materials, began to undergo an extraordinary transformation. The originally rough surface of carbon fiber and steel began to writhe madly under the transformation of a large expanse of blue light, ultimately giving rise to silver-white patterns resembling the remnants of the moon hanging in the sky along the sides of the bow. The once somewhat clumsy grip now fit more seamlessly into a human hand, and as the bowstring tightened, a deep rumbling sound echoed from it. In the moment the transformation ended, the panel regarding this new weapon appeared before Su Bai's retina. Name: Crescent Moon Bow. Quality: Superior Bronze Grade. Base Attributes: Additional Force 15 points to the bow holder's basic strength attribute. Core attribute: Precision. Exceptional level: automatically corrects the trajectory of arrows under severe weather conditions. Additionally, forces an increase of 200 meters in maximum lethal range. Description: This is a transcendent weapon specifically crafted for top-tier archers capable of penetrating gods and demons. Here, take it and quickly familiarize yourself with the power and temperament of this new bow in the nearby clearing. Su Bai casually tossed the now icy cold and significantly heavier Crescent Moon bow in front of Xian Mingyue. Was momentarily stunned. As she gripped the big bow with both hands, the instant her fingers firmly clasped around the grip, A wave of incredibly pure and overwhelming energy surged through her, making this girl who had spent her life with cold weapons gasp in astonishment. The center of gravity in her palms, and the spine-tingling texture of the materials. This was far from the composite bow she had chosen in the West City basement. This is no longer an ordinary piece of iron. My God, the fluctuations on this. It definitely exceeds the quality of black iron. Island Master, could this be a transcendent weapon that even major corporations possess very few of? In that moment, Xian Mingyue looked at Su Bai with a gaze that could hardly be described as simple admiration. It was as if she was staring at a supreme immortal capable of turning ordinary iron into divine artifacts with a mere wave of his hand. In just a blink of an eye, the Island Master merely touched the big bow, and this black longbow for mortals astonishingly transformed into a superior quality bronze-grade divine bow. Such a reverse, heaven-defying ability to turn the tide utterly overturned her worldview of 20 years. After the extreme shock, Xian Mingyue felt an unprecedented surge of overwhelming ambition and fearless battle intent burst forth. With this crescent moon bow in hand, and with her enhanced ranger physique doubled, even if hundreds of black iron-level vengeful spirits crawled out from the sea tomorrow afternoon, she was absolutely confident that she could stand on the high wall and shoot them back into the water one by one. Please rest assured, Island Master. By tomorrow afternoon when the flood arrives, even if it means breaking the bones in my arms, I will absolutely defend the island's safety, and will not let any beast daring to show its head in the sky escape. Xian Mingyue, holding the crescent moon bow, appeared as a formidable warrior under the moonlight. Su Bai looked at her passionate demeanor, approached, patted her somewhat stiff shoulder, and smiled as he said, "Young lady, don't always talk about life and death. I exerted a lot of effort, and thought to bring you back from Blue Star, hoping to unlock your potential, not to see you trading your life on the battlefield tomorrow. So in the storm tomorrow you must return safely from the defense line. Protecting your own life while defeating the monsters is the best reward for the sacrifices I made tonight." Hearing Su Bai's words, although they sounded somewhat stern, they were filled with genuine concern and warmth. Xian Mingyue, who had always been treated as a machine in the military, and had never heard a kind word, felt her nose inexplicably sting, and two big tears almost rolled out of her eyes. As the master and servant stood on the clearing conversing not far away in the shadow of the mud-high wall, Du Ling, who had just finished directing the placement of the stakes with the earth spirit, walked over with her long legs, wiping dust off her leather outfit somewhat curiously. It's strange. In the past 20 years, Du Ling had never heard Xian Mingyue's name, or seen her appearance. They were completely unfamiliar women. Yet inexplicably, the moment Du Ling laid eyes on Xian Mingyue holding the longbow tonight, a strange sense of intimacy and trust inexplicably rose from her previously cool heart. And Xian Mingyue, standing next to Su Bai, felt the same sensation when her gaze met Du Ling's. It was as if the girl in the leather jacket with short hair standing before her was like a long-lost sister. After simply exchanging names and backgrounds in the clearing, these two typically cold beauties couldn't help but bond in just a few short minutes. They held hands and stood aside, sharing an aura of camaraderie that suggested they wished to become sworn sisters. Su Bai, watching this scene, couldn't help but smirk. The two women were quite the spectacle. The system excels at mind assimilation and camp cohesion, indeed reaching the pinnacle of prowess. Two young women, each from vastly different social strata, and possessing a fiercely aloof demeanor upon receiving their respective titles, returned to the small island, and in the blink of an eye transformed into life-and-death comrades who could trust each other with their backs. Such a perfect synergy and cohesion would undoubtedly allow them to unleash exponentially greater camaraderie on the battlefield in the future. However, time was of the essence, and there was no luxury to stand around in the central courtyard making small talk. Su Bai decisively cleared his throat, interrupting the two young women's intimacy, and along with Du Ling and Xian Mingyue, who held the crescent moon divine bow, he made his way to the shaded area beneath the towering dark underworld trees at the deepest part of the magical field. In fact, as Su Bai led his team back, several tactical ideas regarding the distribution of combat power flashed rapidly through his mind. To consider the most ideal defense, the 3 bottles of ripening potions provided by Shun Qingling tonight could mature dozens of ripe dark underworld fruits in one go. To be safe, it would be entirely feasible to let Xian Mingyue, who had just fixed her ranger title and had an exceptionally strong physical foundation, consume several fruits tonight along with Du Ling. They could see if they might also activate some luck-based poison abilities. If 2 high-ranking poison ability users could be added to the island simultaneously, the defensive power on the front line tomorrow would absolutely surge exponentially. However, after hesitating for a moment under the tree, Su Bai rationally extinguished this seemingly tempting idea. He decided to maintain his previous strategy, pouring all the first batch of high-grade dark underworld fruits into Du Ling alone, ensuring the awakening of her poison abilities. There were 2 reasons for his allocation. First, Xian Mingyue's fixed elite title was Ranger, which purely doubled her basic strength and archery proficiency. It provided no enhancement whatsoever to spiritual energy or abilities. If he forced her to awaken by using precious dark underworld fruits just to meet the numbers, the resulting poison abilities would ultimately be a mediocre version with ordinary power. This would be a waste of resources for her impressive sharpshooter talent. Rather than turning her into a half-baked poison mage, it was better to stick to the path of a long-range, eagle-eyed archer. As for the extraordinary fruits she would need in the future, Sue Bai planned to help her find rare fruits that could enhance her physical strength or improve the power and armor-piercing capabilities of her arrows. This was the most suitable growth path for her. The second point was that the variety of monsters in the island world was countless and bizarre. If Sue Bai, in an effort to simplify things, trained both valuable personnel on the island into the same type of poison attribute extraordinary users, and if by chance a few monsters that were naturally immune to any toxins or could even treat toxins as nourishment surged in the following afternoon, then his seemingly perfect poison defense line would instantly become a shattered facade with half of the entire defense line rendered useless. In this perilous world, uniformity in combat power often signifies the beginning of annihilation. The extraordinary attributes on the defense line must be diverse and mutually complementary to effectively counter different types of monsters. Having made up his mind, Sue Bai turned to the eager young woman with a high ponytail beside him and said in a serious tone, "Xiao Yue, when these large trees bear ripe fruits later tonight, you must stay nearby and keep watch. Not a single fruit can you eat. I do not need you to distract yourself attempting to awaken any poison abilities at this moment. The future path for your extraordinary abilities is already arranged in my mind, understood?" Hearing Sue Bai's direct command stripping her of the opportunity to eat fruits tonight, Xian Mingyue showed no signs of jealousy or reluctance. Without a moment's hesitation, she tightened her grip on the crescent moon divine bow and stood tall before Sue Bai, saying, "Understood. Island Master, you are the supreme deity in Mingyu's heart. Regarding the arrangements for combat power and defense, I have no right to ask for any explanations from you. You only need to tell me tomorrow where to shoot my arrows at the monsters." Du Ling stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with the same fervent admiration, nodding her head in agreement. "Officer Mingyue is absolutely right. Since the two of us are remaining on this island today, you can simply issue orders for every step we take moving. As soldiers, we are responsible for executing your will on the front lines." Looking at the two beautiful young women before him, who resembled zealous fanatics pledging unwavering loyalty, Sue Bai felt a surge of confidence, yet couldn't help but silently click his tongue. This system truly excels at shaping thoughts and ideas to a somewhat excessive degree. If the flattery doesn't tone down a bit while interacting with these two young women on the island, he feared he would spend every day in self-admiration. Sue Bai forcibly cleared his throat, dispelling all these strange thoughts from his mind. Now urgent matters were at hand as he stepped forward and placed his palm gently against the trunk of the tall dark underworld tree in the center. Once the clock struck midnight, the system refreshes for Sue Bai finally replenished. Standing in the magical field, his gaze swept over the 5 untouched dark underworld trees. In his unique system view, a myriad of colorful options flickered wildly like a revolving lantern. After silently calculating, Sue Bai found that among the results, aside from one blue glowing elite title that seemed somewhat appealing, the rest were utterly unworthy of consideration, maxing out at just a green rare grade. He had hoped to find a purple epic title or even a higher grade one among these 5 trees. However, it seemed the odds were rather pitifully low. Yet Sue Bai wasn't surprised at all. After several days of exploration, he had already grasped the system's temperament. Ordinary, elite, and rare grade titles had a relatively high probability of appearing with a few refreshes. But once the threshold for epic grade was reached, the probability would plummet dramatically. This was in essence reliant on whether the heavens would show favor, demanding it would yield no results. In the future, as days passed and fortune smiled upon him, good titles would naturally follow. Since a storm was about to descend, and having failed to refresh for better high-level titles, Sue Bai didn't linger any longer and directly fixed his gaze on the blue elite title called Soul Confounding Poison. Ding! The entry has been fixed. As the crisp notification sounded, the trunk of the chosen dark underworld tree immediately deepened in color, and even the surrounding air faintly emanated a dizzying strange scent. After fixing the entry, Sue Bai turned around and took the bottle of dark green ripening agent from Du Ling's hand. He walked to the base of the tree, removed the stopper, and poured the entire contents onto the recently enhanced dark underworld tree. Just like before, as soon as the potion entered the soil, the entire tree swelled, as if it had consumed a life-restoring tonic. In just a few minutes, the originally green and shriveled fruits began to swell, like balloons, their skin quickly turning deep red, adorned with strange black patterns. Sue Bai waved his hand, and the little flash in the air immediately understood, flapping its wings and flying up with a few little light spirits. The little ones worked quickly, and in no time they had picked all the ripe fruits from the tree, neatly arranging them in a row on the grass. He counted, and there were exactly 15. As soon as the fruits were picked, the dark underworld tree seemed to wilt, its leaves all drooping down. It seemed it would need some time to recover. Sue Bai casually picked up a dark underworld fruit, turned to Du Ling beside him, and said, raising his chin, start eating the fruits from this tree, now to awaken your abilities. Du Ling held the fruit, which emitted a pungent odor, with both hands, her heart turbulent. At this moment her mind was filled with thoughts. The island master had made her wait until after midnight to eat the fruit, which was definitely a legendary method of changing fate. Those apprentices of the island master outside praying and pondering all day were merely engaging in tricks. But who was their island master? The reigning newcomer king, firmly seated at the top of the rankings. The time set by him must be reliable. No, it's not just about whether it will work, it absolutely will. Du Ling took a deep breath filled with an almost blind trust in Su Bai, opened her mouth, and took a big bite of the fist-sized dark underworld fruit. The fruit was both spicy and numbing. She hardly chewed and swallowed it whole in just a few bites. After finishing, Du Ling closed her eyes and sat down cross-legged to digest. Su Bai felt somewhat nervous, staring at her intently without blinking. To be honest, this was the first time Su Bai had witnessed someone eat fruit to gain abilities. He felt uncertain, worry that something might go wrong and leave a fatal hidden danger. However, thinking about it, Du Ling was adorned with a genuine epic entry of the death saint, making this fruit tailor-made. If even she could have issues with this fruit, then the others in this island world might as well hang themselves with a rope. After a while, Du Ling opened her eyes, and her previously expectant face suddenly fell, filled with disappointment. Having eaten the first fruit, although she felt a warm energy swirling inside her, it was clearly still far from the transformative feeling of mastering power. Island Master. Du Ling lowered her head, her voice tinged with a sob. She felt she had failed at such a critical moment, betraying Su Bai's late-night nurturing and the immense trust her master had placed in her. Su Bai, on the contrary, seemed very relaxed. He waved his hand and said in a casual tone, I've told you before, this is about fate and quantity, don't take it to heart, just eat freely. Xian Mingyue, who had been standing silently nearby, stepped forward and gently patted Du Ling's shoulder, softly comforting her sister. Don't scare yourself, we have plenty of stock on hand. Just relax, believe in yourself, and keep eating. Encouraged by the two, Du Ling gritted her teeth, steeled her resolve, and grabbed another dark underworld fruit from the ground, taking big bites. As soon as the second fruit entered her stomach, Du Ling's expression changed completely. The lifeless look in her eyes suddenly sparkled with an indescribable vitality. She lifted her head, looking at Su Bai with a face full of surprise, saying, Island Master, I can feel it. There's a huge force in my belly, desperately pushing into my limbs. Hearing this, Su Bai raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. He had previously estimated that even if Du Ling had a good foundation, she would need to eat at least 10 fruits to awaken her abilities. Now, seeing her flushed reaction, it was clear that his calculations had been overly cautious. At this rate, she might not even need 5 fruits to fully succeed. With a feeling of empowerment, Du Ling's spirit surged. She reached out and grabbed the third dark underworld fruit, stuffing it into her mouth. This matter was indeed quite miraculous. The dark underworld fruit was at least the size of an adult's fist. Yet Du Ling managed to shove 3 large fruits into her stomach without even feeling the slightest hint of fullness. Her belly showed no signs of swelling. As soon as these fruits slid down her throat, they transformed into streams of scorching warmth, directly merging into her flesh and blood without leaving any residue. Almost there. Just a little bit more. Du Ling exclaimed excitedly, her voice trembling. Island Master, I have a strong premonition that if I eat just one more fruit, the power within me will break through that final barrier. As if to quickly validate her strong intuition, Du Ling grabbed the 4th fruit from the ground and quickly devoured. As soon as the fruit hit her stomach, Du Ling froze in place as if she had been electrocuted. Immediately after, countless black lines twisted around the back of her right hand, forming a pattern mark that exuded an alluring aura. Su Bai could now clearly sense that a powerful force was surging within Du Ling's seemingly frail body. Oh! Du Ling suddenly let out a low roar, feeling that the warm flow inside her had reached its peak. If she didn't find a way to release it soon, she would explode. Instinctively, she turned around, raised her right hand, and opened her palm, pointing directly at the dark sea. Immediately, a thick, dark green liquid surged from her palm, quickly forming a fist-sized toxic water. As soon as this toxic water ball left her hand, it shot forth like a bullet from a cannon, tracing an arc in the air as it flew over dozens of meters of beach and plunged into the rolling sea. Guyulu. As soon as the toxic water ball hit the sea, the water in that area began to boil violently, bubbling up large patches of pale white foam. Before the people on the shore could comprehend what was happening, they saw a massive creature covered in black armor surfacing with its belly up from the depths, pushed onto the shallow beach by the waves. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an iron-armored lizard that had emerged from who knows where. Looking at the thoroughly dead lizard carcass on the beach, Su Bai, Du Ling, and Xian Mingyue exchanged stunned glances. Can this really be a fortunate accident? It's simply absurd. Where did so many armored lizards come from in this sea? At such a late hour, instead of staying obediently at the bottom of the water, they had to wander around in this area, and ended up encountering Du Ling testing her powers. Without making a sound, it was poisoned and died in the water. Truly, it deserves to be called the unluckiest creature in this island world. However, after a brief moment of shock, the three of them were deeply impressed by the power unleashed by the green poison ball. You must understand that poison ball hit the seawater. How vast is the volume of the ocean? The toxicity must have been diluted to an unknown extent as soon as it fell into the water. Yet even under such circumstances, that tough-skinned armored lizard didn't even have a chance to struggle before it passed. If Du Ling had confronted the monster on the shore, and that poison ball had directly hit the monster's forehead, what would have— I fear that even those burly black iron or bronze monsters would be turned into a puddle of pus the moment they came into contact with this venom, unable to withstand such lethal damage. If we think a bit bolder, when the storm arrives tomorrow, even if there are bronze-level monsters forcibly charging ashore, as long as they get splashed by this poison, even if it doesn't kill them, it will definitely leave them with numb limbs and dizziness, completely losing their ability to charge. Du Ling stood there dumbfounded, raising her hands, her eyes wide open. Is this really the noise she created? She had just awakened her abilities. Before this, she was just a weak girl in the slums worrying about where her next meal would come from. How is it now that she can simply raise her hand and instantly kill a terrifying monster? This completely upended the common knowledge she had learned over the past 20 years on Blue Star. Wasn't it said in school that even if an ordinary person was lucky enough to awaken their powers, they would need to practice under the guidance of instructors for months, getting up early and staying up late to barely control the power within before having the ability to fight? How come in her case the power feels so natural, as if she were born knowing how to use it? Is this reasonable? In fact, not only Du Ling, but even the well-informed Su Bai was experiencing quite a stir in his heart at this moment. Because it is widely recognized on Blue Star that being an ability user is an extremely skill-based endeavor requiring time and effort to nurture. What Su Bai was most worried about before was whether Du Ling would awaken tonight, but still be unable to become an effective combat force in time for tomorrow's storm. But now it seems he was overly anxious and had been too conservative in his calculations. Du Ling was marked with the title of Death Apostle. This rare and extraordinary talent not only granted her a threefold damage boost, but also endowed her with a natural control over this poison-based power. In simpler terms, she is the kind of unparalleled genius that large corporations outside dream of finding. However, this genius was not a gift from the heavens, but rather created by Su Bai's system. Realizing this, Su Bai couldn't help but exclaim internally once again, this system is truly exceptional. With a swoosh, the waves rolled, and the lifeless armored lizard was gradually pulled into the deep sea by the undercurrent. The sound of it hitting the water snapped the three on the shore back to reality from their astonishment. At this moment, Du Ling finally came to her senses, her eyes brimming with tears, overwhelmed with excitement. She had truly become a high-ranking ability user. This extraordinary power that she had only seen on television was now coursing through her body in vivid reality. Thinking that all of this was thanks to the man in front of her, Du Ling wasted no time, and with her legs together performed a deep 90-degree bow towards Su Bai. Her voice was so loud that it nearly cracked Lord Island Master. Du Ling has fulfilled your expectations. I succeeded. This life will now be your sword. Good. Well done. Su Bai was also delighted, and hurriedly stepped forward to help Du Ling up. For fruits could enable this girl to achieve such success, this transaction exceeded his expectations significantly. Moreover, the key point is that Du Ling is now a formidable character who can directly enter the battlefield with combat capabilities. This is definitely the biggest unexpected joy of the night. Once the excitement settled down a bit, Su Bai's calculating mind quickly began to churn. Du Ling's rapid success indicated that he still had a significant number of the dark fruit left. He quickly tallied in his mind. The first tree fixed with bone-corroding poison yielded 16 fruits picked by Shaq. On the second tree fixed with soul confusion poison, there were 15 more. Now, since Du Ling had only consumed 4, this meant that just from these 2 advanced trees, there were still a total of 27 premium fruits with level abilities left. Moreover, he was still tightly holding onto the last bottle of ripening agent. As long as he found a tree to topple, he could at least gather 10 more fruits. Adding it all up, excluding what Du Ling consumed, he could actually end up with more than 40 dark fruits that could enhance it. Even before the storm arrives tomorrow, according to the frantic market prices in the big window, 1 fruit could exchange for 10 intact special plants. That would be 400 special plants. Hiss. Su Bai calculated this and couldn't help but take a deep breath of the salty sea air. What a staggering wealth this is. If all of this were exchanged for special plants and planted in the ground, the foundation of his island could immediately expand to an unbelievable extent. I'm going to get rich. This time it's really going to be a big fortune. Su Bai's eyes lit up, muttering as if he were chanting. Turning around, he eagerly chose a pleasing tree from the row and, removing the cap, poured the last bottle of ripening agent generously onto it. Before long, 14 bright red fruits filled the branches. However, this tree had not been modified by the system, so the fruits produced could only allow one to awaken the most ordinary level abilities. But Su Bai didn't mind at all. He instructed the light spirit to pick all the fruits, and then categorized the 3 different tiers of dark fruits into 3 piles on the grass. He squatted down looking at these fruits, emitting a strange odor, feeling increasingly delighted. These are not poison fruits at all. They are clearly a shining mountain of gold. After admiring his masterpiece for a while, Su Bai stood up and selected 6 of the largest fruits from the pile of level ability awakening fruits, directly sending them to Shun Qingling, who was far away on Blue Star. Su Bai's principle in doing things is quite simple: clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. No matter what calculations the Special Operations Group was making behind the scenes, or what their true attitude toward him was, he was crystal clear about one thing. The reason he could smoothly acquire such a large fortune tonight was undoubtedly due to the 3 bottles of ripening agent that Shun Qingling had sent him. Moreover, prior to this, the girl had generously given him 5 explosive fruits that could save his life in critical moments. Although these are public resources, they were indeed filled with her personal goodwill. Since he had received her kindness, Su Bai naturally had to return the favor, using these precious dark fruits as a token of gratitude to repay her, solidifying their relationship further. On the other end of the communication, Shun Qingling sat in the office of the building. Although she had long anticipated that Su Bai would return with a bountiful harvest of dark fruits, when she saw the attributes of the fruits that appeared in the transaction bar, the shock she felt still far exceeded her psychological limits. Shun Qingling's beautiful eyes widened in shock. These fruits, emanating a strange aura, were all top-notch items that could directly awaken level poison abilities. In today's island world, fruits that can awaken level abilities are absolutely legendary hard currency. If this fruit were thrown outside, it could even drive those self-important senior island owners into a frenzy, fighting desperately to seize it. Yet now this Lord Su didn't even blink, as if casually handing over 6 of them like he was giving away cabbage. Although logically speaking, having 6 advanced fruits does not guarantee that a mature ability user can be forcibly created among ordinary people, it at least gives the special task group something to hope for. Looking at the 6 heavy fruits on the table, Shun Qingling felt a wave of dryness in her throat. Faintly, an intense premonition arose in her heart. This time it seemed she had truly struck gold by accident, and her status in the special task group would likely soar. The night wind blew across the island, bringing a sense of heaviness unique to the calm before a storm. Su Bai stood on the grass watching as Du Ling successfully stabilized her ability and sent Shun Qingling 6 major favors. He lowered his head to consider the last bit of his remaining possessions. At this moment, there were still 35 anming fruits piled in front of him. Among them, 14 could awaken the most basic level abilities, while 21 were advanced goods capable of reaching level abilities. Among these 21 level fruits, there was indeed much to discuss and categorize. The 5 fruits picked from the second tree fixed with the mind control toxin not only released poison, but also emitted a toxic gas that carried a mental interference effect. Of course, the essence of poison abilities still relies on lethal toxins to kill, and that cannot be changed. Yet the problem lies in the fact that not all ability users are as fortunate as Du Ling. The Death Saint title above Du Ling's head could genuinely triple all toxin damage. Other ordinary ability users working for large corporations, even if they accidentally awakened their poison abilities, would find it difficult to deliver a fatal blow against sturdy high-level monsters. When unable to directly poison their opponents, the additional maddening interference effect from the fruits could become a critical trump card on the battlefield. The remaining 16 fruits picked from the first tree solely carried the damage enhancement of bone corrosion poison. They could only corrode bones and did not possess any means of causing confusion. Su Bai stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and decided to probe the official side. He intended to ask Shun Qingling how urgently the special task group needed manpower and what price they were willing to pay for the life-saving anming fruits in his possession. If the price offered by the officials seemed profitable, Su Bai wouldn't mind selling part of the fruits directly. After all, in this impoverished island, making money to build up one's resources was the hard truth. As long as it could be exchanged for good things to strengthen his island, there was nothing shameful about it. Su Bai casually opened his friend list and sent a price inquiry to Shun Qingling. While waiting for her reply, he had no intention of idly waiting. He glanced at the system panel, realizing he still had 2 opportunities to fix attributes left unused. He planned to call over the light spirits and water spirits that had been following him to refresh their attributes. If he could extract some offensive or defensive support capabilities from them, it would greatly reduce the pressure for tomorrow. If after several attempts he still found no good options, he wouldn't force it. At worst, he could save the opportunity for tomorrow. In fact, considering the current armed forces on the island, Su Bai felt confident they were more than sufficient to deal with tomorrow's storm. Not far away, Du Ling was passionately practicing her abilities. She dared not throw large toxic balls into the sea like before. Instead, she tried to control the toxin in her palm, gradually changing its shape, attempting to explore more energy-efficient attack methods. After carefully sensing it, she realized that the swift strike that had just killed the armored lizard had drained nearly 1/10 of her energy. Calculating the toll, it was quite alarming. If she didn't change her careless way of using skills, even if her damage output was high, she could only release 10 toxic balls in a battle before collapsing. Facing the monstrous tide expected tomorrow, such energy consumption was absolutely unsustainable. She had to quickly find a way to master her skills. No one could predict how long that damned storm would last, and how many starving monsters would emerge from the sea. As the island's master, one must account for every scenario in the most extreme circumstances. Du Ling was once a poor girl in a slum fighting dogs for half a moldy black bread, and had never touched extraordinary power, so she naturally had no formal training in ability user tactics. Fortunately, there was an expert standing nearby. Xian Mingyue was different. She was being cultivated as a core seed player within the Special Task Group's internal building. Her knowledge about how ability users allocate their energy and utilize breathing techniques to compress power was richer than an entire library. Seeing Du Ling waste energy foolishly, Xian Mingyue immediately put down her large bow and walked over. She began to guide Du Ling on how to control the force of her wrist and how to compress the scattered toxins into fine needles or nets. The two girls, one teaching earnestly and the other learning diligently, created a lively practice atmosphere. In no time, Du Ling's released toxins showed visible improvement in precision and energy consumption. Su Bai stood aside for a while, satisfied, before turning his gaze away. His insight was indeed sharp. Having these two form a small team meant he wouldn't have to worry about the defense anymore. He turned around and waved his hand at the 4 light spirits and 3 water spirits that were floundering in the air. Focusing his mind, Su Bai issued the attribute refresh command. As the light flickered, a total of 21 alternative attributes unfolded. After a quick scan, Su Bai found only 3 exceptional attributes glowing blue. There were no purple or golden. Although he felt a bit disappointed, it was entirely within reason. After all, it was unlikely that the heavens would shower all the top-tier items on him every day. He patiently examined the descriptions of the 3 exceptional attributes. Marked exceptional trait: light spirits can place a highly concealed light mark on any moving target. This mark not only emits blinding light for an extended period, but also negates all invisibility effects. The species life level will be directly raised to low silver. Water column impact: exceptional trait water spirits can instantly extract surrounding moisture, compressing it to create a powerful impact water column that sends nearby enemies flying. The species life level will be elevated to mid-silver. Azure water shield: exceptional trait water spirits can manipulate extremely viscous water to form an indestructible shield in front of the designated target, capable of withstanding one fatal blow without breaking. The species life level will be raised to high silver. 3 blue attributes: to speak honestly, each one is a coveted item that ordinary island lords would fight over, and the effects are quite remarkable. Unfortunately, today Su Bai only has 2 chances left to secure fixed slots, and between fish and bear's paw, he can only reluctantly set one aside for now. Su Bai stroked his chin and quickly weighed his options in his mind, ultimately deciding to secure the attributes of water column impact and azure water shield. Although the attribute called mark sounds very useful, able to illuminate hidden enemies in the dark like a bright lamp, the issue is that tomorrow's storm defense battle has already confined the battlefield using the dirt walls on both sides. If monsters want to enter the island, they can only use the 2 narrow passages in the north and south that can barely accommodate a few monsters side by side. When the battle begins tomorrow, Su Bai only needs to close his eyes and relentlessly bombard that passage with skills and arrows without needing to find targets in the torrential rain. Moreover, the heart of the island comes with a wide-ranging radar detection attribute. As soon as a monster dares to approach the beach, its position will be clearly marked. If the attribute mark is to truly be of great use, it might have to wait until they go to a complex terrain that requires active offense on a demonized island. In comparison, the 2 water attributes, water column impact and azure water shield, are precisely what is needed at this critical moment. One can forcefully push back monsters about to break through the defense line, while the other can provide a life-saving water shell to his side at a critical moment. Between this offense and defense, it will definitely allow Su Bai to be more adept at guarding the passageway. With his decision made, Su Bai silently repeated secure twice in his heart. As 2 beams of light penetrated the bodies of the water spirits, the 2 originally transparent water orbs visibly swelled in size. The swirling water around them also became more turbulent and profound, clearly indicating a significant enhancement in their power. Having completed these tasks, Su Bai let out a long breath and took advantage of the free time to pull up the island panel, glancing at the comprehensive star rating of his island after all his efforts. Goodness, unknowingly this rating has skyrocketed to 237 stars like a rocket. Although he broke through the 200-star threshold this time, the stingy system did not announce it across the server like it did at 100 stars, nor did it generously grant him any new island-wide bonus effects. Su Bai felt a slight sense of regret in his heart, but then thought that one should not be too greedy. Life must be lived step by step. Besides, the system not giving anything at 200 stars means there are still thresholds at 500 stars and 1,000 stars waiting for him to cross. One day he will extract all the good things from this system. Su Bai gathered his scattered thoughts, and his gaze gradually became sharp. Next, he was going to tackle the most important task of the night: harvesting. A sly smile crept onto Su Bai's lips as he tapped in the air, opening the newcomer chat area. At this moment, the chat area was filled with a palpable tension and anxious emotions, almost spilling out of the screen. Lighthouse Country, Richard Su Bai? You crafty fox from Dragon Country. Hurry up and come out of the water. What happened to the midnight launch of the Dark Underworld fruit? The time has already passed, and you haven't even shown a seed. Sunset Country fizzed, Subai. Brother, I haven't dared to close my eyes for your words. I've been waiting at the trading panel until now. Stick Country and Xianyong Shiba. Shiba, I want the dark underworld fruit. I don't want to die in the water tomorrow. Ooh, I want to be an extraordinary being who can soar through the sky and hide underground. Fusang Country Oshima Yoshikawa Subai, please hurry up and launch it. The sea breeze outside has already started to blow. I'm so anxious that I'm even considering seppuku. A Sand Country Tata, stupid foreigners, don't wait here foolishly. What good is that poisonous fruit? Come and taste our Ganges supreme holy water. As long as you drink it, you can easily overpower those extraordinary beings. Dragon Country Sun Li, Su God, oh Su God, please do us a favor. Even just a sound in the group would be fine. We've all been waiting so long for those few fruits that the flowers are about to wilt. The Rookie Island lords in the chat area were truly anxious, each like ants on a hot pan, frantically spamming the group to call Subai to hurry up and appear. It had been more than 2 hours since Subai posted that pinned message, and by the time it got late, Subai seemed to have evaporated, not showing up in the group again. These newcomers were so anxious they were jumping up and down, and some even started cursing in the group, saying that Subai did not adhere to even the most basic rules of the martial world and commercial ethics. Moreover, a few dark-minded Rookie Island lords jumped out with great certainty, declaring Subai is definitely a psychopathic scammer. He released such fake news in the middle of the night, just to deliberately keep everyone in suspense, making everyone stay up, waiting, losing out on sufficient sleep. By the time the big storm hits tomorrow afternoon, everyone will be too exhausted to defend, and they will all be eaten by monsters, allowing him to monopolize the entire island world. Such intentions are truly sinister to the extreme. Regarding the sarcastic and anxious comments in the group, Subai couldn't help but chuckle. He leisurely took out a small notebook from his pocket, and with a pen recorded the names of the loudest and most foul-mouthed people in the group one by one into the blacklist. When the time comes to officially start filming, even if these bastards dig up their ancestral graves' wealth and offer sky-high prices, Subai would never sell them, even half a dark underworld fruit. In this lawless world, offending him, the only supplier, is equivalent to signing a death sentence. Subai tucked the notebook into his pocket and was just about to send a message in the newcomer area when the mark on his wrist rang. It was the Special Task Group conveying the decision from above. This Special Task Group's appetite is indeed astonishing. They are prepared to pay a hefty price to take all 20 dark underworld fruits from Subai. Moreover, they specifically insisted that these 20 must all be high-quality goods that can awaken great abilities. Subai calculated his stock and the upcoming harvesting plan in his mind, pondering for a moment before decisively replying to Shun Xingling. Since we are old acquaintances, I won't beat around the bush with you. I can directly set aside 15 fruits for you officially. As for the price for this deal, we will have to wait until I've sold the remaining fruits in this big market and see how outrageous the prices those outsiders can raise it before we finalize the last benchmark price. The value of this life-saving treasure is not for Subai alone to decide. It must be determined by those island lords who have been driven to desperation outside. After replying to the message, Subai swiftly opened the interface of the cross-border trading center. He categorized and displayed all 14 A-grade dark underworld fruits he intended to sell along with the remaining 6 high-grade dark underworld fruits on the shelves. Casually, he also dropped a heavy bomb in the newly quiet chat area. Long Kingdom Subai, everyone, thank you for your patience. 14 ordinary A-grade dark underworld fruits plus 6 premium grade dark underworld fruits are now fully listed in the trading center's market. Genuine goods at fair prices, no deception. Welcome everyone to bring their belongings and make purchases This message, glowing with golden light, not only pinned itself at the top of the chat area with the privilege, but also featured a dazzling flickering effect. Anyone who opened the chat area at this moment not asleep would surely be blinded by the first sight of this message. Subai looked at the sparkling golden words, increasingly satisfied with this system of the island world. It seemed like heaven truly understood how to help him grow stronger. On the other side, the island lords from various countries who had been waiting with bated breath upon seeing the message couldn't even catch their breath and frantically clicked on the trading center's announcement. But when they understood the auction rules in the trading center, these originally hopeful individuals erupted in furious curses. This person, named Subai from Long Kingdom, has a heart blacker than the monsters in the sea. He's simply too— He could have chosen to sell all 20 life-saving dark underworld fruits in a bulk package, or at least set a clear price for— Instead, he shamelessly listed these 20 fruits one by one on the shelves. Moreover, he set the auction method to be unlimited bidding, not only without a base material fee, but also with no upper limit. The highest bid wins. Clearly he intends to wring every last drop of marrow from these people. Long Kingdom Richard Subai? What you are doing is ruining our friendship. You are being so unreasonable. Fusang Kingdom Kamayama Zetsuki Subai, your conscience is severely flawed. You are driving us to— How can you do such a cruel thing for a mere handful of worthless items? As an elder, I strongly demand that you cancel the auction, immediately surrender those dark underworld fruits for free, and share them equally among all the island lords present. That is the international righteousness you should uphold. Watching the despairing countdown of the auction on the shelves, the apprentice island lords from various countries were so angry they felt like they might shatter their teeth. With Su Bei's maneuver, wanting to effortlessly obtain the dark underworld fruits tonight was far more difficult than reaching the heavens. Given the current frenzied atmosphere in the chat area, tomorrow's widespread storm would at least leave hundreds of thousands of apprentice island lords ensnared in the shadow of death. Even if we take a step back, among these hundreds of thousands, 90% are utterly impoverished souls who can barely afford a meal with pockets cleaner than their faces, utterly unqualified to sit at the table. However, that remaining 10% still consists of several thousand wealthy and powerful competitors. This means that these several thousand desperate survivors driven mad for survival will fiercely compete in a bloody auction with no ceiling for a mere 20 fruits. The level of brutality in this auction can be guessed without needing to think hard. It is bound to be horrifying. What is most despairing is that faced with Su Bei's nearly robbing terms, these apprentice island lords, even if they bit their lips until they bled, could only humiliate themselves and accept. Because this directly relates to whether they will live or die by tomorrow afternoon. Who knows how many man-eating monsters will emerge from the dark storm tomorrow. At this moment, having an obedient ability user on their island equates to purchasing a guaranteed life-saving talisman in this deadly situation. Wealth and resources may be lost, but as long as they are alive, there will always be opportunities to earn them back in the vast world of islands. However, if they die tomorrow in the jaws of a monster, all the special herbs and plants they collected will only turn into a pile of excrement in the monster's belly, and they will truly lose everything. This most straightforward principle is clearer to the apprentice island lords who have survived until now than anyone else. So while they are cursing Su Bei with increasingly vulgar and harsh words at the moment, when they reach the trading panel, their speed in bidding with their entire fortune is faster than ever. In fact, within the rules of the island world, the public chat area where these apprentice island lords interact and the trading market for transactions are completely isolated from the circles of established island lords. If Su Bei truly wanted to extract the maximum profits from those dark underworld fruits, he could have easily handed them over to Shen Qingling to sell at the high-end trading center for established island lords. The ones over there are wealthy individuals, and their bids would be far more generous than those of these newcomers with Jingling. However, in this world, being overly calculating often leads to unintended consequences. If he did that, there would be an unavoidable troublesome account. The resources obtained from selling those fruits would require Shen Qingling to go through the portal again to send back to Su Bei. This back and forth would incur double transportation fees. Not to mention whether the life energy accumulated on Su Bei's island would suffice for such a hassle. Just the fact that Shen Qingling would have to expend effort and energy on his behalf would create an unpayable debt of gratitude. In this island world, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Su Bei sat on a rock considering this account back and forth in his mind, finally shaking his head, realizing that if he calculated all these messy losses and debts of gratitude, it would be simpler to just sell the goods right here in the novice channel. After all, these newcomers have been forced into a corner by the storm, and they would offer increasingly fierce bids. The benefits he ultimately gains wouldn't be too different. Just as Su Bei was calculating in his mind, the bidding numbers and participants on the trading center's shelves began to grow larger and larger like a snowball. Initially, when the goods were first listed, these apprentice island lords were quite restrained and cautious with their bids. Each dared to increase their bids by just a few units, presumably still dreaming of finding a great deal with their shabby. However, before they could hold on to this dream for 2 minutes, the situation in the entire trading hall became like a lit powder keg, instantly spiraling out of control. Despite numerous apprentice island lords in the chat area jumping up and down, loudly urging everyone to remain rational and restrained, they must not fall into Su Bei's trap, allowing him to clean out everyone's hard-earned money. But for those apprentice island lords truly caught in the storm at this moment, who has the mind to care about those grand? Back on Blue Star, they had fought their way out from a dead end where countless soldiers crossed a rickety bridge and finally obtained this life-changing island heart. After experiencing the life of these immortals thoroughly, now if they were to roll up their bedding and return to Blue Star, it would be 1,000 times more unbearable than having their throats slit. To become an ordinary person fighting for a meal would be far worse for them. Thus, facing the almost certain storm of death tomorrow, a significant number of apprentice island masters had already made their toughest decisions in their hearts. Even if the defenses were completely trampled by the monsters tomorrow, even if they were torn to shreds by those beasts, they would rather die fighting in this great storm than retreat like a turtle to suffer in Blue Star. However, these people are not fools. Though they have a determination to fight, they are also aware that recklessly charging at monsters with swords and spears does not align with their noble status as island masters. It would be a foolish death. If they truly want to survive, or even gain some advantage in the storm, the most prudent method is to quickly create a compliant superhuman from fruits on the island. Or they could simply eat the fruits themselves and transform into superhumans wielding extraordinary powers. With this power, they would be able to confront those monsters tomorrow. Therefore, no matter the cost, the aming fruit must be obtained. At this moment Su-bai was reclining with his legs crossed watching with great interest as the apprentice island masters below frantically outbid each other. In just a few short minutes the bidding price for those fruits had skyrocketed surpassing Su-bai's initial expectation. Originally Su-bai thought that during this impoverished novice phase a single anming fruit capable of awakening powers could be traded for 10 intact special plants, which would be quite a good deal. After all, on this perilous island those special plants that could produce spiritual energy are treasures more precious than life itself, and they are hard to come by. Even for those island masters who had sold their souls to large corporations and received supplies daily from behind. Transporting these plants from Blue Star to the island incurs a significant toll, and that cost is substantial. But now, Su-bai focused and was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw. Even for the most basic anming fruit, which could only awaken a level abilities, the crazed bidders had driven the price up to 12 special plants. As for those anming fruits labeled as level premium, their prices had already surged past 20 special plants like a runaway horse. My goodness. Su-bai looked at the string of bright red numbers so excited that he almost jumped off the stone. He had long calculated that at this critical moment the price of superhuman fruits would be astronomical. Yet he never imagined that these people would raise the price to such an almost outrageous level to save their lives. However, as delighted as he was, Su-bai calmed down and couldn't help but feel skeptical. Speaking of which, did these frantically bidding folks lack any common sense? Although the superhuman fruits are excellent, the awakening of abilities is a matter of luck. Even if you are a rare gem with extraordinary potential, it doesn't guarantee success with just one fruit. Take Du Ling for instance. She possesses an epic-level Death Apostle trait, which could be considered top-notch, right? Yet just earlier under the tree, she had to consume 4 anming fruits to barely awaken her abilities. As for those ordinary people without any good traits, it would be even more so. They might need to eat 10 or 8 fruits without seeing any results. If these island masters pick a total waste with no awakening potential to consume the fruits, then even if they treat the fruits as food, it would simply result in nothing but a stomachache, rendering it utterly useless. But Su-bai's thoughts turned quickly. After a moment of perspective, he immediately understood the reasoning behind it. Those apprentice island masters who crawled out of the dead pile on Blue Star, how could they not know that eating fruits is a gamble? They are well aware. However, they are now pushed to the edge of a cliff with no other options left. The monsters in the island world are terrifyingly powerful. For ordinary mortals to strike them with swords is akin to scratching their itches. They are utterly incapable of doing so. These apprentice island masters had to endure unimaginable hardships to pass the novice assessments. They know best how bitter that experience was. They would rather die than relive that desperate experience. In the current situation, if ordinary people want to kill those tough monsters, they are left with only one clumsy method to fill the defensive gaps with lives. But this method has significant flaws. No one can predict how severe tomorrow's storm will be or how many monsters will emerge. 10 or 100. Even if they are ruthless and plan to gather a large number of ordinary people as meat shields, they still wouldn't know how many they would need. Moreover, the system does not take kindly to this. If the number of recruited ordinary people exceeds a certain limit, the system will determine that you are cheating in defense, and it will immediately increase the risk of high-level monster invasions. At that time, those ordinary people gathered as numbers would die faster than anyone, and the defenses would collapse even more thoroughly. Furthermore, although there are many ordinary people on Blue Star who dream of coming to the island world to make a living, if they know they have to face monsters tomorrow and serve as meat shields, probably very few would have the guts to volunteer. After all, it's better to live a miserable life than to die. As long as there is breath, who would want to become cannon fodder for... Most critically, those firearms from Blue Star like guns and explosives are strictly restricted by the rules in this island world and cannot be fired. Merely relying on the cold weapons like swords and spears brought from Blue Star against those monsters is simply insufficient, and they won't be of much use. Therefore, in this desperate situation, those capable of wielding extraordinary powers and confronting monsters heathen became the first choice for these apprentice island masters to face tomorrow's storm. They became the only lifeline for their survival. As Su-bai contemplated the nature of humanity while squatting on the stone, he raised his head to look at the grand screen of the trading center, discovering that the prices had surged dramatically again. Now even the most ordinary A-level anming fruit had its starting price raised to a terrifying 15 special plants by those wealthy bidders. And those level premium fruits that could elevate someone to greatness had long surpassed 25 special plants, and the numbers were still skyrocketing. Su-bai gazed at the array of bright red numbers, happily rubbing his hands together, his mouth nearly stretching back to his ears. In this day and age, there's no shortage of buyers. There are still plenty of wealthy bosses around. Su-bai couldn't help but murmur happily. Just as he was lost in thought, a light laugh drifted over, and Du Ling leaned in, blinking her eyes, curiously asking, "Island Master, what great joy have you encountered?" while staring at the screen. "Your smile looks like you've just found a gold ingot. You seem genuinely happy." Xian Mingyue also paused her bowing action, smiling in agreement. "Yes, Island Master, your mouth is practically curling up to the heavens. You can't hide it at all." Subai, prompted by the two, instinctively raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth, mumbling somewhat awkwardly, "Really? Is it that obvious?" His fingers brushed the curve at the corner of his mouth, and it seemed to be true. Subai cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask his moment of awkwardness, and then relayed to the two girls the incident of the dark fruit being auctioned for an exorbitant price in the trading hall. Upon hearing the price, Du Ling's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "My heavens! Island Master, if we calculate based on the price you mentioned, then I just finished eating those 4 fruits under the tree. Wouldn't that mean I consumed at least over 100 rare special plants in one go? If converted to money, that would amount to an astronomical fortune." Du Ling was truly stunned this time. Having grown up in a slum, she was used to being frugal, and the thought of having ingested so many precious items made her want to find a basin to vomit everything she had just eaten. Xian Mingyue, listening from the side, although not as overly dramatic as Du Ling, also displayed a hint of surprise in her eyes. The price of the fruit was indeed being inflated to an absurd and grotesque level. However, being a highly trained individual from the Special Affairs Group, her mind was quick. With some contemplation, she immediately grasped the underlying logic of the situation and began to analyze. This is actually not difficult to understand. The recent storm arrived too suddenly. Many people in the group might have just grasped the heart of the island yesterday, barely becoming island masters, only to turn around today and face a deadly large-scale monster attack. Their defenses are simply not ready in time, and each one is urgently in need of a game-changing trump card to dramatically enhance their strength in a short period. Under the cruel survival rules of our island world, the most effective solution to break the deadlock in a short time is to swiftly cultivate a controllable ability user on the island. To achieve this goal, a fruit like the dark fruit, which can awaken powers, is an essential stepping stone. However, regardless of the time, such ability fruits, even in the hands of powerful island masters, are extremely scarce strategic resources that are tightly held and cannot easily flow into the market. The apprentices in the group who sold off more than half of their island ownership, although backed by major conglomerates and appearing prosperous, are well aware of the reality. It is extraordinarily difficult for them to obtain such ability fruits that can transform their own strength from those ruthless conglomerates, as the conglomerates would never allow them to possess their own independent private armed forces. Thus, their frenzied bidding for the dark fruit in the trading hall tonight is not merely about surviving tomorrow's storm, it is more about enhancing their own bargaining power against the conglomerates. Having power is the key to having confidence. I can even boldly speculate that breaking free from conglomerate control and increasing their own power is the real main purpose behind these individuals' willingness to spend extravagantly tonight. After listening to Xian Mingyu's well-reasoned analysis, Du Ling repeatedly nodded, her eyes filled with. Subai stood to the side, observing the performance of the two girls and silently making comparisons in his mind. The stark differences in background and foundation between Du Ling and Xian Mingyue were evident. Du Ling was a street-smart girl raised in the slums, having only received basic literacy education at a government-run school, knowing nothing but how to dig and plant. In contrast, Xian Mingyue was far from ordinary. She was a highly skilled talent who fought her way out of the Special Affairs Group's rigorous ability candidate camp, receiving the most comprehensive and systematic elite training. In addition to mastering lethal combat skills, she also had to put in arduous effort to learn various knowledge of battlefield analysis, psychological warfare, and the complex rules of the island world, all to assist the island master effectively one day. In addition to mastering lethal combat skills, she also had to put in arduous effort to learn various knowledge of battlefield analysis, psychological warfare. Subai looked at Xian Mingyue and silently raised his evaluation of her, significantly, feeling increasingly satisfied. Xian Mingyue could undoubtedly be considered a versatile high-level talent. Bringing her back to the island from Blue Star tonight was undoubtedly a worthwhile deal. Once the two had rested enough, Du Ling and Xian Mingyue voluntarily turned to the nearby empty space and eagerly began to practice and refine their poison-based abilities. Meanwhile, Subai plopped back down on the large stone, eagerly watching the constantly rising numbers in the trading center like a miser, while also diving into the newcomer chat area to enjoy the excitement and gather useful information. Before long, a brief message that zipped through the information stream caught Subai's eye like a needle. Maple Leaf Kingdom, Kebert. Subai. Bro, are you there? I currently have a coordinate jade slip for a demonized island, and I want to trade it for a grade high-level dark fruit. If you are interested in this deal, please approve my friend request, and we can chat privately. This message was instantly drowned out by the frenzied bidding messages in the group. However, Subai's sharp gaze quickly seized this message with great precision. Without any hesitation, he opened his friend request list, searching through the long list of unread messages until he found the guy named Kebert. Subai tapped his finger and approved Kebert's friend request. The other party, evidently waiting by the screen, immediately sent Subai a very clear screenshot of the item's attributes, without even a courteous greeting. Subai focused his attention. Demonized Island Coordinate Jade Slip, Black Iron, Low Grade, One-Time Consumer. Once the user shatters the Jade Slip after selecting a safe area, a one-way teleportation passage that lasts for 2 hours will be opened, directly connecting to an unknown Black Iron level island polluted by demonic energy. Subai stroked his chin, carefully reviewing the information about the jade slip in his mind twice. This item was clearly quite different from the jade slip that the Special Affairs Group had handed to him through Xinqingling. The one that Kebert held was in terms of grade the lowest and least valuable black iron low grade. Moreover, the system's description was extremely brief and sparse, lacking any special red font warnings about dangers, which indirectly indicated one fact: the upcoming demonized island to be opened had extremely scarce resources, and its exploration value would not be high, likely just a desolate island devoid of any life. However, these so-called values were not a concern for Subai. Whether this island had value or not was not for these apprentices to say, and certainly not for the rigid island world system to dictate. In Subai's world, everything was determined by his extraordinary system attributes. Even if this jade slip could only open an island overgrown with low-grade weeds, as long as the heavens blessed him, and he could randomly trigger a mythical level attribute from those weeds, he could immediately soar in the island world. The difference here was merely the probability of triggering a premium attribute being so low on these low-grade items that it could be nearly negligible, but that did not mean it was impossible. Regaining his scattered thoughts, Subai looked at the name on the screen, eagerly awaiting a response, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he typed 2 words and sent them. Sure. In this swiftly concluded covert transaction, the calculations are quite clear. For Subai, holding a nearly rotten amming fruit to exchange for a lower grade, yet genuinely capable coordinate for a new map of a magical island, is undoubtedly an excellent deal that guarantees profit. After all, this fruit is merely a consumable in his hands, while the new map conceals countless unknown resources that could potentially be transformed by the system. For Kubert on the other side of the screen, however, the situation is entirely different. This newcomer from the Maple Leaf country struggled to earn the title of a novice island lord just by dealing with the ordinary local beasts on the island, leaving him exhausted like a dead dog. Now, if he were to venture alone into that unknown magical island filled with magical energy and high-level monsters with this jade slip, it would be no different from committing suicide. This jade slip in his hands feels like a hot potato. In fact, before this, Kubert had considered selling it at a high price to the wealthy conglomerate that backed him. However, those shrewd men from the conglomerate reeking of copper offered a buyback price that was barely worth mentioning after determining that it was just a low-grade black iron jade slip, making him feel like he was being treated like a beggar. As for the extraordinary fruit he truly desired to ensure his survival, he hadn't even seen a seed of it, as the conglomerate would never trade such core resources for this worthless stone. Fortunately, there's always a way out. Just as Kubert was about to despair and consider hanging himself in the small cabin, he noticed Subai's pinned message selling amming fruits in the public window. It was as if a lighthouse had been lit in the darkness, reigniting a blazing hope for survival in his heart, which had already plummeted to the depths. Kubert was well aware of the reality of his situation. This broken jade slip in the current market would at most exchange for a common amming fruit that could only awaken a great ability, which would be a stroke of luck. But in business, the rules have always been to ask for sky-high prices and negotiate downwards. If he reveals his bottom line too early, others would certainly push the price down mercilessly. Thus, this young man bravely took a leap of faith and boldly demanded a sky-high price for an amming fruit capable of awakening a great exceptional ability. He was even mentally prepared for a lengthy negotiation with Subai. To his astonishment, Subai on the other side responded without a stutter, agreeing with remarkable ease. Upon seeing the simple and straightforward word yes on the screen, Kubert was so excited that he nearly burst into tears right there in his cabin. Little did he expect in his moment of isolation and despair, just as he was about to be terrified by the approaching storm, that a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, often disparaged by Western media, would extend a lifeline to him without hesitation. In stark contrast, the Western Island lords in the group, who usually claimed to be his staunch allies and shared brotherly bonds in the public window, were all silent, as if they had lost their fathers, unwilling to lend him even a single sweet potato. This strong contrast suddenly filled Kubert with a deep sense of regret and repentance. He recalled how back on Blue Star, after finishing those tedious survival training classes at school, he loved to hide behind the computer following the crowd to post malicious comments targeting the Dragon Kingdom on various international forums. In truth, he had never personally suffered any bullying from the people of the Dragon Kingdom, nor did he harbor any deep-seated hatred. It was merely blind conformity to the trends. Because the entire atmosphere in the Maple Leaf country was like that, with everyone making snide remarks, he felt that standing out would make him an outsider. Yet he never imagined that the first precious fruit capable of changing his fate would come from a novice island lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Subai was remarkably generous, not bothering to haggle over trivial rules, and directly offered him an extremely rare grade exceptional fruit. Such magnanimity and grace left him feeling utterly ashamed. Oh, Almighty God, Lord, please have mercy, and forgive me for my past ignorance and foolish mistakes. Kubert, with a sincere face, made a perfectly standard gesture of the cross over his chest, even shedding 2 crocodile tears from the corners of his eyes. To prevent Subai from suddenly backing out and losing this golden opportunity, Kubert hurriedly placed the jade slip for the coordinates into the trading slot, then clicked the confirm button. Then he stared intently at the screen, awaiting Su Bai's response. Meanwhile, Su Bai on the other side was crystal clear about the situation. He knew that if he slightly lowered his pride at this crucial moment to haggle, he could easily secure the jade slip with his agreed amming fruits. In this transaction, the absolute initiative and buyer's market belonged to Su Bai. The one truly anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, fearing the transaction would fall through, was Kubert on the other side of the screen. However, Su Bai, reclining on a large rock, felt too lazy to bother with such trivial matters. Mainly because all the agreed amming fruits he had were already listed on the auction shelves in the trading hall for harvest. Now that everyone was competing fiercely, if he suddenly withdrew one from the shelf to cancel the auction, it would not only be extremely cumbersome. Most importantly, in the rules of the island world, such arbitrary withdrawal actions could easily be deemed a breach of contract, thereby lowering his hidden credit weight as a seller in the system's trading hall. If he tarnished his trading reputation for a jade slip of unknown value, it would truly be a case of picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, a loss too great to bear. He had no shortage of high-grade goods in hand. With a grade amming fruit already in his grasp, he could simply put it up for sale to finalize the transaction, leaving this young man a way out. As for whether using this grade amming fruit would cause the special task group to fall short of the 20 exceptional fruits they needed, leading to the failure of their designated personnel to awaken due to a lack of fruits, that was entirely not his concern. Originally, the awakening of abilities through eating fruits has never been a certainty. It all depended on it. If the personnel from the special task group failed because he provided them with fewer fruits, it was simply their own lack of luck, and not his fault. As Su Bai swiftly confirmed and completed the cross-border transaction with Kubert, he slid his finger to send a private message to Shun Qingling to probe the situation. Su Bai director Shin the madman in the trading hall have driven the price of grade amming fruits quite high. Can your special task group sustain such sky-high prices? If you can't handle this premium, I won't hold back, and will directly put the remaining batch up for grabs in the trading center. When Su Bai sent this message, he played a small trick by not directly stating how much the fruit had skyrocketed to. Because the numbers in the trading hall were changing like crazy, still flipping over every second. However, Su Bai was aware that among the hundreds of thousands of novice island lords there surely were internal members who had long since allied with the special task group. These spies would certainly report the real-time data of the insane price surge in the trading hall to the special task group quickly. Shun Qingling, sitting in the office, was absolutely clear about the exorbitant prices, no need for him to elaborate. Within a few seconds, Shun Qingling's reply came through. Shun Qingling, rest assured, we in the Special Affairs Group have ample resources. We can afford this amount. Go ahead and sell. Once your auction is complete, our Special Affairs Group will fully acquire the remaining fruits at the final highest transaction price, without any deductions. With this official confirmation, Su Bai finally relaxed the tension that had been lodged in his throat. According to his calculations, the reason the Special Affairs Group as an official entity was willing to risk being exploited and spend such a terrifying sum to acquire these dark fruits on a large scale was clear. Their primary aim was probably to provide for their core apprentice island masters who were caught in the storm. Although Su Bai maintained his lone wolf status and did not choose to join the Special Affairs Group to endure the humiliation, many were eager to enter this official stronghold. To find a protective umbrella in this crisis-ridden island world, numerous apprentice island masters were willing to willingly relinquish absolute ownership of their islands to serve as watchdogs for the officials. In the eyes of the officials, only those who submitted their loyalty would be deemed as true core disciples of the Special Affairs Group, deserving of financial support in critical moments. However, the complex intertwining of interests between the high-ranking officials and the low-level island masters had little to do with Su Bai, who was merely a businessman focused on transactions. Su Bai carefully tucked away the darkened island coordinate jade tablet, which emitted a faint black glow, into the innermost pocket of his clothing. He planned to wait until the storm had completely passed to clean up the mess on the beach, and then choose a good day to smash this. Taking along Du Ling and Xian Mingyue, two top-tier fighters, he intended to land and see what surprises lay inside. After considering, Su Bai felt that since the momentum for harvesting had already been created, it must not stop. He quickly typed in the chat box and decisively hit send. Long with Su Bai, to all the new bosses, this island master is adding a long-term lucrative deal here. From now on, this island master will unconditionally and indefinitely purchase any unknown dark island coordinate jade tablets you have. As long as it's at least a black iron grade coordinate, bring it to me directly in exchange for a grade dark fruit that saves lives. If you have higher grade bronze coordinates, I will swap it for grade top-notch fruits. No deception. Brothers with goods, stop chattering in the group. Just bring your item property screenshots to apply for a private chat with me for trading. Su Bai's plan was meticulous. He decided to carry out this opportunistic scheme of profiting from the disaster of the storm to the end. Who wouldn't want such an excellent deal that could exchange consumables for new maps? If they didn't seize this excellent opportunity where everyone was frantically desperate for survival to empty the apprentice island masters of their best treasures, when would they? As for whether he could leave a few dark fruits for that Chief Shun of the Special Affairs Group after such reckless spending, Subai could not care less, and would leave it to Shun Qingling to fend for herself in the office. At this moment on the other side of the blue star in the boundless ocean, Bert, staying in his dilapidated wooden house, watched as Subai posted the information about unlimited coordinate acquisitions in the public window. Yet he felt no jealousy, instead he was filled with a profound sense of relief after the calamity. He patted his chest and let out a long sigh. My lord. Fortunately I acted quickly just now and decisively sold that broken stone at a high price. If I had hesitated for just 2 minutes longer according to the rigid price Subai just announced, my low-grade black iron jade tablet would only have been worth a worthless A-grade dark fruit. Bert was quite clear about this calculation. The top-grade fruit that could awaken great abilities was at least 3 to 4 times more powerful in practical combat than the ordinary ones that could only awaken a great abilities. This transaction was a tremendous profit for him. Bert wore a silly grin, his eyes fixated on the dark fruit, radiating a mysterious aura, as if he were cradling his father's urn. He cautiously brought the fruit to his mouth, savoring it bite by bite with utmost care. He ate extremely slowly, fearing that even a small seed or a drop of juice might accidentally fall onto the wooden floor. That would be a waste. Burp. After finishing the skin and pit completely, Bert rubbed his belly and let out a peculiar belch. He sat down on the wooden bed, eagerly awaiting the awakening of his powers. Just thinking about how he would soon transform from an ordinary person who could be bullied into a noble ability user who could command the elements made Bert tremble with excitement. He could hardly sit still on the wooden bed and stood up, pacing back and forth in the room. Although there was an unverified rumor in the island world, once one forcibly becomes an ability user by consuming fruit, it might entirely sever the chance of obtaining ancient powerful inheritance in some ancient relics. However, Bert scoffed at such vague rumors. Among the millions of island masters in this sea, how many were truly the fortunate ones chosen by heaven able to stumble upon such ancient legacies? The odds were even lower than winning the lottery. In the face of the harsh reality where monsters would break through the door tomorrow, all those intangible hopes were nothing but nonsense. Only by firmly grasping this tangible power could he find the true path to survival. As for recruiting a group of ordinary people to the island and spending a fortune to train them into his own ability user army like Subai, Bert didn't even dare to think about such grand plans. This fruit, which he obtained with his entire fortune, was an extremely hard-won top-grade ability fruit. How could he bear to use it on a stranger? In this world all loyalty is false. He must personally enjoy it as the island master and keep the strongest power within himself to feel secure. Even if there are future rules and contracts in the island world to bind those outsiders in the face of absolute life and death stakes, the hearts of outsiders are never reliable. Bert, in his excitement, stood quietly waiting for the miracle to happen. 5 minutes passed quietly. 10 minutes slipped away along with the ocean breeze. Half an hour passed. Bert's originally flushed face, his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging out of their sockets, filled with unmistakable fear. Had he failed? I ate such a top-grade fruit, yet I haven't even released a single sound. I haven't awakened at all. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Bert let out a desperate scream in the room. He was a trial-proven apprentice island master. He was one of the chosen ones among billions of people. How could his body lack the potential to awaken an ability? The ecstatic hope of becoming a supreme master that had been so close just moments ago vanished entirely, replaced by endless coldness and despair. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with blood, grinding his teeth as he growled, By that son of a... It must be him. It must be that insidious and cunning Longwa person who secretly tampered with the fruit and ruined my chance to awaken. In moments of utter despair and collapse, a person instinctively seeks a direct scapegoat for their unfortunate. Upon realizing this, Bert completely lost his sanity. He decisively opened the public chat area like a madman, his hands frantically striking the virtual keyboard, unleashing a torrent of blood-curdling accusations. Maple Leaf Nation, Bert, fellow islanders. Do not be fooled by that Long Kingdom person Subai. The dark fruit he sold us is all fake. They are all inferior products created by his dark sorcery. I just ate one, and it did not awaken even a shred of it. He is toying with our lives. Maple Leaf Nation, Bert, do not fall for that Long Kingdom person Subai. The dark fruit he provided is fake, unable to awaken any abilities. The dark fruit he provided is fake, unable to awaken any abilities. Bert, wanting everyone to see, copied and pasted his accusations, flooding the group chat. He knew very well that such reckless spamming and slandering in the system's public area would be deemed malicious disruption of order, resulting in a strict mute by the system for 2 full days. However, in this surge of anger, he was completely unrepentant. He felt it was imperative to stand up and expose the vile face of Subai, that wicked capitalist. He absolutely could not allow the innocent brothers in the group, who were kept in the dark, to waste their money and suffer such a deadly deception and harm. At the moment he pressed the send button, Bert felt a sacred radiance rising within him, akin to that of a martyr. He believed he was voicing a warning for the new island masters of humanity. He felt he would soon become a great hero in everyone's eyes, daring to expose the dark truth and would enjoy the frenzied praise and admiration of tens of thousands in the chat area. In this illusory glory, the only aspect that slightly marred his satisfaction was the swiftness of the system. He was about to be confined in a small black room for 2 whole days, preventing him from personally delivering the heartfelt message he had meticulously prepared in his mind. But this wasn't a major concern. 2 days would pass in the blink of an eye. When he emerged from his silence, he would return as a heroic pioneer of truth, ready to embrace the glory that rightfully belonged to him. However, the actual progression of events seemed to diverge slightly from the heroic self-indulgent expectations in Kebert's mind. The sentiment in the chat area did not align with his expectations. Not everyone rallied behind him to confront Sue. Not a single person stood up to commend his brave exposure. Instead, a flood of vicious curses descended upon him, overwhelming his 3 messages. Lighthouse Nation Richard, what the FK? You damned Maple Leaf Nation fool. What did you just say in the group? You worthless piece of trash, who can't even clean your own backside. You wasted such a precious dark fruit for nothing. Go die. Never before has such a sin been so unforgivable. Squandering a heavenly treasure. You uncouth barbaric fool, who do you think you are? You unworthy trash with no noble potential, how dare you even think of putting that sacred dark fruit in your filthy mouth? Maple Leaf Nation Vincent, you disgraceful scum, bringing shame to our Maple Leaf Nation. You trash who can't even produce results, get out of our Maple Leaf Nation's territory and stop tarnishing our nation's Kangaroo Nation Wolf, everyone hold off on cursing this fool. Look at the data changes in the trading center. That idiot just ate a fruit, but the number of dark fruits on the trading hall shelves hasn't decreased at all. This indicates that Sue the God still has a large stock of private inventory that hasn't been released. Sue is fit. Korean Nation Park in Mung Great Sue Bai. Did you hear? I am your long-lost son. Father, I beg for your mercy. For the sake of blood, please privately give me a dark fruit, so that I may deeply feel the heavy love of a father which I have long missed. Fusang Nation, Yamashita Diabaka. You shameless Korean up there, are you still going to be shameless? I am the one and only true son of Sue the God in this world. So my father, please accept my bow. Long Nation Zhao Hao damn. You foreign dogs up there, can you lower your standards any further? Do you even have any dignity left? From which womb did you guys with blonde hair and blue eyes crawl out? Hurry up and roll back to your own territory. Long Nation Wu Qianqian brother Zhao Hao is absolutely right. Our Sue is the pride and representation of all survivors in our Long Nation. How could you ugly foreigners with crooked morals casually come to claim kinship? Get lost. Kebert sat on the cold wooden bed, watching the chat area on the light screen turn into a chaotic mess, completely disheveled in the wind, even beginning to doubt his life. What on earth is happening? Are these people all insane? Why can't these usually shrewd island masters see through the vile merchant face of that Long Kingdom person Sue by selling fake goods? Clearly he, Kebert, who had just been victimized and almost lost his life, was the biggest victim. Why is it that now the sentiment has turned, and instead of supporting the victim, this group is hurling the most vicious words at? What is wrong with this world? Has truth truly ceased to exist? However, amidst this tide of vicious curses, Kebert's eyes, already blurred with tears, keenly caught a single message that sincerely thanked him. Lighthouse Nation, more Kebert. My old friend, although you are being viciously cursed right now, I must sincerely thank you for your selfless trial and timely warning. I was so excited earlier that I almost forgot the crucial knowledge that awakening abilities from eating fruit is not a guaranteed success. Thanks to your bloody lesson of failure, I must find a way to invest more and buy a couple of dark fruits in the trading hall later. With a sound upon seeing this thank you message, Kebert felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood mixed with internal fragments. The painful lesson and Richard's schemes. Kabut has become a laughingstock of a negative example. However, upon closer reflection, his so-called sacrifice did create some ripples. At least when this incident occurred, many rookie island masters in the chat district whose heads were still hot suddenly felt a chill and became clear-headed. It dawned on them that they had previously overestimated the ease of gaining abilities through consuming fruits. Awakened powers are not something that can be easily obtained just by eating a fruit. This endeavor is essentially a bottomless pit of luck. Even the most carefully selected top talents need to consume fruit after fruit. Only by gradually accumulating the abilities within their bodies to a certain extent can they forcefully break through them. Of course, there are indeed those blessed by fate who can achieve results with just one fruit, but such individuals are rarer than pandas and cannot be considered normal references. Moreover, according to the statistical data revealed by internal personnel, there is an anomalous phenomenon. Those who barely awaken after consuming dozens of fruits often possess far superior combat power compared to those lucky enough to awaken after just one. The reason behind this is quite simple. Those people's foundations are too solid, their potential too great, hence they require a vast amount of ability fruits to fill the bottomless pit within them. Humanity has struggled for a full century in this magical island world, but honestly most supernatural phenomena in this world remain a mystery to scientists. Much like the awakening of abilities, everyone is feeling their way across the river, relying solely on personal intuition and guesswork. Yet one ironclad rule has been summarized through blood and tears by all: to reliably cultivate an ability user, you must at least prepare 5 or more special fruits of the same attribute as a foundation. If the family background is substantial, it should start from double digits, piling up dozens of fruits to ensure a base. Now Kabut uses his painful personal experience to wake everyone up. Relying on a single dark fruit to create an ability user to turn the tide in this storm is a fool's dream. Upon realizing this, a large group of rookie island masters in the chat district became as anxious as ants on a hot stove. They scrambled to contact buyers, frantically trading resources. They hoped to gather more money to start a new round of bidding, at the very least bringing back a few more fruits for backup. However, a significant portion of rookie island masters sighed in resignation at the skyrocketing prices and chose to give up. The current price of the dark fruit has completely exceeded the bearable limit for these poor newcomers. If they wanted to continue bidding with gritted teeth, the only way out was to follow Richard's example and sell their island ownership to the funding consortium behind them. However, for many rookie island masters who still retained some pride and ambition, that was an absolute bottom line they could not accept. Moreover, Kabut's tragic fate was a stark warning. What if they truly bet all their possessions, even selling their island, and ended up with just a few fruits? If the person they attracted turned out to be useless, resulting in a failed awakening, then they would have truly lost everything, and it would be game over. At that point, even if they had survived this storm by sheer luck, what could they do facing an island where all ownership belonged? They would be reduced to a nameless doorkeeper for the consortium for the rest of their lives. Amidst this extreme conflict and despair, a portion of rookie island masters began to spread a blindly optimistic sentiment in the group. They believed that since this was merely the first storm test for newcomers this year, the island system would not make things too dire. Perhaps it would just be thunder and rain, without any monster invasion. If that were the case, why should they throw all their hard-earned savings into this bottomless pit? However, as soon as this self-deceptive argument emerged, it immediately attracted vehement opposition and merciless ridicule from a large number of rational rookie island masters. When the storm comes, there are bound to be monsters, and this is an ironclad rule bought with countless lives. It's just a difference between 10 monsters and 100. Oh, what use is it to deceive yourselves here? When monsters come to you, think they will be reasonable and spare you. Exactly. Rather than entrusting your life to the elusive heavens, it's more prudent to use these ability fruits to diligently cultivate your own army of ability users. In such a critical moment, going all in is the greatest wisdom. The money has been spent, the land sold. Oh, as long as you're alive, what can't you earn back by fighting monsters and reclaiming territory? If you lose your life, what good is an empty island? The rookie island masters expressed their views in the chat district, engaging in a heated debate over the concepts of conservative defense versus risking it all. Beneath this noisy surface, those who truly had strength or had already sold their islands for substantial resources did not participate in these meaningless disputes at all. They were all fervently bidding. In the trading center hall, those 14 ordinary dark fruits that could only awaken a level abilities were skyrocketing in price. Starting from the initial 15 special plants, they were continually breaking records. 16 plants, 17 plants, 18 plants. However, as the price approached the threshold of 20 plants, the overall bidding speed finally began to show signs of slowing down. This was entirely within reason. After all, everyone was still in the exploration stage, and the rookie island masters had extremely limited special plant resources at their disposal. Even if they were truly determined and sold everything, how high could the price go at this stage? A newly started island that hasn't even survived its first storm is filled with too many uncontrollable uncertainties for future development. Those large funding consortiums, no matter how wealthy they are still business people who won't invest in a newcomer whose life and death are unguaranteed. They absolutely wouldn't dare invest heavily upfront, fearing that the island would be lost, and they would be left with nothing. To be honest, it was precisely because the news of this storm came so suddenly that many consortia had to urgently add a portion of life-saving supplies to protect their previous investments. Under normal circumstances, they intended to allocate funds gradually and develop these new islands at a slow pace. Subai comfortably leaned against a large rock, watching the numbers on the trading panel slow down more and more. After some calculation in his mind, he estimated that this price had nearly squeezed the limits of these newcomers. Currently, those who could still grit their teeth and raise the price a few plants at a time were basically the tough ones, ranked among the top 100 on the island star rating list, backed by strong support. So far, the current total value displayed on the panel for just those 14 A-level ordinary dark fruits had already reached an astonishing 308 special plants. Although these plants were likely all of the lowest black iron rank, and most of them were just suitable for tea brewing and ornamental purposes, Subai didn't find them undesirable at all. These items may indeed be useless to those island survivors who lack knowledge, but they are undeniably extraordinary. As long as Subai can sell this batch at the black market of Blue Star, only the top-tier wealthy elites can afford them. This transaction could bring him terrifying profits and various privileges. When initially listing this batch of dark fruits, Subai deliberately set a 1-hour countdown for the auction of those 14 A-level dark fruits to keep the pace tight.